Good morning. Happy Thursday to everyone. I hope you've all had a wonderful time over there. Lovely to see so many of you in already this morning. And now you might have noticed right off the top that this looks a little bit different to normal because we have I've called him a World Cup veteran. He is a seasoned football manager pro who's very kindly given up some time to talk to us this morning. So we're going to start off talking to someone that actually knows what they're doing, not to put any pressure on you there, Rowan. So for those that don't know, this is Rowan. Rowan was the participant for Netherlands at the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager back in August. If there was anyone who knows what we should have been doing for the last 2 days, it is this man. Before and above anything to do with his FM accomplishments, he is a true gentleman, a lovely, lovely human being. So I would very, very strongly recommend. I mean, you can see his name tagged in the description below, but if you aren't following, most definitely should go on and give the man some love. If I can spell his name, that is, of course, Rowan on one. I'm getting it. You will find that there are a few moments where this might be a little bit behind, a bit of lag. This is something we're trying out new for the first time, so I do apologise ahead of time if things aren't exactly perfect. But you should be used to me by now, so I'm sure this is par for the course, right? Rowan on one. Let's try. I failed with the shout out first time. There we go. You should see the lovely heart thing up there. Go, give him some love. Right. So let's stop with the introductions and first say hello, Rowan. If you'd like to introduce yourself a little bit.
Of course. Well, I'm Rowan van Leeuwen, as some of you guys know me. I went to the FM World Cup for the Netherlands, and that's what most people will maybe recognize me for, if they recognize me at all. And I stream as well. I started about around the same time as you, I think it was. I remember rating you at some point, and you're saying that. Yeah, honestly, that's about it. Like, my whole personality's FM, so I think
You're in
that's
pretty
about
good
it.
company, let's face it. All of our personalities are only FM. We don't bother with anything else whatsoever. But so yeah, tell us about how did that experience come about? Because obviously it was all organised at a relatively short notice. So yeah, I'd love to
Very.
hear a little bit more about the behind the scenes.
Yeah, so I remember getting an email at some point. I think it was end of July, that short notice. And I think it was from FM, or was it the KNVB? I don't even remember. I got an email that there would be open qualifiers for the Netherlands, because the Netherlands used open qualifiers. And I was like, it would be fun to, if I could even participate, because you need to write up, tell you something about your experience, the amount of hours you've played, some fun achievements and stuff, and then I would select people based on that. So I did, but I didn't really expect anything from it. Then I got selected with 15 other. Was it 15? Yeah, 15 others, 16 in total. And I was like, oh, this is dope. This is so cool. And I did my whole preparation the night before, as one does. And then during the qualification, I didn't expect much. I was like, this is so cool. I get to participate in something FM related. But then I won the first 4 games in a row. And I was like, what is happening? This might actually be something. Then I drew. And then I think I lost. No, I drew 2. I lost 1, drew 2. So I did it pretty well. I think I finished first or second in my group. I don't even remember. But they invited the top 2 of both those groups. It was 2 groups of 8. They invited the top 2 to go on a little, conversation about who are you, what did you do during it, can you explain it a bit, just so they knew someone that knew what they were talking about, and there was a representative for the Netherlands, and they chose me. And then I suddenly got to go to a FIFA World Cup out of nowhere, because I genuinely never really thought I was that good at the game, like, at all. I thought I knew I was a bit above average. That was my understanding, but as you guys know, we have no way of measuring that at all. So I just thought I was average, above average, and turns out I'm actually pretty good. So yeah, that
I
was
mean,
like
that's
how
one
I
hell of
got
a way
there,
to get.
which was interesting.
Sorry.
But yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's one
then
hell of a
at the
cool way
World
to
Cup
find out how
itself,
good you are.
it such a surreal experience. Like FIFAe put, I believe it was 6 million in it, and I had never ever been to anything like this as a participant, obviously, and it was so surreal.
Yeah,
And yeah,
talk.
as I said, I still didn't really know what to expect when it came to the level, because when you look at someone playing EAFC, for example, I physically see them do things that I can't do. So I know I'm not as good as they are. But with FM, you can't really tell that well, like how well someone is doing compared to you. So I didn't no one of us, like anyone that went there, had the same opinion. Like, we don't know what to expect here. Then I won the first day, actually, in our group. I was playing Brighton, and I got the most points because I was the only one with a prize. But in the end, I ended up second in my group, which I am so proud of. Like, unbelievably proud. That makes me top 8 in the world, which is insanity, to be honest. The only
It
ones
is.
that
I mean,
ended up above me in the group were South Africa. And yeah, but like, the whole experience was just surreal. I've heard Musterman talk about it as well, being there at the finals as someone that viewed the whole thing, but it's anything he said about it. It was surreal. It was so insane. But
yeah, I
yeah,
mean, if you'd be comfortable
I don't
talking
know. I
about,
have so
tell us
many
more
stories
about
about
the.
it, but that's like the whole gist of it. How I got there, how I did, like, in a nutshell. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, so would you be
the
able to tell
modesty is
us a little bit
unreal. If
more
you're
about
above,
the
you're still
whole
low.
event?
I know now. I'm good. Okay, now I know I'm good. Now I know I'm a bit better than above average. That's what I thought I was.
So,
So
yeah,
yeah,
sorry, Rome, if you could tell us more about the event. So it was
but you
over
were
in
to you
Liverpool.
went to the final, right, Musterman? Like, how did that go?
Yeah, so,
'Cause
coming across the
I
final.
also sat in the audience for the final, but is he here? I don't see him anymore. Where is he?
Can you not hear me? Hello?
Hello?
You can hear me?
Well, I
Maybe?
guess I'm taking over Musterman stream right now, so all follow me. I don't know where he's. Oh, he's still there? Okay. I can't see him
I'm
anymore. I
still
don't know what
here.
he did.
I'm talking. Can chat
I
hear
don't see
me?
him. I don't hear him, so
Let
I'm
me
taking
put that in
over the
chat.
stream. I want you to all follow me.
Cool. I'll do it this way.
Well, it doesn't help because I don't hear him and I don't see him. I don't know what he did. He is.
If you can hear me, I've popped some questions up in chat. Oh, he's gone. He's back again. I did warn you guys there may be some technical issues, so I do apologise on that front. RJ out, indeed. You arrive at perfect timing, indeed, sir. And actually, it does look like there are some errors coming through. I can see chat on one thing, but not on the other. I can see Rowan's thing suggesting that it's making noises. He's back there. He's gone. Let's see how this goes. And the stream dropped out for a second as well from the looks of things. Well, we're back in with the stream. Let me just check. We were having some internet. Internet was a little bit slower this morning than it normally is. So you just opened another browser because you can't see anything anymore. Okie dokie. Cool. So what I'll do is I'll do the normal stuff. I'm going to pop on over to the normal interface and we'll see if we can get things
I'm back.
connected
I'm
back
back.
up.
I'm back.
We're back. Perfect.
We're back.
Marvelous.
We're back.
Welcome to what I will call the most professional production you've ever seen. This is truly the Musterman experience.
Honestly, the production is basically on par with the World Cup at this point, right?
Yeah. So talk to us about the atmosphere, about what it was like being in Liverpool, jetted away, having to squeeze everything into such a tight time period as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything of Liverpool in I'll have to get there. I haven't seen anything of Liverpool until the fourth day. Because it was ridiculous. Everything was so tight. The first day, their whole plan was giving us like an 11-hour window with 2 breaks of an hour in between, so we would have 9 hours to finish the season. And I was in the Brighton group, so I had 65, 70 games. So we were actually the only ones that did make it in time. Somehow. We still don't really know how, but our group made them decide that the breaks became optional. So obviously no one really took breaks anymore. So the second and the third day, it was all 11 hours of just straight playing FM and like half an hour break, or I ran away for 5 minutes to go to the toilet and Renzo would take over. It was chaos, but we did manage in the end somehow. And yeah, but the atmosphere was amazing. Like it was obviously organized by FIFAe, and they would normally do EAFC, or when it was FIFA, obviously. Now they're doing Rocket League and all that kind of stuff, and they constantly asked us like what was going on, because the atmosphere was so good and everyone was being so nice, and they were used to a bit more toxicity and hostility between the teams. And honestly, I've like, as I said, South Africa was the only team that ended up above me, and I was like in a constant battle with them. But I've been on their stream like countless of times, just walked over to them, see how they were doing, chatting with them. It was just all great, and the after party was so amazing as well. Everyone was just being nice to each other, and it was just like such a wholesome, fun environment. But I think it was mostly because it was the first time ever something like this happened. So everyone was just happy to be there and happy this was a thing. Like in general, everyone was in a good mood. I expect it won't change that much because the FM community isn't that toxic of a community anyway, but it will get more competitive in the future than it was now, because now everyone's just like, yes, I want to win. Yes, I'm doing everything to win, but I'm mostly here to have fun. Like, we didn't. Yeah, it was fun.
Okay, looks like we lost you for a second there. I think that when I unmute, it seems to make you disappear. So I will keep the mic off I possibly warn you that if you're at the World Cup next year, you're going to be a little bit more competitive, a little maybe some mind games taking place.
Well, I do love a good mind game. Don't get me wrong. Like, you have played Among Us with me now once. I do love a good mind game. But no, it's not really in my nature to be like actually toxic. But if there's like other people that I know a bit better now, like an Enzo and Tanmir again for South Africa, or Mats for Norway, for example, or the English guys, Jack and Aaron. Sure, I'll try to get under the skin, but all in good faith. Like, because I love a bit of shit talking. It's just fun. I already do it in a network game online. I constantly talk shit because it's just funny. But I don't think it's in me to like actually get toxic, but I am very competitive. So yeah, I am there to win. And I was like on the verge of tears sometimes at that FM World Cup. Yeah, cue in the Ter Stegen goal, for example. That figured out that every time I disappear, I just refresh my browser and I'm immediately back. So that works. But yeah, the Ter Stegen goal really, really got me down. Yeah, for who doesn't know that story, my whole season 2 was not great compared to the other competitors. It didn't go all very, very well, but I was in the quarterfinal of the Champions League with Brighton, and it was the first leg, and I was 2-1 up, only 2-1, and it was my home leg, first leg, and God knows why, in the 93rd minute, Barca sent their goalkeeper up in the first leg of a Champions League quarterfinal, and he fucking scored, which made me draw 2-2. In an away game, I lost 1-0, and it basically cost me the whole group. Because the next season, I also played the quarterfinal, and I lost 2-1 away at Bayern in the first leg. And in the home leg, I was like, I can salvage this. This can actually work. And then Teun Koopmeiners decided to get a red card in the 21st minute, and I got knocked out of the quarterfinals again. So, yeah, and those 2 games, literally, Enzo said this too, from South Africa, who ended up above me, those 2 games cost me the group. I would have, because he was sweating the whole time, because I was destroying the Premier League, I was destroying the Cups that third season, and he was just stressing the entire time. But yeah, then I got knocked out and it was over. So yeah, those 2 games basically lost me the group. And I can tell you, I'm a very happy person. I'm a very positive person. But those 2 moments, no. Not at all.
FM has a wonderful ability to break us, even when we feel like we're in a good space. I mean, so obviously with the way that it was structured as well, that last day, that Friday, in the group stage, where suddenly you're not just playing for yourself, but you're also kind of trying to do maths in your head as to where you might be. Like how was that, like, emotionally?
I mean, I'm pretty good under pressure, so it didn't really bother me that much. But yeah, you would constantly keep track of what everyone else was doing. And after, I think it was 3 or 4 hours, you don't really know that much yet, but the others came over to our booth. South Africa, Spain, Portugal, they all came over, like, because they were just walking around asking how everyone was doing. And at that point, we had played 15 games in the Premier League and I won 14. And so I was in a very good space. But you saw in their faces, like, oh, fuck, we actually might have a big problem here. Because they were all in like 4th or 5th, like they were struggling. And I was just destroying everything. And that was the point where I could only see Enzo, like, to my right, and then in a far distance the Portuguese. But like Enzo was right next to me, and you saw him look over constantly, like, how is he reacting to this? How is he reacting to this? What is happening? And he was just so stressed, which made me a lot more comfortable. But yeah, then I got knocked out in the Champions League eventually, and then you suddenly saw his face light up, and then he suddenly won everything, and actually won every single prize there was. But he told me, like, at the after party as well, like, that was his moment of like, he's actually going to beat me. I don't know what to do. And his that mental aspect in FM, no one has ever had that, because it's never been that competitive. But we didn't know how to deal with it. And then when I got knocked out, I nearly threw everything, because I was like, it doesn't really matter anymore. It did, because when I got second, the prize money was a lot higher, obviously, which is, to me, it was a lot of money. And I ended up 1 point above the Spanish, because I did win the Premier League the second to last day of the Premier League itself. And that 1 point made me like quite a bit of money. So it's good that I got back. But yeah, that mental aspect, that last day, it was a roller coaster, and no one really knew how to handle anything. And there was screaming everywhere and chaos, absolute chaos. The first 2 days were like relatively normal, except for when I won the League Cup in the first season. There was a lot of screaming involved. I'm sorry for everyone who was listening to that. But I was the only one winning a prize in our group, so no one really was like euphoric at all. And then in the second season, everyone won a couple of prizes, so it was still quiet. But that third day, damn, so busy, so loud as well.
I was going to say, watching the coverage of Zealand stream a lot, especially, and the various things that FIFAe had organised, you would tune in and all you would hear is people celebrating and cheering, and nobody knowing exactly where the noises were coming from as well.
Yeah.
So there's this real tension building up, and quite a lot of chaos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was so chaotic. What I would probably say as well is that we needed something to see what was going on as well, because I had no idea what was going on the entire time. I had no idea what everyone else was doing, except if I asked them. And luckily people would tell if where they were and whatever, but we had no idea what's going on. We didn't know the points. I didn't know I ended up above Spain with 1 point until like 11 p.m. that night, I think it was, when the actual press conferences went on. Then the scores would appear on the screens next to us, and we had no idea until then, like, what was happening, like, at all. So yeah, we needed something as well as the viewers, because the viewers also obviously had no idea what was going on and who was doing what, which it does add some like suspense to it, I guess. But for us sitting there, we were like, I need to know, like, it doesn't really matter, because in the end everyone needed to win everything except in our group. So yeah, you could figure it out yourselves, but yeah, in our group we were like, we don't know what's happening, we don't know what we need, we don't know where do I put my priorities, like, is the League Cup enough, do I need to win the league, do I need to win the Champions League? We had no idea, like, at all. But yeah, it did add a bit of chaos, which was fun. But for next year I'd rather know what's going on. If I go, obviously, I don't know that. We don't even know. There's nothing announced at all. We just assume there's going to be another one. But yeah, that I probably that was maybe one of my biggest things. Like, I want to know what's going on. Muster guests. Yes, hi, I'm Rowan. But yeah, I besides that, like, we've had a lot of points where you're like, we need this fixed, that needs to be changed. Installments, for example. Sorry. And but overall, this being the first one ever, we couldn't have wished for a lot more. Like, not much was wrong. It was all details. It was insane for a first event, like, ridiculous.
Do you feel like the experience has changed the way you play FM at all?
I missed that question. I wasn't quit.
Sorry, I think I say it seems every time I change the mic, it seems to knock you out. So I'm going to not touch the mic again. Right. Do you feel that your experience at the World Cup has changed the way you play FM?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because I now, but my biggest problem with FM, I say problem, I didn't really know how to manage games. So my tactics were always really good, but I didn't really know what to do during games, or how to manage, like, what the AI was doing or whatever. And that's something I've really tried to figure out before the FM World Cup, and I'm a lot better at that now. And you see in my solo saves on stream as well that I'm doing ridiculous things now that I honestly, like, that's what everyone's seeing me do. But before the World Cup, I was not able to do these things, like, at all. So that's the standard people put me to right now. But I didn't really, I wasn't that good. I just know what the meta is now. I know what to do to manage games, and my tactics were already pretty good. It's just now I actually know what to do with them. I know how to figure things out. I refuse to play the meta, by the way. That the only times I play meta was at the World Cup, and if I really need a win, I might switch to it, but I refuse. I don't want to. So I still don't play the meta.
It's useful to have that trick up your sleeve when you need to grind out a result, but otherwise ignore. So you mentioned briefly there that you've got a save currently going on where you're streaming, where you've got
Yes,
a connection to the club. I mean, would you like
I
to talk
do.
about that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. I'm playing with DVS, which is an Amsterdam now amateur club, where my grandpa used to play in the 60s. And they are, to this day, the only Dutch club that won the league right after getting promoted. So in 1963, they got promoted to the top flight, and in 1964, they won the top flight. And my grandpa was in both those squads. So right here, I have this little flag hanging here. That's something they exchanged with Fenerbahce when they played the Europa Cup 1. And yeah, so I decided to play with them try to bring them back to glory. And just because my grandpa used to play there. Also, funny you bring that up. My fiance actually gave me a Christmas present regarding that. She found this on eBay. I hope it's going to be a bit visible, which is a little card from a quartet game, or what's it called in English? 4x4s or something? I don't remember. Quartets, where you need to, the kind of game you need to collect 4 of one kind. And this was all based around footballers, and it's from 1958. And it somehow ended up in the States, and she found it. I don't know how she did it, but that's ours now.
That is incredible. She is a keeper.
Mhm.
She is
Oh, yeah.
definitely a keeper.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, and that's why I play with AWS now. They used to play in the Olympic Stadium. They're a very lower rank amateur club right now, unfortunately. But yeah, that's why I play with them now. And another fun fact is they're the last team to win the Dutch top flight, whose colors are not primarily red and white. Somehow in 1964. Ever since, every single club that won the top flight in the Netherlands had red and white as a primary color.
For the last 60 years.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's insane.
Cool. It's so nice to have that connection to a club, like when playing as well. I mean, we probably need to get mad scientist in here at some point and convince him to do a 1963-64 database as well.
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah. My grandpa
That being
was a very tiny man, but a very gifted midfielder. I have a little goal of him on my Instagram somewhere as well as a reel. Scoring an overhead kick. Yeah. Very black and white, very, very 60s.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I imagine the resolution makes it a little bit difficult to pick out, but you're like, yes, those dots there, that's my granddad.
That very tiny human right there, that's my grandpa. Yeah.
Cool. So what I was going to do here was ask for kind of what your recommendations would be as we head into season 3. So
Sure.
we haven't quite had the same successes as you had with Brighton. Arguably, we started with a better squad than Brighton. And now I am biased as a Villa fan. So we've definitely underperformed to date. So what did you find helped you along the way in that to kind of get through managing your time? And what did you prioritize? You spoke about prioritization earlier. So how did you prioritize what you're going to do to launch your assault?
Well, first of all, you didn't underperform. I got 3rd in the Premier League in my 2nd season, so just saying. But yeah, my priority, basically, I already had shortlists made before going into the day every single day. So I knew what I wanted. I immediately went for those. Like, transfers were the first thing I did. Getting rid of everyone I don't want, buying everything I wanted as soon as I possibly could, because that took up the most time by far. And then, yeah, the problem with Brighton and also with Villa is that every single game counts when you want as many points as possible. So I couldn't really skip over games. I've been seeing that you did that. I was way too scared to do that. So I played all of them, but on only commentary. And I would have the what's it called, the replays on for most of the games. But then season 3, I even turned those off. We're halfway season 2 already. I even turned those off. But I wanted to play everything because you couldn't really see what's going on. I heard you say, like, if I play only commentary, I can't see what's going on. True. But I could react to, like, losing, to react to winning. So that's the only reason I did play them on only commentary. Because yeah, you can't see what's going on. But, well, the analytics showed me a tiny bit, but I also had to play the default skin, so I couldn't really see anything. But yeah, that I played just to react to things and make the subs I want to make. But that's the only thing I can say. Like, what you should do when it comes to prioritizing in English to get as many points as possible is play everything, but only commentary. But yeah, I mean, that doesn't make for great content. So I don't know if that's what you should do right now, because that was maybe one of our biggest things, like, where we were like, we need to make this better. Like, we couldn't show the game off. Like, I had so many people watching from home that didn't know what FM is and still don't know what FM is because I couldn't really show them. So yeah, I don't know. From a content perspective, I would say don't just play some games, the fun games. If you go for points, play everything but only commentary.
I mean, I would arguably say that if you had people watching that didn't know what FM was anyway, it's probably an advantage to not show them what FM is because they'll just be like, this is a spreadsheet. What are you doing? So the
Yes.
less of it that you can show, the better, surely.
Hmm.
No, so like obviously you were reacting as it goes through. How did the dynamic work? So you had obviously your assistant manager as well there with you.
Yeah.
Were you like splitting time in terms of being in control, or was it kind of more just like the company and the support and pointing out things that you might have missed because you're trying to rush through time?
Yeah. Assistance was a very interesting subject because every country did something else. Some of them, like South Africa, Enzo and Tanwir, were the number 1 and 2 from the qualification, so they just sent them. I got Renzo because Renzo was the coach of the AFC players, and he had done FIFAe before, like many times before. He knew everyone there. But they basically were like, "Okay, Rowan, you're good enough. Like you can handle this. We'll do Renzo. We'll let Renzo do everything else." So he did my streams. He did everything besides playing, and he only took over when I needed to go to the toilet. That's literally all it was because he kind of controversially didn't even know the game. I had to I had to explain him everything in the like 3 weeks coming up. And to be fair, he did pick it up really quick. And for the first 2 days, it was perfect because I had never win. I've never been through anything like this. So he took everything away from me, make sure everything happened. And then Nick, who is the marketing guy from the Oranje or the KNVB, like RFA's esports side. He also just made everything like, oh, what do you guys need? Yeah, sure, here's some water. Like, I didn't do anything. Like, I didn't have to do anything besides playing FM. But it did become a slight more of a problem, like day 2 and on, where I did know what was going on. I did really, I didn't really need help regarding that kind of stuff anymore. And season 2 didn't go very well. Renzo couldn't really help me because all he knew was I taught him. So all he could do was like, hey, normally you're doing this. Why aren't you doing this now? And I'm like, oh yeah, sure, thank you. But when it went wrong, he couldn't really suggest other things. So yeah, from day 2 on, I was like, okay, I'd rather I had someone here that also really, really knows the game. But since it was the first time, I think this was better because otherwise day 1 wouldn't have gone as well as it did now. So, but yeah, the dynamic in total was literally just he did the stream, I did the gameplay, and that's it. And he took over when I needed to go to the toilet. That's all it was.
I mean, I see that dynamic being quite useful, especially as you
Yeah.
mentioned that he knew people within FIFA as well. I think it does sound like you missed out on a trick. Maybe you could have got him to like shove some bribes their way, maybe massage some points somehow. We have I don't think Kwan is in this morning, but Kwan has been virtually bribing the referees in our Finland save. And maybe he could have done that. Renzo's role could have been just like paying off the judges. But you mentioned there obviously Orange, and so that's the
Hmm.
esports side of the KMVB.
Hmm.
And that's something that I think people don't realize is like you are now an official international athlete. You are a Dutch international.
Yeah, yeah. It's pretty hard to like explain people that that's actually a thing. When they even when they're gamers, it's like, nah, you're not really. But to be honest, I also the first weeks I wasn't like, oh, I'm now an international. Like I now represented my country. But yeah, I did. But it never really felt that way. But yeah, to be like, I mean, I have my World Cup shirt just hanging there right now, so I guess it's something. I guess it's kind of true. But yeah, it was really hard to explain people how to work. Like I told about my grandpa being a professional athlete. My mom from that side, like his daughter, my mom, also played for the Dutch national team in handball. So did my dad. They're both that's how they met. They both played for the Netherlands in handball, and they were there the final group stage day with my fiance as well. And after the last group stage day, I needed to do a drug test. So I needed to be in a cup. So I stayed way longer than I expected, and I came back. And they asked, like, what did you do? And I was like, yeah, well, I needed to do a drug test. I have never seen them laugh that hard in their lives. They were like, what do you mean you needed to do a drug test? You were just sitting there. And I was like, yeah, fair, kind of fair. But yeah, I'm now in the, what's it called? In the something of FIFA, the drugs register kind of thing of FIFA. So, but yeah, they I don't know, they just didn't really understand, which is fair.
I was talking to Second Yellow Card about it because
Yeah,
it is a FIFA competition, so you
yeah,
are subject to essentially the same restrictions in terms of what you intake, and certain players obviously had to get exceptions because things like ADHD medication, for example, could be considered as cheating because it allows you to concentrate during these long stretches of playtime.
yeah,
They'd needed proof that you needed it for a medical reason. And so, yeah,
yeah.
there were loads of drugs tests going on, and had to make sure, which must be very, very surreal. But at
Mm-hmm.
least, I suppose, it wasn't just like stereotyping. They're like, oh, he's Dutch. He's probably on drugs.
That's what everyone said, because beforehand Renzo also said I always get selected for these things, and then I got selected. So we were like, this has to be some kind of like discrimination us being Dutch, and that while I've never even tried drugs. So there's a bit of a stereotype there going on, but everyone made that joke. As the second they heard I needed to go there, we're like, oh no, oh no. But yeah, I was clean. I was clean. Turned out negative.
Ironically, possibly the only area of Liverpool that was clean. Um, there's a joke for my UK people in chat. Yes, sorry, Liverpudlians. Yeah, sorry, I derailed it there. So, who were you? You mentioned that you kind of you had short list of players that you wanted to target from the transfer view.
Yeah,
So you found out which team you were managing. Was that the night before the first day, and then was
yeah.
it back to the hotel and like research like
Oh no,
crazy?
it was it was the Wednesday, right? Wednesday or Tuesday? I don't remember. The very very first day when we needed to do like our socials and the photo shoots as well. We had to draw in the morning, and in the afternoon we already would have the first day, like 3.5 hours of preparation. So in between, I had a break somewhere where I quickly did the whole like shortlisting, but I also already figured out one of them should have probably been the Premier League. So I already made shortlist based on it being a Premier League club, it being an Eredivisie club, and it being I think I picked the Japan, no, something overseas. I don't know, but I ran a lot of tests before the World Cup, and one of them and I played one season just to time how long things would take, and that was with Brighton. So I got very, very lucky. So going into day one, I was way quicker than everyone else because I already knew everything about Brighton. So yeah, I got very lucky. But yeah, we didn't officially know until the very first day. And in the afternoon, I already had the 3.5 hours. So the shortlisting was all in between, like the specific shortlisting.
So you mentioned Lorenzo Luca the other day. So with Evan Ferguson already there, like your goal was to focus perhaps on the big guys up front. I know that seemed to be something that was very prevalent in the final as well. Yeah, what was your squad makeup like?
Well, I didn't end up going for Luca, which I probably should have done. Uh, because I had Ferguson as like a pressing forward already, and I didn't want another big guy up front, so I went for big guys in the back instead. But yeah, my centre backs were quick and big, basically. Uh, I wanted fullbacks with good crossing, good passing. I wanted high work rate, high stamina midfielders, very quick wingers. And then up front, again, one of them at least being really quick, and the other one being big, working hard, quick. That was kind of what I went for. And it did go well, but in the end, everything went overboard when the installments came in, and we just bought everything and everyone's mom. It was ridiculous. But like the first 1.5 season, that was basically what I tried to do. Like just get in that specific kind of players. Yeah, then season 3, it didn't really matter anymore because, installments.
Well, dare I say, I think isn't that the best way to do it as well? Because if you you start off playing sensibly transfer wise, and then you use the installments for the final season. Because if you used installments to start with, you'd have less money to do for installments in the final season. So
Yes,
kind of works out.
yeah. Well, yes and no. Let's just dive into the installments because we didn't really know what big of a deal that would be until like after the World Cup itself. I didn't want to use them until the last day. That was my whole plan. Because, exactly what you just said. But then Enzo used them halfway through season 2. Or was it even 1 already? I think halfway through season 1 already, he used them on Marcus Thuram. And season 2, we came in before the season started, and me and Renzo were like, we don't want to do this because it's just shit. And, it's too easy and it doesn't make for good content. That was where our head was. So we got the whole group together, everyone, except Spain. They were still doing something else. And we said, like, hey, can we do a gentleman's agreement not to use installments? Because, we think it's not that fun. It doesn't showcase your ability that much. Can we agree on that? And then Enzo was like, listen, I am good with both, but I already did it. So I don't know how you guys think of it. And we were like, yeah, we know. That's why we said this, blah, blah, blah. And then Portugal was like, don't know. But, sure. South Korea was only there for vibes anyway. So they were like, yeah, sure, whatever. Then Spain came in. And but they were done very quick. Oh, no, this was season 3. This was definitely season 3. Because then they came in and they were very quick, very, very quickly done with season 2. So they came in beginning of season 3, we were talking about this. They came up like, hey, what are we talking about? Yeah, so this and this installments. And you were like, oh, but we already did like 5 installment deals like last season because we were done quickly. Then Portugal was like, yeah, well, never mind then. Fuck this. We're doing it too. And then Renzo and I were like, okay, well, whatever. But then I was the one that went really overboard with the installments. And I ended up having spent 2 billion in transfers, mostly on installments. So yeah,
That is crazy. And just I'm sure everyone in chat is aware of what we're talking about here. But so essentially what you were doing was, let me just move the window over here, is when you were bidding on players, you were backloading all your payments so that you could use money that you didn't essentially have to buy basically anyone you wanted. So on this shortlist here, if we were going to Manu Kone, you were dropping this down to 0, and then you were doing every single one of these options and backloading.
All of them. Literally all of them. And they often wouldn't accept 0, so I will give them 10 or 20, sometimes even 50 if it was a really good player because they wanted something up front. And then literally I went up to 500 million or 300 million, whatever the player was. Yeah. And it was 200 billion in transfer debt. So all those 50 million, 20 million, 30 millions up front weren't even counted because I only looked at my transfer debt. So I had 2 billion in transfer debt at the end of that save. Yeah, it would look something like that. I wouldn't go that much overboard because it just felt wrong. But yeah, basically that.
I mean, that's tomorrow's problem. That's you leave the team after 3 years. You don't have to worry about that side of things at all.
Yeah.
And it's how politicians run the world. Just kick it down the road.
basically. But
Um,
yeah, like, and
so
we, yeah, sorry.
no, after you.
Okay, yeah. So we basically, after the World Cup, we said, okay, you guys need to find a way to not make it able to do this anymore because it's just ridiculous. And then we came home, and I did a Ask Me Anything on Reddit because I promised some people, and it blew up. And apparently, there I found out that apparently this was a huge deal between all the viewers that saw us do this, and we had no idea. We were like, it doesn't feel right, but whatever. So we started doing it. But apparently, it was a huge deal between everyone. It was an outrage, and we had no idea.
I'll be honest. Like I was tuning in. I was watching. I didn't see that coming through necessarily on. Well, Zealand is so popular that it's very difficult to read his chat. Let's be fair.
Yeah,
It didn't seem like that big a deal at the time. But I think
yeah,
as people were like going through it, they're like, yeah, I can get why it caused some outrage. They need to
yeah.
hire me. You see, I've got the solution for this one where we have financial incentives tied to points.
hmm that is at least, yeah, that's something we said as well, like add some points for financial doing well financially or anything along those lines, like because this is just it became ridiculous. I mean, being Brighton and having a 2 billion transfer debt is just, yeah, not really how Brighton works, is it?
Isn't that what makes it more fun? It like the juxtaposition between reality and the virtual world where Brighton are just turned into Chelsea.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, I don't even know if Chelsea would touch 2 billion, but
They're not
fair,
far
yeah.
off, to be fair. Right. Okay. So what I'm going to suggest now, if you're okay with this, Rowan, is
Hmm.
we're going to pop into a break shortly, and
Sure.
then I'm going to need to crack on because we're now down
Yes.
to 11 hours. I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, I do have longer than you guys did each day, uh, but also you've been in my streams. You know how bad I am at catching up with chat. They're even talking about me because I haven't been able to catch up during this
Hmm.
time. So I want to say a huge massive thank you for coming in, talking about your experience. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for
Once
having me.
again, to those in chat, go on and follow. I have to wait 13 minutes to give you another shout out. I will give you a shout out a little bit later, but you can see in the description Rowan's channel. Head on over, give him a follow. We're going to be streaming together on Saturday evening. In fact,
We
we are
will indeed.
playing a little bit of Among Us with some of the other World Cup competitors and some other people just generally out in the community as well. I'm not trying to sneak in and pretend I'm now a World Cup competitor, just to be clear.
You are. You are. You're
Um,
doing a World Cup challenge. You are.
but hey, awesome.
That's just how this works.
We'll see how we finish overall. I have a feeling
Okay.
I might end up somewhere around 17th out of the 16 competitors.
I'll try to get our group up so you can compare like our group results at some point.
You're an absolute star. Yeah, so a huge thank you. I hope you have a wonderful festive period as well.
Thank you. You too.
And I look forward to seeing you on Saturday.
Yes, I will see you then.
Cheers, guys.
Bye, Chet.
Right, hello. I might actually hit continue. Indeed, what a massive, massive thank you to Rowan for popping along. I hope that was interesting for you guys. I do apologise that I couldn't really keep up with chat particularly well. As you noticed, every time I tried to do things on the computer, it seemed to kick Rowan out. So we managed to get it stable towards the end there. I do apologise for that. Did warn there might be some technical issues as we try something out very, very last minute. But he's an absolute gentleman. Offered to come along the other day. And gave us this time this morning. Really, really appreciative. It's really, really thank you for that. Lovely to see you guys in as well. I've obviously seen Crodmo's about, Tatsugiri's in, Root is in, Holy Fab is in. We have, I'm not going to be able to roll all the way back. Hank is in. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my word, it's like 5 o'clock for you, Hank. Bless you, sir. Kwan is in. Kwan, did you come when we were talking about you, or did you miss that? We need your bribery skills. We need your bribery skills. Who else is here? We've got Adam is in. Adam, are you still about? Love to see. So for Verde, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone. Thank you very much. The Dutch contingent are admitting that they can be blunt. It is beautiful though. It is wonderful stuff. Hervan, yet very enthusiastic to play even more FM. That's what we like to hear. RJ is here. Good morning. Mats is in. Matt, welcome in, Matt. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Matt was the Norwegian competitor. He'll also be joining us on Saturday evening. I think you're with us on Saturday evening, aren't you, Matt? I'm just accusing you of. I'm committing your time for you. I hope you're doing well. We did have a good second season, so let's catch you up and let's press continue. How about that? Yep, we played yesterday the second season. We finished second. We threw it away a little bit towards the end.
It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, bless you so much, Rowan. So bless you, so kind. You've already done enough, but I do very much appreciate it. So yeah, we can see from the form here, we had some big games that we lost right at the end. If we beat Liverpool, if we beat Arsenal, if we beat Man City at the end of the season, we'd have been on 89 points. Liverpool would have been on 88. So a much better season. We finished second, really, really good. But there's missed opportunity there. We also won the Europa Conference League. We avenged our defeat from Tuesday evening against Fiorentina, and we enacted the exact same scoreline on Wolfsburg. There's Wolfsburg. Yes, 2-0 win over Wolfsburg. We lost in the final of the Carabao Cup to a 90.
Bless you. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
On a needle. Bless you, Mats. Thank you so much. You're an absolute gentleman. Yeah, we lost to we conceded a 97th minute equaliser against Arsenal in the Carabao Cup final. They then went to win it in regular time. So we're in a decent spot. We have some good performance. We signed Imega. He scored 17 goals in 2,400 minutes. Outshined a lot by Ollie Watkins with his 35. And John Duran came in strong. His 24 goals was really, really important. When we had injuries to Imega, we had injuries to Watkins. So we're doing very, very well in an attacking sense. Defensively, we brought in Duki. Duki was okay, pretty decent. Won his tackles, won his headers. We brought in Victor Johansson and his red beard. Look at that lovely red glow. All very, very dramatic. But we do need to improve further. So there was a little bit that we showed there earlier where we had a shortlist. I did add some players to the shortlist last night. We want to back up at centre-back, and I think we're going to look to bring in Ari MB. He's available on a free transfer, so let's go and try and... let's do the honours first. He wants to be cover, surely? He does indeed. That's marvellous. He's going to replace Tyrone Mings, who said he's going to leave on a free transfer. So that will be a nice backup option for us. And we also have John McGinn wanting to leave. So we might well be looking to bring in one of these three: Manu Kone, Archie Gray, Joris Chotard. We're not going to make a move until we can sell McGinn, because part of our challenge is that we need to keep our wage budget under control, and we need to make sure that we manage our transfer debt as well. Did that not work? It did work. Well, hey. I was looking last night at pressures, but I've changed it this morning to look for players who have very low possession lost. So Manu Kone is safe on the ball, loses it less than 5 times per game. Archie Gray was playing as a defensive midfielder, loses it 7 times per game, but that's still good enough for the 85th percentile. And Joyce Shotard loses it 5.41 times a game. Really, really good. So those are going to be the players we're potentially going to look to bring in, and hopefully, injuries permitting, we won't have to worry too much anymore there. So let's just catch up with some of the chat there. Obviously, we've missed some. So Dankuel, Hololifab, have a great rest of your second at Christmas Day. Absolutely, thank you very much. Let's see. Oh, this means Rowan is one of us now. He's always been one of us. Rowan of us, indeed. Finished second, really good. Aren't you supposed to be English? Oh, shut up, Crudmo. I've had like 4 hours sleep. The Dutch are known for their bad jokes as well, and that's why you'll fit in so well. Yeah, and if you won every game, you wouldn't have lost any. Very true, RJ. Very true. Rowan on one is already a pun on one-on-ones, but I should have advertised that a bit more. You should. Well, the beard is the best part of that keeper because he isn't setting the world on fire. He's not. He's only a backup, though. We had to sign him as an emergency in January because both Emi Martinez and our backup keeper went down injured. There's only going to be like 2 games we'd be without a goalkeeper, but we didn't really want to go there. In fact, I think we ended up playing a youngster called Philip Marshall for a couple of games. We moved him back down to the reserve team. He played 3 games for us. He did keep a clean sheet, to be fair. He's kind of okay, but he wasn't registered for Europe, so we were a little bit screwed. Jesus, Duran snagging 24, fair. Duran was brilliant for us. Well, he was kind of brilliant for us. So when I woke up this morning, I didn't have like the normal copyright strikes that I get on YouTube. Now, there'll be copyrights on YouTube where they don't give you a strike, they just take your money. So I looked to trim out the song this morning, and they weren't even happy with that. So I've had to completely like trim that section out of the video. Duran are very, very litigious. There we go. John Jesus Duran, exactly. Taylor of the Tapes has both Manu Kone and Archie Gray on my team. Interesting. How did you find them both? So we've had Archie Gray in the Tottenham Moneyball clinic we did, and he was pretty decent. I haven't managed Manu Kone yet. He's obviously a player that people say is very, very good in the game. He does look certainly to be the right kind of profile. We want someone who could sit deeper in the camera role, someone who could play further forwards and do the Segundo Volante thing as well. So kind of quite infused by Kone as an option. But that is very, very dependent on us losing John McGinn. In fact, we should probably transfer list him now. So the players that want to leave is Joe Gauchi because he wasn't getting any playing time. Obviously, he got injured when we wanted it. Tyrone Mings is leaving on a free transfer at the end of next year. So we'll try and get rid of him now. John McGinn wants to leave because he didn't start enough games. He started 25 last season, but he's not happy with that. Philip Coutinho we want to get rid of because he's rubbish. Let's see. Intermediary, yay, we've got some offers coming in for absolute pittance, but it gets it off our wage bill, which is the key thing. We're probably going to... So we signed Nicolo Zaniolo on a permanent last year, but we're going to transfer list him. There is some interest from Saudi Arabia. He was decent. 9 goals, 12 assists isn't bad. Moussa Diaby was a lot better. And we also signed Michael Elise, who then got injured straight away. So he should be back, and that would give us our backup on the right wing. Also, I've promoted a couple of the youngsters as well. So K-Pi was our key player that came through in our youth intake in the first season. I think he's already good enough to be playing games in a rotational. So he can be involved a little bit. Some of these other ones, Caden Young, Omar Kadir, Rory Wilson, we will lean on them a little bit in this third season. At least that's the plan. So said Jesus Duran. Is he now called Jesus John Duran? That would be a good name for him. John Jesus Duran even is what Tatsugiri is going for. Thought his name was John, not Jesus. Should we change his name to Jesus spelt with an H in the middle? You were away from keyboard, Crommo. What did you miss? Nothing much, don't worry. Fuck you, Simon Le Bon. That's fair, though. Duran. Yes, there we go. There we go. The most important thing we need to do now is where is John Duran? Misk set nickname. Duran. Beautiful stuff. So was that B Beleli B guy out the reckoning? No, MBB we've just offered a contract to. So he is there. Bright, I assume you mean Bright Harry and B. We are looking to get him in if we possibly can. So he told you to shut up for some reason. I don't remember why. Why did I tell Crudmo to shut up? Oh, he was correcting my grammar. That's right. Yeah, I told you to shut up because I've only had 4 hours sleep. My grammar is going to be awful. My pronunciations are going to be awful. I am going to slowly devolve into absolute insanity by probably lunchtime today. So we've got our backup. That's cool. Do we have interest coming in for the guys we've just transfer listed? Not for Gauchi. We do have for... why aren't you letting me do Ask Agent? Can we not Ask Agent whilst... Or are agents ignoring us now or something? Let's pop that up at his asking price, see if that does anything. We've got McGinn. Anyone interested in McGinn? No one is interested in McGinn currently. Philip Coutinho. We're waiting for those bids to come. Yep, Zaniolo was the other one. Zaniolo for... Yeah, we've got interest from... Thingy, what's it? Oh, we did have a... Am I being... Maybe some of those players don't have agents. That might make sense. No one's apparently interested in buying Zaniolo right now. That's fine. You're just outside my living room window. Fair enough. RG is on the cusp. Oh, sorry, and Elector on the cusp with Cesar Huerta. That'll be a great signing. That'll be a really, really exciting signing. Coutinho, we've got the bid for. That's marvellous. Keeping a good eye on him, I see. Well, I need him to be outside my window. It just keeps me on my toes, keeps me alert and awake. Philip Coutinho wants us to give him $1.5 million for him to leave. Yep, sure. We get you off the wage bill that way. That takes it off the wage bill, which I'm fine with. Any transfer funds we end up left over with, we'll try and use it to buy out some clauses as well, because that should bring down the net debt. Sakone is kind of like a Basuma regen, good with the ball, can pass and carry, works hard in defence, but can be rash and sloppy with his tackles. Sent off and gave away penalties. That in fact does remind me. He came out as one of the very worst players when we did our testing for red cards per 90. So that is something to be mindful of. You might have helped talk me out of Kone. Thank you, Tails. Icon Air, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Probably won't be around as much today. This is the season for the winning the league. I have faith in your abilities. Bless you. That is very kind. I don't. But we hope we'll certainly be aiming for it. We're going for victory on all fronts. Champions League, Premier League, FA Cup, Carling Cup. We can do it all. Carling Cup. There we go. That shows how far stuck back in time I am. The Carabao Cup, even. Crudmo likes to know what I'm up to. That's fair. Hank, I'm American, so English, real good partner. It's beautiful. So Stars, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. So if you feel comfortable chatting, let us know who you support, who you playing with as FM. Love to hear from you. There is no obligation to do so, though. So only if you feel comfortable. Rootin' Tootin' Johnny Trotter is embracing the American side as well. Good man. Tells the Tape says Gray is more of a playmaker. I play him at advanced playmaker, DM, and as a deputy inverted wing back on the right. So yeah, I mean, we used him in more of a defensive midfield capacity at Spurs. So much more about keeping the things tied over, covering up right back as well. Not seeing him in a more advanced capacity, but we'd be looking at somebody who would either play as a defensive midfielder or a Segundo Volante in our system. I should probably take us over the system that we're going to be using, really, shouldn't I? So this is what we've got. It's what we used last season. We'll clear this all out. It's a 4-2-4. We have attacking width from the wing back on the left. We have a winger on the right. an inverted winger who cuts inside, and then 2 forwards who press the back line. Our defensive midfielders, so this is the more defensive player, and then somebody who's going to get up. So occasionally we end up with like a 2-6 in forward areas. So we do look to basically overload as much as we possibly can, overcommit, and we're going to score a lot of goals. We're going to concede a lot of goals as well. So last season we were the second top scorers. We scored 90 goals, which is really, really impressive had it not been for Liverpool's 108. Liverpool nearly scored 3 goals a game last season, but we conceded 44. So we had the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. We only had the 6th best defence, and that's probably the thing that makes a difference. And we're not looking to reinforce it. We're just bringing in backups. That's a wise idea, isn't it? Rootin' tootin', and unfortunately a lot of shooting. Unfortunately, he'd be the first Mexican player at Anderlecht. Interesting. Caden Young, we can keep hold of. Right, you're off for some fresh air. Have a good day, all. Thank you very much for dropping by, Hervan. Hope you have a lovely, lovely day. Jay Taylor says, Happy Boxing Day. Hello, everyone. Welcome in, Jay Taylor. I hope you're doing well. Crypto Davo is in over on YouTube. He supports Rangers. I'm very sorry. It's a tough time to be a Rangers fan at the moment. I do appreciate. How do you feel about Clement? Are you on the Clement out train, or do you have faith in him? Hank wonders what fresh air is. What is that? I don't even know what daylight is anymore, Hank. Is it a hidden attribute? Fresh air is overrated. Fresh air, that's fair. Fresh air in this period of the year makes you sick. That's fair. That's a good reason to stay inside. Maybe turn on the heating. Put on a little fire. Snuggle up. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. That said, I am looking forward. Tomorrow morning, I'm not necessarily going to wake up tomorrow morning. Maybe tomorrow afternoon. My plan is to go for a little bit of a stroll, enjoy a little bit of fresh air, look forward to using my legs properly. That might happen at lunchtime today, to be fair. Any movement there? We've got some more teams saying they're interested. Let's try and offer out. We'll start our unspecified. We paid 19.25 million for him, and we have got some interest popping up there. Let's just do it this way. And maybe if the loan offers come in, we can switch it to a transfer potentially. No one is interested in Gauchi at the moment. Let's see if we can get some that way. We can't. Let's try an intermediary. They could get us a couple of mil. That'll do. So we have Johansson as our backup. We'll promote one of the youngsters, probably Oliver Zweig, up to be our third choice. We'll confirm all that. Our wage budget is £3 million now, but we want to stay below 2.7 million. We get 5 bonus points for staying below 2.7 million. There you go. Can we talk about John McGinn? No, we can't. So Crypto Davo says we need to back our managers. We have not done that much, or if we have, it's been the wrong manager. That's one of the hard things, though, isn't it? There's the sunk cost fallacy as well. You don't want to, just because you've pulled the trigger perhaps a little bit too early, you don't want to keep on seeing through with someone if it's not working, just because you want to make sure that they've got a chance. And it can be a little bit harsh. If it wasn't for your history of moving on managers very quickly, would you still want Philip Clement to be there? Do we change jobs? Offers from Inter and from Juventus. Unfortunately, we have to turn them down. Pass that on. Holy Fab says, went out for a walk this morning. I'm glad to be back inside with the heater on. That's fair. I'll be happy when the spring begins and the sun is back properly. You see, I'm very much in my element in winter. I don't have the heating on yet. I probably won't have the heating on today, to be honest. Maybe a little bit before I go to sleep. But I love the cold. So I'm the other way around. I'm hoping that spring and summer are far, far away. Right, we've got some bids coming in. Juventus have made a non-negotiable one at 31 million. Al Ahly looking at giving us installments. Installments helps us with our debt, which is cool. So let's see if we can get this up to his 56 million overall. So 36 in installments. They will offer us, so that's 56 overall, which is fine. We will reject this, and we will now offer him out a little bit above the 56. I know that we probably shouldn't be messing around with trying to extract as much value as possible. We've been linked with Retigui. I do like Retigui. I don't know how he is in the game. Okay. It's not really an area we need to improve, though. Mingatha wants a new contract. Let's see what... so he's on 48k per week. Contract, what does he want? 77 to 95. Yeah, I don't mind that. Mingatha's been good for us. Let's discuss it so we can say, yeah, that's fine. That's an easy promise for us to keep up to potentially about 85. You don't get to choose your roles or anything. 73k, perfect. Nice and easy stuff there. So that is an extra 30k, but we'd have saved us a sizable amount with the sale of Mings, with the sale of Zaniolo, with the sale of Coutinho. So should be okay. So Football Fan is in over on YouTube. How are you? Had a good Christmas? I've had a lovely time, Football Fan. So we've been streaming the last 3 days, 12 hours each day. This is day 3. Lovely to see you in. I hope you've had a wonderful Christmas yourself. Jay Teller says, guys, I'm looking for a save with a team without foreign restrictions. If you know a league that allows you to play everyone, please share. I think Germany is pretty light on restrictions, isn't it? Poland is a good one. The Dutch and the Austrian league. Some fabulous suggestions there from Rowan. Napoli make a loan approach. Does it come with a big mandatory fee? No, it doesn't. So you can get Gauchi is sold. A free contract deal on one of our youngsters. So unless we get a bid forthcoming for John McGinn, we won't be reinforcing that position. Let's try once again. They are all still really only interested in loans, which doesn't necessarily move the needle for us. So Crypto Dave says, when we sack our managers, we have a 6-month bounce, then the cycle repeats. My problem is who can come in and do a job with our weak squad. That's fair. I mean, do you just replace managers every 6 months then? If you know that you're going to get a 6-month bounce, just hire managers knowing that you're going to sell, just have to change it twice a season. That'll be fine, won't it? I'm being facetious. Yeah, Poland was also a shout. Bulgaria has been mentioned, and Hungary. Hungary, Tatsugiri, Hank, and El Norby have all mentioned Hungary. Damn it, there was anti-American banter and I missed it. I mean, Crodmo, you've already said that we don't talk about Luton. I don't think those. I certainly can't. I can't throw stones at America when I live near Luton. That's all I would suggest. We've missed out on a sell-on clause. We've released a load of youngsters. That's all fine. Luca Dina's work permit is due to expire. They don't think he'll get one. Interesting. What is? We don't need to worry about contracts that expire next year, realistically. Ori Steinoksson is almost back from injury, which is cool as well. So we do have that's like a new transfer, right? That's like a new transfer. I think Latvia are lax as well. Interesting. We used to be able to laugh at America, and then Brexit, indeed. And the poster child for Brexit wasn't content with making things rubbish over here. He gets elected as an MP and then spends all of his time over in America. Can you say? Oh, so can you see? Yeah, it's such a. I mean this as respectfully as possible. I do apologise to all Americans in the chat, but that has got to be one of the most horrible national anthems. Like it doesn't stick to a key. It's all over the place. Just yeah. The only saving grace is that because it doesn't stick to a key and it's horrible, therefore to sing. You get a lot of situations where you get bad versions of it before sporting events. How much of a contract does Diaby want? 170k. That's probably a no. That is a no. This isn't the time and place. Sorry. So potentially we end up getting rid of Diaby as well, and then we'd probably look at maybe a Paqueta or a Kudus. Dendonka's mandatory transfer's gone through. That's a nice player to have off our books as well. Oh yes, they're asking us about friendlies, aren't they? We should really set those. Where have these that's the friendly proposal. 16th of the 8th is the one. That's there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do that there on the Saturday. That's going to be against somebody good. Somebody maybe not that good. Let's play against River Plate. We can't play them in Europe, so that would be nice. We've got our training camp is going to be in the Netherlands. I thought that would be a nice touch with our interview with Rowan earlier on today. We will play against Celtic. We did get an option. I think it was like USA, Singapore, the standard ones you get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any teams that are kind of okay. We'll go out to Ireland again. Let's play the Ramblers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will be, let's go to Derry. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So away here, that will be very small. Can we get... Yeah, we want to obviously play against... They all look to be quite Belgian. AZ, FC20. Yeah, it'll have to be. They're probably the easiest of those teams, and they're not exactly easy, are they? So we'll just have the 2 friendlies during our training camp. We're going smaller. Any of these Dutch? Dessel, I assume, is in Dessel in Belgium. Yep. Bertram, I assume, is Belgium. That looks like a Belgian badge. Do we play against a very, very small? Okay, that's the German team. Westphalia is surely German as well. So we're going to play our first friendlies, the ones where we mainly want to get up to fitness against AZ and Twente instead. That's going to go well, I'm sure. Oh wow, you guys have been busy on chat. I do apologise. Yeah, ours is pretty bad too as well. Hank, you do have to hear it before every sporting event. Like, I mean, but would you prefer it if you got to hear Roseanne Barr do it before every event? Or there was Fergie's one before the basketball. That was an amazing one. Are they saying that he feels comfortable? Still wants crazy money. Sorry. City should loan Grealish back to Villa, reckons Football Fan. He wouldn't get in the team. We don't need him. We don't need him. Like, we've got Morgan Rogers, right? That's all we need. Tells the tapes. I think I'll go with Lobotka as he's transfer listed and there's the cheapest first team option available. Fair enough. I like the Spanish one. No words, not controversial. The lack of words definitely helps. What's your feeling on the Swiss national anthem, Crodmo? I go to New York Rangers games, and when they play the Canadian teams, we have to hear both anthems. That's, you both need to get nice and patriotic beforehand. So Netherlands has an anthem where we sing, we have German blood, and we'll always honour the Spanish king, even though we have one too. That seems questionable. I love the passion of the Italians while singing their national anthem. Now, the Italian national anthem is a bop. I don't think I've ever described anything as a bop before, but that is most definitely a bop. Chris Norton Walker is in. Hello, good luck today. I'll be back later on if you've stayed sane. I most definitely won't have stayed sane, that's for sure, but I'd love to see you, my dude. I hope you have a lovely day. Most national anthems are really bloodthirsty pro-war anthems. Indeed. We beat the British twice and we never shut the hell up about it. And to think that it's so long ago as well. I mean, that's a matter of opinion, but let's not fall out about it. I mean, they did win. That's kind of the whole thing, isn't it? FMG&G, team bonding in Ireland. What could go wrong? I mean, they'll certainly have a good time. They'll definitely have a good time. Whether it will be healthy for the squad, I don't know. So we'll welcome the squad back. We'll say hello, and then we'll say goodbye. An offer for Lindstrom, a big offer for Lindstrom. Lindstrom was actually really quite good. Obviously, it's moved on behind the seasons, but his expected assists, his distance covered was really good. He's really interested in leaving, though. Well, you can be really interested in leaving, but it's going to cost a crazy amount of money. 105 million, please. Nope. And we'll see. So we should be able to get an asking price there of around 60, I think. Maybe it'll be around 55, the amount that we sold Zaniolo for. We signed him for 5 million, so we can't complain from that perspective. But he is a player on relatively decent wages for us, so we don't want him to go. Well, what sort of wages does he want? 575? No way. Another player who can be unhappy. That's fine. So Roseanne Barr, now that's a throwback in history. It was if you haven't heard her doing the national anthem before a baseball game, it is quite an event. I'd rather hear the Europa League anthem before every sporting event, as you should. WWE has nice singers of American anthem. Interesting. Hendrix's Star Spangled Banner is the greatest rendition. That is a classic. I don't think you should describe anything as a bop either, reckons Crudmo. It's done. The damage is done. Is that going to be a mandatory fee? That isn't. It has to be a mandatory fee if you're going to come in for him. It's a mandatory fee around the same amount. We're saying you've got to pay 64 million in total, and you've got to pay all his wages. I assume you're going to pull out. You are indeed. How un-Catholic of you, Atlanta. Where were we? So, my Portuguese anthem is nice, says Football Fan. I like it. The lyrics are about how we are a small country who slay giants. Is there a particular nation who those giants are that you're pointing that towards? So Rowan says, right, I'm going to go to the family now. I'll try to pop in every now and then, and still have an amazing day, Rowan. Thank you so much for popping along this morning. Really, really appreciated. And I think I get the impression people enjoyed it as well. So that's great. Hopefully we'll see them. You've now got guys in chat. You've now got to come along on Saturday night. Watch us play Among Us. Have fun. Thanks again for the insight. Indeed. We're doing a pilgrimage to Paul McGrath's place, not to Paul McGrath's birthplace, just to all the bars that he would end up in pretty much every evening. So best feature in this FM is being able to get out of those meetings ASAP. I genuinely didn't notice that option until recently as well. I'd usually go in, say, we'll do whatever the board said for the thing, and then exit out. I didn't realise you could actually just nope out immediately. A bid for Hayden Carter, well underneath his value. Not even going to entertain it. Marita didn't come up on the numbers. Let's see what he's performed well in Sporting. He's won a decent number of tackles. Pass rate is pretty poor. Fouls kind of look okay. I'm not sure he would be the player we are looking for, to be fair. But as he popped up there, it's always worth looking. Carter, right, what does he want? He wants to leave. Right, the offer, they weren't offering enough. I think an amount that is more than we paid for you would be fair. We'll do it at 4. We will do it at 4. Cool. So if we get a bid of 4 million, we'll be looking to replace Hayden Carter as well. He dropped down to 5th choice centre-back last season. He was only ever meant to be in as cover, so that's kind of okay. We might not even need to replace him. We've got Kerr Smith in our youth team who could potentially be our 5th choice. So I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Sorry, Tales of the Tape. So I've said goodbye to people that have left. I apologise if I mentioned your name when I said goodbye, so I do apologise there. Crubmo, fun fact, the longest standing peace treaty in the world is between Portugal and England. Interesting. Lamar Bogard. Yeah, they don't not want to pay much for his wages. We can ignore that. I heard Among Us is a great game if you ever need to vent. Beautiful stuff. Football Fan says the English that we call brutos, which just means that English are rough and big, mentioning the people there are big and tall. That has been changed for caños, which means cannons. Interesting. I mean, I'd sing against the British as well. I mean, I don't think it will come as much of a surprise that I'm not the most patriotic fellow in the world. So the best kind of facts are indeed useless ones. Throw out more, Crudmo. We want those useless facts. I think it was a Beatles reference. Right, yeah, okay, yeah. We had conflicts with the English, but we had a love-hate relationship. The first fight between Portugal and English was Portugal's famous pink map. And Crudmo also hates the British. Ghastly people. Ghastly people. I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but yes. Oh, have we still got Alex Moreno? Right, we're not loaning him out for a 30th billionth season. What should his asking price be now? They're saying 26. Let's drop him down to 15. All those guys are in the squad. That's marvellous there. So, anybody interested in him again? Still not at the moment. Interest in Lindstrom has faded now. There's no interest in Moussa Diaby. Alex Moreno. So there is people who want to loan him. We've put him on transfer list though instead. We could get an offer for 15 million. Marvellous stuff. I do wonder whether we go for Manu Kone anyway and just freeze McGinn out. We've now we've got I know that's the negative signifier, but that means we've got a positive transfer debt. We are owed £34.5 million more than we've got outgoing. So that we're perfectly fine there. It's just really the wage side of things we need to be concerned about. Wolves have come in with a bid. We sell across the divide. We might sell across the divide. Offer him for 16 million then. Fine. If the board are being silly, why are you fussing over a guy who is our third choice? I mean, yes, I know we'd make a loss on him, but we signed him like 5 years ago. It was a Beatles reference in addition to
You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, Bell. Thank you very much. Giving out a community gift sub to Max PG91. That is very, very kind. Merry Christmas to you. It is not the statistics. So Tels did it was a Beatles reference. I do apologise. Tatsugiri's not British. They're Welsh, indeed. Musterman claimed I was a noob at the last Among Us session. Then he went on to kill everybody and win the whole thing twice. I mean, okay, I was a noob. That was genuinely honest. I'd played once before with work 4 years prior. And I might have just used the fact that I didn't know what I was doing to my advantage. It's a game of subterfuge, right? I shouldn't be blamed for that. Perfectly innocent and reasonable. And now, of course, you won't trust me on Saturday. Anything I say. So I've set myself up. Crudmo says he's not British either. He's English. The pink map was Portugal that discovered countries and were claiming them, and England didn't find it funny as they also wanted to claim territory. I mean, let's face it. Wanting to claim territory that isn't ours is the European way. Football says I was trash in school, but history always got me excited. But isn't that the thing about schools? It's about finding those subjects that you're interested in and get you involved and excited. And for you, it was clearly history, which is cool. Right, our first team is barely changed at all right now. So it's McTominay partnering Camera. It looks like we might be going with the return of Michael Elise as the starter. Jesper Lindstrom. Who is it? Who's our striker? It's Watkins and it's Duran, potentially ahead of Omega there. Our backups are as follows. Nedeljkovic, Konza, Harry Bree, Taylor, McGinn, Onyedika, Diaby, Ramsey, Rory Wilson, and Omega. We should probably sell Morgan Rogers. He's not going to be part of the first team. Oscarson's not too far away from returning, so that element is there. We're going to basically zoom through these games like we did yesterday. We can't spend particularly much time on them, but I want to make sure that people are playing 45 minutes each. which means we kind of need to take control of the game so that we're doing it for the sake of fitness during the course of the season. So I'll pop it on commentary. That bit's off. We get to half time. We swap all the players over. We instant result. So Johnny Trott says, I remember Andy Murray being British when he won and Scottish when he lost. Indeed. Happy Christmas. Yep, thank you, Bell. It's the needles. It's the statistics. It's not the balloons. I feel like Musterman is a good enough gaslighter to be good at Among Us. You're accusing me of gaslighting. Oh, I would never. I think you're thinking of the wrong person, Hank. I definitely wouldn't gaslight. Must be your memory. I think it's going a little bit awry there. Not me. So Cinnamon Rolls, thank you very much for the follow. If you're comfortable jumping in chat, let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. I'd love to hear from you. If not, though, there is absolutely no obligation to do so. It's all good. Dark Mill Harrell has just said, show me. What would you like to be shown? Johnny Trotter says, delete Crudmo as applicable. Indeed. Yes, we will. We're not talking about his greetings. We're just going to delete Crudmo. I did catch that chat earlier, by the way. So the Crudmo out hashtag was indeed about getting Crudmo to go out. It wasn't about getting rid of him. You have finally shown that what it is. It's about how he's got an insatiable social appetite. I'm pleased with the number of thingy-what's-its. Swap all of these over. Delkovic, Konza, Arian B, Taylor, McGinn, Onyedika. I have managed to go through all of but actually we signed him on the first day, didn't we? So I've gone through all 3 days without making any jokes about Rafael Onyedika's name, and I think that should just be noted. I don't expect applause or anything. I mean, I do expect applause. I should definitely get applause. I haven't said anything about a man whose name is on your dick. And I haven't just then. You didn't hear that. We're degenerates in chat, so enter at your own risk. Indeed. I prefer the idea of deleting Crudmo. Oh, no. Now you've said that, it doesn't feel like fun anymore. We must keep Crudmo around at all costs. Ibar show interest in Moreno. We said that we were going to transfer list Morgan Rogers. Nothing against Morgan Rogers. I absolutely love Morgan Rogers. But he hasn't really made it into the team, and that kind of place is probably better with players younger. So we've got those youth players up there, and we'll see how things go. Maybe we can get some interest there. So Holifab says, I would have made those jokes, but I decided against it. Well done. I should have done, to be fair. At all costs, is he getting diplomatic immunity? Shouldn't. I think that's reasonable. Crudmo says, and don't worry, Crudmo will be departing shortly to watch Everton's annual thrashing at Manchester City. If there's ever a team to let Manchester City get out of their funk, I mean, it would be typical, wouldn't it? But this is a new Everton. You just got a really, really good draw against Chelsea. Chelsea were an informed team as well. You should have won that game. You definitely should have won that game. We're well under our wage budget, aren't we? Maybe we end up giving in to Moussa Diaby. Maybe not. You're the only team to lose to Southampton. But that was the old Everton. That was pre-takeover Everton. The mood around the place has changed now. Only time to give Brentford a point away from home. Again, old Everton. It is the season for giving. Indeed, it is the season for giving. I know I'm not. I don't mean to pick on you, by the way, Dark Millhowell. That's not the intention here. But I really want to know what you mean by just saying "show me." Please do elaborate if you are still around. I'm genuinely intrigued. The manager and players haven't changed. No, it's that they've had a weight lifted off them. I mean, it's only essentially been one result so far, right? But we can still run with that. All right, let's change some more bits around here. Just put some other players in for a little bit. Diaby in there and Mega in. Same thing yet again. So we will be, hopefully we'll be into our first game after the next break, which will allow us to have a good 10 hours to get through the season. So fingers crossed, we should be able to. Maybe we will zoom through a lot more of the first half of the season, so that we can backload a little bit better, like than we did last season. Because we did have to skip through some big games like the cup final, which, in hindsight, I wish we hadn't. You drew with Arsenal as well. Exactly. Imagine being a fan of a team in the Dutch second tier and getting minus 21 points for financial management. It can be worse. I mean, the Vitesse story is very, very sad. But I know it's no consolation at the moment, but maybe it's a chance for a hard reset, and finally cleansed of the Abramovich situation, things can improve afterwards. I mean, that almost happened to Everton as well. The Russian gangsters, allegedly. Yes, allegedly. Pretty decent from a pre-season there. I didn't see who scored the goal. It was in Mega. Same old thing that we've done before. I am going to I do need to adapt the defensive formation as well. So let's chuck the defensive formation in for the second half. The only change we're going to make is make the defensive midfielder a defensive midfielder. I think that might be good for when we hand that over to our assistant manager. Probably a chance just to be a little bit more contained. He says that we do concede 2 in the second half, but it looks like there weren't many opportunities in that second half, which I'm kind of on board with. And it was, a mixture of starters and reserves, so that's all cool. The fact that we're not getting bids for our players, I'm starting to get itchy trigger finger and want to sign players for the sake of it, which I know isn't what we want to be looking to do. No one wants to buy Rodgers on a permanent. We're still waiting for the Moreno one to finish. Can we get anything yet for McGinn? Just the one club interested, but they don't have the funds to do so. Interesting. We've given the young West Brom midfielder Jamaldine Jimo a new contract. It was Vitesse you were talking about. Holofab confirms. I hate it when any football club has stuff like that happen to them beyond their control. Not fair on the fans, players, staff, etc. Indeed. Sad story. Vitesse are a fun team to use on FM. Well, they were. But part of the fun of them was because of the dirty money that was there. That link to Chelsea and all those, you could get some quality players and really, really tear it up in the Dutch division. It is a shame. It is a shame without doubt. But as we say, it's a new dawn. That's the way we. I mean, it's easy for me to say, not as a fan. I do appreciate. Except Liverpool. Liverpool, that would be funny. I mean, yeah. I know I should be neutral, but it would be funny. Do we try and push Carter out? We promised to sell him for 4 million. What happens if we do that? No interest there. Let's offer for 4 mil. See what happens. I used them in 99-0. That was great fun. Oh, now that's definitely legit. Proper Vitesse. It was Vitesse who had Henk ten Kat as manager for a while, wasn't it? Was it Vitesse? I think so. So Holy Fab, was Henk ten Kat your manager back? Was that when Nikos Maklas was when he won the Golden Boot as well? So that was around that era, I believe. So we've moved Kerr Smith up just in case. Still no interest there. Anything coming in for the other players? DRB, no. I so know I'm going to end up spending money that I don't need to. But surely at the same time, we can't go into a new season where the only signing that we've made is a backup left centre back. But we do get Elise back. That is like a new signing. We signed him in January and then he was out injured. So that kind of feels like one. And the offers come in. It's just for loan and 10% of his wages. Absolutely not. Man City want all our staff. Who is the new Man City manager? I should probably check that out, in fact. Man City have been taken over by Carlo Ancelotti. Oh, we're going to have some vibe ball going on. Carlo Ancelotti finally gets his hands on Haaland, but not the way that we thought it would happen. So Nedeljkovic onto the bench. Kerr Smith comes in. Yeah, we're all right in that respect. We're going to pop basically all these youngsters back down into the youth setup so that they can get game time. Squad to the under-21s. The same deal as before, just we're trying to manage that fitness. So hopefully we can make sure we've got as close to a fully fit squad for the opening day. I think it said that our opening game was away against Tottenham, which is a little bit tough. But you know, we're challenging for league titles now, right? So those are the kind of games we need to win. They had Van Hooijdonk then, I think. Yeah, they did too. I think it was Van Hooijdonk in '99. Like, crazy. Like Van Hooijdonk, to me, Van Hooijdonk feels like a real early '90s player. Stefanovic was a beast. It was 97-98 when Maklas was awarded the Golden Boot, and then Ajax bought him. There we go. And was that under Ten Cat? I think that was Ten Cat before. Did Ten Cat go from Vitesse to Ajax as well? And then it all kind of went downhill. So he buggered off to be an assistant manager at Barcelona and rebuilt his reputation. Or have I made all of that up? Quite possibly. 1-0 against Derry City is nowhere near as impressive as 1-0 against the Dutch teams, but we'll take it. Result doesn't really matter. There needs to be an option on you know how we're allowed to say how long we want players to play for our reserves? There needs to be something similar for the senior squad. I mean, granted, I get that the idea of holidaying or instant result isn't actually meant to be like a core part of the game. So, yeah, kind of makes sense that they don't do anything on that side. A waste of resources to do that. Yeah, there we go. No. Do we sign Manu Kone anyway? Do we sign Manu Kone? Even if John McGinn doesn't have any buyers, we've got like 200,000 in the wiggle room on the wage budget. Now, what is our? We're on 2.3 actually, so we've got 400,000. Right. Okay. This isn't the thing that we need to do, but do we do it anyway? We decided that actually probably Archie Gray was a better option, but Manu Kone is a player that I know that people say is good, and I haven't managed him in FM. So let's pop that out to a poll. Should we sign Manu Kone? Gaslighting again. Prodmo is a Remco van der Schaaf man through and through. Ten Carter, yes, was 98, then went Barca. So he went Barca first, then Ajax. Cool. Was there that season, then had to rebuild his career in Germany, Hungary, and then went to Breda. He was Ajax manager after he was the assistant at Barcelona. There we go. Fabulous stuff. And yep, there's the skin. Thank you very much, Hank, for doing that. So we have people saying we should sign with 5-1 in favour of Kone right now. 5-1. That is pretty clear so far. Have we got any more votes coming in? It's just a nice short one, I think, a few minutes. A loan offer for... Right, I'd happily loan him out so that he can get fitness, but you have to pay his wages. So you're going to say no to this? Indeed you are. In fact, there we go. We're going to pop... So Oskarsson, the plan was that Oskarsson would be ready by this season. He's then been out injured for a long time. So what we might actually do is look at strikers that have been scouted. Bring someone in to kind of add to those ranks. We've got Duran, Omega, Watkins for our front two. Moussa Diaby can play in that role as well, which is fine. Lindstrom can play up front as well. I would like somebody pacey, who could be in that rotation. And because Oskarsson has had that big injury, we send him out on loan instead. Moise Keane is pacey. He's also got a reasonable physical profile. Let's go for natural strikers. Matches Cunha, he's not pacey, is he? He's a dribbly boy. Scored 4 goals before getting relegated. I know that's not the best information to work off, but it's what we've got. Vitor Roque hasn't really played. Joshua Zirkzee isn't a pacey boy, but he does score goals. Abel Ruiz, not that great on pace, is it? He's good balance. Does score a decent amount though. 33 in 53 games is not too shabby at all. Kasper Dolberg isn't that kind of player. Ernest Poku, 6 goals for Young Ajax in 33 games. That's a no. Another Icelandic player. Could we go for Daniel Ingi Johansson? No. Not some crazy surprise there. Mukoku's now there in terms of acceleration, left-footed. Scored 15 goals on loan at West Ham. That's not an awful return. 18 overall, in fact. You guys have said yes to Manu Kone. So let's do that first. He's asked to leave. So what's the agent say? 26 to 39, 130k per week. We can do that. Transfer, make an offer. Can we do it at the bottom end? We can't do it at the bottom end. 48, 53 million they're asking total. How about 35? That's now come to 42. They're going to want the full 39. So we'll say 38. Oh, come on, you bastards. It'll have to be 39. That's fine. It's not the worst thing in the world there. We don't need these guys then. So you're the only one who voted against him. There's always one that votes against. It does seem that way. They don't share your vision, Holly Fab. So we've got Manu Kone hopefully on his way. Now, what's Yuri Alberto like? We've got reasonable knowledge. He seems to be quite quick. 15, 23, 13, scoring at a pretty decent rate. 85 in 200 league games. We're only at reasonable knowledge though. So let's pop full scout report on there. Add to shortlist. He could be our number 4 striker. What's the deal with Alvaro Rodriguez? Probably playing for the reserves, I'd imagine. Played some senior games, not lit up the world. Yusuf Arabi. Yeah, nothing exciting there. Simon Banza, I know generally tends to do quite well. He's not very cheapy, in fact. 15, 28 and 49's not too bad either. Rilan Bolo, quite expensive. Who is Yannick Eduardo? I know nothing about Yannick Eduardo. Nothing special from a physical profile. No first team experience. Nacho Fofana had loads of chances against us when he was playing for Burnley, which he spurned, and that looks like it's a no there. Yeah, I like the look of Yuri Alberto. I am interested to see whether some of those things come down once we get that fully scouted. Iliman Ndiaye. I'm a big Iliman Ndiaye fan, even if I was slagging him off at the weekend for taking too many touches. Moffy, I know, is good. Left-footed. Is he good? That's some pretty bad return. If he's not performing, then we're not going to consider him. Luis Suarez. Not really done great for Nottingham Forest after a decent season in the Segunda Division. The wrong Simeone. Giuliano. Yeah, that's a no. Hurtado. I know nothing about Hurtado. Tony Martinez went from Porto to Sporting. Controversial move, that one. Right, Crudmo out is live. Going to watch some of Everton before in-laws arrive for fun. I'll be online tomorrow evening for IFK Mariam. Peace out, Mustard Weeps. Peace out, Crudmo. I hope you have a lovely, lovely afternoon. any of these players look like they might be the ones we want. Omar Mamouche. I know Mamouche hasn't been great in this game, but he does have pace. Yeah, kind of underwhelming. He was underwhelming when we managed Frankfurt as well. Ferran Jukla, a player that I thought was going to hit the heights in real life, and it never quite worked out for him. We are very much looking on reputation at the moment, because we don't have stats now. We've moved forwards with the save. Nil Malpai could be the option. Definitely not going for Nil Malpai. Oh, I've just realised the background music isn't on. Let's turn that on now. I mean, I know it's only low in the mix generally, but it just breaks up the monotony of my voice a little for everyone else. It helps me not have to listen to my voice a little bit as well. Right, these guys we don't even have scout things on anymore. Evan Ferguson, I think, is okay from a pace perspective, and obviously is quite good physically as well. And he's barely played, so that's a no. How's Rotter getting on? They never got promoted, so that's a no. Even Tony, underwhelming. I think it's looking like Yuri Alberto. I might even, as he's the only one we've got something on. They do want a bit more than that now, though, because it's mid-season. So if we're going to be looking above 20 million, I do want that scout report through. No, we're not going to be a stepping stone. So 140k, absolutely fine. In fact, I'll push that up because I don't want to give you the other things. 160. 180. There we go. And we therefore will offer Diaby that contract as well. You now want a higher wage. Now you're taking the piss. 108 is the most I'm willing to offer. You want a £9 million loyalty bonus, you cheeky bastard. 7.5 is crazy, but we've got the money to spend, and we want to have as good a squad as we possibly can. So yeah, let's see how that shakes out now. We should be able to. I think we should be kind of set with that. We've got options in all positions. I've been happy with the players we've signed by and large. We need 100%. Oh, you'll say okay to that. Why didn't you do that in the first place, you cheeky bastards? And what's that bid there that's pending? Nedeljkovic on loan. No, I want Nedeljkovic in and around the squad if we possibly can. That allows us to have Konza play centre back even when Mingueza isn't available. It's got to be 100% of his wages. Look, his wages are really, really reasonable. If you can't offer me 100%, I'm not interested. So BBN who asks, how many leagues you got loaded? So BBN, we've just got the 5 countries loaded, the top 5, England, France, Italy, Spain, Germany, and the default leagues that come with it. Because we're part of this challenge, BBN, is that we're going to be playing a single season every day. We've kept it very light so that we can move through at a decent pace. And that for those that want to play along at the same time as well, people on any machine should be able to do something similar. So it's a very, very light setup for this. Right, into the friendly. Loan offer for Oscarson. Can we reset all that? Revert. 100%. Oh, I'm clicking like a madman. There we go. No to that. How are we doing for fitness? Yeah, we're going to keep on doing the 50% thing. Half a game each. Not really going to pay much attention to what's actually going on in the details. So okay. Hi mate, hope you had a good Christmas. Thank you very much. Nickname 123321. I hope you had a good Christmas as well. It's been a lovely time doing these streams, really enjoyable, and lovely to see you in here. Buzzy says, do you have any scouting assignment rules? So again, because we're playing at a very rushed speed, that's all delegated. So that's handed over to the scouts. To the chief scout will sort out all the scouting assignments. And interestingly, we talked about Mingueza not being available, and he gets injured very early into the game. And this is a little bit of a mismatch against Cobb Rangers. Again, it's a friendly. The result doesn't really matter here. Just want to get through these as quickly as we can. Get the fitness up on these guys. McGinn, Smith picking up yellow cards. Smith, I guess, is going to probably play the whole game. Good chance for him to, or maybe not. Now he's been booked. It's only a friendly. Necrosis, good day. How are you doing? I hope you've had a wonderful time, my dude. Lovely to see you in. There we go. Come on. Hurry up. There we go. No, don't go there. We need to make the changes. Johansson, Dookie, Arian B, Dina, McTominay, Onya, Dika, Elise, Ramsey, Wilson, Duran. Hand that over and to pop on to instant result. We move through that friendly. 9-1 in the end. No extra injuries from the looks of things. 2 weeks for Mingueza. Not the worst thing in the world, but we don't really want to be enduring injuries during pre-season. Still no one forthcoming for McGinn. Let's look at an intermediary. Intermediary reckons 49 million. I'm okay with that. There's still loan offers that are coming in. So intermediary there. Nothing forthcoming. And an intermediary on... Well, let's do that first. Yeah, I thought that would be the case. And then an intermediary here. Nothing forthcoming on Hayden Carter. We got rid of Coutinho, didn't we? We had to pay him off to leave. Yeah, 2.4 million, but we had to pay him like 1.5 million to get him out the door. Bill Houdini is... so Necrosis first, I'll do that. Family has just left. Tonight, just me and the kids. And some Schalke FM when the kids are asleep. Now that sounds perfect. How did the kids enjoy Christmas? I mean, that's ultimately... That's what Christmas is about, really, isn't it? So I hope they've had a lovely time, and I hope you'll be able to get your time to celebrate once they're asleep and you get to play some FM. And Bill has said, hello, great. Going to try the skin on the Dutch 7th tier for my holiday save. Let's see if I can actually play at such a level without knowing everything. That does sound like one hell of a challenge, Bill. You are a brave man. So they've come in with an optional future fee. I'm not interested in optional future fees. It's got to be mandatory. And if it's mandatory, we will accept slightly less. We will say 25 and 30. So we'll take 55 million for him. But you have to pay his wages. They've negotiated. What's the negotiation? Yep, I can accept that. Absolutely fine with that. Diaby has agreed the new contract, which is good. We've got the scouting through on Yuri Alberto. He does look to be good. Let's pull the trigger on him. Just say 90 million up front. They're looking for 31, 35. Let's settle at 24. No. They're going to want the full whack. We're going to offer just under is 26.5. I think he should be an okay option as a rotational piece. He wants to be a regular starter. He should get that game. We've got so many games. That should be achievable. 95. Not going to get that. Right, 105 we lock in. No. Right, that one's fallen through, so nothing going on there. So Avi Alfonso's asked which team you're doing. So Bill, I'm trying to holiday so that I can get the team I signed for in real life promoted, ASV Arsenal. If not, then I'll play as my brother-in-law's team, HSV de Zwiedvergens. Interesting. So Bill, you might have, I take it you missed the beginning of the stream. We had Rowan on, who was the Dutch World Cup entrant for the FIFAe FM World Cup. He's currently doing a save with DWS because his granddad used to play for them back when they won the league title back in 1963. It was really, really fascinating talking to him. Lovely gentleman. So 7th tier is the 5th class, right? Okay, cool. Yeah. The kids are hyped and hyper. That is the problem, isn't it? You're going to enjoy, like, once they get to sleep though, you are going to enjoy it so much. My small town plays 4th division, 7,000 inhabitants. I come back and I'm sending Super John McGinn out the door. I am indeed. So John McGinn has asked to leave. He asked to leave quite midway through last season. That hasn't changed at any point since then, even with our success. So I'd rather get the money for him that we can, and then replace him with Manu Kone for cheaper. 50 million is fine by me, but he has no interest. So we are now going to really upset him. You are now surplus to requirements, and we will accept. So at least he knows then that he's not getting any game time. Try and force his hand. It is a shame. Like it's same with Morgan Rogers. I obviously love John McGinn. John McGinn is such an amazing player, absolute star. But FM, I've got to be ruthless this second season. Duran and Omega get registered. We don't need to register Delkovic. We don't need to register Oscarson. We're going to be loaning Oscarson out anyway. We still haven't had any bids for Morgan Rogers, so he might survive on that basis anyway. Zwede for girls. I actually played them many times in real life. Incredible. Nice to see you doing a save with them. We've got some proper ballers in. Captain Zeep says Super John McGon. I'll get my coat. No. More bad wordplay the better. That's what we're here for. That is absolutely what we're here for. So I love the Dutch lower leagues. People actually play and watch for the love of football. Total opposite to my time in Greece. I played 5th and 6th tier there, and it was cholo ball all around. Terrible if you're an 8 or 9 like I was. Fair. I mean, like I've been nowhere near that level. Playing Sunday League football was all about very, very bitter, old, washed-up men taking the opportunity to try and hurt whoever wanted to play against them, and it was never any fun. I still remember stopping a player as captain. The opposition were about to have a player sent off, and I went up to the ref and I was like, look, it's Sundays. We play for fun. Nobody wants a fine. Just give them a booking and we can get on with it. The ref was like, yep, fine. Didn't send him off. And then 3 minutes later, that same player deliberately broke my toe by just stamping on it at a corner. Which, yeah, I can't say I have fond memories of that time. Right, this is our last friendly. It's Celtic. We won't be playing this. I don't know whether we need to still do stuff on the fitness side of things. Manu Kone coming in. Yeah, so we're just going to focus on the senior players for this one. It's not the last friendly, it's the penultimate friendly. We've got River Plate as well. So yeah, I will take control and I will carry on pushing through at this very, very quick pace though. Ask Dina to do the honours. And let's see how things go from here. Mingay that comes out. So Duki in, Konza, Dina in, McTominay in, Elise in. Lindstrom can stay as the starter there. And Gaither obviously out because of the injury. Hayden Carter onto the bench. Kone in there. Carry on with this 50-50 approach. So lower leagues are amazing. 2 times a year it's Roderalta. Roderalta versus Heino the past years. Complete and utter chaos in both towns that are 5 kilometres apart. A nice bit of a rivalry then from the sound of things. Holofab says, when I was a left winger, the first free kick of the game was always me tackling the right back. I mean, can you count it as a tackle if it was a foul? Yeah, football is big in Holland and I love it. ASV Arsenal is a team known for their aggressive behaviour though, just so you know. We were being locked in the locker room at times, waiting for the police to get us out because opposition fans were waiting outside for us, spitting, cursing our mums, dirty kicks, the whole Sunday League package. That seems obscene. That seems like it's just maybe a little bit too far. I'll start at one of the lower league teams that is compromised with expats mostly and a British coach, so I hope it's more chill. That makes sense. Does sound like it should be a good fun save though. Definitely going to be challenging as well if you're trying to rely on data. As far as the first half goes, that's kind of been okay. Again, as we've said, it is a friendly, so we are more focused on the fitness side of things. Jordan, Millie, welcome along. How are you doing? Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Look, if you're comfortable jumping in chat, let us know who you support. Let us know who you're playing with on FM as you are, if you're playing currently. I mean, given how active you are and your roles within the forums, I'm expecting that you probably are playing, but also the game's been out for a year and a half, so maybe not. Yeah, lovely to see you in. Dookie is better fitness than Konza at the moment, so Dookie can play out the game. Everyone else we're going to change over, and we'll instant result this friendly, or the remainder of this friendly. Start second half. That's a point. We do want that fourth striker after the Yuri Alberto deal broke down. So let's just quickly pop back there. I am mindful we are now 2.5 hours in. We haven't reached the season start yet. So we're going to be near to 2.5 hours in soon. So that brings us down to 9.5 hours to get the season done, which is going to be tight a little. Right, that deal broke down. Mauro Cardi's not necessarily. João Pedro's going to be far too dear, I imagine. Doesn't have the acceleration we're looking for. Nketiah does. How has he performed? Not really scored from his chances. Kudus does a job up top. Does he now? Does he? Let's have a look at the. He is in our list here, isn't he, Kudus? Kudus was one of my favourite players when I did Ajax last year. Now, he doesn't necessarily have the pace we're looking for. Did score 13 goals as an attacking midfielder last season. Wasn't quite so good in the first season. They got relegated, didn't they? That was in the Championship. Unfortunately, maybe not. So Ravi says, fair enough. Fun save, I'd imagine. It does sound like it, doesn't it? Hope to see a second club get into Eredivisie from Amsterdam, since it's just Ajax for a long time. And Tatsugu says, yep, Tatsugu just does a good job. Hey man, was positive I was already following, but seems not. Currently using the custom start date tweak and the updated transfers to do a 2024 start Liverpool save. Taking over, rewriting the arrival of Slot. That's one of the saves that I really like the idea of doing, is taking over just before a real manager took over in real life. One of the reasons I haven't played with Villa is because they wouldn't sack Emery just so that I could take over. As much as obviously I'm a great manager in this virtual world, and every team would want me, right? Don't know enough about Profundi to go with that. So have you started it, or are you just about to do that? How's it getting on if you have got a little bit into it so far? Gnonto is a pacey striker, maybe not the one you're looking for. So I think we did look at Willie. He didn't light it up at Championship level, so I'm not confident he'll make the step up. I mean, Brill Bolo is the kind of striker I do like. Oh, he's not got pace either. Oh, he's not got elite pace, would be a better way of putting it. Callum Wendo, not necessarily great, not elite pace either. I think we might well just make do, and we'll give Rory Wilson the opportunity to shine as the fourth man, maybe. So that should hopefully be okay. Necrosis says, well, there is Almery City, which is just Amsterdam East. Oh, never knew that. Never knew that. They want to give us some money if they avoid relegation. And you can only do that if you give us all the money to cover his wages. And you say no. Fine. Oscarson's going to go out on loan. He'll get some game time. Hopefully, I mean, we won't ever find out whether our investment in Oscarson was worth it. Obviously, this is the last season. He was signed in the first season. The plan was that he was going to be part of our rotation by season. Stagnated just a little. We had to make sure. Now we've sold him. McGinn wants to stay. Okay, so we're overloaded in central midfielders. Not the worst thing. We do get to keep Johnny McGinn, so that's all right. We can probably get away with him just agreeing, though, to be a squad player subsequently. We're upping his expectations in that respect, right? So surely that should be okay. Nickname 123321 says there is no relegation promotion from the Kuken Champion division, so there'll never be a second professional club in Amsterdam, unfortunately. I imagine if you're going to get a database that allows you to manage teams down in the 6th or 7th division, you could probably grab a database that will allow promotion into the Kuken Champion division. Maybe, I don't know. Almere City is my local club. There we go. Who and Go is here. Welcome in. That's not really possible at the moment since there's no relegate. Indeed, yeah. It's possible if one of the second division clubs goes bankrupt and a club from Amsterdam gets in as a replacement. There we go. There we go. A rubbish offer from Hull for Hayden Carter. Is that a thing in FM2? I believe in FM there is no relegation promotion. I don't think there's like a mechanism if the clubs go bust. So Jordan says, started it, got to January 2025, top of the league and doing well in the Champions League first round. Half decent under 21s, under 18s are doing well, given their time in the FA Cup and the EFL Cup. Good stuff. Who is there someone you've got your eye on coming through? Is there any chance that Conor Bradley is going to supplant Trent in the near future? Ravi says, my bad, didn't know that was in the game. Fair enough. Well, if Olifab does point out Vitesse could go bankrupt, I don't know. Maybe it is modelled. Still getting rubbish responses from teams. We're saying 100%. I'm locking it in. Otherwise, we'll make do with Rodgers. I don't mind keeping him around. Yep. So no one is quite fit yet. These guys are still a little bit off. So John McGinn comes onto the bench. Manu Kone definitely needs to be part of that rotation. So Kone and Elise are probably going to play more than 45 minutes in this. And other than that will be... Oh, what's happened there? We're back. I think it dropped out earlier as well. When we were doing the interview, which is kind of like my OBS is very, very confused. So maybe when we get to lunchtime, which will be around 3-4 o'clock, when we do the half an hour thing, is I'll wade out and then I'll come, then I'll start fresh for the second half. Rather than popping on one of my videos, it feels awkward having one of my own videos and then me coming back and like. I don't want to watch myself. It already makes me feel uncomfortable hearing my voice all day long. So maybe if we do that, we'll go for a nice hard restart, and all these weird things that are happening will finally settle down. Maybe if we're lucky. So welcome back in, guys, I suppose. It does also do this weird thing where it now counts whoever was watching the stream as double. So it thinks we have 90 people in when we actually have around 45. Which I don't mind. That looks cool. I'm quite happy for something to look like we've got 93 people in. And the weird thing is, though, is that YouTube is absolutely fine. It doesn't appear to have dropped on YouTube whatsoever. We're still showing as being... that's a good sign, isn't it? Potential foot injury for Manu Kone, 29 minutes in. Our new £39 million signing. Maybe it's a good thing that John McGinn's decided to stay around. Oh dear. So, yes, maybe I should probably say refresh in the chat for anyone who might still be showing that it's not going. So, just in case. Also we're on our defensive setup. We want to be on our attacking one. On your Dika in, we're going to play Elise for a little bit longer, and we'll bring off McTominay in the second half, so we can kind of manage his thing. So Twitch is on holiday too, it seems. Is Twitch bugging once more? Oh no. Have you lost me? It looks like it's lost over on my thing here. Let's do a quick refresh. As it said, we're gone. It's just Twitch. On the YouTube side, everything is fine. It is indeed fine on the YouTube side of things. Okay, yeah, it's decided to reset once again. I would suggest head on over to YouTube, guys. Let me see if I can get you the link. It is much more stable there. So let me just let me pop in chat. Consider heading over to YouTube for a more stable experience. Maybe this is YouTube, Twitch's way of saying I've been streaming for far too long over the last few days, and it's trying to get me to kind of calm down and go to bed or whatever. I really do not like YouTube chat. I understand that. So I certainly wouldn't intend to push any of you actually over there. That's why just there as a pinned message. Hopefully it calms itself down a little bit. Fingers crossed. OBS, more like oh no, BS indeed. Twitch is bugging out. Apparently it's back out. It's back now for you. Holofab says it's just Twitch. On the YouTube side, everything's fine indeed. YouTube going strong as always. Exactly, nickname. That's where it's at. YouTube is absolutely where it's at. I mean, both YouTube and Twitch is where it's at. It's a real shame that I haven't been able to find a way to do anything like the channel points that I can manage at the same time over on YouTube. I think it'd be really, really nice if there was some way to have the same features across both platforms. But of course, there's no interest in doing that from them because they want something unique each, don't they? An all right win. Let's see what the damage is to Kone. How long is he going to be out for? 4 to 5 weeks is a little bit shit. It's okay, I suppose. We will certainly survive from it. Oh, I need to pop in here. We don't need to give everyone a rest, just the ones who are really tired. So that'll be Elise, who played the whole game. Well, not the whole game. He played about 60 minutes. Clear that out. We'll move to the attacking one, and our first home game is going to be pretty much there shortly. Now, because it bugged out earlier, Twitch chat's bugging out now as well, is it? Says Nick over on YouTube. Can you not see anything there? FMGNG says hello from the other side. Welcome over onto YouTube. So Hank can see chat. It's just whether it maybe for some people it wasn't responding, whether it felt that like the stream was gone down and stuff. We'll see. So AC says, how are you today? I'm doing well, AC. How are you, my man? We're 2.5 hours in. We're actually about to head to a break because it's done some weird things with the stream up until now. and then we head into our first game of the season, which means we're down to 9.5 hours without having actually kicked a ball yet. But we've made up for that. So we had a chat earlier with Rowan, who was the Netherlands representative at the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager, which I think was really fun, quite nice. Got a couple of tips as well. It's been, really, really nice little start today. And now we're trying to push through at a pace. And we've just got a minor issue with Twitch seems to be being a little bit funky. But other than that, it's all good. So it's fine for RJ now. It's fine for Hank. Seems to be okay for Hugh and Go. Holofab's moved over to YouTube. Hello, Holofab over on YouTube. So AC says, doing all right, just woke up. I saw you interviewing someone earlier. Yes, that was Rowan. Rowan is an absolute gentleman. I've got a lot of time for Rowan. We're going to be playing some Among Us on stream on Saturday evening as well. So a little bit of a change of pace, perhaps to relax after a crazy week. So I'm moving you on as captain because obviously you were going to be sold at one point. So those changes have been made. Mingather is back. Oh, people are unhappy because he's a team leader. Nah. That's fine. Completely understandable. I would imagine that if I was in that dressing room, I would also be a little bit miffed if someone I liked lost the captaincy. There we go. Oh, Mark Allus red. Right, so we've been very, very minimal in the transfer window. We've signed a backup left centre back. We've signed Manu Kone, and he's now injured for 5 weeks. Oscarson's returned from injury. He's gone out on loan. Elise has returned from injury. That should hopefully be quite a big thing for us. We signed him last January, and then he ended up out for basically the remainder of the season, which was a shame. Zaniolo's gone, so between him and Moussa Diaby on the right, we should do well, I think. So fingers crossed that's what we need. Was Rowan's grandfather play for DWS? It's the first and last team to win the Eredivisie, with red not being their main colour. Indeed, he mentioned that on the chat. So yeah, back in it's been 60 years since that happened, and every team since has worn red and white. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy. Necrosis, I do apologise. I've just seen that you redeemed Hydrate. I shall do that. So also, now that the captaincy is done, after the opening game, we can start holidaying between. I just need to make sure that we're around for squad registrations. That seems to be the thing that potentially screws us. But we do have the break that's been deferred a few times now coming up. So I'll push that break forwards early a little bit. We'll come back and we'll head straight into the first game of the season. So see you guys in about 3 minutes. And we're back. And there's a puff of vape smokers. I didn't manage to exhale quickly enough. Yes, a 3 hour, says RJ. We should do one of those 3 hour breaks at some point. Just as I did claim it yesterday. I don't want to go back on my word. So Bill did a save with DWS because they're close to where I live. But they had an ex-Ajax striker who made everything too easy for a few divisions and lost interest. And that is the tricky element with FM, isn't it? Because you want there to be a challenge to keep it interesting, to keep you involved. And it can be a little bit of a shame once you get to that point where everything seems just a little bit too easy. Right, so we need to go for what is our strongest lineup, which I think should be something like this. So it's going to be McSauce, going to be partnering camera. It's going to be Elise on the right. We'll go with Ramsey on the left. We're going with Watkins and we're going with Duran up front. Duran scored 24 goals last season, so definitely deserves to be considered a starter. Our bench will be Mb and Taylor, Dika McGinn, Lindstrom, Diaby, Omega, and Wilson. We're giving Wilson the shot. Wilson on the bench. We're going with... So we've just adapted this slightly. We've turned the defensive midfielder into defensive duty now for our away tactic or our game against hard teams. So we're going to see how this copes. Maybe just containing Arne Slot's Tottenham if we can. Standard thing there. They're not quite at fitness either, so we're not too far behind in that regards. So Gundogan and KDB on the bench. Were they? Oh, for Man City in real life. Interesting. So what is the Man City lineup? Who's in their midfield? Or has Pep just finally lost it and gone? He's admitting defeat, not even trying anymore now. So Houdini says he was slow as a snail but completely unplayable on the ball. Having 13 plus finishing, composure and first touch in that level should be illegal. That's fair. Down Reuter, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. We're on. We're not on highlights right now. Key highlights. Drop that down. So we've missed the opening goal. I do apologise. Goals disallowed. Tight offside. Goal line technology. That goal was scored for us by Danilo, so probably from a corner from the looks of things. Let's get that speed down to a reasonable level. So yeah, Dan Reuter. If you feel comfortable chatting, let us know who you support, who you're currently playing FM with. Love to hear from you. There is zero obligation though, so if you don't want to chat, please don't feel like you have to. Hugh and Go as well. We will play the round of missing 11 after this match. As Sarr plays in Johnson to make it 1-1, but Martinez stands tall. Great save from Martinez. So they've gone with Kovacic, Silva, Foden in the midfield. Interesting. But Buzzy78, you've asked, do you have any special scouting assignments? Didn't you ask that a little bit earlier? So no, I don't. The way we're playing this, we're trying to get through a single season in a day. And that means that we're having to play things very quickly. We're running through, we're going to be skipping games and using instant result. We're going to be holidaying quite a lot. And basically everything apart from the games is delegated to staff. So that's completely at their device. As Oscar Glauc equalises, it was a routine, started from a throw-in. Van der Ven played it inside to Glauc. Glauc manages to run across, nobody coming out to close him down until too late. Camera's there eventually. He fires it low into the bottom corner. So Dan Whiter says, hey, I love your skin and content very much. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that you enjoy it. So here we are. We are very much... we might need to go a little bit more attacking, I think. I think we might, mightn't we? Here's Son. Plays it across to Pedro Porro. Basuma is through. Basuma gets the angle. Martinez with another good save. We are going attacking already. Here we go. Let's fire the players up. Pedro Porro with the corner. In at the near post. Danilo gets there, but Johnson's on it. Duran gets it clear. Can Watkins take it away? It's Watkins into McTominay.
The statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, Dan Reuter. Thank you so much for the subscription. with a prime as well. You only get one of those. I really, really do appreciate it. So yeah, we started well. We scored the goal. It's been all Tottenham since. So we've gone to the more attacking version. Let's not relax, calm down. Let's just take a little bit more control in here. It's going to be Onyedika coming on for camera because of the yellow card. Look at those opposition instructions. They are what they are. Going to maybe employ a little bit more of the dark hearts on these guys out wide who seem to be a little bit shorter on conditioning. I think that should be okay. If we need to, we'll drop the mentality down a little bit more. So they've rewritten history there. When we saw it earlier in the half, as Elise unfortunately fires over. When at half time we had the momentum here, they can't say that after half time. They can't rewrite that as McTominay. Oh, he was offside anyway. So you're following me on YouTube mainly, just want to support you on Twitch too. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, my dude. Wait, Pickford is only 30. Yeah, he's another one of those players that came through when he was young. And Johnson misses a great chance there. Little bit of pinball. Tottenham are definitely in control here. We need to demand more. Hey, mister, how is challenge going? Is it season 3? Welcome in, Wiggo. I hope you're doing well. It is season 3. We finished second in the league last season. We won the Conference League. So things are going a little bit better. The only issue is we're 2.5 hours into the stream, and this is the first game of the season. So we're a little bit behind already. As Watkins looks to give us the lead. Oh, what did Watkins do there? A soft miss. 1-0 City, poor Quadmo. 1-1. It seems to be going off. Crazy. You thought he was like 50 or something. Yeah, no. Jordan Pickford still got like potentially another a good 5-10 years potentially left. Elise's played well, but he is a little bit short. He returned from a long-term injury. So on comes Diaby. We're going to Konza. We need to tackle harder off there. Let's look. Calvin Phillips has come on. Still want to target these guys there. We're going to start pressing on their centre-backs. Try and get a little bit of the ball. We're not going to tackle hard on them, though. We just want to get close enough to scare them into getting rid of it. And that means a little bit more intensity. We're going to bring on Omega. So that's 3 substitutes. And then we'll probably bring Lindstrom on a little bit later. We might put Omega as a target forward towards the later sections and have one of the midfielders attacking forwards. So Pep is not happy. He looks more and more tired. He does look very rattled over this period. So who scored the equaliser? Kevin Phillips. Who scored for Man City as well? Diaby comes away with the ball. Unfortunately, though, his touch is heavy and Van der Ven steps in. Dragusin plays it into Glauc. Glauc into Son to Phillips. It's a ball over the top. They've got 2 through the middle. Richarlison's wins it for Tottenham late. He was onside, I think. I think he was onside. That's disappointing. That is some disappointing defending. There were 2 people right through the middle. So you can see Richarlison here. We've got Powell. Powell is very, very central. De Niro is on Son there. Comes into Son. Powell's just not doing anything. That's a massive gap between the centre-backs. Awful defending. Martinez doesn't even try and dive for it. We are not starting well. There's no doubts about the offside here whatsoever. Right, last few moments. I did say we was going to suggest a target forward there. Ramsey and Watkins both looking tired, so we'll go for an inside forward, a winger on support, a Volante on attack. We're going to drop the tempo and increase the directness. That's what people have suggested. Hit early crosses. Distribute to target man. We've not seen this work. When it was suggested last time, it didn't work at all. But let's give it another try. Maybe they were onto something and we just didn't do it right. So we've not dropped the tempo as much this time round, just a little bit. Who was that corner taker? He looked so small, so very, very small. And have had a couple of shots, but nothing coming on from there. Last few minutes, it's too late. We start the season with a defeat. There's no celebration song. No celebration song. We took a lead. We didn't have highlights on at that point, so we didn't even see our goal. Boo! So Silva and Ndiaye scored. Marvellous. And just as I was saying, I liked Ndiaye. Is that how we set the mood to start the stream? It's a defeat away against Tottenham. We do have... Aston has little to say after losing Tottenham streak. So we had a good record against Tottenham as well up until then. Our next game is home against Everton. We certainly need to be picking up a win there. Everton, I think, now have some decent money. They haven't spent crazily. Marsa, Jovic, Spence, Pereira, Lorenzo Luca, Dan Burn, David Costa. So they've only spent 38 million. But they have brought in a lot of players. So can we move forwards? We don't have to register European players at that point, so that's cool. We can move all the way forwards. So it's fine. I'll wake up to the team. It's fine. It's to wake up the team, right? Yes, that's what we're going with. Yes, downrighter. That's the way that we're doing it. It's so the rules, downrighter. The rules appear underneath me. So if you look on the screen here, you've got the rules that should be appearing now. The way it works is this is based on the FM World Cup, the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager that happened back in August. So you got 1 day. It was 3 seasons. You got 1 day to complete the season, and the amount of what you achieve during the course of the season, the more points you get. So we're doing that. We're streaming from 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, and now today. We're in the 3rd season here. There are save files on Discord, so if anyone wants to join in and play, they can. And by that, you can do the whole. You don't have to do like in the same time constraints. You can play at your own pace. Enjoy it how you want. You can play right from the start if you want. You can take a save game from yesterday and just do season 2. You can do it just from season 3. We've got a save game as well from this morning too that you can work from. So it's there to be something kind of fun and play along, especially if you don't necessarily have something to do during this time of year, especially with a lot of streamers currently off and about doing their celebrations. So it's under his lovely head. It is my beard is pointing to it. That's why I have this beard. It is specifically to aim you towards that. And so this is how the points break down. We get most of our points come from league performance, and we get 2 points for every round we progress in the cup as well. So we winning the conference league last year was we progressed through 5 rounds and we won it. So we got 15 points for that. And then when we're in the breaks, so there's a break every hour. There's kind of like a breakdown of how we performed. Right, so Watkins has taken a knock. That means Omega comes into the starting lineup. And we bring Lindstrom in on the wing. Lindstrom does want to leave. Oh, we have a good season, then all the players want to leave, unfortunately. Well, we've got a game against Everton. This should be our opportunity to set the tone after a slow start to the season. Maybe we needed to add a couple more friendlies into pre-season so that we were at full fitness. Start off right. We're still not quite there. So opposition. Branthwaite is going to be playing at right back. Dan Burn at centre back. In midfield of Onana, Garner, and Bernabé. They've got better. So they've signed a whole load of players, and it looks like only Burn and Matches Pereira, to be fair, are the players that have made it into the first team. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Oh, sorry, Huango. We forgot about missing 11. Right, once this game finishes, now that we're here at the game. Actually, no, we haven't started the game. Let's head on over and play a round of missing 11. That was redeemed by Huango. Let's pop on over there. Winkinator is in. How are you doing? Lovely to see you in. It is the greatest indicator beard. Thank you. Yeah, So because, Dan Moiter, we're doing this to kind of fill that gap where people might not otherwise be at the moment. I wanted something unique for these 3 days, so people aren't having to come into a stream like 3-4 seasons in, where they don't know any of the stories or the relationships that have been built up. So this is kind of all standalone, and then everything goes back to normal tomorrow. But first, we're going to be playing a game of Missing 11. So the way that Missing 11 works is they give us a team from some point in history. Here we're looking at the Man United team that lost to Wolverhampton Wanderers in the Premier League in 2004. We've got to name the starting 11. These numbers here by the shirts indicate how many letters are in the player's name. And it's just as simple as that. We get to guess as much as possible. And RJ has come in straight off the top. We have a 3 and a 10. That's got to be Ruud van Nistelrooy. And it is. So Tatsugiri's coming in with a little bit of Tim Howard as well. We're looking for a bit of Scholes, are we? Scholes surely behind the striker, it is. Have we got Keane in midfield? Someone's gone in early with Fortune, Quinton Fortune. Now there's a player that doesn't get remembered much. It's not Fortune at left wing, but possibly, I don't think he ever played left back, did he, or centrally? Tim Howard in goal, indeed. O'Shea as the right back. No, that's O'Shea would be 5 with an apostrophe. So Rio Ferdinand. Now is that 9 or 8? Ferdinand. That is 8. Ferdi. That is 9. Both of them are 9s. So let's see what we've got. It is Rio Ferdinand as the right centre back. Silvestre as the left centre back. Indeed, it is. Fabulous. We're going with Neville at left back. There's not a Neville. And on the right, we have an apostrophe. So it's something apostrophe there. So are we looking for Fletcher? Fletcher. At right wing, quite possibly even. He's an 8er. He is an 8er. We do have Fletcher there. It's not Neville, unfortunately, in the fullback roles. So we're going with Fortune at left back. It could be. You've got the N in there as well. It is. It is. It's okay. Right. Okay. Yes, it is O'Shea. So it said 6. So I assumed that the apostrophe wasn't part of the 6. I do apologise. It is O'Shea. So we're looking for midfielders now. Like 2004, was Beckham still there? That's a 7. Why can't I think of anyone else? Nicky Butt is only a 4, unfortunately. Looking at Neville at central midfield, perhaps. Central midfield Neville, indeed. And someone suggests Ronaldo. That does look like it would fit those in. It is indeed Ronaldo. Well done, guys. We got it in 13 guesses. So the only ones we got wrong was me putting Fortune at left wing and us trying Neville at left back. Beautiful work. Beautiful, beautiful work there, guys. So it's Tim Howard, John O'Shea, Rio Ferdinand, Mikael Silvestre, Quinton Fortune. Why can't I remember Fletcher's first name? Darren Fletcher, Roy Keane, Phil Neville, Cristiano Ronaldo, Paul Scholes, and Ruud van Nistelrooy lost 1-0 against Wolves in 2004. Right, into the game against Everton. Straight into it now. Can we put back our bad opening result behind us? And so there's an early chance for Everton. We've started the game quite flat, but we have a chance here potentially. Konza swings the ball into the far post. Duran doesn't challenge for it, lets it go. Omega misses from 6 yards. That's a big chance. A big chance goes wanting. We're looking at a little bit of, we're calling it third season syndrome, or is it second season syndrome because only last season was good? We've definitely started very, very flat. Maybe we need to make some big changes to the way we play, because this was doing really well in terms of chance creation last season, and we've been thoroughly outplayed by Tottenham. In Tottenham, that's understandable, but being outplayed at home against Everton, that is unforgivable. That is very, very unforgivable. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the opposition instructions off. we are going to stick with trapping inside. Just see if maybe we're losing our structure a little bit. And we just need to concentrate more on what we're doing than what the opponent's doing. McTominay now can't get past Onana. Can we take shot? Oh my word. Oh my word. Boubacar Kamara. Ooh. Ooh. Right, McTominay plays it. Onana gets the tackle in, and then Kamara picks it up. Pick that one, Pickford. Oh. Why would you play Neville central midfield and Fortune left back? No wonder they lost. Indeed. Don't worry about that. Just United things. That's a fair assumption. Here's Lindstrom. Can Lindstrom make it too? Locked. They managed to clear their lines. Right, so over Primetime Scouting asks over on YouTube, hi, I hope you're doing well. Where did you learn your data analysis skills you use for YouTube and videos, i.e. softwares, programs, or courses? Self-taught. I mean, like, I don't want to be too dismissive here, but data analysis, generally speaking, is relatively easy. In terms of the compiling it and visualizing it in third-party things like your Power BI and stuff, that's a skill in itself that I haven't essentially learned. That's been self-taught for various things from a work perspective, but I don't do anything particularly advanced in that respect. I'm not the one compiling the data. Looking at what data's telling you and reading into it and using that and watching football to inform you, that's kind of often a case of common sense. You just follow it through, you break it down in small steps. So no formal learning in that respect. I watch football. Right, we are lucky to be in the position we're in. I'll go for a bit. See you later. Thank you very much for popping along, RJ. I hope you have a lovely afternoon. Maybe catch you later. It was an absolute screamer, wasn't it? It was an absolute screamer. Danilo, a great save from point blank from Lindstrom as well. And now Everton with a chance to come away. Pass the ball to Pereira. Well done. They have men over. They've got to take advantage of this situation. And it looks like they might still. Danilo gets it clear. That was wasteful. Wasteful from Everton. Big save there from Pickford. Absolutely marvellous stuff. Right, Concert can come off. We can see. No, he can't. Yes, he can. Mingueza is back in there. Greg Taylor. Let's just protect our... We don't want them to lessen their tackling. So we'll confirm that. That's potentially some fresh legs to run at for Everton in the wide areas, but that's better than them having bookings. Danilo's now picked up a booking. We've gone a little bit flat. So the last change here, Duran Duran. Since we've changed his name to Duran, that's clearly impacted his play. Moussa Diaby and Elise on. Wilson comes up as the advance forward. And then our last changes are almost certainly going to be McTominay replaced, just so that we've got some fresh legs in the midfield. Let's fire up. We need to see a little bit more. Very, very disappointed so far. Right, camera into Omega to Wilson. Rory Wilson, can he do it here? Cuts it back to Taylor to McTominay. McTominay knew that we were about to sub him off. So I think it was Phil Neville in midfield, so he had sort of moved there by then. Fair enough, GNG. Matt says, I know it's best for the viewers, but you should speed up the highlights. We saved 1-2 minutes every game with putting it on full speed, which will give you almost an hour extra time. That's cool. So Matt's mind, we're not going to be playing all the games, so we will be instant resulting quite a lot of them. The only reason we had it on for the friendlies was for fitness purposes. We're playing this game because we lost the opening one. I think we're going to be holidaying now for most of the next couple of... That's how we're kind of managing it. Because it does... Like, when we get to the games, we do kind of want to make sure that the games have some interest and you can follow along a little bit better. Fingers crossed, at least. Yeah. Chance creation, quite good. Big saves from Pickford. Camera and McTominay scored some goals, and that means we get to celebrate.
Aston Villa Park, FIFAe World Cup. Can't
Can we win the league? Oh, no, no, no. No. Yep, I'm very sorry. When we play games and we win them, you're going to have to put up with my singing. You know, we need to mark those performances. We need to mark those good moments when they happen. A 2-0 win. Let's browse before it advances and impacts our rest schedule. Scott McTominay got injured at the end of the game, did he? Oh, that's annoying. Out for 7 weeks. We're now without our new signing, Manu Kone and Scott McTominay. Onyedika is going to come in. We've got an away game against Liverpool next, so maybe we are going to be playing. But no, we're not. It's a game we're likely to lose anyway. So if we're likely to lose it, we might as well let the assistant manager take the blame for that loss. That's the way I see it. Let's blame everything on everyone else. No, we're not going to loan out our defender that we just signed. Thank you very much for asking. Over to the Liverpool game. So, yeah, Kone is about 3 weeks away. He got injured in the last friendly that we had. Now we've lost McTominay. Thankfully, we've still got John McGinn and Rafael Onyedika. And we've got Boubacar Kamara, who scored that great goal there. And we've got Timo Egbonen in the reserves, hopefully. So fingers crossed. Spencer III said, hey, I got a Valorant gift sub. Thanks to whoever the actual gifter was. Yes, I don't know who it was, I'm afraid. But I can look back and let them know. McSauce says, holy fab. Indeed, McSauce. Duran sings Unordinary World after the goal. Duran sings Goals on Stream. Goals on Stream. Primetime Scouter, okay, thank you. I was leaning more towards the data visualization, so I should have clarified this. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, so I mean, because we're working with a computer game here, Primetime Scouting, I'm not doing the compiling. And obviously, the compiling is usually the bigger part rather than the visualization and using things like Power BI. You can, so from a coding sense, all I essentially had to do was create images and a way to run them against certain boundaries. Which is very, very simple in FM compared to proper visualizations. Smart says Mastermind. So that's yeah, I think that's the way we've done it so far. Yeah, just like to have some games that we can watch. Anything big coming in? A loan offer for Rodgers with a mandatory fee? No, if it's not a mandatory fee, now I'm not interested. I don't want you to take him either. None of those other guys have been able to be sold. Marcus Red. Onyedika here. Mingaitha to come in. No, we're not going to bring Mingaitha straight in that situation. Megan and Duran will be the strike force. Kone is 7 days away. That shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, he scored and's done enough for the next few weeks. Yeah, that's understandable. Score a goal right at the end. And then take a 7-week holiday. It's the Neymar way, isn't it? Like, have a good first half of the season and then go on holiday for your sister's birthday, allegedly. Taylor the Tapes, best voice amongst FM streamers for sure. Thank you. I can't say I agree. I know nobody likes the sound of their own voice. I know that is not a unique experience, but yeah. Right, we're going to go to the defensive system. We're going to learn from the last game and take off the opposition instructions. In fact, we're going to clear it by position as well, just so that we are completely void of it. We're going to leave this to our assistant manager, just so we can now start to try and look to get ahead. So I think it's 1-0 defeat. That's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, sure, yeah, we don't want to lose games, but, if ever there's going to be a game that we lose, it's going to be against Marco Rose's Liverpool. Next game is Fulham in the September. So yeah, we've got September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. We've got 9 months, and we have 1 till 10. We have 9 hours. So we basically want to get through a season, a month every hour, which isn't too bad. Is there a registration bit? There's a registration bit happening here. Oh, we need to go forward to the transfer window. We're going to move to the transfer window just in case we get any crazy bids that we need to react to. And then we'll move to the squad registration for Champions League, so that we don't end up having the AI making some crazy decisions on our behalf there. So hello there, how are you doing? Welcome in, Maestro. I'm doing well. How are you? How are you, my man? I hope you're doing well. Howie Pawns, thank you for the follow. If you're comfortable jumping in chat, let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. Love to hear from you. If you don't want to, though, there's zero obligation whatsoever to do so. Lovely to have you here either way. So there we go. And Dan Reuter says, watching you made me want to play the game myself. Now I'm turning on FM and continue watching you on my tablet. I'm sorry. I should apologise. No one should be playing FM. It's only 1 o'clock in the morning here. You need to be relaxed. FM doesn't allow you to relax. No, that is great to hear. Holy Fab says Marco Rosa is so hard to play against. He always does well. I mean, it's that overloads in those central areas, even with a double pivot, and like being able to man mark even against those four is just so difficult. They always seem to be able to get free. Yeah, a very, very tough system to play against. Batistuta, thank you very much for the follow as well. I lovely to see you in. You said I the SS mate. That was meant to say love the skins mate, right? I mean that's a very different sentence. Now I'm always happy to welcome people in, but yeah, I'm not sure I want the SS here. No, thank you very much. I do appreciate it, dude. And the same question to you as a little bit earlier. Who do you support? Who are you playing with in FM if you're currently playing? Would love to hear from you. Matt's mind is heading off to get some food. Have a lovely afternoon, Matt. Thank you very much for popping in. And I hope you eat a lot and feel very, very bloated this afternoon. That's what this period is for, right? That is absolutely what this period is for. No worries, mate. I'm from Turkey. It's 4:30 p.m. Okay, 4:30. That's fine. You can get stressed at 4:30 p.m. And by the way, Arjan Wyden, thank you very much for the follow as well. Same question to you. Who do you support? Who are you playing with FM? I'd love to hear from you. Howie is a Liverpool supporter from Canada. I normally use the create a team option in FM, but you're right now trying a Queen's Park save in Scotland with a downloaded database with all of UK in one system. Awesome. And how's that going? That does sound like quite a fun challenge. Still only getting optional fees. Do you know what? We'll accept an optional fee if you pay all of his wages. How about that? Cool. He's going to be off to Werder Bremen. Carter is on loan for 10%. No, he's not. Absolutely not. We're going to pay all of his wages whilst he pays for you. You'd be lucky. Birchall's out on loan. That's all fine. Yeah, so Harry, I think we had someone else last night as well who was another Liverpool fan from Canada. Seems to be the team of the North Americas from the looks of things. Rogers goes out on loan. Bid for O'Reilly's been rejected. We're into the last bit there. Do we just have one quick look here? So I want to see if there's any shock players transfer listed that maybe aren't part of the plans that we were looking at, but could be a good signing. No, a 79 million centre back isn't the kind of thing I'm talking about. Curtis Jones. Has he played much? He did in the first season. Was kind of okay. Didn't do much in the second season. Serge Gnabry. Fagioli's an interesting player. Oh, you know, actually, Lindstrom wants to leave, doesn't he? So if we have a look for accomplished players who are right-footed but play on the left, let's see if there's anyone that quickly jumps out at us here. Tyreek George fan would be a fan of that for sure. Sofiane Diop is 40 million. That's not so great. Noah Lang would be at least 40 million as well. Yari Verschuren, injury prone, so that doesn't help us. Alex Iwobi was one that I spotted earlier that kind of intrigued me. Harvey Barnes has been transfer listed. He's 10 million. How has he done? He went on loan at Leicester and wasn't particularly good. Wasn't great in his first season there. So that's not going to be a consider. Kane Lewis-Potter is transfer listed. He's barely played. He was a bit rubbish in that first season and then didn't play at all. Gullickson is a player I like a lot. He's got a reasonable price on him, 9.6 million. He's been playing as a left winger. It's the beginning of the season. You can't really judge off that. And he was crap the season before, so maybe not. Sudakov, obviously a classic player. You would consider him more as a midfielder, where he's been okay. Anthony Elanga, do we sign Anthony Elanga just for Hung Min when he comes in later? No, he was rubbish last season. We don't need a player. Nobody is immediately jumping out to me. That's all good. Seems like the database was well done so far. Only just begun the first season. Marvelous. So Dan Reuter supports Besiktas, and last 3 seasons wasn't the best for us. So I'm rescuing my team on FM. And how's that going at the moment? Have you managed to topple the ever corrupt Galatasaray? So let's face it, we all know that they're corrupt. Caffeine says, I cannot let that stand. Let's get some love in the chat for the Manchester United supporters in Canada, shall we? You can't. I didn't say that it was only Liverpool fans, but there does seem to be. I think the Klopp era has certainly brought in a lot of fans in the North Americas, which is that's all good and well. Lovely to see them doing well, but also I really dislike Liverpool. So let's have some more United fans. Let's have some Villa fans. Let's have a better contingency of Villa fans in the North Americas if we could. That would be much appreciated. Lindstrom hands in a transfer request. We will accept it. I mean, he's not going to leave. We've got an hour left of the window. And there you go. It's passed. So that's absolutely fine. We can now move forwards. Where was the Champions League bit? It was here on the 8th. And we can push on forwards. So who do I support? I support Aston Villa and PAOK. And a little bit of Ajax. And I quite like Rangers in Scotland. I don't like their politics, but I like the team because they were good in the 90s. I like Dortmund. I'm quite fond of Auxerre as well. So my team is Aston Villa, but I do kind of have a team in every country that, generally speaking, just meant they were good in the 90s. A lot of Man United fans here, and Chelsea too. Chelsea, I mean that again, I kind of makes sense. I imagine there's got to be some representation for Man City too. Adam is back. Adam is back. Bonjour, back for another hour or so. How are you doing, Adam? Should I be prompting you to say something, Adam, right now, or should we wait until if you're back later in the evening, when maybe there may be some more of the regulars about? One way or t'other, I will leave that entirely at your discretion. Tells the tips. Maybe it's the Fenway connection. That would certainly make sense, especially in the United States. Would definitely make sense. Caffeine agreed, and I certainly can't take any exception to the fact that Liverpool genuinely have been better than us for quite some time, as nauseating as it is. Well, I mean, they've had. You finished above them a couple of seasons ago. No, you didn't. Liverpool rallied back and finished 4th in the end, didn't they? I mean, so they've certainly had some good times, unfortunately. I'll probably be back this evening, so let's leave chat hanging for a bit. That's understandable. The nickname is an Ajax fan, or are you just generally fond of Ajax? Because that Ajax era in the 90s, the Bergkamps, the Van der Sars, some amazing players. Absolutely amazing players. So, looks like the Champions League phase. What's going on there? The Champions League phase was drawn, but we didn't have to register players at that point. Why aren't we being asked to register players? Has it registered for me? Can I register now? Can't confirm outside the window. I am very, very nervous that our squad is going to be selected for us. But we need to push on. How do you know Gallo is corrupted? Because they keep on winning the league. It's got to be something dodgy going on there. Ajax are the scum of the Netherlands. I don't know why, but I just dislike them strongly. Is it because they're good? Or they used to be good? I know it's been a bit downhill in recent years, but when one team dominates, it's very easy to dislike them. Like, nobody likes Bayern Munich, surely. I mean, other than Bayern Munich fans, that's a given. But like, as a neutral, you don't go, oh, I really want to see Bayern Munich. You end up rooting for like Leverkusen last season, or you end up rooting for Dortmund. Nobody wants to root for PSG as a neutral either. 95 Ajax was the best season a team could ever have. That is a fair statement. They really are corrupted, though, says Dan Reuter about Galatasaray. I mean, Jose Mourinho has been very vocal in his opinion about that situation, hasn't he? Right. Kone is kind of back. Not like fully back, but back a little. That means Jacob Ramsey is coming in. We're freezing out our lovely transfer requested fella. McTominay isn't quite back. Mingay needs to get fitness, so we're just going to throw him in the deep end. We move back to our attacking formation. And we leave that one to our assistant manager. Let's see if our assistant manager can make amends after losing to Liverpool. How dare we? There we go. We scraped through. 1-0 win. We did generate a lot of chances. 3 XG. Only scored 1 goal after Fulham were reduced to 10 men. And they had an injury to Alexander. But we'll take a win any way it comes. And Elise picks up a tight groin. But he's okay. Should be fine for the next game. And when are we going to be asked to register our squad? We haven't been asked at any point to register our squad. I don't like this. Does that really mean that Rafael Onyedika is not going to be available for us? Delkovic on the bench. McTominay, was he 7 days away? He was indeed. So Smith on the bench. Lindstrom on the bench. Then we'll just have to continue through. We can't holiday, which is a bit of a shame. I think it's mostly the arrogance of Ajax. Okay, fair enough. So nickname as an Ajax fan. Really happy with Farioli. Real workaholic, and he's been able to turn around the team morale over the summer. Now we need some good signings this winter. Is there anyone in particular you'd like them to sign? Anyone you've got your eyes on? El Revelador says, true, every time a team is so good that they dominate the league week in, week out, it's normal they get disliked by all. It makes the league uninteresting. Exactly. The only exception I would say is with Liverpool, where I do apologise, but I often found them quite dislikable when they weren't very good as well. And it was mainly due to fans here in England who, when Liverpool would have season after season of finishing 7th, would act as if they have like a God-given right to be competing for the league. We've seen it since with Chelsea after they've had a little bit of a dip. We saw it for a while with Arsenal after Wenger went for those fallow years. We see it with Newcastle all the time, and they never compete for the league. So it's I think that certainly the way that fans behave can impact it. But notably, those fans across the pond, they're fine. They're fine because they're not here to be all loud. It's beautiful. You managed to beat the corruption. Fabulous. So there we go. That's the point that I expect everyone to leave the stream. All the Liverpool fans are going, I do apologise. PSV are still winning the league though, reckons Who and Go. You certainly you should still win the league this year, Q and Go. Let's be fair. Even if Ajax can close the gap, they're kind of a little bit in turmoil right now. So we are unable to register Onyedika. I've been checking for the Champions League registration thing when we've been moving forward. So that is quite frustrating. So we are going to make some changes here. Get some of our backups in. Duran gets the start for Omega. Yeah, that's what we're going with there. That is going to be... do we go defensive? We do go defensive. And we hand that one over as well. Let's get ourselves as far ahead as we can. That'll be marvellous. Come on. How do we do? We win away from home. Jesper Lindstrom came on and got injured, but that doesn't matter because John McGinn and Ollie Watkins fire us to a win in Madrid. Good start. Lindstrom's going to be out for 2 to 3 weeks. That's not the worst thing in the world. Give these guys a rest. This is quite a tough opening set of fixtures. Onyedika will come back in. McTominay should be back by that. McGinn in for Carter. Smith and Delkovic, Lindstrom aren't part of that setup. We have three defensive midfielders on the bench. Ezri Konza to come back in for Mingatha. We're going to... No, we're not giving these guys extra rest there. So yeah, our opening start to the season was Tottenham, Liverpool, Chelsea, Atletico Madrid. The home games against Everton and Fulham, obviously quite easy by comparison. But yeah, some very, very mean away games to open the season. Diaby is injured. He's out for 6 weeks. Duki is injured. He's out for 3 weeks. The transfer window closed only a few weeks ago. Diaby out. Elise back in. Duki out. Ezri Konza in. Kerr Smith onto the bench. Diaby will be replaced by Wilson on the bench. Into the game against Chelsea. Let's see if we can do this. So a huge win indeed. So PSV has Calimero syndrome, calling themselves farmers. Here we go. We're getting the Dutch rivalries coming in. Howie asks, who would have guessed Brighton in 4th for a good part of this season? It's pretty incredible. Nottingham Forest as well. It's great stuff to see. Great stuff. So Caffeine says, the interesting thing that I've found since I started streaming is that Liverpool supporters are genuinely some of the finest human beings I encounter, whereas Man United tend to be the whiners, lol. Fair enough. And look, I've never... Actually, I have met some bad Liverpool fans. But, like, yeah, it's definitely the collective rather than individuals that I would tend to say. Into the game, Luca Dini's got to come back into the lineup there as well. And Omega back in. Right, let's see if we can grind out a win. Let's see if our assistant manager can do so. Honestly, we're broke and we just have one left winger. There's a few Scandinavian League players I'd have on my list, like Tahar Ali, Zaydin Inusa, and Bezuma Natore. But our scouting sucks. They sound something like I'm not familiar with any of them. And there we go. That's the result we wanted. We are lucky. A smash and grab 2-0. And this time, Mingatha is injured for 3 days. And we can play our reserves almost entirely in the next game. We've got an away cup game against AFC Wimbledon. So that's going to be Johnson in. We can't drop half of our defenders. We're already looking very, very thin in defence. Delkovic has been out injured. Mingatha's injured. Konza suspended. So Smith will end up on the bench. Going to swap out both these guys, Manu Kone and Onyedika. Scott McTominay will hopefully come on as a sub. Watkins to be replaced by Wilson. Duran in. We don't have Diaby because he's out injured. So Carter's on the bench. Cameron needs to be rested. Mingatha should be back in time for that. I don't want to... Kamara's had to play essentially all those minutes. So our subs that are going to come in, K-Pi, our new gen, a Regbanen as well. Can we really be hitting an injury crisis this early in the season? That is crazy. That is actually genuinely crazy that we've got 5 centre backs, we've got four full backs, 5 central midfielders, 11 forwards, and we're already hitting an injury crisis. Crazy stuff. Bill Houdini says, I loved watching Ajax as a kid. The days of Littmanen, Ibra, Suarez, Klaassen, especially the latter, was a fantastic footballer. Could do everything well in his prime, but I understand the sentiments against teams that dominate for years. So where I think Ajax kind of get away with it is because of the romanticism of Cruyff. The players that they've bought through their academy and the approach to football, I think kind of softens the blow a little. Or it does for me anyway. So Aryan, where can I download this save? I am very interested. And Holy Fab has given you the Discord link there. So you've got save points at the very beginning of the save, so you can start from season 1, or you can pick it up from the start of yesterday, season 2, or from the start of today, being season 3. Entirely up to you, just for a little bit of fun. So JY828 asks, are you doing a 3-season challenge? I am indeed. And Holy Fab, once again, you gentlemen, absolute gentlemen. So yes, we're doing a season a day currently. So that's the way we're doing. So this is the very last day. This is the 3rd season. We've been kind of hit or miss. We finished 8th the first season. We finished 2nd last season. We've had a little bit of a stumbling start to this season as well. So we've already lost to Liverpool away from home. We've already lost to Tottenham away from home. And here we are now with our first cup match. We're going to be playing a lot of reserves. So there is a good chance we also get knocked out here. Because we're getting through a lot of games in only 12 hours, we will be using instant result for some of these unimportant games at the beginning of the season, and then playing a lot more of the games towards the end of the season where it kind of matters a bit. We do manage to see off AFC Wimbledon. Scott McTominay comes on and scores. John Duran nets from the penalty spot. Okay, result. Now we've got Man City coming up. Against Man City, we're going to play a little bit more attacking, and we're going to try and have as many of our starters as we've still got fit, which isn't many. Esri Konsa in there. Mingueza onto the bench. Dookie is 2 weeks away. Lindstrom should be okay. So Omega. We're going to keep... John Duran keeps his spot. Elise and Ramsey kind of have to keep their spot. Kamara comes back in. John McGinn out, and we bring in Scott McTominay is our preferred player in that position. Just unfortunately, he's had a bit of an injury issue at the beginning of this season. Manu Kone. So Wilson. There, Manu Kone and Onyedika and McGinn as midfielders. We've got Mb, Mingueza, Taylor. McGinn, Onyedika, Kone, Wilson and Mega. So he's not going to quite be ready for that. K-Pi is going to be the player that comes onto the bench then. It's Rory Wilson. Doesn't quite make it. K-Pi has a little bit more flexibility in those regards. So let's just see where we're going there. So Dan Reuter, why did we get so many injuries on the game? It's so frustrating. Dear Lord, it is. Does Villa just have extremely injury-prone players or something, lol? So, like, not just lots of injuries, but lots of long-term injuries. It's got to be the physios. It's got to be the physios. The thing is, when we've signed players, we've avoided... It's not like we've been signing players that have known injury problems. It just seems to be that we've been very, very unfortunate consistently all the way through these 3 days. But hey, that's how it is. Better than calling yourself arrogant, as Ajax fans do. Tatsugiri, Haaland missed the penalty, but at least he's humble. He's always genuinely missed a penalty. I think it's my... Oh, I didn't set my fantasy team. He's definitely my captain. I don't want to hear that he's missed a penalty. Is it still 1-1 there? So what do you think about training on FM, MustermannFM? So I watched a few videos about training being exposed and isn't what exactly we think it is. That's wrong. I need to do a video on this. So a large impact on training is the intensity of the training. So yes, you can get really good results in making players very fast if all you train them on is quickness, match practice with the quickness default foot thing. Thank you so much for the raid, Charu. How are you doing? Welcome on in, Raiders. How is everyone? Welcome in to the FM World Cup Challenge. Just bear me 1 second. I'm just going to respond back to Dan Reuter. I'll just get back to training in a moment there. And let's say hello properly. We are in the 3rd season. We are completing a season every day. What that means is we are streaming from 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Every day. That'll be Greenwich Mean Time. Going through, we're using instant result. We're trying to do as well as we possibly can with Aston Villa. We get various points throughout the challenge, depending on where we finish. And you can see the breakdown of the points, which should be appearing just there underneath me in a moment. Or it would do if I've managed to do it correctly. I haven't, though, because I haven't pressed return. There we go. Let's do that again. It should now be appearing underneath me. Now, There we go. And that's the breakdown. We picked up 55 points in the first day as we finished 8th and we lost in the Conference League final. We picked up 85 points yesterday, finishing 2nd in the league and winning the Conference League. And this is the 3rd and final season. You will find that I might be getting a little bit crazy towards the end of it because a relatively low amount of sleep so far. So we are going to be holidaying through a lot of these early games in the season as we try to make sure we have some time free towards the end of the day to play the important matches. Subsequently, that means we're even going to be holidaying through a game against Man City at home, which is crazy. So we lose 6-3 as a result. That's a crazy result. And Erling Haaland scored a hat-trick in the opening 12 minutes. That feels harsh. To concede 6 goals from 2.68. Oh no! Now, one of the things that happens as a result of trying to push through the games really quickly is that sometimes you make really stupid mistakes, like you put Victor Johansson, your backup goalkeeper, who was signed from Rotherham. He is not a Premier League player, but we needed a backup keeper. You put Victor Johansson in for the cup game against Wimbledon midweek, and then you forget to put Emi Martinez in for the game against Man City. And you forget to change your right back as well to putting Oscar Mingueza in. So sometimes you make some really stupid mistakes that means that from just 2.2 XG, you concede 6 goals. Bugger. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, for Christ's sake. So that's one of the trappings of the challenge. One of the biggest issues is that things happen and sometimes you're not paying full attention when you're trying to rush through. Now we have our striker John Duran injured as well. That's 5 weeks. How are we doing? We're currently joint 2nd highest in the injury table as well. We've got John Duran, Moussa Diaby, Danilo Duki and Jesper Lindstrom out injured. Ollie Watkins has just returned. Scott McTominay isn't fit yet because he's just coming back from injury. Oscar Mingueza's been out injured and just returned. John McGinn was kind of short of fitness as well. Our new signing Manu Kone has been injured and isn't quite back to fitness yet. So we are having a pretty rotten time of things so far. But, you know, that's how it is. A season a day is quite crazy. So Arjun, you can't find the download file on your Discord. If you pop to the channel called Not the World Cup and you go to the pinned chats, that's got all the links there for you. I don't know how it's even possible in such a little time frame, but I play long extended highlights and micromanage a lot. It's definitely a very challenging and different way of playing the game for sure. Not something I'm used to or familiar with. And that's why you always use next match only, says Huango. Very good to know. Very good to know. I do that even when I'm playing actively. I accidentally put a position player at goalkeeper and the goalkeeper in the outfield. Oof. Right. Okay, we have a break coming up. So every hour when Twitch runs its ad, I do take a break because I really need to try and stay fresh. I need to squeeze food in whenever I possibly can and stand up and make sure that, you know, my legs still work. So we're going to be popping away for all of about 3 minutes and then we'll be back to cry over the result that's just happened. I'll see you guys in a moment. And we're back. I set it forwards to the next game, which is against Galatasaray. We won't be playing this one either. So let's talk a little bit about how I normally play when I play off stream. I will do the rest thing, and then I clear the squad entirely. But that obviously slows things down a little bit. I also have a tendency, so Tales of the Tapes over on YouTube plays the matches on comprehensive, doesn't really in-game manage much, just likes watching the game. And I'm kind of more on your level. I'm a full match wanker. I like to play with the speed all the way up at the top and watch the full matches. I like to see all those little details that are happening during the course, all those things that aren't good enough to make highlights, because you can see a lot more about the build-up structures and how the players move in between. I find that really, really fascinating. Unfortunately, that doesn't make for good streaming, and definitely not in a 12-hour challenge. I do though want to get to, like, maybe in the Mario Ham save, if we get to like a big final or something, is to do a game on full match. I think that could be quite fun. So yeah, we're playing against Galatasaray now in the next game, home in the Champions League. We don't have enough players to fit on the bench already. We do have a senior squad of about 28 players, I think, but we're going to have to bring up some of the youngsters. We got a new gen in the first season, a young lad named Kai Pai, which is an amazing name. You've always got to love a rhyming name, and Kai Pai is definitely quite an elite name for a rhyming name. He already looks to be pretty decent. So for those of you guys, we won't see many of this on stream because we're going through, but we play using an attributeless style just to add an extra layer of difficulty in there. So this young lad has already got excellent, that's above 16 flair, technique. He's good at like all the things you want him to be: passing, first touch, dribbling, finishing, off the ball, stamina, acceleration, pace. Could do with his work rate increasing, but this is a really, really good player. Hopefully my assistant manager will give him a little bit of game time at some point. So he's going to make it onto the bench. Rory Wilson is our only proper striker on the bench. He's another player from the youth squad. He's now about 20, 21. So maybe he can come on and do something magic. He did score a goal against Olympiacos last season, which was quite cool. So here we are, home game against Galatasaray, a 5-0 win. Ollie Watkins is now injured. Marvellous. We are now down to just 2 strikers out of the 5 or so that we started with at the beginning of the season. Rory Wilson came on and scored a goal. Emmanuel Omega, always good. That one is for you, Dan Reuter. 5-0. Watkins out for 5 weeks. Oh my word. I might cry. Rest one day. And it's an away game against Man United. This has been a brutal opening. We played Tottenham, Liverpool, Chelsea, Man United as our opening away games in the league as well. We could potentially be out of the title race before we've even got like 10 games into the season. M. Figueiredo, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. What a thrashing indeed. What a thrashing. So Watkins out. Rory Wilson in. Kellyman's going to have to be that. Lindstrom should be back in time. That's marvellous. Oh yeah, Onyedika, the AI decided not to register Onyedika. So we also don't have one of our midfielders available for Champions League games, which is a bit of a shame. He's going to come in though, whilst McTominay's not quite at match fitness yet. Dookie is 4 days away. He's not going to make that game. Diaby still another 3 weeks. Duran. So is it going to be Lindstrom has to be our backup striker? So normally, right, in this situation, Moussa Diaby would be playing up front. That's kind of why we've got him in the squad. He's there to be a backup option at striker. But with Watkins, Duran and Diaby gone, we are just a little bit stretched. And the transfer window only just closed as well. So, famously corrupted Galatasaray. Exactly. Funny thing is, you beat them 5-0 in August on the Super Cup game. What a result. Nickname reckons that one of my physios is sabotaging. Well, it looks like the players are sabotaging. Like, it's the opposition. They're mainly in game injuries. So evidently, they saw that we finished second last season. They all grouped together and were like, oh my, we're gonna hurt them. We're gonna hurt them and destroy them. So Bill asks, has anyone used the skin on a laptop? So I use it on my laptop. It depends on the resolution of your screen, by the way. So it's the minimum supported at 1360 by 768, which will be, I can actually show you what that looks like for a second. So you do end up with a little bit less information here. This is a customized page, so this will look slightly different on your screen. Actually, it's a really bad example because I've changed things for the stream version. So it does work at 1360 by 768. Everything is designed so that it should still fit within the width for you. If you're using a MacBook, I don't know the impact of a notch though, I'm afraid. So I haven't been able to test it with a notch, but it should, as long as you've got the effective resolution of 1360 by 768, you should be all right. You've just thrashed Galatasaray again as well. Nice. So it looks like you're going to be running away with the league this season for sure. For sure, right? It's Kerr Smith, that's okay. He's he's a youngster. Shouldn't be a major part of our rotation. He was on the bench. Means Hayden Carter. Yeah, go on then. Go on then, Hung. We will go here. You will have been upset to hear that for a brief moment I considered signing Anthony Elanga and then decided against it because his performances in game had been a bit rubbish. Away game against Man United, we go to the defensive setup. Let's see how we go. Hello, Musterman. Hello, Hungdamin. I hope you're doing well. Harold, welcome in as well. I hope you're doing well too. The Moneyball command won't work. It's been disabled, I think, as we're not really doing a Moneyball save right now. Let me re-enable that for you if I can very quickly. One moment, Twitch. Oh, where can I do this quickly? Oh, it's not in there. It's in somewhere else, isn't it? My dashboard. Oh no, did I get rid of I got rid of the command altogether. Sorry, you can't get the Moneyball command. It basically linked to my channel over on YouTube. And if you go socials, you can find my link over on YouTube, which will link you to the Moneyball Clinic series. Right, away game against Man United. We play this. We're into October. We're currently 3 hours and a bit in, 4 hours in. What are the games we're going to target? We're going to be targeting games. We've got all the big games out of the way at that point, and then it's the second half of the season where we really need to play games. So we'll leave this one to the assistant manager. We're going to try and save ourselves as much as possible for the second half of the season. And it looks like we may, if injuries carry on at this rate for the second half of the season, we might need to just try and fill out the squad until we've got 60 players, just so that we can make it through. So Rory Wilson gets his start away against Old Trafford. Can he be the hero? He scored midweek. He can't be the hero. We lose 1-0. That is now our 4th defeat in 7 games as we lose our away matches against Tottenham, Liverpool, Chelsea, Man United. No, we beat Chelsea away. We lost at home to Man City because we forgot to change our goalkeeper and our defenders. Right, next game is 2 weeks away against Newcastle. We'll give them an extra day's rest. And we hopefully can come out of the international break maybe with a couple of players that can go on the bench. Fingers crossed. So I use your skin on laptop and the skin is fine. Good to hear. Sporting sacked the replacement of Amarin already. What, in real life? In real, like that? Really? Wow. I'm using the Musterman skin 1920 by 1080 on 85% zoom. So as long as the main player information is there, all good. My laptop screen is quite large, so I think it'll be fine. We'll test it tomorrow on a long plane ride. Marvellous thing, yes. So when I talk about effective resolution, that does kind of take into account what zoom settings you have. So if you play on 1920 by 1080, but on, say, 125% zoom, that's going to be a lot closer to what it would look like at 1600 by 900. But it will work all the way down at small resolutions. 1360 by... One of the very, very key components was that it would work at 1360 by 768, and you don't lose out any information as a result. In fact, it was at that lower resolution, which is why the scrolling came in the first place. I tried it out as an option for a smaller resolution skin. I was playing it with myself and like, I like this. This works better for me. So just to see all player attribute circles on screen, and doesn't need to scroll down for it. So so you have two options for the profile. If you go to the profile page, it will be the pizza chart first. If you go to the attribute page, it'll show you the attributes first and then the profile as well. So you can have a layout that is more suitable, potentially. Elise is now injured, 10 days. Mingazer is out for 10 days. Cool. McGinn is throwing his toys out the pram again. So nobody is completely out. We could potentially have some of these guys come on the bench. McTominay, though, he also picked up an injury. I didn't see that. So McTominay is never going to get fit this season from the looks of things. Diaby should be back today, but it's nowhere near the right condition. Dookie is back, so he can come in for Ezri Konza. Mingazer managed to make it back in time. That's marvellous. Manu Kone can finally come in and start. Elise is kind of okay. Rory Wilson. But we still don't have other striker options, really. Home game against Newcastle. We're going on to the attacking system. And let's see if we can maybe get back to winning ways. So I say that I don't want to play any games in the first half of the season if we can avoid it. Potentially, if we lose today, I might have to take over the next game. Just because we don't want our morale to completely and utterly collapse, as it's probably on the verge of doing so. So here we go. Lindstrom on from the bench, maybe. Yeah, Lindstrom comes onto the bench because Nedeljkovic is not fit enough at all to really contribute as a sub. We have players not fit, that's absolutely fine. I'm watching the Vietnamese national team right now. How are they getting on? 1-0, Emmanuel Omega in the 83rd minute. That's what we needed. We are seeing some very similar patterns. We have had a pretty rough time from an XG standpoint, I feel like. Yeah, we're underscoring. We have conceded fewer than we should have done, though. So we are pretty much where we're meant to be in the league. That win does certainly help things. And now we're up against Ajax away from home. Go for the rest there. Onyedika's not been registered yet, we know that. McTominay back in time for that? No, he's not. Diaby is, though. Smith onto the bench. Nedeljkovic onto the bench. Watkins won't make it. Duran won't make it. Then we've got an away game against Bournemouth in the league after the Ajax game, only three days in between. So hoping they can beat out Indonesia for qualification, but not so confident. And what's the score at the moment? Spencer, not too shocking to lose against that group. What's the group though? I don't know. So it's important for your national team, of course, you'll watch the match. I'm Vietnamese, you know. Indeed. Mackwell will be proud, right? Indeed. Now I see. So I meant on 85% zoom, I can see both pizza chart and all the player attribute circles on when I'm on one player's profile screen. Yes, you should do indeed. Perfect. Tatsugiri, does Asia have more slots for the World Cup now? Let's see. Do we have an answer there? Yes, more World Cup dreams for Asian teams. Marvellous. We've made it through that time without picking up another injury. That's good. Good seeing Manu Kone. Dude's a beast, says William over on YouTube. Well, he's had a pretty rough time of things so far. We signed him. He played in a friendly, he got injured, and he struggled to get into fitness since then. So hopefully he can be a beast, but it's not been a positive start at this point yet. We go to the away tactic. Do we make a change? Yes, we're going to rest Digne. He's had to play a lot of games. I'd love to rest a striker. We can't. Kone, Kamara. Can I put someone on? Right, Lindstrom will get some game time. He's going to play for there. So that's going to be two players on the left that are a little bit tired. I kind of expect us to lose this one. Ajax are obviously quite a good team. Yes, I will hydrate. Loving the skin. It's a total game changer. Glad to hear. Right, Merry Christmas to you and all, to chat, by the way. Wishing you all a good time with your vlog. That's very kind of you, Dan Reuter. There we go. We lose again. 3rd minute goal from Akpom. That's our first defeat in the Champions League, though. So 2-1. We're still in a reasonably decent spot there. Let's rest these guys. And it does mean that we have been able to give A little bit of rest to Lucadinha. A little bit of rest to Jacob Ramsey. The midfield, though, are exhausted, which is understandable given the opportunities they've had for game time. So both of them are going to be rested for the next game. That will be Kone in on the bench to fill that spot. Where is Kamara? Can take the spot there. Greg Taylor, Ezri Konza can come in. He can come in from Ngeza, who's also had some injury problems so far this season. Onyedika's had a pretty bad start of the season as well. Watkins should be back, right? 5 days? No, he's not going to be back. John Duran coming back tomorrow, so he comes onto the bench. He won't be ready to start. Poor old Rory Wilson. A lot being asked of the young lad. Away game against Bournemouth, and then we've got a cup game against Southampton, so that will definitely be as many reserves as we can possibly do. So Spencer said was referring to all the big 6 teams that gave you a losing streak. Right, yes, indeed. Yeah. The problem is if we're going to win the league, we need to... I know they were all away games, pretty much, apart from that Man City one, where I had a really, really, really stupid error on my behalf. Those are the games we've kind of got to be winning if we're looking to win the league. But realistically, we sit on 4 defeats. Last season, Liverpool lost only 3 games. So, like, in some respects, we might have already lost the chance to win the league, which is a big kick in the teeth. But that's how it is. We've had a horrible run, and we've had some big issues with injuries at that same time. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. Now, can we get a result against Bournemouth here? We're going to play attacking, even if we're away from home. Lucadinha is already on yellow card trouble. There we go. Moussa Diaby will hopefully the AI will see fit to give Moussa Diaby some minutes. Bill says, thanks a lot for these helpful answers. Lovely community. There are no excuses now. Let's see how far we can go with the pizza chart in the lower Dutch leagues. Good luck with it. And we've lost to Bournemouth 3-2 from 1.7 XG. That's disappointing. That we can't even blame on the goalkeeper. But Rory Wilson did score 2 games. I think we are it's officially possible for us to win the league, and we're only in October. Oh dear. So we are going to have to play the game that comes up after this, not the Southampton one, but we really need to start getting a run of form together. So I'm going to have to take over quite a few of these games. Buck, we've screwed it. We are 4 hours. We're 4 hours into the stream, and the season is probably already over. Oh bugger. Nedeljkovic is back to fitness, so he'll come in for that game. B will come in. Konza's going to cover at centre back. Greg Taylor there. Midfielders, Manu Kone comes in. Scott McTominay still not going to be match fit. Lindstrom comes in for Ramsey. Diaby is going to come in. John Duran and Wilson potentially. Nope, so it's not Omega. Omega's had to play loads of games. We're going to bring in... Kellerman. Going to bring in Kellerman. Kai Pai is definitely going to be on the bench. Omar Kedda's going to be on the bench. Oregmanen's going to be on the bench. Feeney, yeah, let's shove Feeney on the bench for this game. And then, so we have Ngeza, in fact, is going to play at centre-back. Smith is on the bench. Carter's on the bench. Kamara was rested for that one, so he can come into the bench as well. I'm going to save Kamara for the league game, though. McTominay, again, how far away is he? 3 days. It's 3 days coming, so McTominay in there. And move forwards to Southampton. We've got a home game against Norwich. We probably don't need to take control of it. But can you imagine if we don't win against Norwich? So yes, we definitely need to do that. Spencer, you're right. This is not the World Cup. This is the not World Cup, not just a chill save. We need to do this. Is there an instant result button on your available version of the skin? Asked Bam Bam. Yep. Instant result is available on all versions. Next to the submit team option during a game, you'll find a logo that you can click. That's the instant result button. It is indeed. It's the Wannachup logo. So as Wannachup is the man who made, who found it, shall we say? He discovered it in the console version of the game and brought it into the PC version. So I'll point it out once we get to the moment. It's what I've been pressing quite a bit in these streams. JC991, afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome aboard. So, bam, bam. If you're still about, this button here is instant result. Nedeljkovic played in a game already. So those players we just brought in from the subs bench are not actually available. Right, Watkins is just on a test. So is McTominay. Duran's on a test. Diaby's on a test. Now I've just got to hope that the AI knows to take players off relatively early so that they don't have to play the full game. Manu Kone scores twice, gets sent off. That is the Manu Kone experience. We know he's aggressive. He's banned for 1 game, and that applies to all English competitions. It's actually going to be a 3-game ban, isn't it, once they do the whole lot? So there we go. Manu Kone's disrupted start to the season continues. My job is done, indeed. So Manu Kone we signed for 39 million. We're how many games into the season? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 games into the season, and he has played a grand total of 11 matches, which isn't too bad. Only 4 starts because he's been injured again, now suspended. He's doing a Zaniolo. This is what Zaniolo did to us last season, and that's why Zaniolo is no longer with us this season. So full strength team against Norwich. We've then got a home game against Inter as well. So at right back is Mingueza, it's Dookie, it's Torres. Digne is suspended as well because he's picked up an extra yellow card in that last game. Onyedika or McGinn. McGinn's 6.86. Onyedika's on a 6.68. So McGinn will partner Camera. Elise is pretty much the only option there. Ramsey's the only option there. Watkins might be okay enough to start the game. So there we go. That should be good thing there. Konza, Mbaye, Onyedika, McTominay, Lindstrom, Diaby, Duran, Wilson. That's the squad we're looking at. Let's get a nice big win over Norwich. That's what we've got to go for. So wins the game, says I'm off, refuses to elaborate. Indeed, Kone is here for a good time, not a long time. I mean, yes, he's not here for a long time. Maybe we get rid of him in January. See if we can cash in. That's why Gladbach were happy to sell him. He accepts his fine though. He takes it with grace. Man City have the best youth setup in the world. Lies. The Man City youth setup didn't create Jack Grealish. That is the best youth setup in the world. Everton have managed a draw. Fantastic. So draws against Chelsea and Man City in recent games. The turnaround is here under their takeover. Norwich are up in 5th. Norwich are 3 points ahead of us at the moment. Maybe not as easy a game as we thought it would be. Let's see. Everton probably should have won. That's what I was saying about the Chelsea game as well. So big goal. Big chances missed, or was there some controversy? So yeah, in there, big wins for Arsenal over Tottenham. Big win for Man City. Man City are back now that they've got Carlo Ancelotti instead of Pep Guardiola. Pep Guardiola stood down after winning the Champions League. And there we go. This is the team we're running with. Ollie Watkins is lacking sharpness. Indeed he is. Let's see if we can get ourselves back in the swing of things. I have faith, guys. I have faith. And here we go. So Berdana asks, can you not choose a match plan with the instant result with determined sub that you want depending on the result? I've never tried myself, but I've seen the options at least. Maybe doesn't work. I've never seen subs work with match plan. In fact, I've never seen match plans work particularly well at all, if I'm honest. So I don't trust them. There we go. We give the ball away. Now Ida has a chance to do something. Into Borja size. Gravera. Can Gravera take aim? No, he plays it there, and it's 1-0 down after 12 minutes. Oh my word. Oh my word. We might be taking an early lunch. Kalalai, great strike. Careless ball given away from our own free kick. Lads indeed. Just pure footballing brilliance, apparently. So, can we create some chances? Watkins is taking the corner. That is De Neo at the far post. Is Watkins really taking the corner? He can't be our best. Well, Ramsey isn't necessarily great. He might well be our best corner taker. There we go. Here for the job hunt if it happens, his nickname. Proper bottling incoming. It is all going quite badly. Let's look at our set piece takers. So it would be Lindstrom. He's not even good at corners. Surely someone is better. We don't have corner takers. That'll be why. So let's say we want Michael Elise to take from both sides. That will be what we're going with. We will have outswingers from one area. So one all at half time is not good enough. Certainly if we concede now and we go down again, that's definitely not good enough. We need to put them to the sword. Gabriel Serra has able to turn. He's left two players for dead. Circumfeeds Ida. Great save from Martinez. Now the shout should come in. We ask them to fire up. Maybe not. Gabriel Serra with the corner. Swings it into the near post. De Neo gets it clear. Watkins puts the pressure on and we're able to move away now. Come on, guys. Come on, we've got to be doing better than this. Maybe have a throw in. We are possibly even going to have to move the thing up. Elise crosses the far post. There we go. Off the bar. Omega heads it in. Did he manage to stay onside? The flag isn't up. But VAR don't have other ideas. We have got away with that potentially. Mingatha, McGinn, Elise hangs it up. Ramsey should have put that away. Katsuki did really, really well, but it fell to Omega 2 yards out. Love Michael Elise. I had him on my Villa save as well. I love Michael Elise. He's had injury problems since we signed him, unfortunately. Now Guevara back to Gabriel Serra. Serra shoots from distance, comes to Ida. Oh, what on earth was that, Ida? Let's have a look at this as he strikes the ball. Just anywhere on that side, and that would have been a goal. Shocking defending from set piece. So we've scored around our XG, we've conceded around our XG. But that big chance does make a difference. We need to be we need to step up a bit. Pump fists, that one. You've not been bad, but you've not been good. Let's push those lines up. Okay, in that kind of respect. Just drop down to positive though. McGinn's not had a great first half, so we'll probably bring him off after 10 minutes or so. It's always too hard for me to come back to an early conceded goal. We have struggled with that a lot as well, Dan Reuter. Strange things are happening indeed. Right, 10-minute mark. John McGinn comes off. Scott McTominay can get some fitness into his legs, I hope. Ollie Watkins will come off for John Duran as well. So we've got and Moussa Diaby. That's 3 players potentially getting a decent amount of minutes to actually play some football, but we do need to still score another. So we did drop the mentality, and that does given Norwich a little bit of momentum. De Neo tries to get it clear. We never quite clear our lines properly. Sirkin now with the ball plays it to Salisu. Omega's decided to stop pressing at this point. And they go all the way back to Kasuki. Kasuki to Della. Della out wide to Kalili, the Norwich's goal scorer. He's forced back. And can we step in? Oh, he could have got there. Put some more effort in, lads. More effort. Kasuki has to send it long now. Now McTominay, Maya sends it on. Diaby shot. Takes a deflection in off the post. That was a fortunate goal, and one we will most definitely appreciate. 90% of my losses came after an early conceded goal. Any suggestions? It's difficult to know without what you're doing. What I have tended to do when that kind of situation happens is to start on a more conservative mentality or a lower tempo. Try and just see out those opening stages, and then focus on moving back to my more attacking system kind of once we've got past that moment. So the next change, we're going to get Lindstrom back into some fitness, hopefully. We're 3-1 up. Let's try and put them to the sword. Let's go back up to attacking mentality. I'm still mad about that match I posted in Discord. I don't blame you at all. I don't blame you. That was a tough game to take. As I say, their goalkeeper only being given an 8. Like they're trying to hide that their goalkeeper made 11 saves so that you don't notice that you were up against the super keeper. And then Onyedika in as the last change. Gaither, we're going to ask not to tackle harder anymore. Bam changes. We're not going to say anything to him. So he just saw the result. No, it's awesome, isn't it? We'll take it, says Eddie Bingo. We'll take it indeed. Martinez on the ball. Powell's injured. Powell is now injured. Please only be like 2 days. And please don't be a goal conceded because we're fanny-arsing around in defence. It is going to be, though, isn't it? Borges signs through. Troy Parrott straight at Martinez. And that's 3-2. The flag stayed down. That's going to be okay. Yet another injury for the collection. It does indeed. It's been disallowed, though. Woo! So, I mean, I reckon when we get to January, we basically, as long as we don't load ourselves up with transfer debt or go over our wage budget, I think we look to push the squad to be like 30 man. I mean, like, literally, let's have potentially, shall we go to 33 man? In fact, we'll have 3 players for every single position, because this is getting ridiculous. So we outscored our XG for a change. Isn't that nice? That is a nice change of happenings. 3-1 pushes up into the top 7. We are only 9 points off Man United in top spot. Maybe can. Thankfully, that's just 2-day injury. Does mean he might not be in the greatest condition for our home game against Inter Milan. Obviously, this game we have no Onyedika because the game didn't register him because they hate us. Carter, Smith on the bench there. Manu Kone is going to come in because he's going to be suspended for the league games anyway. Greg Taylor can be replaced by Digne. Watkins and Omega can stay on their run there. Cool. Let's get through until the game against Blue Neri. The wonderful, everyone's favourite team, Blue Neri. Right, physios are treating your players like Pokemon. We've got to... Maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need to treat them like Pokemon. If we catch all the players, none of the other teams can have players either. And if they don't have players, they can't injure us. Parrott and Ida, Norwich going for the Irish market, indeed. Right, need to head off again. Buffet food awaits. Hopefully, probably catch you this evening. Thank you very much for dropping by, Adam. I hope you enjoy the buffet. I mean, who doesn't enjoy a buffet? Morgan Rogers is out on loan, so that injury doesn't really matter. Any others? Kone, as we expected, his ban was extended to 3 games in England. Right, Blue Neri. We want momentum, right? We certainly want momentum, but I don't mind if we lose this game too much. Yeah, Pau Torres was out for 2 days, right? But he still needs a fitness test after 4. Right, Ari and B comes in. What a horrible game for him to have to face up against Inter Milan. What's the damage going to be? The damage is going to be in our favour. Omega scores twice. Manu Kone, that's 3 goals in his last 2 games. It's also 1 red card in his last 2 games. Boubacar Camera late on. That should put us in a very strong position now. So halfway through that, we've got a 1-point buffer in the automatic qualifying. And we have now played Ajax and Atletico Madrid Galatasaray, Ajax, Inter Milan. We still have PSV at home, Monaco away, Arsenal at home, Benfica away. Of course, we're going to be in pot 4, aren't we? So it's going to be really, really cruel games all the way through. I'm guessing it suggests that maybe Galatasaray and PSV were the other pot 4 teams. That seems very, very unfair on PSV or perhaps Ajax. Away game against Brentford coming up next. I want to take over this one. I think I want to play this game. Considering we lost to Bournemouth. What have we got going on here? No more injuries, which is cool. These players aren't in the team at current asking. Camera obviously would be. Manu Kone is meant to be suspended, but seems to be available. So that will be Camera and Kone as the midfield partnership. Diaby will come in for Elise. So Elise's got a really, really bad form. Obviously, he's had to play all those difficult games. Onyedika will come on as well. He's into Onyedika for McGinn. Torres into the starting lineup. Mingueda's been having a pretty rough time of things as well. Naturally, again, like these players are going to have rough ratings because they've had to play all those difficult games. So the Sideways Freak says, do you think pass maps are an accurate depiction of the shape your team builds up in? No, as pass maps are based on where players receive the ball, you end up with very, very skewed things, and I don't find pass maps, generally speaking, particularly useful. You can get some kind of high level information about, generally speaking, your positioning on the pitch relative to the opposition and which players are very active by the size of the thing. But no, if you're looking at it to analyze shape, I don't find it particularly useful personally. Spencer, I don't know if it makes much of a difference, but are your sports science staff bad? If I remember right, they're the ones that prevent injuries, and physios make injury recovery better. I've got some bad news for you, Spencer. I've got some real bad news for you. I play with no staff attributes whatsoever. So no idea. So it's not, I don't even play with the like semi-attributeless approach. I leave it to the fate to decide. And they're all hired by staff by AI as well. So we're really rolling the dice in that regard. So the technical director or the director of football is doing all the hiring for staff. So that could also have an impact there. Right, away game. Brentford with David Raya, managed by Eddie Howe. If we carry on, we'll do well. I have faith once more. Boubacar is happy. Let's see how things go. As Eddie Bingo says, we leave it to God. Have we won the Champions League yet? Asks the DM bassist. We haven't, but we have won. Have we won three of our 4 games? We are doing okay in the Champions League group stage. We might already be. We're in November. Manu Kone looking for his 4th goal in 3 games. We might already be out of the Premier League race. We have had a truly, truly painful start to this season. A number of issues have completely and utterly tore through our attacking options and our midfield options, and we've lost 5 games already as Mbreme looks to make it 6. We started as well with away game. Our opening away slate was Tottenham, Liverpool, Man City, another one of the big teams. It took a deflection. It wasn't even on target. That's off an own goal as well. And against Man City, a home game against Man City, which came after a cup tie. I forgot to change Emi Martinez back in goal. So our backup goalkeeper, who was playing for Rotherham last season, was in goal as we conceded 6 goals from like 2xG. Yeah, it's been painful. Can Kone restore our lead? He can't. Beaten to it, but Camera plays it to Kone. Here's Digne. Plays it out wide. Diaby back in the starting lineup. Omega heads it over. Oh, boo indeed. I was hoping my brief entrance into the stream would prompt a great run, unlike the classic Crodmo slump. So hopefully it will do. You're here now. You will save the day. As Dina forces a save out of Raya. Yeah, this has been brutal. But there is something quite, like, if we end up completely out of the league picture, maybe that means we can look for Champions League glory at the end of the season. We've put all our eggs into one basket. So here we are so far. We've had a decent run of things. We're about to go 2-0 down, aren't we? Here we go. Cross in. Embrema at the far post. It comes to Ruslav. Ruslav has space. Ruslav does it. There we go. Had that prepared. Now the camera's a little bit off wonk. This is. We're back to day one. The tactic has fallen apart. Ruslav fires across Martinez. It's 2-0 to Brentford. We've got to say some mean words to them. Here we go. Absolutely crazy. I want a much better display. Do we have... Duran's going to come on. We have to go for it. And that means Luca Dina can't come out of the team. Ezri Konza comes off. John Duran is coming on. Emega as a target forward on the right. John Duran is pressing forward on the left. Diaby as a winger on attack. Ramsey is an inverted winger. Kone to hold the position, perhaps. Kone to be the one holding. Kamara drops into the back line. So Kamara as a wide centre-back. Torres as a ball-playing defender. Dickey in the middle. No, he's not going to hold. He's going to attack. Dina is going to be replaced by Scott McTominay. We are playing for set pieces. We are not playing out of defence. We are going very, very long. Distributing to the target man. So we are kind of countering. That's fine. We are all out. We're stepping up more. We are absolutely going for it at every fibre of our being. Time for some 50s Brazil, indeed. Those ugly throw-in routines. Hail Mary formation. We're like, as I said, we were quite possibly out of the league title already, and we're not even into December. So we need to do some crazy shit. Crazy shit. This tactic is called the Rabid Dog. Just hoof it. Diaby. There we go. That's what we needed. John Duran shot. It looks like Diaby's shot was deflected by John Duran with 2-1 in, and this will get us demonetised.
Goals on stream. Goals on stream. Goals on stream.
So there we go now. Now with our kamikaze formation, they're through, and that's going to be 3-1 immediately. Kind of, we could expect that to come, didn't we? We can expect that with our ridiculously open formation. So camera is very, very central, which means that Sonko is completely all alone to make it 3-1. Oh, RIP indeed. You know, that's what we're doing. We're going for it. Let's demand more. I haven't seen a long ball. We haven't seen much of a highlight, to be fair. Ramsey is going to come off now. No, he's tired. On comes Lindstrom. Mane Kone is being asked to do a lot. Fuck it. I am absolutely destroyed by this game so far today. So McTominay as a wide target forward. We now have potentially 3 target forwards on the pitch. If we don't send the ball long, I think it is perfectly reasonable for me to question whether the game is working at all. That will mean Oscar Mingueza on. In fact, Kamara there. We will put these guys as inside fullbacks, but we are going to essentially still have a back 3 there. You can anchor. Mingueza, that will be the difference maker. That's when you're 3-1 down and you're going crazy. Let's do that. I'm actually intrigued. I'm intrigued. Let's get some more clear highlights there. Let's drop the mentality. So somebody reckoned we need to go lower when playing more direct. Hit early crosses. Maybe add a little bit more width so there's some space in between them. Distributing to the target man. You've got 3 target men to choose. Maybe we take counter off. Maybe that stops them sending balls forward long. That makes sense, right? We drop the defensive lines. We try and create some space. But we still stay in we stay in a high block. We've got a pressure. We're going to be super, super open right now. We're going to take the traps off. Can we see a long ball forward to a target man? Can we see a long ball forward to a target man? We haven't seen anything yet. Diaby is apparently tired. Powell plays it down the line. John Duran crosses it in. Diaby, we've crossed to Diaby. We crossed to Diaby. He's 5'6". Diaby plays it. There's Kone. It's offside though. It's offside. The umbrella formation. I like it. 3 goals from 0.77 XG is quite something. It is. Emmy having a disaster class. Time for no nonsense centre backs. Possibly, but that, I mean, like, even with just normal central defenders, that shouldn't be too much of a concern. So, of all the players we could have tried to cross to earlier on in that move, I still haven't seen us just launch the ball long. Jensen with the free kick. So free kick should be the only time we have a settled defence. But here comes Jensen, crosses it. Tony to win the header. Martinez makes a good save. Mingueza sends it not towards the target men. No, he just kicks it to their fullback. Here's Yannout. Yannout plays it through for Mbremo. Martinez gathers. Come on. Of course it's disallowed. I can't, says Mr. Tunafish. That's a long ball. That's a long ball to Kone. Not to any of the target forwards. Not to any of the target forwards. To Kone. Right, Mbremo. Can he get a cross in? He finds Jensen. There we are. Nice and open. Tony's shot is blocked. So who can we bring on? Kone. Well, this isn't like a reflection of Kone playing badly. Michael Elise and Jesper Lindstrom are coming on. Come on. I just want to see a long ball sent to one of the 3 target forwards we have. Just any one of the 3 target forwards. One long ball to a target forward is all I want. All I want now. We've lost the game. It's fine. Yannout plays it through. Beautiful, beautiful move as Sonko makes it 4-1. You can complain about that because we have no defence. Of course, it's going to play through us. It's not their fault, but we're only in this situation because of that. But what a lovely move. Sharda back to there. Yannout plays it back to Sharda. Plays the pass. The pass does take a small deflection on its way through. Sonko sweeps it in. And they've had a lot of XG now. Right, okay. We haven't seen a long ball forwards. A single long ball hasn't been the thing that we've seen, so we're going to watch it. Right, okay, you say no nonsense centre backs. Let's see if that will make that there. No nonsense centre back there. We'll do no nonsense fullback. No nonsense fullback. Right, we're on full match. We've got these last few minutes. We can push the speed up because we've got lots of games to get through. There we go. That's just a clearance, but we have a throw-in. So you throw it short and then you send it forward. Send it forwards. There we go. It was towards John Duran. We've seen one. Pow. Now, Lindstrom's going to run there. That's not what he's meant to do, but here we go. From a throw-in, Pow. Back to Pow. Sends the cross in. That's a crossing not to any of the target men, unfortunately. That was to Elise, but hey, you know, what do we expect? Sonko plays it across. We get it clear, can we? We do. Imega, here's McTominay. McTominay plays the ball down the line, and that's unfortunately gathered. Raya clears the Neo, back to McTominay. Send it forwards. Sent it forward to Elise. That was a lovely, lovely ball to Elise. We have pulled one back. Still not aimed for a target forwards. We did do once, it did look like. We sent the ball once forward to McTominay. Here is the ball to the target forward. Nope, that's Elise. 4-2. I'm losing it, chat. I am absolutely losing it. Come on, it can't be that hard. Like, if you want to send the ball long, you should be able to send it long. Right, Adarabayo into Aya. Aya all the way back to Raya. Raya sends it long to nobody, to Danilo. Here's Camera. Pow's going to send it forwards. He does indeed. It's a through ball for John Duran rather than aiming for his head, but that's, you know, that counts, right? Elise now loses out on the ball. Longstaff cleans it to Sade. Sade goes through. Mingueza managed to get the challenge. Rurslav loses out the ball. McTominay could have just taken it. Rurslav just stopped it, but then McTominay decided to dive in and get himself to ground unnecessarily. That's our distributing to the target man there. Did you see that distribution to the target man? The target man, who was our defensive midfielder. And as a result, he has now picked up a booking, is going to be suspended for the next game. Give the ball to the target winger. We've got a target winger. It's just not the target winger they're sending the ball long towards. Right, that's going to be the game. I imagine this section is going to run out until we reach 95 minutes. It's not. We do see a free kick. Raya sends it to Aya. Adarabayo back to Raya. Just kill some time now. Davis sends it long to Sonko. Mingueza, what are you going to do here? Martinez, what are you going to do here? Is that to a target forward? It was to Lindstrom, our attacking midfielder. That's not our target forward. Mingueza, are you going to send it to a target forward? No, you were aiming for Lindstrom again. He's not a target forward. Elise plays it along the ground to a target forward. Now with the cross, we send it into the advance forward. And Elise, of course, is a great save out of Raya. I am losing it. I am completely and utterly losing it. How on earth have we spent half an hour and we've seen one long ball to a target forwards? That is crazy. Oh, we do have my favourite thing though. Oh no, we can't see it. The camera's the other way round. If you watch the game on full match, it carries on until all the players line up by the tunnel and they just sort of like stand there walking into each other. A deserved defeat. 1.9 XG, 4 goals conceded. We scored around our XG. I'm disappointed. Like, we threw that game in all. We threw the last goal, the 85th minute one. That's completely and utterly fair. That's us throwing the game, as was their second. But come on, like just once, more than once. Just one long to the target man. Utter woke nonsense. So we are currently in 10th. That's our 6th defeat. 6th defeat in 11 games. We're still only 9 points off Liverpool. And technically it's not over. But we do essentially need to win probably every game from here to pull that back. We didn't do the resting stuff, did we? So let's go through and do that. Dina, Kamara, Kone, Ramsey, Diaby, Watkins, and Mega. I'm sure if we... Oh, I did do the resting. I'm sure if we went sensible after we pulled one back, that would have been a perfectly normal game. Just to be completely clear, like, you know, there is a lot of blame there that sits on my shoulders. But I will also point out that it's absolute bullshit at the same time. Right, here we go. On to the next game. So you've typed in rules. So if you look underneath me, poised. It is showing. It isn't showing up there. There's rules. There we go. We're basically doing the FM World Cup. So in August last year, there was the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager, where representatives from 16 countries came together and went through a league season, 3 league seasons, 1 season per day. So that's what we've been doing Tuesday, Wednesday, and today. And depending on how we progress in various competitions, we get certain points. So on Tuesday, we finished 8th, and we're pretty rubbish. We scored 55 points overall. On Wednesday, we finished 2nd, and we won the Conference League, and we were doing quite well. Today, we have been a little bit rubbish. a little bit rubbish. We have had loads of injuries, and then I've lost it. I've lost my marbles. I've had like 8 hours sleep, and I've been streaming for like 30 hours over the last couple of days. I may have gone mental. And we've been having to deal with some pretty tough results, and I'm not handling it well. To the extent that all the regulars have gone silent. They're scared of me. This isn't good. I'm sorry, guys. John Duran is out injured just for a couple of days, though. Kone is injured, of course he is. That's 14 days. Konza's out for a week. That might have happened in the first week of the thing, so there might be some of them back. Watkins is out for a week. So that's 5 more injuries over a 2-week period. Kone and Watkins aren't quite there. With a new... RJ is back with a new headset to hear your beautiful voice. Oh, you poor sod. What happened? We're just rubbish. That's all. We lost to Liverpool, Tottenham away from home to start the season. Accidentally kept our reserve goalkeeper in for a home game against Man City. Conceded 6 goals from 2 XG. Lost to Man United. Lost to Ajax. Lost to Bournemouth. We've just thrown it against Brentford as well. And we have a break coming though, guys. We've had a break, guys. Say I've scared Tatsugiri. Tatsugiri has confirmed that I've scared them. I do apologise. I have pulled a Keegan. We tried to go long ball in the last game. We played for the last 40 minutes all out long ball, like 3 target men, and we sent the ball forwards long to the target man once. So I have been broken. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. And we're back. Let's play a game of Missing 11, shall we? Let's get the good feelings back, and then I can show RJ our wonderful, wonderful tactic. Why on earth didn't it work? Why did we concede goals late in the game? I wonder. So we've been asked to do the Chelsea. We did this yesterday. We did that Man City one as well, so maybe we need to move back through a few. Let's just click some of these through. We've got Wolves beating West Ham in the... Oh, no one cares about Wolves. Always Chelsea again. How about Dortmund against Mönchengladbach in the Bundesliga in 2014? I don't think we've had a Dortmund team yet. So let's see what we're going. We've got Royce Guest straight off the bat from Hank. It is indeed Royce playing on the left of the side of the midfield. I'm guessing that's 16. Actually, 16 is that... Mertesacker. Mertesacker was 10. It's got to be Greek fat man, hasn't it? Why can't I remember his name? I of all people should know Greek man's name. Papastathopoulos. That's it, Papastathopoulos. Thank you for the hint. It is indeed. I spelt a name right as well. How about that? So, Hummels alongside, surely. Not there. Maybe no other spot for Hummels, unfortunately. Weidenfeller in goal. All the long names. Weidenfeller. Socrates the GOAT. It should have been Socrates, really, shouldn't it? Subotic next to him. That does indeed work there. Nice work. Nice work, Connor. And tells the tapes came in with Subotic as well. Socrates was the GOAT. He most definitely was the great. The game against Argentina in the World Cup where he kept Messi in his pocket. Wonderful stuff. Do we have a Gundogan in there? We might have a Gundogan. Do we have an 8-letter? Gundogan is 8, isn't it? Gundogan. We don't have an 8-letter midfielder, unfortunately. Schmelzer. Schmelzer was normally a left back, wasn't he? So maybe trying him at right back. Or we've got Piszczek. Schmelzer is 8. Piszczek is 8. I'm going to go with Piszczek, I'm afraid. Now, that's always a bad choice because Tatsugiri is almost always right. And it's going to be a Piszczek, isn't it? I do apologise for spelling that wrong. You did spell it correctly indeed, tells the tapes. I'm just a little clumsy there. Kel, the captain in defensive midfield, it is indeed. Immobile up front. He's an 8-letter. We don't have a spot for an 8-letter one. Derm at left back. Beautiful shout there. Lewandowski, of course. Of course, Lewandowski. No, it's not Lewandowski. He's an 11. He's an 11. Or Aubameyang. Aubameyang. It is Aubameyang. Podolski and Blaszczykowski. So that's too short for Podolski, right? So it's got to be Blash. Right. I will try my best to follow the spelling that we've got there, because at least it's... No, Blash... Maybe that's too short. 2014. Kagawa is a good shout. And then, yes, indeed, Mkhitaryan was often played in such a role. That would be there. So, have I missed someone? Has someone got the other defensive midfielder? Bender. I don't know if you're making a suggestion there, Hank, or if you're trying to insult me. There we go. It was indeed Sven Bender. What a name. What a name. A lot of big players missing out of that team, though. Dermin as a starter in that game. Did they win that game? They did. They won 1-0 against Mönchengladbach. Great players. Some great players in there. Loved watching Kagawa. Prime Mkhitaryan was amazing as well. And Socrates the GOAT. Socrates the GOAT. So, RJ, are you ready to see the formation? This was what we... The moment I broke. The moment I broke. After going 2-0 down to something like 0.6 XG, in a game that once again we had dominated up to that point, we decided, right, we're going long. And I took the advice that after we've gone long, tried to chase games in the last couple of days, the recommendations that we've been given had been that we need to drop the tempo, because if we play too high tempo, we're not sending the ball long. So we've dropped the tempo. That we need to drop the defensive line so that the teams come on to us. So we drop the defensive line. We are going as direct as possible. We're trying to send crosses into the box. We try to have enough width so players weren't all like on top of each other. We stopped countering, in perhaps maybe by having counter-attack, that forces them to play the balls down the wings or something. We had 3 target men. Scott McTominay out wide, John Duran, and we had Emmanuel Omega. During that time, we saw one long ball. We eventually ended up even going to full match highlights to watch the end of the game. And in that point, we saw one long ball forwards to the heads of John Duran. We saw a lot of balls long towards the winger, some to the anchor, some to the attacking midfielder. Yes, so that's how I fell apart. That was the me breaking and talking at 200 words per minute. Because all I wanted was to see us actually send the ball long properly. But there we go. So our next game is against Leeds United. It's a home match. That's in the league, isn't it? It is a league game. Where are we at? We are now 5 hours. Well, we're 4.5 hours in. We have 7.5 to go. We're in November, so we've got December, January, February, March, April, May. We've got over 6 hours. So we are going to try and play this game as well. And then hopefully we can hand over to the assistant manager for some games. I mean, the assistant manager might be better, but he also lost to Bournemouth, which I can't forgive him for. We have, right, Mingueza back in, Dookie, Torres, Dina is back, Kamara is unfortunately suspended. We've lost loads of players to injury, didn't we, over just the small injuries, but still more injuries nonetheless. So it's going to be McGinn and McTominay. Oh, did I not press? I didn't press McTominay. I didn't press in the right area. Michael Elise, Jacob Ramsey. Diaby's going to play up front because we have Watkins injured. Johansson, Konza, Arian B, Greg Taylor, Onyedika, Lindstrom, Wilson, Kerr Smith and Hayden Carter come onto the bench. Let's see how we get on here. They seem to be quite happy. And the thing is, we haven't had that bad. We haven't had like runs of games where we're losing, right? We have we've just been kind of like we've won a game here or there, and then we've lost a game here or there, and so we're not like morale isn't tanked. We're not like in a rut. So hopefully if we can get we're on full match, by the way. Key highlights. So Matt, welcome back in. We're broken. We are completely and utterly broken. We are now in we're coming to the end of November. We are out of the league. We can't win the league, I don't think. We've lost 6 games already in our opening 11 matches. We've had injury after injury after injury after injury. McGinn opens the scoring, a lovely finish from a set piece. To the extent that in the last game I ended up playing with 3 target forwards, as direct as possible, and I might have had a small breakdown. So yeah, we're going well. It's going well. We went 2-0 down, like at 0.56, 0.7 XG maybe. We generated loads of chances before that point. So yeah, we went all out, and all I wanted to see was us send a long ball to one of the target forwards, any of the target men. And during that time, we sent just one ball forwards aimed towards the head of John Duran. And then we went on holiday between the international break. Lost another 5 players to injury. All minor injuries. So some of them are playing today. I think we've only got Watkins missing and Duran missing completely from the lineup, along with a couple of the slightly longer term injuries. So yeah. Champions League is where it's at. That's our big chance for points. maybe if we can win most of our games from here, like we probably need to look at about 70% win rate, I reckon.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
I reckon we might still have a chance for 4th place. But yeah, I think the league is going to be a little bit beyond us now. Thank you very much for the subscription, SWAT Score 005. Is that a SWAT Score? I was going to say, was it going to be SWAS? I thought it might have been a reference to Sensible World of Soccer, but no, it's SWAT. Yeah, really appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much, my dude. And Maestro, yeah, we'll play a game of Who Are You after this one. So decent start there. So, ouch, have you hired Luke Shaw's physio? It does look that way. I'm sure the game will tell us that we've been under the expected injuries. We do need to have a look at it though. We had. I did mean to look at that at the start of the stream as well. In fact, actually, let's see what's going on here. Nothing really much in the second half. Last season felt better for injuries. The first season felt rough for injuries. Last season felt better, but we had a lot more long-term injuries. And this season has been pure pain, literally. So Onyedika can get some game time. He'll come in for McTominay. Lindstrom can come in for Ramsey, who's looking tired. That's okay there. Let's try and fire these guys up as well, because the second half's been a little bit flat by comparison. You can see we had loads of chances, not necessarily great chances there, but it's been very flat this second half. Come on, let's have a highlight. Right, McGinn is also tired now. That means that we are potentially bringing on... Oh no, Kamara's suspended, isn't he? And Kone is injured. So Konza is going to play as the defensive midfielder. He can kind of play there. Lise to come off, and we'll bring on our youngster, Rory Wilson. He has got a couple of goals this season. Scored twice in that defeat against Ajax. Was it in the... Oh, was it the game against Bournemouth? He scored twice, which is nice. Omega plays it through. Diaby is offside, unfortunately. Yes, Diaby now split out wide. Lindstrom comes on and gets himself a yellow card. Into the last few minutes, Luca Dini can come off. We're going to bring on Mb, who will look to kind of shut up shop a little just by moving that down. Nickname says, isn't the target forward last-ditch strategy more of a lower league plan B? Defenders in the Premier League are physical monsters, generally speaking. Yes, certainly. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's exclusively a lower league plan. You will see a lot of Premier League teams go long if they're chasing a lead late in the game. You would certainly, though, expect them to send at least more than one ball towards the target forwards. I'm impressed with the energy and determination you're showing after the small breakdown. Well, thankfully, I have a break every hour, and I have some of this. The vape certainly helps. And also, look, we've got 6 hours or so left, so. You know, we can't quit on it now, can we? Just because, like, from a goal standpoint, what we're aiming for, we probably can't get what we're looking for. Doesn't mean that there isn't stuff still to play for. Now, if we get knocked out of the Champions League in the all too near future, that's a different matter altogether. No, Champions League is certainly going to be a challenge for us. We're a relatively smaller team than the others. Yes, the AI. I didn't see the date for the registering the Champions League squad, so evidently I must have missed that when we holidayed through, and that meant that they didn't register Onyedika, which is a little bit of a bugger as well. Right, okay, let's head on over to that game of Who Are Ya? Stream browser. Right, so Maestro, you get the first guess. You get to choose what player you want to guess. I don't think we've done 84. I don't remember seeing number 84. You get the first guess, and then we'll work from there. But I will also, though, probably add that the The small breakdown might be related to it being the third day as well. No picture. Yep, so Maestro was too easy with the picture. Far too easy with the picture. So we go with no picture. We start with a guess, and we use the clues that we get from there. Chelsea are 1-0 up, RJ. Palmer scored. Who are they playing? I have no idea what the fixtures are. I know Villa play Newcastle later on today. So you're going to start with William Saliba against Fulham. Oh, okay, that should be a reasonably easy game for Chelsea, you would think. So, unfortunately, we've got none right there so far. We know that this player is not French, not playing in the Premier League, not a defender. They're older than 23, and their shirt number is above number 2. So Lewandowski we're going with. Newcastle Villa is right, meow. Well, yeah, indeed. You know what I meant. It's like in my head it's still morning, but it's not, is it? So Lewandowski was the next guest that came in. Rafael Guerreiro we could look at potentially after that. We won't go for Rafael Guerreiro. So this player is younger than 36, shirt number under 9, plays in La Liga, isn't a forward, isn't Polish either. Yep, so yeah, we'll pass on Guerreiro at this point. We are looking for either a midfielder or goalkeeper aged between 24 and 35. A nice wide range. So Rodrigo, surely Rodrigo counts as a forward. I might veto that one, I'm afraid, Hank. Bellingham, says Zenergy. Jeez, go for... How old is Bellingham? Is Bellingham older than 23? No, he's not. He's younger. He's 21. I should have vetoed that one as well. So we're looking for a midfielder, not at Real Madrid either. Shirt number above number 5. SWAT score has suggested João Felix. So João Felix, this is this season. So João Felix will count as a Chelsea player, so won't count as a La Liga player. Yeah, not over 23. That's all right. I should have been more assertive on that one. So we've got a guess for Coke. Let's go for Coke with the. That's one way to get 3 days of 3 days of streaming. I didn't say that. It is a player though with a number 6 shirt, younger than 32 now. So we're looking at age between 24 and 32, and we have 4 guesses remaining. Not Spanish, not English, not Polish, not French, not playing for any of the big 3 either in La Liga, but they are a midfielder. Pardon me. So who are we thinking? Maybe a Girona midfielder? What's happened with Alex Garcia? Is he still at Girona? He's probably around 24, 25, I feel like. Or is he not? He might be a little younger. Won't be Van der Beek is at Girona, isn't he? In fact, yes. So let's give Van der Beek a try. Dutch player. It is Van der Beek. Well done, Maestro. Well done, Maestro. It is Donny van der Beek, Dutch, playing in a Liga with Girona, midfielder, 27 years old, wearing the number 6 shirt. Beautiful stuff. And tell that the tapes came in with Van der Beek over on YouTube as well. Alex Garcia was at Leverkusen already. I'd forgotten about that move. So, Tatsugiri, you said ignore me. Oh, yes, because you went for a Spanish player. Right, I've just been told that the battery is dying on here. So let's do a quick changeover. Right, goes there. Let's pop that and switch over to the other headphones. Oh God, that's loud. Right, turn the volume down. Oh, I think I might now be deaf, which is probably good. Probably a good sign. Van der Beek fell off. It is a shame how it never quite worked out, but it's a story for many Ajax youngsters, isn't it? They make that move and things don't quite work out. So Zenergy Mashup says, beg your pardon? Because I've made myself deaf, indeed. Yeah, beautiful work there. Right, we will head forwards to the PSV game. I think we can leave that to the assistant manager. We've got a win behind us. We're doing okay in terms of our position. We've got 9 points out of 12 in the Champions League. We're currently in the automatic spot, so we'll get a bye to the round of 16, or is it the second round? I can't really remember. which would be quite handy. Or do we want to, or do we not want that? Do we want to play in the playoff round so we get an extra round and then an extra 2 points? You know, all the points matter. I mean, I say they matter. It's not for anything other than a little bit of fun. So if we look at competitions, no, competitions there. So we're currently in 5th on 9 points. I think we can leave this to the assistant manager. And then our game against Leicester away from home, we'll leave that to the assistant manager as well. See how we do. Wrong scene. We are on the wrong scene. Thank you very much, RJ. Should I say Newcastle Villa 1-0 after 2 minutes or not? Well, who scored? Who scored? Just don't go to United. I mean, it's not just leaving for United that goes wrong. I think I think there's an element of being in that environment, right? So, being constantly in an environment where you're the best players around and you all know how each other play. I think adapting to something slightly different can be really, really difficult. And I get it. I mean, it is a challenge. Watkins is okay. Manu Kone comes in. He's potentially 1 yellow card away from a suspension. Duran should be okay to feature as well. So let's put Kone in there in that more defensive slot. Greg Taylor's always been reliable for us. And we're going to give Watkins that bit there. Drop Elise, give him a little bit of a rest as well. So in we go there. So Anthony Gordon inside 2 minutes. Fabulous. Hervan Ryan, welcome in. How are you doing, sir? I hope you're having a lovely day. 2-0, Jacob Ramsey. Jacob Ramsey seems to do quite well when we're not in control. That said, we've seen Watkins score quite a lot when we are in control. Our midfielders seem to do pretty decent. So maybe there's some magic. We need to find like a balance where we harness Paco Ayestaran to get the best out of Jacob Ramsey. Right, Mane Kone is really tired, so we're going to recall him and give him a second day. I say we're going to give him a second day. We are going to do that. But Kamara was suspended for that game, and he's obviously our starter in that respect. Manu Kone, if he's fit enough, will take that spot there. McTominay in for there. Onyedika. John Duran on the bench for Wilson. There we go. We will restore our fullbacks to the starting lineup. And we'll restore Elise there as well. Right, Leicester game. I'm sure we can get through this one. So fine, thanks. You're still not on Red Bull. I'm on Coke Zero. So I am on caffeine all day. Absolutely. Maybe we'll go on to the smelling salts once we reach the halfway point. In fact, so talking of the halfway point, we're at 5 hours now. We need to get through December. We're probably going to be buying players quite actively in January. We're not going to go full abusing installments. That impacts our transfer debt, which is one of the things we're working on. Torres is out for a day, should be okay come the game time. But yeah, we need a bigger squad. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm ignoring the youth players here. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Only got 22 in the squad, actually. So I thought our squad was a little bit bigger than that. And we've really, really struggled with injuries. So did I sell any? Yes, we sold Zaniolo. Let's show you who we sold. We sold Tyrone Mings. He wanted to leave, and we bought in Ari MB. We sold our backup goalkeeper because we bought one in January. So Joe Gauchi went. Leandro Dendoncker was a arranged mandatory transfer from a loan. Alex Moreno was out on loan last season. We managed to sell him. Nicolo Zaniolo was a bit average, so we sold him for about 36 million profit. We loaned out Oscarson because he was injured for 8 months. We bought in Manu Kone. So we didn't sell McGinn. We bought in Manu Kone. So we added there. So in terms of the players we sold, we didn't sell. The only player like mainly in the squad was Zaniolo that was sold, and we bought in 2 players to improve the squad options there. Mad Scientist is here. My word, the Mad Scientist. How are you doing, sir? How has your Christmas been? I hope you're doing well. Now, I will give you some grief, though. Your name is so difficult to spell. Because it makes it really, really tricky to do that thing. Have we done it correctly? We have done it correctly, though. There we go, guys. I'm sure you're all following the Mad Scientist already. I mean, it's crazy if you're not. We were talking about you earlier, in fact. So no pressure at all. No pressure at all. But we had Rowan on the stream this morning talking about the World Cup experience. And Rowan's currently doing a save on stream with DWS in the Netherlands. They're a lower league side, and his granddad used to play for DWS back in the 60s, back in 1963 when they won the league. And so we're saying, wouldn't it be amazing to have a retro 1963 league where he'd be able to play with his granddad, which I thought would be quite cool. Obviously, we're not actually asking for that. That would be crazy. Trying to do the research on relatively obscure teams. I mean, they were champions, but yeah. Spencer, is avoiding installments worth it if the players you get in will make the team perform better? So, sure, we could potentially pick up more points over the course of the save by destroying our transfer debt levels. But also, at the moment, it's a very easy 5 points if we don't spend in installments. But also, we've got plenty of money. Oh no, have I taken charge? Okay, right. Bugger. On to only commentary here then. Didn't mean to take charge of this game. Only there. Replays off. Match speed. Unfortunately, if we go and instant result now, it doesn't make substitutions, I tend to find. So you did a 66, 67 database for FM18. We'd love to get back to a 60s DB sometime. That must have been so tricky with all the research side of things, surely. Right, so they've had a goal disallowed, I think, so far. Come on, let's fire you up. Let's ask you not to tackle harder. Wonderful stuff. Are we starting to get a bit of momentum? Maybe not, actually. So thank you so much for the 0708. He's a legend. He is a legend. And there we are, 1-0 down, hit on the break, apparently. At least they deserve it. They deserve it at the moment. My word. We're 1-0 down. We're 1-0 down against Leicester, who are currently above us in the league. Or they would jump above us in the league with this result. So there we go. For the stats, they've outperformed us in XG. Not really playing particularly well from the looks of things. So I want a much better display in the second half. Tottenham is losing 1-0 too. Who are they playing and who scored? I just wish it was possible to export databases from older games. You're looking for a Championship Manager 102 here. Well, that's why I imagine it must be so tricky. And the work that Mad does is incredible because, like, obviously those databases aren't compatible. There are things that have changed since. So Mingaitha's yellow card means we bring on Konsa so we can have him tackle harder. And we're just going to make that one more attacking player there. More intensity, step up more. We're not going to lose our minds entirely. We do need to respond. Come on, guys. Away against it's away, sure. But we didn't struggle away last season with this tactic, which is a shame. Elanga scored. Where is Hung Min? Where is Hung Min when you need him? Drew, is it Forest? Drew, is it Forest? Oh, right, they're playing against Forest. Right, yeah. Watkins pulls one back, but it's offside. That's a yellow card. Santos. So we should have a goal by now. We're certainly creating the chances for it. On comes John Duran. We're going big boys up front. Omega's had a pretty bad season. Actually, Watkins is having a bad game, so actually we're going to bring him off as well. And Elise. And Kone's going to move across there so that McTominay can be the guy pushing forwards. Right, let's try and really push the ball through the centre as much as we possibly can. I'm going to ask you to sit narrower. We're going to make you an inverted winger as well and ask you to sit narrower. That is going to clog up the space that McTominay is running into. But that should be... Right, that's not necessarily a bad thing in terms of trying to overload the centre. So, yes, sorry, following the Premier League matches also. Yeah. And what do you have in responsibilities? I like to leave almost everything to the staff. So Eddie, if I'm playing off stream, I like to take control of a lot of things. On stream, I leave it to the staff because it's very difficult to concentrate. With this especially, as we've got to play so many games and we've got to play through a season, everything is delegated. We are not doing anything. So it's 1-1. John Duran's picked up a red. All marvellous stuff. And he failed a chance there at the end. We're putting pressure on. Up to nearly 3xg, but they're going to slow down things. Nearly 3xg. Can we get a second goal? Only 2.5. Only 2.5. No, there we go. 1-1. Points dropped. Danilo Duki rescued us at the end with a 79th minute goal. But once again, a very, very similar issue. I can't remember the last time. I don't know if Emega scored that goal. That we saw. It was a shot that was deflected and he headed it from like 2 yards out, but I don't think he's had a great season. He's our top scorer. Shows you how much I know. I don't think he's had a good season. He's our top scorer. But he is underperforming his XG. 7 goals from 9 XG. Right. So what on earth has changed? Why are we so bad this season? Home game against Brighton. I wasn't meant to play that game. We are now exactly at the 5 hour point. That's cool. So we've got 10 till 5. We've got 7. We get through this to the end of December. We go for lunch. We retool. We buy basically every player we can, and we throw them in. Fuck cohesion. Fuck fitness, and let's go crazy in the second half of the season. That means we go through all of these in instant result. Mingueza was a little bit pat. Arian B needs to come in because Torres is very, very tired. John McGinn. I didn't bring on Onyedika in that game, so that's my fault, but we're going to probably sell Onyedika in January if we can. He's had a really, really bad season. We're fine there. Diaby. Elise's not been particularly good either. Just the 1 goal from Elise. 7 assists is pretty good. Lindstrom, no goals, 2 assists. Ramsey has had 5 goals, 2 assists. So, Ramsey maintains his spot. We will spend big on a left winger. We will spend big on a striker. That's what we're going with. Maybe we spend big on a centre-back as well. Duki's been fine. Duki's been absolutely fine, but maybe I think Mingueza or maybe we spend it on the right back. I feel like Mingueza and Konza haven't really convinced me there. Duki's playing okay. Torres has been kind of meh. 6.75 and 6.76 for Mingueza. So actually it's probably the right back area we look at. I think that's what we're going to do. So here we go. Simulate the match. How do we do? Come on, assistant manager. You've been better than me up till now. There we go. 6-1. 6-1. We find it. See, if I take control, we score under our XG. This time we score over it. Right, that's the problem. That's the problem. We've solved it. We have solved it. Let's get some rest. 2 days rest because it's 4 days until the next game. And potentially not a single change to the lineup if we can get away with it. Got a tip for goalkeeper. Martinez is out for 3 months. Oh dear. So who are goalkeepers I quite like? I'm trying to think. There's goalkeepers that I've mentioned in videos. Which season, if you're in the first season, Mert Gunok is good as a short-term option. I quite like Mads Hermansson as well. His name might not be Mads Hermansen. I can't remember. No, it isn't Mads Hermansen. It's Mads Christensen. So McTominay is out injured just for 3 days. That's fine. So no, not the one from Leicester. Not the one from Leicester. The one in Hedenstad. So I think in the original version of the game, so when the game first was released, I think our database is too small here. Let me pop on over. Mads Hedenstad. When the game was released, so the first database, Mads Hedenstad Christensen was in as either Mads Hedenstad, I think, and then the later update he became Mads Christensen. So I always get very confused by him. I quite like him. He's at Lillestrøm, so it's a little bit of a obscure one, but he's really good, really good. Whether he's good enough early on in the saves, I'm not 100% certain on. So at least he kept Mads. I got one of them. I got one of the names right. Thank God. Mats Hummels. Yes, Mats Hummels is your goalkeeper. That should work. So what's our situation here? We can bring Torres back in. We'll stick with the lineup. Otherwise, is Torres our problem? I mean, he's been our best for tackle win rate and header win rate prior to this season, at least. We dropped him, though, and we did okay. We conceded 3 goals with him in there. Dookie scored an own goal. We equalised. They took the lead. We equalised. We took the lead. They equalised. What a game. 6-3 away from home. I think another error. I think we're going to be replacing Emmy as well. Emmy's doing all right. Emmy's doing all right. Victor Johansson definitely isn't doing all right. There we go. There we go. A good win that time. 4 days until the game against Monaco. Away is tough, but from a competition point of view, we have a little bit of a buffer. We will rotate, as December is obviously quite a tight month. So in comes there. Mingaither gets his chance back again as Konza comes in centrally. Manu Kone will play so that we can get some rest going. McTominay will be back by that point, so that's okay. Elise back in. Lindstrom. John Duran to get a start. Wilson, Carton, Delkovic. So Wilson, Smith and Delkovic on the bench. Monaco are currently first in the Champions League group stage. So there we go. Do you guys know Kevin Meir? Looks as if he's the next Neuer. Oh, there's an interesting suggestion. I'm not familiar with him. If we don't play any games, we might win the league. Quite possibly. Quite possibly this is the comeback. Although the assistant manager has lost some bad games as well. Just not collapsed in quite the way that I have. Right, you said hydrate 15 minutes ago. I can't remember if I did, but I definitely need to. Yes. Okay, I'll take the clue. Oh, Kevin Meir is the one that plays really high up. Right, yes. So, yes, I know who you're talking about. But the absolutely crazy, like almost a midfielder at times. Liverpool and Barcelona have qualification spots. Hopefully we can join them after this game. Basically fulfilling Motta's 272, indeed. Right, Pau Torres is capable. We are going to keep Torres in the team for this one. There we go. Duran, unfortunately, Watkins is going to have to play as well. Would like to get him some rest, maybe in the next game. Potentially we go with both Duran and Omega. 3-1 is a great result. Fabulous work. Paco Aston didn't deserve it either. The opposite of most of the games we play. We wouldn't set team out to hurt opposition. That's not true, AD Hatter. I have often looked for players that are not in great condition and deliberately set out to hurt them. I am a bad human being. I'm sorry for your faith in me. Right, Watkins gets the rest in the next game. Dookie comes back in. We put Konza back out wide there. Diaby comes back in. Ramsey comes back in. Camera comes back in. And that's going to be McGinn back in the starting lineup as well. Those guys at the bench. Onyedika's days very much look like they're being numbered. Forward to the Nottingham Forest game. So Fruchtel was supposed to be the next Neuer. I mean, how many next Neuers have there been? Let's be fair. I really don't like when people say the next this or that. How many next Messis did we get? But yeah, like every time it's an obscure country I love, like the Indonesian Messi, the Mozambique Messi. What about the Zambian Messi? No, what was Mustafa Salafu was considered as something. What were they calling him? Where was Salafu from? Mustafa Salafu was Togolese. They were calling him the Togolese Zidane. He was not the Togolese Zidane. He was barely the Togolese Steve Sidwell. Probably more the profile for sure. Mozambique Messi, the Armenian Messi. Gotta love. I mean, we've got the Georgian Messi in Maradona. I mean, that's just even confusing. Calling him the Georgian Messi and then naming him after Maradona. Pick a lane. Pick a lane. Right. Come on, assistant manager. You're on a tear. 6-3. A 3-1 win away from home. You've got to do this against Nottingham Forest. 6-0 now. 6-0. Just rubbing salt into the wounds. John Duran is now 1 goal away from 20 league goals in his career. Right, the rest's coming in. Camera is looking very tired again, so we'll do that. We won't do that swap because Kone is suspended. So that will be... Oh, is that a League Cup game? It is a League Cup game, so we will ring a few more changes in here. That will see Mingatha in. That will see Greg Taylor in. That will see Arian B in. Onyedika will get to game. Ramsey definitely out. Elise in. Rory Wilson in. Smith on the bench. Watkins on the bench. Mago on the bench. Ramsey completely out of the squad entirely. Delkovic on the bench. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. Luton Town away. There we go. The Thai Messi, Chanathip. He was Togolese at least. He was Togolese. Guys, I heard there's this incredible player that they're calling the Madagascan Messi. Madagascan Messi would be... You would definitely, though, pay attention to the Madagascan Messi. It's the same... Oh, sorry. I need these Eastern European Messis to sign in my future FM lower league saves, though, says Nickname. I mean, it does help. Like, even if they don't quite turn out to be Messi quality, certainly if you can pick them up in the lower leagues, they might be. It's the same in every sports, though. The number of the next Jordans or LeBrons, yes, very true. I mean, we did have the next Jordan, though. I mean, like, that is who Kobe was. You know, the game was very, very strongly modelled around Jordan. So maybe we still have to wait another 10 years for the next LeBron. Well, we've got the next LeBron as well, don't we? Unfortunately, it's Bronny and he's shit. Right, into the League Cup. Come on, guys. Lots of the reserves. Can the reserves keep us through? Thank you very much for the hydrate. So Wemby, yeah, Wemby is the next something. Lord knows what. Wemby is the new Wemby, quite possibly. We're suddenly scoring. We're suddenly putting things to. We're getting the results that we need to. So 7 goals, 6 goals, 6 goals. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Next game is away against West Ham. We go back to our main lineup. Torres, Dina in, Kamara in. We sticking with McGinn over Kone? We are. He's in form. He is in form, that man. Diaby in for Elise. Ramsey back in. Mega and Watkins. No, Duran and Watkins. Duran has been playing very well. McTominay for Carter there. Smith shouldn't be on the bench. Lindstrom should. There we go. Move forwards to West Ham away. There we go. So Kobe never ever considered himself the next Jordan. He was just Kobe. Like, yes. Like, nobody ever claims themselves to be the next thing because they always believe that they are the own unique. The ego takes part, but without doubt that Kobe had definitely modelled his game on Jordan and definitely played like Jordan. Like a great player in his own right, definitely among the best. But like Kobe could never be considered the best because there is Michael Jordan. Now you could in some respects say that the same about LeBron because he's basically just Magic Johnson. I was going to say, but no, he is basically just Magic Johnson. Maybe that's some bias in my respect because I saw Magic Johnson first and I love watching Johnson. So when I see the similarities, I maybe dismiss some of the greatness of LeBron. I don't dismiss that much of the greatness of LeBron because LeBron is still my favourite player. As a Cavs fan, he brought us a championship. So, there we go. Little Bron is bad. Does it seem like he has potential? Don't think so. He wouldn't. If it wasn't for big LeBron, Bronny wouldn't be in the league. Wouldn't be in the league at all. The next Deshaun Watson, says FMGG. Thankfully, there is a conveyor belt of American football players who could be called the next Deshaun Watson. It seems to be one thing that the American sports industry does very, very well. Is bring through a conveyor belt of people that, Right, the players that we're definitely going to rest are going to be McGinn. Let's try and see Kamara through. Lindstrom can come in for Ramsey. Otherwise, we stick with that lineup. In fact, McGinn out of the bench altogether. Omega will now come in for Duran. Away game against Fulham next. I'm not even looking at the league anymore because we're on a little bit of a good run. I'm scared to look at the league. So, yeah, RJ, at most a role player. Anytime a quarterback could run, he was the next Michael Vick. And yeah, like, give it another 10 years once Lamar is slowed down a little bit. Anytime after that, it's going to be the next Lamar. Almost a rage quit, says Hervan. 2-0 up against Burn and fucked it 2-2, and on top of that, Watkins injured in the 94th minute. I know that feeling all too well. All too well. Greg Taylor is out for a couple of weeks. Lindstrom keeps on moaning. That's not going to change anything. So we transfer listed Lindstrom because he wanted to leave. He took himself off the transfer list by saying, hey, I don't want to leave anymore. And then he's just been moaning ever since. Greg Taylor drops the bench. McGinn comes in. Kone. Yep, that's the one we're going with. That should be fine. Second goalie is also injured. Yeah, that's what happened to us yesterday. We had Martinez and our backup goalkeeper injured, and that's why we have Victor Johansson to begin with. Bron is much more athletic, though. Definitely. I mean, like, Bron is my favourite player. I love watching Bron. And the reason why I love watching Bron is because I love watching Magic Johnson. Bron is more athletic. He's more powerful. He was quicker. But I think that's more of a product of the era as it is that, like every time players get stronger and faster. I was going to say faster and quicker. But yeah, so I think that there is an element of product of time as well. Like player Deshaun Watson or personal life Deshaun Watson. Both. Uh-oh indeed. The next Pulisic. We do get a lot of that, don't we? Another big win. We're conceding quite a bit there. Boubacar Kamara with a 96th minute winner. I've looked at the table. I shouldn't have looked at the table. We're up to 4th. We are 9 points off, though, and we're going to be coming up to that run of games. Now, they are home games against Arsenal, Tottenham, Liverpool, Chelsea, Man United. One away game against the big teams left. Rest again. We've got 3 days to go. Kamara is going to come out for this next game. So we bring McTominay back in. McGinn back in. We bring McTominay in. Elise is going to come in there. Luca Digne is going to have to play because Greg Taylor is out for the next game. Move it forwards to Sheffield United. Yeah, so no, we have to play Arsenal away as well. So that home game against Arsenal were the only big team we didn't have to play in the first run of games. So Lindstrom keeps on what? He keeps on moaning, keeps on whinging. There we go. I have to go. Been a pleasure watching you, Musterman. Good luck in your last hours, and we'll hopefully see each other on Saturday. We will see each other on Saturday indeed. Have a lovely, lovely few days. Hope you enjoy the rest of your holidays. Thank you so much for being in, Matt. Loved having you here. GNG, a quarterback being drafted now will be the next Brady or Mahomes. Absolutely. Elise is out with the flu. Sent him home. So Diaby is going to have to play that. Home game against Sheffield United. Diaby does not need to play that. Let's give a debut. Let's give a debut to Kai Pai. Let's move Kai Pai into the senior team so they don't play him in the reserve team. Kai Pai straight in there. Herban says, also with football players, less technique and vision and not reading the game. That's true. When in reality, they're probably the next Daniel Jones. Gotta love good old Danny Dimes. The only man who can trip himself up when there's like, actually, was that Danny? That was Daniel Jones. Who was the other Jones? Mac Jones was just as bad. What a play by Danny Jones. Easy touchdown, trips himself up. A player being stronger and quicker doesn't mean he's better the player, though, if he can't score one basket when underneath. No, so that what I'm not saying is just he is stronger or better. I'm saying he plays the same game as Magic Johnson. He has the same skill set, but is also stronger and quicker. As generally speaking, we've seen over the last 60, 70 years, players get stronger and faster as various new techniques come out in play in terms of player conditioning and dietary things and all those elements. So you see this progression over time. So whilst LeBron is going to be stronger and faster than Magic Johnson, had he been in LeBron's era, would have been faster and stronger than Magic Johnson and still had the same quality, if that makes sense. K-Pi scored on his debut. Inspired up to third. We're 6 points off, but we've played a game extra. Pi scores on debut. How about that? A new gen has made it through into the first team in the third season. Beautiful. And a 3-game gap. That's going to see Mingueza rested. Poor old Digne has to play all these games. Kamara and Kone can return as well. Diaby is going to return to the starting lineup, as is Ramsey. Just trying to keep players as fresh as we possibly can. Duran sent off in the Villa game. Yes, I heard, unfortunately. I'm back with a win from my national team. They won, did they, hung them in? Marvellous. 2-0 against Singapore. Fabulous stuff. Spencer says, I wish I had an agent like Daniel Jones's agent. Lucky for New York that they didn't do guaranteed money. I mean, yeah. I also, though, so a small part of me, I know that they've changed all the rules around the NCAA, but the way that players' images and all that element is exploited whilst they're at university. Kind of makes me want every player who's drafted to get given a mega deal, even those in even the undrafted ones who make it onto a roster for one game. I feel like they should be given a lot more. So I'm very much in favour of Daniel Jones making bank, even if it's for a little while. Kai Pai with Kai in the Sky. That's good. That's good. It's actually so incredible that you can be good at your job and make as much money as he did anyway. Yeah, it's incredible. He was bad, but he was also incredible. He was good enough to be one of the top 32 quarterbacks in the league, according to at least one person, the person who paid him, namely. Right, here we go. Let's the assistant manager cook. Let the assistant manager cook. Elanga is cooking Tottenham right now. He is indeed. 1-1. There we go. That's the end of the run. They've got Luis Openda up front, and that works out quite nicely. So we have got to the halfway point. We play. Duran is out. I imagine their thing. We've got a break coming up as well. So I'm going to go and have lunch. Let me see who's about potentially. If there's anyone I recognise. There aren't immediately anyone we recognise, so it's not coming up with anyone that I follow. Does that mean I don't follow people? It does mean that I don't follow people. I'm an evil, evil bastard in that respect. So let me set up. I know what we can watch. Let's pop on over to YouTube and we will find. So, right, the break's going to happen. When we come back from the break, I'll have something set up for us, and then we'll be back around 30 to 45 minutes later after I've had some lunch to carry on into the second part of the season. So yeah, I'm using the ad break to work out what video I'm going to send you on over to. I'll set you up with the tactics videos, because maybe I can then learn something during that time to remind me of what to do when things are going wrong. And I will see you guys at 4:45 or earlier if I get bored. See you guys shortly. Going to be the most obvious one to date. Short passing encourages short passes. Direct passing encourages long passes. Easy. I guess we're done here. Wait. The whole point of this series is to dig a little deeper, challenge those assumptions, and identify whether instructions do as expected. Are there any unexpected knock-on effects? So let's start, as always, with the manual definition. A more direct approach sees the ball played forward in a more vertical manner, with increased urgency, moving it from back to front as quickly as possible. Conversely, a shorter approach sees the ball move patiently from side to side, probing for a way to unlock the defence. So that pretty much confirms what I said at the top, just in far more words. It's nice to be the concise one for a change. We can see, however, there is an allusion to tempo. More direct infers urgency, and shorter elicits patience. We can actually see this in the tactics creator. If we push the passing directness slider all the way to the left, the tempo descriptor changes to slightly lower. If we push to the right, it becomes slightly higher. So let's put this to the test and see what actually happens in game. I've explained the methodology in previous videos, so if you've heard this before, you might want to skip ahead. In an ideal world, we'd be able to control every variable. Things like condition, morale, making players consistently perform to the peak of their ability. This would allow us to isolate passing directness and test that and that alone. But to meaningfully analyze those results, you need to establish what impact those controlled variables have. And I can't. There are too many variables which can't be controlled, and the game has an innate level of randomness. Trying to create a perfect environment would be both abstracted from real in-game situations and full of unknowns, and neither is particularly helpful when it comes to drawing conclusions. Now, this is not a repudiation of those who take that approach, but for me, I'd rather take a realistic scenario, warts and all, and assess the practical impact. To do that, I've created 4 tactics. Well, it's one exceptionally basic tactic with 4 formations. Counter-press because
You know we always counter-press. It's simply the best. Time to get the ball back. To get the ball back.
higher defensive line for compactness, slightly more pressing to avoid being too passive. Not a particularly specialised tactic, but one that I might conceivably use in game. The formations chosen aim to cover what I consider to be the main tactical shapes: a 4-4-2, a 4-5-1, a 3-6-1, and a 3-5-2. Playmaker roles have been deliberately avoided, and no individual player instructions have been given. We will then holiday for half a season with each formation twice, once with passing directness at its shortest, once at its most direct. Why such a short period of time? Because this is around the point in a save I'd be analysing performance. It's around the point in a season that football hipsters will be writing their op-eds about their new tactical darlings. That is all to say, it's a sufficient amount of data to observe patterns and draw conclusions. I'll be pointing out trends that are consistent across all formations, unless stated otherwise. So what are our expectations? We expect that a more direct system will result in more long passes and fewer shorter passes. It is also fair to expect, by extension, that it will also result in more forward passes and fewer backwards passes. As I have done in previous videos, I recorded every pass by length and direction, and this was absolutely the case. On average, the shorter system attempted roughly 31 long passes. The direct system, 42. That's an increase of roughly a third. The shorter system attempted 278 short passes compared to the direct's 181, a decrease of roughly a third. And for medium passes, it's 243 compared to 176, That's a decrease of around 28%. Now, those of you doing the maths in your head might have noticed a huge disparity in the amount of passes. Shorter systems averaged 552 passes per game. Direct systems, 399. That is 28% fewer passes in the direct systems, an almost perfect correlation to the difference in medium-length passes. It helps, therefore, to look at these numbers as a proportion of total passes attempted. So shorter systems attempted roughly 31 long passes out of 552 passes per game. That's approximately 5.6% of all passes. In direct systems, 42 out of 399 passes is 10.5%, almost double the frequency. 50.4% of all passes in the shorter system are short, and that drops to 45.4% in the more direct systems. Medium passes are around 44% for both. Well, hey! I think it's safe to say that passing directness does exactly what it says it does. There's a clear difference in passing length, consistent across all formations. We see a similar trend with direction. Direct systems attempt more forward passes, 39% compared to 34%. The actual raw numbers are lower though. Short systems attempt 187 compared to direct's 156, but as a proportion of total passes, we can see that expected difference. That 5% difference is distributed quite evenly between sideways and backwards passes. Shorter systems attempted 44.6% sideways compared to direct's 42.9%, and 21.4% backwards passes to direct's 18.1%. In the short system, long-range passes connected with their target on average 48.1% of the time. This drops to 41.6% in direct systems. This is a wider difference than I would have expected, but not entirely out of the blue. More direct systems are more likely to try long passes even when the conditions aren't necessarily right for it. It is also worth noting that there was a drop in pass accuracy for other pass lengths too. Medium passes completed 87.4% of the time in short systems compared to direct's 82.5%. Short passes were completed 94.3% in short systems compared to direct's 92.3%. My next assumption would be playing more direct would allow us to be more effective at counter-pressing. By going long, we are flipping the field quickly, putting the ball into the opposition half. Whilst these might be low percentage passes, that means the opposition are getting possession in a situation they can't easily bypass the ensuing press. Most of their players are likely to be high up the field, and so we can apply pressure more effectively. That would be the theory. A theory which is wrong. Using the zone maps, we can see that there is little to no difference in defensive actions in the final third. Across every formation, short or direct, we completed 3% of all defensive actions in this zone. There is, however, a noticeable trend when it comes to regaining possession. For every formation, the direct system won back possession at a higher proportion in the final third. It's a 2% difference in the 3-4-3 and a 1% difference for the others. Now that doesn't sound like much, but going from 5% to 6% is a 20% increase. Now I might have expected a more marked difference, but there was one thing I failed to consider. It is true that a more direct approach gets the ball into the opposition half quicker. It is also true that the opposition receive the ball in a situation that isn't ideal for bypassing the press. If there's a press. You see, we're also not in the best situation to counter-press. Quickly moving the ball from back to front means we don't necessarily have all our players forward to actively engage as soon as we lose the ball. You can't Zerg rush with only 2 or 3 units. Let's look at some of the other zone maps. Direct systems attempt more passes in the defensive third. Short systems attempt more passes in the middle and final third. This makes sense. Direct systems are launching balls from deep, and even when they win those long balls, they're not faffing around with pretty passes on the edge of the area. When it comes to possession lost, there are no consistent behaviours. Now, before we get into the headline stats, I wanted to talk a little about the channel. Normally I use these asides to plug the work of other awesome creators in the wider FM community. Today, I'm plugging myself. That's right, it's Patreon time. Now, I've made no secret that I'd love to be able to do this full time, but I wanted to make sure that I had the capacity and systems scored more, 1.45 goals per 90 compared to 1.37 for shorter systems. That's about a 6% increase, but it doesn't really tell the whole story. Firstly, it wasn't consistent. In the 4-3-3, the shorter system scored more goals. The direct system scored more in all other formations. What was consistent, however, was XG. The shorter system generated more XG in every formation. Direct systems might have scored more, they also conceded more. Again, the 4-3-3 bucked the trend here, and again there was a consistent trend when it came to XG against. Direct systems gave up more. This shouldn't be a surprise. We established earlier that direct systems attempted fewer passes, and that meant considerably less possession. 41.5% compared to shorter's 50.8%. More possession for the opposition means more chances, greater XG against, and more goals conceded. In fact, a lot of these headline stats can be read as the result of the disparity between possession. Shorter systems created more chances, completed more dribbles, and made more final third passes. Direct systems, with their constant running forward and back, completed more high-intensity sprints. The biggest surprise here, however, is cross completion. Shorter passing systems consistently had a higher cross accuracy, 15.8% on average, compared to just 10.8% for direct systems. In some respects, this makes sense. Shorter systems are less likely to cross, and therefore will only do so when the conditions are favourable. Subsequently, on average, shorter systems attempted 7 fewer crosses per 90, but completed 0.47 more. This is backed up further by looking at assist types. Crosses accounted for 22% of assists, compared to 18.5% in direct systems. In fact, short systems generated a greater proportion of assists in almost every open play scenario, even with long balls. Direct systems relied more heavily on opposition mistakes and set pieces. This can be seen in goal types. Despite scoring a lower proportion from crosses, direct systems scored a higher proportion of headed goals. They even benefited more from penalties. So what have we learned? Passing directness does, as it says, control the urgency of ball progression. Shorter systems results in higher possession, higher XG, and lower XG against. Direct systems generate better quality chances, but at the cost of control. But how can we apply this? Let's take a look at the game against Chelsea. This was a match we failed to win in all of the simulations. 5 defeats, 3 draws. If we take a look at Pochettino's profile, we can see that he likes possession football. Out of possession, he favours intense pressing and a high defensive line. His preferred formation is a 4-2-3-1, with a defensive midfielder joining the front line. The right back tucks inside, the left back joins the midfield to create that 3-2 build-up shape. As the home team, we can expect Chelsea to be on the front foot and look to suffocate us. One way to counter this is to accept that Chelsea will be the dominant side. We can look to absorb their pressure and then attack with pace. We do not have much of an aerial presence up front, so we'll have to look to the flanks. And with their 3-man rest defence, this suggests a 4-2-4 is the way to go. That way we have players occupying the gaps. We want to play as wide as possible, direct passing, higher tempo, and pass into space to encourage balls down the channels early. Run at defence to try and catch them before they settle. This is counter-attacking football, so counter is an obvious choice here, but we'll roll it out because we want to bait the press. Draw Chelsea onto us, then hit it long immediately. Out of possession, it's a low block. Same as baiting the press, we want to draw Chelsea into our half, so there's space in behind for us to attack. We trap outside and invite crosses to encourage us to stay narrow. All 4 forwards are instructed to stay wider to help us work those channels. Our defensive midfielders and fullbacks are told to tackle harder to encourage us to actively win the ball back. An attacking mentality to supplement our direct approach. And that's it. The opening minute sees a long ball over the top. That's 1-0. 9 minutes later, we win the ball back, and Diaby makes that run into the channel to help us transition from defence to attack. A couple of passes later, and another ball over the top, and it's 2-0. Early into the second half and a loose pass forward. This is fine if it means we can then apply pressure, which we did. That'll be 3-0. Enzo pulled one back, but to no avail. 3-1. 35% possession, half the shots, more than double the XG. We came with a plan and we executed it to perfection. So how would we go about this using a shorter passing approach? Well, we know that Chelsea like to press high and compress the pitch, so if we want to pass around their press, we need to have the players to do so. A 3-4-3 would help here, giving us 7 bodies in initial build-up to establish possession. The box midfield can help progression into the final third, which might otherwise be lacking if we had our attacking midfielders out wide. We'll play fairly narrow, much shorter passing, and play out of defence. It is our intention to play Chelsea at their own game, but be better at it. Out of possession, we still roll the ball out. This will supplement our desire to play out of defence. Because we are looking to take the initiative, it is now our turn to press high. We want to suffocate Chelsea much in the same way they want to do to us. We'll trap inside as this is where the majority of our players are. A balanced mentality will suffice. We took longer to break the deadlock and it came from a set piece. Not really anything to do with our tactical setup there. The second goal, however, a move that starts in our defensive third where we win back possession. Notice Noni Madueke here. He's in a great position to cut out the passing lane to Digne. So we recycle the ball, happily moving it between centre-back and goalkeeper. Until Madueke is caught too far inside, Digne is now free and that allows us to push forward. Diaby into Tielemans, then on to Cash. Rather than rush, he plays it back, Konza surges forward, returns the pass. That is 2-0. A 16-pass move. 54% possession is not necessarily the dominance we would have liked, but considering we had 35% in the direct system, that's a notable difference. More importantly, our control of the ball prevented Chelsea from creating meaningful chances. Just 7 shots, a measly 0.57 XG. This is a setting for defining your style. Shorter passing suits a possession-heavy system. Direct passing aids counter-attacking football. Which you choose ultimately comes down to your preference. If you like this video, please consider dropping a like, maybe even subscribing if you want more like this. See you next time. Today, we're taking a look at tempo. But what exactly does that mean? Let's head over, once again, to the manual. A higher tempo asks players to make more decisions in a quicker fashion, designed to capitalise on situations as they present themselves and to force lapses in concentration. A lower tempo, therefore, asks players to be more patient when making decisions. Let's take a situation where we have the ball in midfield. A high tempo might see them move the ball quickly to the first player they see in a position to receive. This is good. It can help progression before the opposition has a chance to react or settle. This might, however, mean they miss the best option. A low tempo allows players to assess their choices, but be too slow and the defence can establish itself or even pounce on your indecision. To test what actually happens, we will follow the same approach as we did for width. 4 formations covering the main shapes. Vanilla instructions, each simulated twice. In this case, once with tempo at its highest, once with tempo at its lowest. For more information on the methodology, the width video is linked in the description below. I'll be pointing out trends that occur consistently across every formation, unless stated otherwise. So let's talk assumptions. I assume that a higher tempo will result in less of the ball, but more possession. Confusing, right? Possession is a division of the number of passes completed. So if one team completes 407 passes, the other 430, the possession split is 49% to 51%. Ball share is a division of the time with the ball under each team's control, like a chess clock. A team playing at a low tempo might have a smaller proportion of passes, but have the ball under their control for longer than the opposition. Like this very same game, where the share is actually 51% to 49% in Aston Villa's favour. So my assumption here is that a higher tempo, which encourages quick decisions, will result in a greater volume of passes, even if the time the team has the ball under control is less. Of course, passes aren't the only actions players will perform in possession. Dribbles, shots, hoofing the ball away aimlessly. And so we're actually going to look at both passes and touches for every single game. We will then use ball share to identify how much time we had the ball under our control. This will allow us to calculate passes per minute of control and touches per minute of control. And just like when it came to width, I was wrong. Partially. A higher tempo did result, as expected, in a lower ball share. Ball share went from 50% average at the lowest tempo down to 46.2% average at the highest tempo. That's a significant drop, showing that tempo will impact the level of control you assert over a game. Touches, also expected, increased in the higher tempo, from 738.3 per game to 748.9. That is only a 1.5% increase, but when taken in context with the difference in ball share, that's quite noticeable. At a low tempo, the team took 16.4 touches per minute of control. This jumps to 18.0 at a high tempo, an overall increase of 9.8%. Where I was wrong, however, was when it came to passing. At a low tempo, we completed 408.1 passes per game, out of 472.4 attempted. That's an 86.4% pass completion rate. At a high tempo, this dropped to 389 completed from 456.5 attempts, an 85.2% pass completion rate. We expect a drop in pass accuracy. Quicker decisions are likely to result in more mistakes. It is also not unreasonable for fewer passes to be attempted when you have a lower share of the ball. The surprise is that the higher tempo resulted in fewer passes per minute of control, 10.5 compared to 10.7. Only 1.9% fewer, but this was not expected. More touches and fewer passes infers there is an increase in other actions. More carries, more dribbles, more shots, more aimless clearances. And these actions are happening at a higher proportion than they are at a lower tempo. It is reasonable, therefore, to assume that a higher tempo is more effective at getting the ball forwards, resulting in more opportunities to dribble and shoot. So let's take a look at passing intent. Same as in the previous video, we'll record direction and length for each game. There wasn't really a discernible difference overall in terms of proportion of passes by direction. Both resulted in around 36.5% forwards, 44% sideways, 19.5% backwards. I am surprised by this. This suggests that a higher tempo does not make you more effective at getting the ball forwards. In fact, at a low tempo, forwards and sideways passes were more accurate. This follows the general accuracy trend we saw earlier. Backwards passes, however, were slightly less accurate. The difference is marginal but universal. It is perhaps indicative that, at the lower tempo, the opposition defence is more settled, and thus in a position to apply pressure and to intercept wayward back passes. In fact, we see something similar when it comes to pass length. Proportionally, there is a difference, with low tempo attempting more medium passes and high tempo attempting more long and short passes. Low tempo is more accurate at long and medium passes, but less accurate with short passes. This, I believe, is once again an indicator of the opposition being able to settle. Short passing is easier when you move the ball quickly before the opposition can react. As tempo doesn't appear to make a significant difference to passing intent, maybe, indirectly, it impacts whereabouts on the pitch actions occur. Thankfully, this is easier to assess than the width video where I had to track every single touch. This time, we can use the zone maps from the data hub for defensive actions, possession gained, pass attempts, and possession lost. I say thankfully because there doesn't seem to be much correlation here. Remember kids, correlation does not equal causation. There are some instances of certain behaviours happening consistently across all formations. Low tempo systems all lose more possession in Zone 3, just before the halfway line. High tempo systems win more possession in Zone 5. There isn't, however, consistent behaviour in the other zones for those particular metrics, and that suggests maybe we can't jump to any conclusions. Except for pass attempts. Here, consistently, low tempo systems attempted more passes in Zones 2 and 3. High tempo systems attempted more passes in Zones 4 and 6. In Zone 5, high tempo systems attempted more in 4 at the back systems, and it was equal in 3 at the back systems. Zone 1 was all over the place. What we can gather from this, however, is that consistently attacking actions were taking place higher up the pitch in higher tempo systems. This is supported by the average defensive line scatter graph. Annoyingly, the scale is dynamic, so we've had to measure and calculate, but in every instance the defensive line was higher in the higher tempo systems. Of course, what you want to know is how this manifests where it matters. Goals. Higher tempo, shock horror, scores more. Consistently. Both systems outperformed their XG and by a similar margin. The same can be said for goals conceded. Both systems once again outperformed their XG against, but there was more variance here. The 4-3-3 conceded fewer in the low tempo system, but this was thanks to opposition profligacy. The 3-4-3 gave up less XG against in the low tempo system, but this time the higher tempo system benefited from opposition wastefulness. Given the attacking output, it should come as no surprise that the high tempo system also resulted in more crosses, dribbles, chances created, and final third passes. It also had a higher proportion of goals assisted via crosses, and by extension, scored as headers. Low tempo systems generated more assists from through balls. There is one other trend that I'd like to talk about: goal times. Low tempo systems score a higher proportion of goals later in games. High tempo systems concede a higher proportion of goals late in games. This could be because of the difference in intensity. A lower tempo system is able to conserve energy and be more effective in the later stages. A higher tempo system is more tiring and prone to lapses. I can't, however, say that with confidence. Game flow plays a massive part. Systems which score more goals are more likely to be defending a lead late in games, and vice versa. By extension, the opposition's approach will be different accordingly. So the conclusion from today is straightforward. Tempo does, as it says, control the urgency/frequency of decisions, and the data shows that higher tempo is just more effective. Score more, concede less. Simple. As always, there's a little more nuance than that. Let's take a look at the away game against West Ham. This was a fixture that wasn't won on a single occasion. 3 defeats and a draw for the high tempo systems. 3 draws and a defeat for the low tempo systems. Let's see if we can take what we learned and beat this using different tempos. First up, high. West Ham play a kind of 3-1-6 in possession, with Emerson and Alvarez joining the front 4. This means we should be able to hurt them in transition. Let's push up that tempo, pass into space, and run at defence. We'll also counter. Finally, let's make Diaby a winger. It's a very simple concept. Win the ball, move it forwards, run at the defence, and score. Is there space in front of you? Don't think, just run. When you can't run anymore, cross it and score. Less of the ball, fewer shots, considerably more XG. All we did was support the higher tempo with instructions that encouraged fast transitions. My favourite highlight sadly didn't result in a goal, but the quick ball movement was a sight to behold. So what about the low tempo approach? Once again, let's lean into it by adding instructions that encourage more possession. We'll look to inhibit West Ham by refusing to give them the ball. So we drop that tempo, play out of defence, and work the ball into the box. We'll change Douglas Luiz to a roaming playmaker. In a high tempo, Kamara probably plays us out wide to Cash. It's the first thing he sees and he's in space. In a low tempo, he sees Diaby's run and registers an incredible assist. Whether Zaniolo shows patience because of the low tempo, or just a general reluctance to cross is up for debate. Either way, he's now got the attention of 3 players, and that means space elsewhere. Space for Digne, to find Douglas Luiz, and there's Cash able to join the attack. The key to the win, however, was ball dominance. West Ham barely touched it, and their heat map shows a team who were unable to get out of their own half. We set the tempo, and by extension, the tone, for the entire game. This is all to say that tempo is not as simple as set it high and win. A well-considered low-tempo system can be more dominant. Changes throughout the course of a match can help manage intensity and game state. In fact, I did a whole episode on that in my Zaragoza series. Why not check it out, and see you next time. Hello then. I did warn that I might get bored before 4:45. So let's. I've just got to update various things here, work out how to unpin that message. There we do it like that. Marvelous. And on YouTube, that's nice and easy too. Fabulous stuff. Let's head on back into it. No, I've pressed the wrong one. Let's head on back into it. Professional streamer, right? So have I learnt anything? So potentially, let's call this one Aston Villa Musterman. If only my U button works. And we're going to take play out of defence off, and we're going to drop down that which will impact our tempo a little bit. It'll also come down. I'm going to have this one for when we take control of games. We're going to use the stuff that was mentioned in those videos that I've clearly forgotten about, and start to kind of look to build from here. Use the tempo to change how we deal with games. Start off with a more controlling attempt. Maybe after 15 minutes, then start to attack. Then rein it back. Try and manage our players' work through the game. We'll start adding run at defence at various points as well when we look to move the tempo up. And just, yeah, we're gonna have something that we can balance a bit more. When we leave it to the assistant manager, however, they're doing quite well as it is, using the systems that we've had in recent games. So we're going to leave that to them where there's a little bit less control from us. Anyway, I should probably say welcome back for those that have potentially joined the stream whilst we were away on the little break. I'm MustermannFM. Welcome in. We're on day 3 of the World Cup Challenge. This is based on the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager that took place last August, where 16 nations competed. They had a league stage in the early phases over 3 days where they'd have to complete a single season in each day, and they get points for various achievements across the way. And we're doing exactly that. We started on Tuesday, streaming from 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. GMT. We're here into the 3rd day. There's a summary of the points a little bit below us there now, and it's been a pretty rough time of things today. Some people in here have seen me completely lose my mind and go a little bit crazy with the formations. We've lost games in pretty brutal situations, and we've struggled a little bit with injuries, but we've kind of bounced back. We now have 6 hours to go. We've got 5 months to get through. We need to reinforce in the January transfer window. We've got a little bit of money to do so. So this is the state of play. We are in 5th. We are joint points with 4th, Man United, but they have a game in hand. Arsenal are behind us with a game in hand as well. We are 11 points currently behind Liverpool. It is probably safe to say that we are out of the running for the league. We aren't, however, out of the running for second. We finished second last season, and we're only 2 points behind that. Man City do have a game in hand for us to be where we are also doing quite well in the Champions League. So we have almost wrapped up guaranteed a round of 16 or knockout round after the playoffs in the Champions League. This is our first campaign in the Champions League. We've won 5, we've lost 1. So we should be in a reasonably good position to pick up some big points. So I do want to say, by the way, thank you very much for the follow, Shark Alive. I do apologise. I think you came in just as we went on lunch. I hope you're doing well. McDowell Stephen says that was a great watch. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's been useful for me to refresh my knowledge on that. Since I've done that video, I've spent a lot of time working on the Match of the Delay series, which is a PvP against other creators. And with this, maybe I lost a little bit of sight on some of that knowledge. So hopefully that can help. So it's a crazy challenge, says El Revelador. It is a crazy challenge. It's not something I'm used to at all. Bear me one moment. Appears to be what looked like an eyelash that I'd managed to eat. Somehow. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, this isn't something I'm used to at all. This is I don't think prior to Tuesday I'd never streamed for longer than about 4 hours in a sitting, let alone doing it 3 days back to back. It's definitely been fun though, and it's wonderful to create a space. So I appreciate that this time of year can be difficult for people, and also a large part of that difficulty can be compounded by having your routine disrupted, because you know the TV shows that you watch are no longer on. The streamers you watch they have other commitments. So the whole point of this is to try and create a space for people during this difficult time where things are just going to be a little bit normal. To be a little bit normal, you don't want to come in halfway through a save, you know, that's like 6-7 seasons deep and not know what's going on. So we've done something that's going to be very special for the last 3 days coming up here, and we're into the home stretch now. So hopefully you enjoy. We're going to be a little bit less chaotic than I might normally be on stream as well, partly because I'm starting to tire. I am definitely starting to tire, but also because with the speed we have to go through, we will be using holiday and we will be using instant result to get through a number of those games so that we can focus on the really big games that come towards the end of the season. So Full Patch Gamer, I enjoyed the Match of the Delay series, too bad about it. But now I'm new here, so it's not all bad, I suppose. Welcome in, Full Patch Gamer. Thank you very much for the follow. It is a shame what happened with the Match of the Delay series. You know, that is what it is, and the most important thing is that Steve prioritizes his well-being. The only way he will ever be able to put out good content, if he comes back to it in the future, is if he looks after himself first. That's how you serve others. It's the right decision in that respect. I'm just disappointed because I actually started to win some games in the second half of the season. So we will be putting together a little retrospective, possibly in the new year. Might not be able to make it in time for next week, where we look through some of the approaches. The way I was playing it was I was actively avoiding the meta. So a lot of those first games was all about learning about the opposition, learning what the meta was, and how you can counter it without resorting to those same things. So we've got some interesting games that need to see the light of day. I need to prove that I can win games, even if I'm playing a formation that looks like a poo emoji. So cheese and eyelash sandwich, yummy. I mean, it tasted okay. I didn't mind it. Maybe eyelash is the new delicacy. Fulham won. Fulham won even. Chelsea won. Fulham won. Wilson, awesome. Chelsea having a little bit of a blip. You say, haha, yes you did. You don't believe I won games, do you? You don't believe it. I understand that. So yeah, we're coming into January. We do want some reinforcements. One of those I'm going to look at is seeing what the situation is with Yuri Alberto. We tried to sign him earlier. We disagreed when it came to wages. So hopefully, can we get him to drop that? No, we can't. If we get a reasonable wage deal on that, he's now going to be about £10 million cheaper than he was, because it's no longer middle of the season, which is grand. That can certainly help us through. They're not playing any games though, are they? Right, let's go at 18.5. There, we'll make that offer. We've had a lot of injuries, so we're going to. It's because this is the last 6 months. We're going to overload the squad where we can have more players than we actually need. I don't have to worry too much about the long-term effect of such. and we have 100 million in the bank. We want to keep our wage spend under 2.7 million though, so we don't want to spend more than 160k more on wages, or we want to at least offload some players during the process. So I'm going to look to see if there are names. Jonathan Rowe moved to Sheffield United. Interesting. We rejected signing him last year from West Ham because he wanted about 130k a week, and it's 3-0 Newcastle. Oh, but disallowed. That's okay. Benny is in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I did indeed get bored. Indeed. So I thought it's best to over egg the lunch break and come in early than, think that I'm only going to need 25 minutes and then decide I need a little bit longer. So Bills, he's been trying a lower league adaptation of a 4-2-2 narrow. Haven't played with two strikers in forever. Now I understand why everyone hates Marco Rosa this year. It is an amazing, amazing tactic. So just make the tea break longer. Quite possibly. Well, I mean, this is it, actually. We have no tea break. We will have but for those new in, we will have a break every hour. And because of the way that it works at the moment, there is actually going to be a break in about 15 minutes. So when Twitch decides to run its adverts, I will take the break. That's kind of my cue to stand up, go to the toilet, refill my drinks, etc. Go for a vape as well. I was in the process of refilling it, in fact. If I was at work, I would be going on a break every hour just to make sure that I'm not sitting down staring at a screen all day. So we just keep that up. Just one of those things. We talked a little bit earlier about how looking after your own well-being is important. That is an extension of it. So could we go for Raspadori? Raspadori is a player I loved in FM many moons ago. Doesn't seem to be doing much in terms of performance though, so we'll pass on that. Koliasho is injured. Firmin might be available at a good price. How's he been doing? He's barely played. He's barely played at all, mainly as a substitute there. Maybe not Firmin. That's a shame. So speaking of which, Australia kind of collapsed after the tea break yesterday. Did they now? I stayed up to watch most of the test, and they really waited until the dead middle of the night to throw wickets away. I'm still embittered from the Ashes series back in 2005, where I was working in pubs at the time. So I'd finish my shift at work. I'd then stay up all night into the morning to watch the Ashes, where England went on to lose 5-0. I watched every single day, and I regret it. I regret it very much in hindsight. RJ says, some weird ref decisions in this game. Duran was not red, to be honest, and this goal shouldn't be disallowed. Maybe they're trying to even it up. I understand why it was given, and I understand why it shouldn't have been given, in all honesty. We can something I can look forward to probably tomorrow. How's Alex Bainer doing? Bainer is a player I quite like as well. 6 goals, 1 assist. You kind of would like him to be more assisty. He isn't very assisty right now. Fabio Silva, how's his redemption arc going at Wolves? 8 goals in 16 games ain't shabby. Was okay at Rangers on loan. Nothing special there. Could we sign Victor Boniface to play as our inverted winger? Surely not. Not at that price, even if it ends up being a little bit lower. Giovanni Reyna's wages aren't too bad. He's barely playing. Because he's been rubbish. I didn't say one way or the other. You didn't, that's true. That was 06-07, and yeah, that was awful. Of course it was 06-07, because I just moved to Leeds at the time as well, which was when I was 21. So time for Elanga at Villa, says Hungdamin. Every time we've checked in on Elanga's performance, he has been truly, truly rubbish. That's in game, not in real life necessarily. He had a good loan on PSV. When he was starting games, he was pretty decent, 13 assists. As a substitute, not so good. Yeah, probably not there. Thiago Almada is a very, very bad human being, so we're going to ignore that one. Callum Hudson-Odoi for maybe 40 million. He has got some pace. Not a great output there. Nicholas Jackson, no. Ngumu could be a choice. He definitely is quite speedy. Again, lots and lots of underwhelming players. Let's add some actual stuff in here. Passes. No, that's going to be stats general. You find expected assists per 90. We're going for that 0.20. We're going for expected goals over performance. I just want someone who's above 0, so players that score more than what is expected. And we're going to look at dribbles, movement, dribbles made per 90. Let's pop that in at about 3. That gives us Reina, who we've looked at, Almada, who we've discounted, Richarlison, whose wages I don't like the look of, Kevin Schade potentially. He's only played 571 minutes. So he's actually scored under his XG. He scored 0 from 0.03. Sarmiento here, not scored. But all of these players not scored. All of these players have not scored. There's a goal scorer. He scored 1 goal. 0.09 from 0.16. He's overscored his XG. Richarlison has, as has Brennan Johnson. Tottenham players, I don't think we want to play 72 million though. That doesn't bode all that well. If we take that out, like Karim Mutoma, we apparently don't have anything more on him there. He's big money. All right, let's see what's going on in the league, see if there's some players there. Time for Elanga. Hung them in. He really wants us to sign Elanga. Let's see. Elanga, who's had bad performances the last couple of seasons. Maybe in the last 6 months he's picked up. So actually he had a decent first season, didn't he? 13 goals, 10 assists. It's the last season that was pretty awful. 2 and 3. We saw that like his expected assists were down at about 0.11. 5 goals and 2. Only 1 and 1 in the league. We look at his chart. 0.14, still very much on the low side. He's doing okay in terms of pressures. He's not performing well enough for 30 million. That's the problem, I'm afraid. He will be the man who beat Tottenham today, quite possibly, indeed. Does look like it. I'm just hoping we find a way to beat Southampton. We've looked awful. Is it still a draw at the moment? I do like Morgan Gibbs-White. He's cheaper as well, potentially. More assists. Fewer dribbles because he's playing behind in midfield. Maybe. Who are some high-profile wingers? Because we are basing this on what our scouts are showing, and that does limit us a little bit. So let's see the leagues in focus. Let's go on over to Spain. Look at player detailed. Let's have a look at who's doing well from an expected assists perspective. Actually, let's do it from player overview. This is much easier to find what I'm looking for. So expected assists per 90. Arda Güler. Arda's not going to want to come to us, is he? He's playing regularly. Moy Gomez. That would be a surprise signing for us. Doing quite well in terms of creativity, even if they're not putting the chances away at the team. We can click on that and actually come to the players as well this way. So Eze Abdi. 57 million is quite dear. Yathabal. I know he's left-footed. I prefer a right-footed player in this situation. It's what they want, 99 million for him. So maybe not there. Out Mendez. Also left-footed. Also very, very expensive. Osasuna Aymar. How about Osasuna Aymar? They want at least 38 million for him. Oof. Not doing too well from a goal point of view either, but I assume he's playing behind the striker rather than... so that's why his dribbles will be relatively low. Maybe we could get Pedri. A 30-year-old Thomas Lamar. How's he doing? That's starting to get to the point where we're not so comfortable there. Sunset is more of a traditional midfielder. Yeah, we're not. La Liga hasn't impressed me there. Maybe the Bundesliga. Player detailed. No, player overview is the one I wanted. expected assists. So Bowen's put us ahead now. Well, hey, 2 first half subs though, so we went into the second half with 1 window left. Fabianski got stretchered off. Oh, Girona was doing good. I didn't even notice. Nice. Osasuna have Moy Gomez, Aymar Owers, and Ruben Garcia being quite creative players for me. That's good to hear. Harry Wilson saved them. Did he now? I mean, the Fulham thing. 1-2, Fulham, 95th minute. Incredible. Harry Wilson with the Chelsea's title challenge might be over already. Oh, what a shame. Nemec is going to be too expensive, surely. Yep, 100 million. I know nothing about Romsas. He's injured. That doesn't bode well. He's out for 2 weeks. He's doing quite well, outscoring his XG. Doesn't dribble much, so he's probably playing behind the striker. Not necessarily the role we're looking for. Antoine Semenyo's tearing up. No, he's not. He's got 3 assists. Patrick Wimmer is a player that I quite like. He's also injured. What about Kaminsky? I like Kaminsky. Is Kaminsky still there? He is indeed. Jacob Kaminsky's got 4 goals and 1 assist. That's pretty underwhelming. 0.09. That's a no. Right. No one's really... Bakary Jatta is definitely quick. I know that much. He's dribbly. Not that good on the creative scale, so... Right. Try France. No, let's try Italy. Let's try Italy first. Serie A stats, player overview. Dybala certainly wouldn't want to come to us. Who is Morley Silla? I'm not familiar with Morley Silla. Playing as an attacking midfielder? Yeah. That's why he's there. Pedro Neto has gone to Juventus. Could we bring in the LeBron of soccer, Christian Pulisic, 146 million minimum asking price. Luis Diaz has ended up at Inter. Vlasic does keep on cropping up. Now he again is normally an attacking midfielder. He's been playing off the left. He's been doing well off the left. Let's see what the asking price is going to be. 40 to 58. 40 to 58. That is expensive for me, as well as 165k a week. Timothy Weahs ended up at Torino. So he signed in the summer, so that probably wouldn't be plausible. Jesper Karlsson, perhaps. I know he can play off the left. He does indeed. Underwhelming, really, in terms of goal output. Kvara's not had too great a time. 0.19 is a bit disappointing. £165 million player. That would definitely be going a little bit over what we normally do. Lookman's at 62 mil. Oof. So we want Slot back, says Hervon. Really? Oh dear. FM infuriates me sometimes. So I won Korea the Olympics with their under-23s. We applied for the job 9 months later for the Asian nations qualifying. Got denied, so he took the Hong Kong under-23s job, qualified and won the whole thing. Fast forward 6 months later, I applied for the Korea under-23s. They say you're not the caliber of manager they're looking for. Oof. So Hervon Ryan, we are looking for a inverted winger off the left. No music, dude. Thank you very much. Let's... Thank you, Tatsugiri. FM is silly that way. It's where you can go back to another job, especially in international roles. Indeed. Van Bommel could be a consideration. I do like the suggestion. Get a little bit of Ruben in our life. A little bit of Monica by our side. How is Van Bommel? His creativity is a little bit on the low side, as is his dribbling. Because it's an inactive league as well. That does make it a little bit harder to assess. So obviously AZ have some cracking players in there. Do they still have Poku? Got Erdgaard. Did they have Poku? Was Poku? Am I being daft? I thought Poku was there, or was he on loan? Vangelis is wonderful. Vangelis is an amazing player. Right, we've put our bid in for Yuri Alberto. He could be part of it because he can play off the wing. Do we just go on reputation? Do we buy Elanga just to make Hung Dum In happy potentially? I may as well look at Van Persie too then. Why not? So Van Persie, he's 6'1". He's not playing. That's a definite no. What a shame. So may as well look at Shaquille. Yeah, what's your budget? If not, Taha Ali might work for you. So we have a massive budget. We have £100 million, but we want to be mindful about our wage spend. But I'm looking for a player to take Jacob Ramp. So we're looking for starters, essentially. No, Poku was an AZ player. He is an AZ player. I thought so. One of the best strikers you have met is Pavlidis, indeed. 19 years old in the under-18 squad and not playing. Doesn't look right, does it? Holofeber's back from a nap. Now my chicken roaster's in the oven. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a good day coming up. Right, okay. So we've got our offer accepted for Yuri Alberto. We're rejecting that. He wants to be a squad player. So his contract demands are a little bit lower than they were last time. And we're about to head into an ad because of the way they will break up. So I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. Once I remember where the button is. There it is. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Honest. Right, we're back. Let me go to the stream browser. I definitely know what we're doing. How about a little bit of Inter Milan from 1999? So you're being very, very kind. Definitely showing that we've been going 3 days straight, doesn't it, though? In terms of the flavour of vape, it's called Boulevard. It is Loganberry pulp and fruit punch. Quite nice. Nicotine salt, so we do have a little bit of nicotine, unfortunately, in there. I've tried to wean myself away, but always keep on coming back. Semi-pro streamer, that definitely still amateur. I must be tiring. It's certainly there's definitely peaks and troughs, that's for sure. But your bullshit is wonderful. I'm immensely grateful that you're putting up with my bullshit. To be fair, is Brozier something for the left wing? I don't like that he's injury prone. I'll be honest. You're on orange at the moment. Bit odd. I've not found an orange I liked. Actually, I did. There was an orange marmalade. So it had like a little hint of toast, but it got discontinued shortly after I tried it. Right, so we had Missing 11 and Who Are You redeemed by Outfarby. So let's play. We've got Inter Milan's 3-1 loss against Parma in 1999. So let's have a look here. What are we thinking? So we've got Sebastian Frey mentioned right off the top there. This is very much our era, I feel like. So unfortunately, it won't be Peruzzi. We've got Maldini, surely. Maldini, let's give Maldini a go. Not at the heart. Is he going to be? Did they play him out on the right, or was he not there at that point? He wasn't there at that point, from the looks of things. Panucci would make sense indeed. Panucci on the right, not there. Panucci can't be in its centre back. So 99 Parma. Did they have Ancelotti back then? Possibly, but we're looking for Inter, aren't we? Nedved wasn't at Inter, was he? I don't think he was. So Javier Zanetti has to be Zanetti. Surely it's Zanetti. It is indeed. Have I missed a couple of those there? Wait, it's Inter. Yes. So it is Inter. There we go, guys. It is Inter against Parma. So we're looking for the Inter side. Back in 1999. So we've got a suggestion of Colonnesi. Let's go with Colonnesi on the left there indeed. Pirlo in midfield. Pirlo not in midfield there. Not playing higher up. Ronaldo. We've got two strikers there. Right. The Ronaldo. The only Ronaldo. Indeed. So my only issue with all these games is they're limited to either big clubs or top 5 leagues only. I mean, I think that if you started asking like who was playing for Guingamp in 1984, it might be a little too tricky. But yeah, I do get that you would like a little bit broader of a selection. So Nicola Ventola up front, indeed it is. Here's that beautiful suggestion coming in from Tales of the Tape. Have we got Veron? So Veron, no R there. Veron is only 5 letters, unfortunately. Baggio or Recoba at the 10. Shall we go with Recoba? I feel like Recoba is like whatever the Serie A equivalent of the Barclay men's trend was. Recoba is that for Serie A. Veron, Ventola, we've had that. We've got Recoba. So we're looking for 2 defenders, 3 midfielders. So Veron is 5. He is indeed. But we know that there's no R in this and no O in the midfielder we've got there. Bergomi in potentially. Bergomi, that's a 7. That could be. Beautiful guess there. Beautiful RJ. Zamorano in the lineup. Zamorano. We don't have an 8-letter one space, unfortunately. Walter Samuel. Good suggestion. Unfortunately, we don't have. And we surely not a left wing back, you wouldn't think. Possibly. Could we have Sousa? So Paulo Sousa wasn't a defender, was he? So we've got that spot there. We have no O in the midfield. Dario Simic. Dario Simic is A great shout. Beautiful stuff. So Dario Simic was the last of the right backs. Who was playing there? Simeone not there. Simeone? We could give it a shot. It is Simeone. Beautiful stuff. Both RJ and Herb Ryan come in with that. So I'm just checking through, see if I've missed any. No, I think we're there. We've got, Colonnesi, we've got in at the defence on the left there. Cristiano Zanetti at central midfield, perhaps. No, we've now filled the 7 spots, so we're looking for a 6-lettered left wing back and a 5-lettered central midfielder. Tales of the Tapes has suggested Caillou. I'm not even familiar with that. And Tatsugiri as well. So that looks like a good shout there. Is it Serena for the defender left? It's not Serena, but we have some letters here now. Yeah, French dude makes sense. I don't know how to pronounce it though. Kawe? I'm going with Kawe. So who could it be with an R, an N, and an E? Left wing back. Pretty much, yeah. Well, hey, I'm slightly better with my bad French pronunciation than I am with my Welsh pronunciation yesterday. Have we got any thoughts? It is just the left back we've got to do now. An R, an N, and an E. It's Koe. Okay, fair enough. Winter would fit those letters, wouldn't it? Got a return of Aaron Winter. Well done indeed. So, Frey, Simic, Bergomi, Colonnesi, Zanetti, Kue, Simeone, Winter, Baggio, Ronaldo, Ventola. What an era. And then we've got a round of Who Are Ya, which means that out Fabi, you need to do the first guess. Now, unfortunately, I can't remember all the numbers that we've done, so I'm hoping we click random. Let's hope it's not one that we've done before. But yeah, out Fabi, we do it without the thing. We'll go with Diogo Jota. It is. We know that this player wears shirt number 20. They're not Portuguese. They don't play in England. They're not a forward. They're under 28 years old. I don't trust these formations whatsoever, Johnny Trier. There was Netherlands playing in a 4-4-2, of which Overmars was a striker. So yeah, I'm not convinced. Winter playing central midfield for Netherlands and wing back left for Inter. Something doesn't add up. It really doesn't. So do we have some guesses? Anyone under 28 who might wear the shirt number 20? Doesn't play in the Premier League. So that rules out Ross Barkley, which was obviously going to be everyone's next guess. So Vinicius Junior, it is a player in La Liga. Vinny wears number 7, but let's get the guesses out anyway, because that still kind of like helps to refine things. So they're going to be 25, 26, 27, a midfielder, a defender, or a goalkeeper, playing in La Liga, not at Real Madrid. Have we got any thoughts for that? So Brais Mendes as a guess, coming in from Hungermans, the Real Sociedad player. So pretty good go there. So they are Spanish. They are a midfielder. They are 25 or 26 years old. And we've got 2 guesses coming in. We've got Dani Olmo and Lo Celso coming in over on YouTube. So let's go with Dani Olmo. That came in first, then Lo Celso. Out Fabi reckons it might be Dani Olmo as well. It is Dani Olmo. He wears the number 20. He's 26 years old. Wonderful stuff, guys. Wonderful work there. A round of applause. Now we head on in and let's see. So, briefly during that break, I decided I'd just ask the director of football. He's suggesting Gyökeres as a striker. So as we were in that break, I clicked continue. Yuri Alberto, we still couldn't reach a deal on wages. He kept on asking for more and more. Thank you for the hydrate, guys. So we're not going to be able to get Gyökeres, but he is being recommended. So I like the fact that we're probably going to get some suggestions from the director of football at the right kind of level for what we're looking at. So we've got Ruiz and Raspadori for strikers. Look at poacher types as well, and pressing forward types. So, okay, a lot of these guys are on the bigger side. I don't know anything about Nicholas Ibanez, a 31-year-old. He scored quite a lot of goals in Mexico. I'm not sure if that's quite the standard we're looking at, so I'm going to remove those. Brian Brobby could be at a decent price. He's again a little bit more on the hold-up side of things, but he's doing okay. This is incomparable because it's not in an active league. So Brobby could be a suggestion. Scamacca is there as a suggestion, again on the bigger side. Abel Ruiz, everyone goes on about Ruiz. He is a very, very good player. He doesn't have that raw pace that I tend to like, but he is a very, very good player. He has scored 17 goals so far this season, 10 of them in the league, 13 the year before, 24 overall, 20 and 23. I kind of like the idea of Ruiz if I'm not that keen on the price tag. And I said I like Raspadori. I just like him as a player. I find him fun to watch. So those are kind of encouraging. I feel that if we're getting encouraging suggestions there, we might get some encouraging suggestions out wide as well. So maybe not that encouraging. So they are suggesting Mikhailo Mudryk, transfer listed for 79 million, and matches Cagney now. Pretty underwhelming performance, 2 goals, 3 assists. Slightly better the seasons before. I'm not sold on that. Alan Velasco has come up again. So his creativity hasn't been great. I'm not sold on that at all. We had such a good start with you, Adolfo Bowl. I thought you were going to do something that made us happy. Let's look at wingers. Potentially see if they're going to suggest anyone who's right-footed. These are all left-footers, aren't they? Trincao is. Pellistri is right-footed. Facundo Pellistri. Not particularly exciting performance there for Lille. We might forever be in purgatory on this situation. What other roles do we have here? If we just look at a normal winger, Anthony Gordon, that's just trying to rub it in after he scored against Villa today. Advanced playmakers. Oh, I like Akhtar Goglu. Oh, Akhtar Goglu. Yeah, that's our answer. Ruben Van Bommel's come up, which is quite cool. I don't know anything about Julian Quinones. Hasn't really set things alight at Man United. Van Bommel has made that again, so we'll keep an eye on those. But I think that's going to be what we go with then, right? So let's try Raspadori and Akhtar Goglu. What's the asking price? Quite big there, 29 to 35. I'm quite happy with that. So let's go in the middle at 32, and then with Raspadori, he's going to want quite big wages, I think. They are quite big, somewhere between 59 and 91. Maybe Raspadori isn't the answer there. 76, 89. Yeah, not Raspadori, which means that Abel Ruiz is the backup option there. 33 to 50, 170k per week. Go 38. They haven't said that they want me to increase the offer there, so 38 was what we'll go with. And let's see what happens there. So, mate, Robbie has been terrible for Ajax this season. Scored just 1 goal from an indirect free kick inside the 16-yard. That's disappointing to hear. I thought he was turning things around last year. I've always been kind of underwhelmed by him, but he seemed to really kind of work things out. It started to click. But maybe with a decent coach and slightly better performances around him, he's being exposed again. Well, tickle my turkey. West Ham 4 games unbeaten. How about that? Did you see the new sporting manager got fired already? I heard somebody mention that in the chat. 6 games. 6 games. And they've already got a new one. Is he full appointment or interim? I guess full since it's in the news. Crazy. So he was a full-time but won only 3 out of 8 games. So we've Van Bommel has been mentioned again there. I think, if we can get Aktürkoğlu, I love Aktürkoğlu. And 38, I'm quite happy with there. We do have some interest from Saudi though, so it might end up being we might get outbid. Going at 100. Right, no, we're walking away. Striker might be. We're being too cheap, evidently. A recommendation for Guerri, though. Let's have a look there. Okay, not too bad at the moment of the season. 4-4. 29 goals in 30 games. Not really doing it from the creativity side of things, from the looks of things there. We might come back to that. Might end up Van Bommel might be a little bit ahead of him in that regards. So he was a full appointment. Results were crap and got pressured from everywhere to fire him. So they fired him and went to the main coach from Vitória Guimarães, which were doing really well this season. Fair enough. What a game between Fulham and Chelsea, says Ash. Did it finish 2-1? Strange appointment. It is a strange appointment. I guess they wanted to keep Amarin's momentum and it didn't work. That's fair. Right, what are some strikers that I've had good experiences with? Girassi is one of them. He's got a release clause of 57 million. We can afford that. He wants really big wages. Only 9 goals this season. 13 last. 19 in all competitions. 13 there. That's kind of reasonable. Boniface came up when we were looking earlier as well. He's got 8 goals so far this season. He's dearer. Oh, we're going to pull the trigger, aren't we? 57 million plus 35. That's 92. We'll do that. Let's see what the wage conversations end up being like. We can get him down to 160. Can we see what the original, the previous offer? So it's asking for about 11k more in appearance fees. A little bit more. Actually, that's not too bad. We get that down by 30k, and the bonuses have only gone up by about. The main bonuses have only gone up by about 20. Yeah, let's do that. We're going all in for the second half of the season. Bobby's been found out this season. Horrible finishing. Wasted a 0.92 XG chance. Ooh. Chelsea's players switched off and it's a 95th minute Muniz goal. Got to give credit to Union finding Undav, Boniface and Amura back to back. That is some pretty good work. You got to admit that. People think that Jesper Lindstrom should get some game time. He can have what he wants when he improves. Yeah. And that was very productive. Thank you very much, guys. So part of the reason we want to do that is because I think we're going to try and move on Lindstrom. He threw his toys out the pram, asked to leave, and then decided he didn't want to leave, and then threw his toys out the pram again. So he's going to find himself a goner. And Rafael Onyedika is also up for sale. He's just been a little bit rubbish this season. His value hasn't increased much either since we've signed him. He was really, really good last year. I was quite happy with him in Season 2. He started bad in Season 1 when he came in and then finished really, really strongly. It's a little bit of a shame, but we can't be sentimental. We've already got crowding in that area. we can potentially, we'll bring Oregbenham into the first team squad. So we're not going to change the season expectations. We've got plenty of money, even if it's all going to be spunked on those two players. Loan offers, that's nothing to do with me. I don't want to loan out the youngster. Loan offers in for Onyedika, where they offer to pay absolutely zero of the wages. Why on earth would we ever accept that? Leipzig want to sign a Mega. That's a no. We've got a game coming up against Everton to start with, away. Strascloser says Amarim was a fluke. Before Sporting, he was coaching Braga for just 6 months. No one would know how it turned out on Sporting, and he thought he was going to get the same fluke with João Pereira. He even said on a press conference that in 3 years, João Pereira would be coaching one of the greatest teams in Europe. Well, the fluke this time didn't happen. Fair enough. I love using that message. That was very productive, even when the players are annoyed. It seems to just work on a passive-aggressive... Exactly. I mean, like, the fact that it allows you to just go, cool, okay, thank you, guys. Lovely, lovely talking to you. Just makes you feel so much better. So, the lineup, we're pretty much sticking with what we've got. John Duran picked up another injury. Greg Taylor, however, is back, which is marvellous. So, we have... We are back to a situation where we're a little bit thin up front, which is, you know, that's kind of okay. Because Taylor is back, Dean has had to play lots of games in quick succession. And where's McGinn? Where's McGinn? Oh, I'm being blind. There's McGinn. McGinn into the starting lineup as well. So here we go. Do us proud. Do us proud, assistant manager. You just lost one match against Luton away till December, but too many draws now up against the big boys. Draws are what killed us in that first season. Rory Wilson came on and scored. Marvellous stuff. So we were 1-0 down, then 2-1 down. Rory Wilson scored in the 80th. Ollie Watkins wraps it up in injury time. That's the slow march continues. Greg Taylor is injured. Emmanuel Omega is injured. Both of them should be back for the next game. Torres is very, very tired. We've got 3 days until we play Preston. So Torres can get... Torres, Konza, McGinn, Diaby and Ramsey can all be rested for 3 days. We're going to drop those guys completely out of the squad. The rest can get the normal 1 day. Greg Taylor obviously drops down there. We've got Gaither in that position, Arian B in that position. Kamara can definitely drop out. Kone there. Our wing options, Sakai. Kai Pai scored on his debut and has a rhyming name. Lindstrom in there. Mega's injury means we've got a Rory Wilson, Ollie Watkins partnership up front because we've got less choice there really than anything else. Dalkovic, Carter on the bench. And then let's have a look. Do we have a clash? We don't have a clash with the under-21s. So those options can come in. That'll be Kellyman. Didn't mean to choose Rogers there. And a Regbenham. Regbenham, in fact, move him up to the senior squad. Fabulous things there. We go all the way forward to Preston. Hopefully we'll come back to news of some new signings. Interactions in FM sometimes can be funny. That is a polite word of it. So yeah, sometimes funny, haha, sometimes funny, huh? Part of the charm indeed. Yoro, Maguire, Lissandro. See, I love the idea of a Maguire in a back three. If you can have some more agile players around him, that kind of mitigates the issues that he has. So, like, yeah, that doesn't seem too bad to me. Maybe I'm being optimistic there. Loan offers, I'm not interested in. Stop offering me loan offers for these players. If I tell you that they're for sale, that means they're for sale. We've got Keramak Turkoglu. He'll come straight in there. Oh, we can't register him. We can't register him? Register him. Can't be register him. So Onyedika, their loan bids again. Hayden Carter, that's him out of the thing. In comes Actor Koglu. Offers made. We've got a bid. We've got a really big bid. Like over 30 million. It's coming from Wolves, though. That's something to be mindful of. Mandatory fee here of 30. That's 27 million. That is considerably more than 27 million. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, we're not loaning out our backup. No, don't stall. I'm just bad at clicking. So, right, we're just going to go to it straight. Like, if you want to buy him, you have to pay money for him. All red in here. Rafael Onyedika. They are both loan offers with very little offered in terms of the wages. So, Hayden Carter, transfer, ask about interest. Nobody's interested. We didn't transfer list him before. We'll transfer list him now. Onyedika. Get 9 million. That's fine. It's not great, but maybe if we can get that money, that would be grand. We'll do the same here. We know we've got a bid and no one else is forthcoming. So I have a feeling we're not going to meet our wage budget target that I've set myself with the points. But that's not the end of the world. If we can at least get in some players in more attacking positions to see us through this last bit, that would be grand. Right. What are you saying? Says Akin and what were your concerns there? I was probably talking nonsense. I do talk a lot of nonsense. Out Farby, no interest though. No interest. Here we go. That's our reserve squad. Karam Actor Koglu. Do we pop? I know he's meant to be a starter, but we're going to pop him into the squad for this so that he can get accustomed to our play a little bit. Here we go. Squad number. What squad number for Kellyman? We don't get asked to give. So they've given him the number 10. Kellyman can get the number 18. Back. Welcome back, Juan. How you doing? Had work earlier. How was it going? Quick update. I can certainly give you an update. We are doing a little bit better than we were earlier. So we're currently in 4th. We just by 2 points. We're in a battle for the top 2 still, which is grand. A little bit earlier we weren't, and I might have had a minor breakdown, but it's all good now. We are really well positioned to reach the next round of the Champions League as well. Injuries have absolutely kicked our ass, so we are now going a little bit crazy with spending to make sure that we have players at our disposal. We've now got a semi-final against Arsenal. So what's the team that we're going with? It's got to be McGinn in there. Unpick the whole team. Unpick the whole team. Let's find our starters. That's Konza, Duki, Torres, Digne, McGinn, Camera, Diaby, Ramsey, Watkins, and Omega. Mungayther, there. Tomine, Kerem, Duran is back in time for that. It's tight. It's tight. Rory Wilson on the bench. A Rugman on the bench. Move forwards. We should hopefully by that time also have our new striker potentially. Winning. Hashtag winning indeed. How old is Ollie Watkins in your save? He's got to now be around 30, 31. Just past the 30th birthday, I think. That sounds about right. A back-to-back European glory. Come on, you villains. Maybe. That would be... So I think we're out of the title race for the Premier League already. So it would certainly be nice if we could claw back some glory in the Champions League. Kai Pay is part of what we're doing. Leeds aren't interested. Loan offer for Onyedika. Is that a mandatory fee? No, it's an optional fee. I'm not interested in optional fees. loan offer for Lindstrom, installments, optional fee. Not interested in optional fees. Jurassi's work permit is in a couple of days. What's the other bids that we're waiting for? So there's a loan offer made for Oregbenham. He's currently in my plans. Yeah, Lindstrom's, that's Hayden Carter. There's an offer for Carter. It's another loan where they pay 0 of the wages. Of course, there's another loan where they pay 0 of the wages. Transfer, offer out for 4 million. Onyedika, offer out for... they offered us a decent amount with the optional fee there. Yeah, that should be cool. Do they ever activate the optional fee? Exactly why I'm not accepting it. I don't think I've ever seen it. So yep, he has just turned 30. Leipzig want to sign Omega. Their bid has now gone up to nearly 50 million. That's a no. Potential issue with Kerr Smith. Wants an improved contract. Like what is the contract that he wants? Between around 20k, say no, 17k. That's a big up. Doesn't really make any difference to us. Apart from that, just makes our wage spend higher. I probably could have let it go for the sake of the challenge. Right, here we go. That's our full strength team virtually. I'm not going to risk Duran, so Michael Lise is kind of on his way back. That can do. Home leg. Go on, my assistant manager. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You do know what you're doing. Well, kind of. Omega ends up coming off injured. 3-0. That is quite flattering. Watkins, Omega, and Actor Turkoglu. He's out for 3 weeks. Please. Can we go without more injuries to our strikers? Hopefully John Duran will be back enough to see through the next game. McTominay will come in for Kamara, who's very, very, very injured. That's very tired even. John Duran, there, he's not going to be able to play out a game. He's not going to be able to play out a game. Manu Kone in here instead of Oregbenham. Kone in for what's his name? What is his name? Kone in for McGinn. That's it. All hail the assistant manager. Lord praise Paco Ayestaran. Have we still got Paco Ayestaran? I assume it's Ayestaran. We've completed the switch for Jurassi. That's good. Or do we find out that we've signed him and he's injured straight away? Jurassi in. Beautiful stuff. So we need to make sure that he's registered, of course. And for him to be registered, that means Lindstrom comes out. He's on international duty with Guinea until February 26. Oh. Marvellous stuff. Marvellous. That's our saviour. To come in just in time as we're running out of strikers once more. And he's not actually available. All hail Arse Man. All hail Arse Man. So, did we get some offers in that we'd be interested in? No, you're still offering us loans. Come on. Offer us something proper. Transfer status, loan status, unavailable. Being very, very clear there. High pay. May well be our starting striker sooner rather than later. Gotta love the African Cup nation. The cap. Yes. I can't speak anymore. There we go. Good afternoon, Manassas. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. A record transfer for a Ghanaian player. You can't sing that now, can you? Right. Home against Tottenham. John Duran can last 75 minutes. Will he though, or will he end up coming out of the game injured? Sakai, Pay. There we go. We'll go with that. Just run exactly as we've got. Revenge against Tottenham, please. Revenge against Tottenham, please. Revenge against Tottenham. We went 3-0 up and then we almost threw it away. 2 goals in 3 minutes to claw it from 3-0 down to 3-2. All hail the ass man. All hail the ass man. So, loads of players needing to get big rests. They'll just get 2 days. These guys will get 1. Pau Torres apparently is in need of a rest, but never comes to an end of a game needing extra rest. Manu Kone is the most tired out of those players. Have Elise in for the next match. We can give Akhtar Koglu the start. We don't have much of an option about the strikers though. Now, how do we get on? Do we think our assistant manager can protect a 3-goal lead in an away leg of a Carabao Cup semi-final? He's thrown it away once before. He has thrown it away once before, famously against Newcastle. We went 4-1 in the first leg, lost 4-1, and were knocked out on penalties. So how about gift Orban? That could be an option. I mean, we've got Jurassi now. We've spent all our players. Now, where is he, by the way? I lost track of him after his time in Ghent. He's at Lyon. Only played 3 games, but has 2 goals. Orban being Orban. I'm not sure why he's not getting more playing time. Like I would have, yeah. I mean, he was like Lyon aren't good enough to not play him. Does that come with a mandatory fee? It does. A mandatory fee with a total of fuck all. So we've got a new contract out there. Lindstrom snubs Wolves. Fuck you, Jesper Lindstrom. Apparently now there's pressure because he rejected the move. Pressure on me because he rejected the move. This is like what's his name? Jaden Reed all over again. Apparently the Bundesliga is circling for him. Stuttgart and Hoffenheim. Now, Gift Orban feels like a Bundesliga player. Right, let's go on to do this once more. Nobody wants him. I'm not surprised nobody wants him. He's a diva. No offers. They reckon. What do we see with this here? No. Intermediary. No. Hayden Carter. Can we get any permanent offers for Hayden Carter? Intermediary. Nope. I remember a penalty shootout with Ghent. He scored his penalty, celebrated like he won the World Cup. Manager had to tell him it was not done. Right, 80% wages is the best I've seen so far. But nothing more than that. No mandatory fees attached to it. A mandatory fee of 5 million. 10 million in installments. And then we've got a deal. 5.5 million? No. 7.5 and 5. I will accept a 12.5 overall deal. Your loss, Millwall. The rest of you didn't even bother suggesting that you'd be willing to pay wages. Optional. Just say it straight up. £30 million. I'm getting bored with your silly bugger offers. It's not letting me go to the transfer tab there. There we go. 30 million. There we go. 30 million from Tottenham. That'll do. That's a pretty decent profit on a player we signed for like 5 mil. Of course, he's probably now going to reject Tottenham. So what is Orban doing in the save? He's at Lyon here as well. He's not playing. No league goals in the first season. 3 league goals in the second. None in the third. That's a shame to see, isn't it? Right. Bring in the defensive options. Here we pray. Here we pray. Worse, he will become a star at Tottenham. Like, he's been quite good for us. It's just the divaness. And we now do have Aktürkoğlu. I'm going to be a lot happier with Aktürkoğlu for sure. Oh. Okay, Luis Openda's missed penalty was before their second goal. So, yes, we scraped through. But that penalty wasn't kind of as costly as it looks. And now Lucas Digne is suspended for the next game. Mingueza comes in. Taylor will come in. Where's Kone? Kone and McTominay as the midfield partnership. Otherwise, we are looking. Diaby gets restored back in. So Aktürkoğlu still needs to earn his spot. Dean is suspended. That will be. Girassi is back. Guinea have been knocked out. Let's give Girassi a day's rest as well. Right. Sambi is playing, is he now? Wembley indeed. Wembley. Hervin, you're off for dinner. Have a great evening. Thanks again. Good luck with the stream. Thank you very much, Hervin. Been lovely having you around the last few days. Kwan says no playing time at Lyon unless you're done for domestic abuse. No comment. No comment, eh? Loan offers again coming in. Onyedika. Loan offers with zero money attached to it. Regbenon. Loan offers with no one paying the wages. A bid of 24. What? We accepted a bid of 30 million for him. Didn't we accept a bid of 30 million for him? Am I going? Am I going crazy? We said we want 30 million. They said yes, and we said accept. That is some chicanery. Are we going to sell Luca Digne to West Ham? No, of course we're not. A loan offer from Plymouth for 10% of his wages. Am I being mad? Did we? I'm evidently going mad. So he scored against us with us, right? Yeah, yeah. So he played against us in the league game we played as well. Do you think Big Ange gets the boot? I think he's going to need to show that he's able or willing to adapt. That's for sure. If he wants to keep the job. Right. Another loan offer, 10% of wage. Like, he's only on 23 grand. Has all of England lost their money? Are we the only team in England with any cash? And we don't have that much anymore because we just spunked it on Girassi and Aktürkoğlu. So Watkins, Duran, Mega's going to be back soon. Ooh. We're leaving this. We're leaving this to our man. Big Ange only gets the boot if he gets close to winning something. You suggesting that he's actually there because Tottenham know he won't win anything. Here we go. So CDRX071 Tatsugiri has done the honours. It is. You'll be surprised to find out it on the MustermannFM channel. It's the Mustermann skin. And we've lost 1-0. A goal from Florian Wirtz. I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. We've still got a little bit of breathing room ahead of Newcastle and Tottenham. Mingueza is out for 2 to 3 weeks. Jurassi makes his debut. You can keep on telling me that he's there. So we now have 2 players suspended. We've got injuries. We've got players unregistered for the Champions League. It's going to be easier to do that. Quick pick from here. What are the... Actually, we're quick pick on the day. It's Arsenal again. It's lots. We're going to play Arsenal a lot. We need to advance so that we can do the Champions League registration there. I was going to say, I mean, how can you compete against a team that have Florian Wirtz? That Liverpool team is stacked. But then we have spent 8 million on Elise. We've spent 57 million. My client is dubious about speaking to Plymouth. That's good, because you're not going to. They're offering no money. How did we finish yesterday? I had to leave before the stream ended. We won the Conference League. We won the Conference League, Renatus. We finished second in the league. It did come down to the last day as well. We were drawing 0-0 with Wolves for most of the game. A draw would not have been enough. That would have dropped us down to 4th. But at the time, Man City were winning, and it would have actually dropped us down to 5th. And then 2 very, very late goals gave us the win over Wolves, kept us in 2nd place. And then Man City threw it away against Sheffield United. Sheffield United got a late equaliser, which dropped them into 5th. Man City went on to win the Champions League, and Pep Guardiola stood down. So they've now got Carlo Ancelotti. Here's the registration-y bits. So we've got a squad of 24 registered currently. That's going to see Lindstrom out. So Jurassi can come in. Omar Kedda out. So Aktek Koglu comes in. Nobody's looking to sign on Yadika. So we are probably going to be also saying Hayden out. No, Hayden needs to be registered, or unregistering Hayden doesn't help us with other spots. Actually, it does. We take Hayden out, we register Oregbanen. No, Oregbanen is a Wolves youngster. We need Hayden back in. It looks like we're not going to get offers for Onyedika here, or not ones that will satisfy what we're looking for. Yeah, we go with that. Onyedika stays unregistered. Not bad at all. Wasn't at all. Could be better, but not bad at all. Yeah, we lost the final as well. I think you're still around when we lost the final to Arsenal. Installments, mandatory fee, 9 million. 9 million is okay. However, I want that to happen as well. 100%. Okay. Maybe. I'm not sure he's that keen on Bristol City. But that could be okay. Finished season 1 in 16 hours yesterday. Was Conference League and the Premier League decided on the last game. Marvellous work. 16 hours, that's a slog. Well done, sir. 9.5 is okay. Again, you have to pay all of his wages. There is Carter, an offer for Hayden Carter. You are offering me 375,000. I want 5 million. I still want 5 million. I still want 5 million. I want 5 million. That's not 5 million. Stuttgart make an offer for Lindstrom. That's 10 million up front. Installments of only 3. So 20. Yeah, no, you can get fucked, mate. Yeah, you can get fucked. Right, a chance for revenge, perhaps. Emi Martinez. Nedeljkovic. Konza, Arian B, Lucadinha, McGinn, McTominay. Let's give McTominay a little run there. Elise makes his return. Karamak has a yellow card, and oh yeah, of course he would have played for Galatasaray earlier. Gerassi makes his debut. His full start, sorry. John Duran, Johansson, all these players on the bench. However many players we can fit on the bench. Can we fill it? We can. We can fill a bench. Here we go. You can do this. You can do this. You can do this. Who'd you sign? Yes, good question. Good question. Gerassi scores on his full debut. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Southgate is at Villa Park. And we've got an away game against Blackburn. Is that FA Cup? That is FA Cup. And then we will play. How are we doing for time? We're at 6 o'clock. We've got 4.5 hours. And at that point, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4 months. So we can start playing some games. We'll play the game against Chelsea. Run our reserves out against Blackburn. And hopefully we can get a couple of these players gone as well. Watford Watford are willing to offer 2 million for a Bournemouth player. They've got the money. Lindstrom snubs Tottenham. Lindstrom is a joke of a human being. You predict we'll draw Arsenal in the FA Cup if we get through, just to complete playing them in every competition. It looks that way, doesn't it? It really, really does look that way. Uptick in form since the meltdown has been great. Well done, assistant manager. Absolutely. Now, okay. I'm going to step in for a moment there. Like, yes, I might have had a meltdown for all time in the second half against Brentford. But I was the person that was responsible for getting us a win against Leeds United. So just want to say, it's not all been the assistant manager. Now, the assistant manager might have started taking over when we beat Brighton 6-1 and Crystal Palace 6-3 and Nottingham Forest 6-0 and Luton Town 7-1. And I might have been in charge when we drew to Leicester. Might. But no. I wouldn't dare diminish the work of the assistant manager. So what can we do in terms of reserves here? More reserves to come in. That means Kai Pai, Jacob Ramsey, a Regbanen in. We've got Nedeljkovic on at the moment. Greg Taylor is back, so that's marvellous. Manu Kone in. Diaby on the bench. Kerem. Let's pop on your Dika on the bench. Make sure that Torres doesn't accidentally get brought on. He is officially back from injury, so there we go. That's McTominay off the bench. And Kerr Smith is there. That's okay. Rory Wilson. That's loads and loads of players rested. If we lose, I can't really complain. Welcome back in, Adam. No, you were there for the original meltdown. It's just been the one. You started the ball rolling. Gotcha. Exactly. What a tasty looking table for Liverpool. It's beginning to slot a lot like Christmas. How's your day been then, Adam? How was the buffet? The buffet makes me feel very, very jealous. Those guys can rest for 2 days. Rest 1 there. You guys for 2. unpick all of these guys. Game away against Benfica. Okay, I was worried then. Day's been good, thanks. Buffet has been demolished and some leftovers have made it home. Fabulous. That's what you want. Like, one, to get absolutely stuffed, and then to have some extras left over. Now, I would say, oh, is that an actual offer? An offer over £10 million. And he wants to take it. Yes. Greg Taylor wants a new contract. Of course he does. Diaby ended up being main striker. We started him as our main striker at one point. But yeah, good player. I love Diaby. He scored, like, even last season as a winger, he's got 17 and 17. With Morgan Rogers. Beautiful. How has Rogers done with you? And Dan Reuter is back. How's it going? Things are generally going a little bit better. 65k is a little bit dear. 58 is bearable. We're not going to make our wage target anyway, so I don't mind this going over. You know, let's just keep players happy as much as we can. We have a break coming in about 15 seconds, so I'm going to see you guys in 3 minutes. And when we come back, I'm going to ask Adam a question. What might that be? And we're back. And unfortunately, Tatsugiri got in first. Adam, do you lick toads? No, actually, the question I have to ask is, do you mind me putting you on the spot? Obviously, I have kind of asked him this question before, but this is now me asking whether he wants to be put on the spot. Yeah, it makes sense to us. Go for it. Adam, do you have some news? Toads or toes? That's two questions, in fact. Yeah, do you lick toads and do you lick toes? I mean, really, I shouldn't be the one asking the question, should I? How about that for some news, guys? I wish I had some celebratory noises for it. I don't think putting a song on of me singing really matches the occasion. Congratulations, Adam. I couldn't be happier for you. Amazing news. I'm not allowed to do that. I can do this, though. Congratulations, sir. You'll take a Numa for it, will you now? Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate in style. Marry a who? I'm not suggesting she's a hoe. Marry a he, marry a ho, marry a who, marry a Lucy, marry a he, marry a who, marry a who, marry a Betsy, marry a he, marry a ho, marry a who, marry a Oh, Adam, you absolute gentleman. You what an amazing piece of news. Congratulations, my dude. Congratulations. I feel like the stream should end now. Like that's I should have waited, and we could have had that as the crowning moment, because that is what they should all have been working towards. So now the big question really is, do you have a date in mind? Have you already started the planning process, or have you asked the question and then tried to avoid having to work out all the logistics afterwards? Because I would probably be inclined to do that. Musa Diaby, Greg Taylor, Dookie. What's this here? You should be on the bench. Who else can be on the bench? We'll do that there. Omega's returned there. Where's Duran? Duran is fit. Jurassi up front. Yeah, let's go with that. So I haven't. My new and very excited fiance has already started looking at venues. That's what I want to hear. That's the thing. Like this is going to be the conversation for like the next God knows how many months. We fall to a defeat, and I don't care. I don't care, because there's much more exciting things going on. Do we finish in the right place? There we go. We've got a bye as well. So yeah, like amazing news. Do all the family know now, or have you still got to update loads of people? Because I imagine there's going to be. You're back at work, in fact, tomorrow, aren't you? That's going to be fun. Lots of people to tell. Sorry, I've got so many questions and I'm firing them at you. It's all a little unfair of me there. Chelsea are 16th, so we're not going to play that game. Let's not waste our time on a lowly team like Chelsea. So Lucy can answer the Toads questions on Adam's behalf. Indeed. Does he lick toads? Does he lick toes? Onyedika is gone. An offer for Carter. Still absolutely awful offers coming in. Regman sticks around. We've made £10,000 from the sale of Wesley Moraes. How are we doing for our transfer debt, in fact? Yeah, we're 25. We're nice and safe there. Wages, we are well over. We're not going to hit that. That's fine. So no, we did all the news giving yesterday. Luckily, we split Christmas Day between both families anyway, so we saw pretty much everyone. Incredible stuff. I'm not ashamed of my hobbies. Why is it called the World Cup Challenge? Asks Emil Amun. So it's Illuminati, but with Emil in front of it. Emiluminati. It's called the World Cup Challenge, Emiluminati, because it's based on the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager that took place last August, where they basically had all the competitors were given the same team. They had to complete 3 seasons, 1 season every day, and they got various points for what they completed in the season. You should see some rules that came up a little bit below there, or not. What's happened there? Looks like something hasn't quite shown up properly. Oh, right, okay. Sorry. Let's move over to that here, and then we can show the rules. So there's the rules. Will be coming up now beneath me, somewhere down there. We have to complete 1 season every day. We'll get various points for how we progress. We are on day 3 now, so this is the 3rd season. It hasn't quite gone to plan. We finished 8th in the 1st season, 2nd in the 2nd season. We won the Conference League, and then we are not too far off the pace this year, but we had a really, really rotten start, and we're playing catch-up. But we're doing okay in the Champions League, so we might get some big points there. You can see the points with the points command as well. That should also now be appearing somewhere beneath me in a few moments there. And that's how everything's broken down. Right, game against Chelsea. We don't need our full squad here, so... Right, Watkins is going to get the start, as is John Duran. Musa Diaby there. It's not quite in form. We can bring Akhtar Koglu back in. Is clear the bench an option? Clear the bench is an option. So Camera is a starter. Our bench has to be centre back. Someone that can play right back. Defensive midfielder. Winger, striker. Then we'll hand this over to our assistant manager. Subsequently, because of the way that this plays out, we will be holidaying a lot. We will be doing a lot of games using instant result. When we get towards the tail end of the season with the really, really big, important games coming up, then we're going to be playing through a lot of those. But we want to get ahead of ourselves so we have the luxury of time to do that. We've just opened up a 6-point gap to Arsenal. Arsenal have a game in hand. We're level with United, but they have 2 games in hand. 2 points behind Man City with a game in hand. Liverpool are probably going to win the league. They're running away with it right now. See, been lurking all day, but need to head off now. Thanks for providing people with somewhere to spend time should they need refuge from family or just to not be alone. Thank you so much for hanging around, Zeke. Been lovely to have you in here. And hopefully, 2025 will be the year we can get back together for the next FM show, FM podcast live show. It was lovely to see you earlier this year as well, my dude. RJ, and Lukaku scoring for Chelsea. What a weird world in FM. It is indeed. So I presume that she's more than a hobby if you're going to marry her. Indeed. Title of the stream is still lunchtime. Thank you very much. Here we go. Thank you very much.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh my God, Zeke. My word.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
What an incredible human being. Captain Zeep. The most wonderfully hirsute. Now, I'm quite proud of my beard, but Zeep is a man with a beard so fine you will be speechless on seeing him. And I'm kind of close to speechless because he's just given 25 gift subs. Gift subs. That's Scrives24, West Ham United, Benicage, Mr. Tunafish, Hervan Rhine, Just Howie, Hugh and Go, Dopog, Iconair, Marosaurus Rex, Akanani, Eddie Bingo, Blazer Taz 13, Sandpiper 05, CDRX 071, Juan 00888, Connor B 97, Zero Phobus 1, Chiru FM, Daniel 97 FM, JD 10, John Waff 123, Doc 8, Podsy FM, Vitor Flashb, Maestro QW. Whoa, Captain Zeep, have a lovely evening, he says. He's going to do that, and then he leaves. Now, he did warn us he was heading off. What an absolutely incredible human he is. Have an amazing evening.
You tell me, how do you
it's not the statistics. And FMG&G returns it in kind.
On a needle.
A Valorant dropped 5 on top 2, looking to hop on Zeep's coattails. I know. Disgraceful of Valorant to try and credit themselves. That is all Zeep. It is not the statistics. It is not the statistics. Tell me, how do you measure someone who can balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle? Oof. Oof. Zeep, the absolute goat indeed. And I need to update the thing, and I might. I've called it just a Thursday, but I mean, it should probably just be called Captain Zeep is the greatest human alive. It's not the Zeep statistics. It's not the Zeep statistics. Speechless. I am actually genuinely. I know I'm talking. That doesn't sound like speechless. But yeah, that is crazy. That is absolutely immense. JD10, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Hydrate. That's an idea. That's an idea. We are now at transfer deadline day. We'll get that news in a second. We still have some of the players we've been trying to get rid of. So I hope that we'll get a decent loan to buy offer coming in for Lindstrom. Maybe we can. Looks like Hayden Carter's never going to get an offer coming. He feels his asking price is too high. He did agree to an asking price of 4 million. That was specifically what we discussed with him. There we go. He's talking but not saying much. Exactly. I am making noises with my mouth. They're not really words. They're a semblance. Yes. Let's talk. Let's talk Football Manager. That's what we're here for, right? 6 hours. 4 hours to go. 4 hours and 15 minutes to go, in fact. We're not going to take part there. We're just going to hope that we get some offers coming in. And we do, but not for the players we're looking to move on. Let's just point out that we don't want him to be out on loan. He is now our 5th choice defensive midfielder. And the way that injuries have been this season, we're going to need him. We don't want him out on loan. Let's make sure we make that very clear. Like, sure, he's a backup. He's only played 680 minutes, but pardon me. Pardon me, indeed. Yeah, like he has played games because he is part of the first team squad. So we're not going to send him out on loan. Bolton loan, a young player of ours, Ronnie Griffiths. Right. Here we go. Add mandatory fee. No, we're not able to do a mandatory future fee there. Why aren't we able to do a mandatory future fee? So we just reject it outright. So, Captain Zeep, thank you. Thank you for the gifted sub. Indeed. He has moved on now, unfortunately, but yes, I moved on. That's not what I mean. That sounds he has popped off now. Yeah, absolute gentleman, came in big. Compliments to the chef. Compliments to the chef is one way of looking at it, indeed. Crazy. Zeep is in a better place. He is not in the stream anymore. That's the real reason for the gift sub. She's like, oh, thank God, I've endured enough of it now. Contract up at the end of the year? Quite possibly. It is indeed. Fair point. There we go. That might explain why everything's there. Well noticed. Musterman got his gift sub money and moved on. Indeed, no more streams or YouTube. That's all I've been doing this for. In fact, actually, I mean, I say that facetiously. We did have a moment when I put the videos on at lunchtime. I just thought, okay, that's a good playlist to put on. And as soon as it hit the Patreon bit, I had to kind of zoom forwards a little bit, because I like the whole point of these streams over this period is not about the furthering of the channel. And like suddenly seeing the Patreon bit in there, but like I got to panic, move it on. But yeah, so actually, really, it's all been a cheap little cash grab. Next week, I'm releasing an NFT collection. Please come on and be involved in that. Some kind of rug pull thing. I mean, let's face it, I don't understand what any of that stuff is all about. Suggest that 20 million is less than I would have won. I would accept 20 million. That's still a sizable profit, but you have to pay those things. 6.5, 14 there. No monthly fee. I'm absolutely fine with that. Now, if you reject yet another team, Lindstrom, I'm going to be very, very, very upset with you. So, Scribes24WH, hello, welcome in. You have just been the recipient of a gift subscription from the wonderful, wonderful Captain Zeep. Where is it? No more streams on YouTube, indeed, well spotted. It's not the statistics. It is not the Patreon. Exactly. I'm surprised I'm that sharp. I'm in a food coma. I mean, you are a lot sharper than all of us. Mustercoin it is. Musterman NFTs or Mustercoin. That would be the way forward, right? You must be amazingly sharp on 100% match fitness. He is. Like Holy Fab is definitely there. Definitely alert. There's no food coma. He's lying. We've got the 8th highest wage bill. I suppose that's okay. We've missed out on the wage points. So our wage budget points were. Oh, I've lingered over something. We need to keep it under 2.7 million. We've gone above that. We're now spending 2.9 million. We're under our wage. We're under our actual wage budget, but we have gone a little bit over the top. So we can register Lindstrom for the second half of the season. We can register Hayden Carter. I think we do it begrudgingly because of the way that our injuries have shaped out this season. We can't really make any changes here. So that stays as it is. Lindstrom stays out of the squad at that point. Or maybe I was just lucky. Stop doing yourself a disservice, sir. Stop it, sir. Good morning, afternoon, evening to all, depending on where you are. Good afternoon, Brazilian Fury. It is, I assume it has just turned afternoon, pretty much. How are you doing, my man? How has your Christmas period been? Lovely, lovely to see you in. There is a lie. Tuchel credits Musterman with brilliant work, but we all know that it's been the work of Paco Ayestaran, our assistant manager, doing the Lord's work right now. So, away game against Newcastle. Newcastle are in 8th. I feel like I leave that in the hands of our assistant manager as well, and then we take over for the Man City game. So that's an away game against Man City. That's certainly going to be tough. I'm Toxic. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. If you're comfortable chatting, let us know who you follow. Let us know who you're playing with in FM if you're playing as well. I'd love to hear from you. If not, I mean, like, there's zero obligation whatsoever to do so. So quiet Christmas, but a good one. Hope all is well with everyone. Just throwing this on the background while working on other stuff. Now, I know that experience. I know that experience very well. I hope you have good fun editing this evening. Are you working on the WWE thing at the moment? I shouldn't ask you questions. I should let you carry on working. Sorry. His recent YouTube one is brilliant. The Octagon Challenge, the Europe part. There's so much more of the story to come, isn't there? Right. What are we going with here? Right. Lucadina stays on the Lucadina on the bench. So we've got a big game coming up. So we're going to rest Camera. We're going to bring Mega on. think that's the lineup we go with. So not resting everyone. It's still a match that we need to win against Newcastle, but maybe just a couple of changes there. Nilla020, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Again, same as with I'm Toxic. If you're comfortable chatting, let us know who you support. Let us know who you're playing with in FM. But zero obligation whatsoever to go. That's the Octopus Challenge, indeed. The Octopus Challenge is a good one. Holofabs now going with Octopus. We're veering off. We're veering off, aren't we? Hello, my man, Victor Flight. Thank you very much. And Phil is in the tout. So saying hello to Brazil. Marv, I do apologize. All good. The rebranded overlays are all done for Saturday's stream. I'm just finishing up a script on the one video essay I've been putting off for ages. Marvellous stuff. There we go. Maybe we shouldn't have rotated. We've lost Greg Taylor to injury. We've lost the game 3-2 as well. Villa losing to Newcastle wouldn't happen on my watch, really, would it? Ever. Right, that does mean that Tottenham could close the gap potentially to 2 points. Taylor's out for 4 weeks. Akhtagoglu's out for a week. We'd rested Torres for a couple of weeks, but now he's still there. Konza's looking shattered. Kone's looking shattered. Omega's looking shattered. All from one game. 2 days. 1 day rest for all of these guys. Who have I selected that I can't rest? One. Oh, Omega's already been selected there. Right, there we go. Rest for 1 day. Let's clear the team. Here we go on to away game against Man City. Man City in second. Slipping into that coma state now, indeed. Just bad humour. Better to have bad humour than no humour at all. True. And Musterman, you made the on your dick joke earlier this day, to be fair. I did. I spent 2 days holding off, though. Two days of refraining from dick. That's a long time. Sometimes you can't hold it back anymore. And that voice is starting to sound quite croaky, so I'm going to hydrate. Right, so last time we took over, so early on this season we lost to Man City at home 6-3. Because I left it to my assistant manager and I forgot to swap goalkeepers. So we had Victor Johansson in goal rather than Emi Martinez. They generated 2.3 XG and scored 6 goals. And so that is entirely my fault. Minguez wasn't quite ready to come back in. It looks like Arian B. Torres is too tired. We do have a week off after that, actually. So Torres isn't even in great form. Okay. Lucadinha. We've got Kone and we've got Kamara. Moussa Diaby is in better form than Elise. Takoglu is out, so that means that Ramsey, who's not in great form, is in. No, it doesn't. It means Ollie Watkins is in. And then we're going with a strike force of Gerassi and John Duran. Our bench is going to be Mingueza and Torres and McTominay and McGinn and Elise and Ramsey and Mega. And Rory Wilson has 6 goals for us. Bless him. 6 goals in 600 minutes. Some fabulous stuff. Granted, they've mainly been against smaller opposition. And because we're going to take over this game, we're actually going to drop these players back. We're going to start in a much more defensive structure first, on a balanced mentality, lower tempo. Then we're going to try and ramp it up as the game goes. We're going to try and use some of that advice that we had in the video at lunchtime. It's all good. That's what she said. So refraining from Onyedika is important. Let's make sure I get that sentence right. Everyone expects us to lose here, so prove them wrong. There's no pressure on us. We'll tell the attackers that I have faith. Let's head on into the game. Finally, a game we play against Carlo Ancelotti's 4-4-2 diamond. Haaland and Ocampos as the strikers. They want to play in the middle. We want to play kind of in the middle too, but we're starting a little bit wider. There's a penalty. No, there's not a penalty. And because we were checking that thing earlier, we're not on highlights. So it said penalty, and then when it was reviewed, it wasn't. So we've already been robbed in this game. That's what I'm going with. I don't care if it wasn't actually a penalty. That is a clear case of us being robbed. Even if we didn't see it. So Bernardo sends it into the back post. Was that Rodri there with the header? It's still a little bit too quick there. With speed down. Arian B plays it out. Oh no, it's going to be a defensive error. Arian B makes a good tackle. Here's Bernardo. Bernardo creates space. Shot is blocked by Kamara. Focus, guys. Focus. Corner coming in from Grealish. In at the near post. Camera gets it clear, but Campos will get there. It's all one thing after another right now, but can Jurassi buy some time? He plays it through. Here's Manu Kone. Kone's going in alone. Blocked by Stones. Kone still has it. Tries to get the cross in. Can't quite get there. Fontaine gets it clear. So from a momentum standpoint, nothing really majorly stands out at this point. It's kind of been a little bit bitty. No great inroads by either team. Here's another free kick though. Grealish sends it in and Martinez claims it. Grealish has now got to be, in around 32? We're not meant to be playing out defence, but we are rolling it out. So this is what we want to see. We get it to the defender and then we play it very quickly. Watkins out to Digne. Digne has time. Sends in the cross. Jurassi gets his head to it. You're not going to score a header from 20 yards though, are you now? You're not going to score a header from 20 yards. So coming in, actually no, we'll stick with it for another 5 minutes. We're then going to probably push it up for the last 10 minutes of the half. See if we can really seize the initiative as Digne's free kick is saved by Ederson. From the corner, are we going to be able to create anything? Here's Digne with the outswinger. There is Jurassi at the far post, but Ederson is able to claim. We're good. That means we move up to positive. And we fire up. So here's now Kone on the ball. What was that for a pass? Awful pass. Campos out to Lewis. Lewis has loads of space. No one closes him down. Holland at the far post. Saved by Martinez. Be right back. Switching from tablet to PC. See you in a moment, Holofab. That's not the highlight over. He sends it long. Duran, who's on a booking, gets it in. Here's Jurassi. Jurassi rounds the keeper. Jurassi gives us the lead. Is there a flag? There's no flag. We're 1-0 up at the City of Manchester Stadium. Beautiful stuff. But there is a highlight immediately from Man City from the kickoff. Lewis once again finds space down the right. That was some bad defending. Haaland there. Martinez claims. Uh-oh, says Eddie Bingo. Why'd you say Ucko? Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park. If only I knew we were going to sign him. If only I knew we were going to sign him. That, I think, counts as a pretty good first half. So a pop in there. We're going to say that was a good performance. But once again, we're going to drop down to bounce. We're going to try and keep things contained. We're taking those lessons from the passing directness video, from the tempo video. Hopefully we can see things out. Now, Duran played a huge part in that goal. His header was onto Watkins to get the assist, but we are going to probably have to bring him off. He's pressing forwards on a yellow card. That's dangerous, dangerous. Highlight from kickoff makes me nervous. Right, yes, absolutely. Lewis pushes past, creates the angle for the shot. That's 1-1 immediately into the second half. That's his first senior goal as well. Really? It's taken him until the third season to score a goal. My word. And it's going to be another highlight straight from kickoff. Is this going to be for us, though? Can we hit back immediately? Konsa on the ball into camera. We go back to Danilo. Camera finds John Duran. Out to Digne. Digne can play inside to Watkins. There's Watkins. His shot is deflected. Ederson saves. I come back and City have scored. Should I leave again? No Holofab, because then you'll come back and they'll score again. We just need to maintain the power as this. No, stay. It's always Crodmo's fault. It is indeed. Right, some nice passing here for Man City. Bernardo plays the ball over the top. Arms are up for offside. Offside is given. Thank God for that, because I would have been very upset seeing them holding their arms out for offside and not chasing back. Now, Kamara's on a yellow card, so that's going to see the introduction of McTominay. We're going to see the introduction of Omega as well, just so that we can have that bit of fight out there. I don't want them to stop tackling harder when they need to. Right, could this be a chance for Man City? Lewis with the cross. Ocampos wins it in the air. Lucas Ocampos is only like 5'10", isn't he? Oh, boys, we need to push into a more positive frame right now. Daylight robbery. Here's Haaland looking to make it 3. Sends it inside. Digne, why didn't Digne get there? Oh, Digne. Rodrigo, Foden, great save from Martinez. I've already just shouted, so we can't get anything more from that. Grealish will stand over the corner. Oh, the fire up comes up now. Right, okay. Ocampos' cross blocked. That's going to be another corner for Man City. Crodmo out. How dare you make us lose to Man City? Grealish short once again. Bernardo to Ocampos. Ocampos has created space. Great save from Martinez. Red card for Bruno Fernandes. Really? What's the score in the game at the moment? Man City are starting to have quite a bit of joy. And this is where we're going to push the tempo up even further. We're going to play attacking. And part that comes with that is making sure that we're going to aid the press a little bit more in that area. Manu Kone is looking tired now. Moussa Diaby is not having a great time of it. On comes Lise. And we'll give it a few minutes before we then look to push the guys forwards a bit more as well. It's all coming from this right-hand side. Another throw-in has created a chance. We can't sadly defend that far post. Nothing tends to work. I've tried so far in the game. So the last change is going to be Jacob Ramsey on, John McGinn on. Now we're going to push these guys forwards. Those are the changes that we're working with. We're going to actually pop him in a support role, and Ramsey can play on attack now. And here we go. So all those things we learned from the video earlier, they worked in the first half. We're sadly not going to see it out, though. It doesn't look like a second half comeback from Man City, putting us to the sword. Ake with the cross. McGinn kind of gets a block in, but not enough. Foden to make it 3. Great block. Omega to Elise. Girassi now. Can he add another? Girassi, not quite sure what he's doing there, but it's okay. We've maintained the ball. Elise back to Martinez. They've managed to kite us back quite well. We're demanding more now in the last 10 minutes. Alvarez on the ball. Alvarez is still at Man City. Drop down the pecking order behind Ocampos. Get in. There we go. Ramsey. Ramsey can play the pass. He finds Omega. Omega against the angle. It hits the post. Oh. Good effort, lads. Good effort. Into the last few moments now. It's not really much more we can do. What did Bruno do to get a red card is the question. How on earth did he not score there? This is why we leave it up to the assistant manager. With the assistant manager, we score our chances. With Musterman, we see things not quite go our way. This is our experience. We won on XG. We lost the game. There we go. Oh, well. Against second place Man City was always going to be difficult. That's all right. I'm disappointed, though. So, red card 1 minute into the second half. Never mind, 1-0 Wolves. Disallowed. Hi, mate. How's the stream going? Welcome in, Root. Good timing. We've just lost back-to-back games in the league. But we're doing kind of okay. It looks now like second place might be beyond us. We had an awful start to the stream. We were plagued by injuries, loads and loads of bad results. And we were pretty much out of the title race come October. We've rallied back. Or the assistant manager has rallied back and done some marvellous stuff for us. And now we've just starting to falter again. The first match I've taken in charge of in it for a while is the defeat to Man City. And now we've got games against United, Man City again, Bournemouth, Champions League games. So until we hit this run here where there's some easy games, this might be a little bit rough. We'll see how things go. Studs Up Challenge, was it? And damn, this Villa team is stacked. We've started to get some good players in indeed. United not wearing red today and they're cooked. almost tied it up. We did. Like as I said, this is the Musterman experience. When we're in charge, we do have a tendency to throw away good games. We don't score as well when we play. So back to the assistant manager. He can take over. No, we're going to take over the game against Man United in third. I mean, there's no point in the whole point is us playing, isn't it? We're rushing through the games so that we can get through the season. Even if it means that I've got to oversee us losing games that we should otherwise do better in. But I thought that first half went well, at least. The approach we took seemed to be quite effective. We created good chances. We just couldn't finish them. So hopefully we should be all right. Boots on ankle. All right, fair enough. He's late in the duel, the usual. Not a bad foul, but red anyway. Playing the same team in the cup before you play them in the league. Such an FM trope. It is, isn't it? It is, really. Even more shockingly is that you would think that FM would be able to do some kind of programming that would like reflect real life a little bit more, which would mean that Villa get Man United in the FA Cup in the third round. That's our time for it. A couple more injuries here, another injury here. What does that do for our availability? That was a few strikers, wasn't it? Jurassic will be back. So no Diaby, no Camera. So Lise in. We are the home team though, so we will go back further up there. Mingueza will have to come in for Konza. Mingueza hasn't really recovered since he's been injured. McTominay. No, we're bringing McGinn in. Kone to play the more defensive role. Jurassic has to come out. So that'll be Ramsey. Watkins. Actor Koglu is back from his injury. We'll have Jurassic as an option on the bench. Regbenham. No Konza. Actually, we have Kai Pai on the bench there. So Bruno Fernandes gifting fans a red card on Boxing Day. Absolute mad lad. My favourite FM trope is when you ask for upgraded facilities and they say no, and then come a week later saying we should update the facilities. Absolutely. Pardon me. I said pardon me before I burped. I'm definitely brain broken. Into the game against Man United. Dookie wants a new contract. Let's try first to say we'll do it at the end of the season. Right, fine. We're not going to hit the wage budget thing, so that's all right. It's asking for too much. We're just going to keep players happy because this is the last part of the season, last part of the challenge. Oh, come on. 76. 77. There, you get your 79. You greedy bastard. You're not happy. You're not happy with £2.5 million a year. What a great idea. Yes, you say, yep, thanks and appreciate. What a great idea. Maybe Fernandes is going to have a New Year's party. That might be it. Maybe it's all part of the plan. So yeah, we've got Nedeljkovic is coming in for Mingueza. Mingueza still isn't quite fully fit, so there we go. Pau Torres back into the lineup. We'll go. Well, no, I'm double thinking it. We're having McTominay in that starting lineup, and we're going to push Actor Koglu up here. Diaby and Jurassic, they reckon they are okay for the game, so they could come onto the bench. Marvellous. So, have I considered taking tomorrow's stream off for the sake of the vocal cords? I have considered it. So I was, I redeemed the hydrate. So there are a couple of considerations, which is essentially that we've been off the stream tomorrow, and I use that time to do the next mini Moneyball Clinic video, or I've been off the mini Moneyball Clinic video for Saturday and do it for Sunday instead. But I really want to get back onto that Mariham save. You know, like the voice has just about survived so far. I get a lie-in tomorrow, relatively. That said, I didn't necessarily have to wake up until about 8 o'clock this morning, and I was still up at 5 as Rashford opens the scoring 5 minutes in. What a finish from Marcus Rashford. Right, we're a bit too late to tell him to focus, but we are. Kone to Digne. Can we hit back immediately? Into Aktürkoğlu. Aktürkoğlu loses out, and here's a chance for them to counter-attack. Bowen loses out himself to Aktürkoğlu. Aktürkoğlu goes past his man, lays it in. John Duran. Here we go.
Goals on stream.
And that's reminded me we didn't have music on. There we go. Let's get that back going. Right, chance now. Maybe here's Casemiro playing it through. Rashford is having a good game so far, but he goes backwards. Mount, and they play it through the lines. There was runs there, but Aktürkoğlu steals in. Kone into McTominay. McTominay, there's two players through. Has Duran stayed onside? The flag has stayed down. Watkins has scored. They're not looking at the linesman. It's a turnaround. It's a turnaround. Good lads. Good lads. Or just relax tomorrow. There's never going to be any relaxing. Support whatever I decide to do. Thank you very much. Yeah, like, I mean, these few days are something special. The fact that the voice has actually held out for 3 days is quite a surprise. I was expecting that to be an issue. As Aktürkoğlu finds Kone. Good save from Onana. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll see tomorrow and I'll be like, no, actually I need to. But certainly the plan at the moment is to get back into Finland. Pau heads it back forwards and Onana gathers. Free kick deep. Danilo plays it out to Nedeljkovic. Here's McTominay. Cross to Kone. Make the run now. There we go. There's Digne. Digne's got some space. Can he get the cross in? He's made it there. Elise at the far post. They can get it clear, and here's Rashford now. Rashford coming the other way. It's limp challenge there from our number 6. That is Kone. There's Højlund on the swivel. Unfortunately, that's high. Wolves scored, I think. Wolves just scored a direct corner. Oh, no. Another goal direct from a corner. Oh, no. The set-piece woes continue for United. Cunha. Here's Watkins to make it 3-1. Good play from Duran, setting up Watkins. That's his second goal. United. Fulham beating Chelsea in a away match for the first time in 45 years. That is quite incredible. So, now, with a goal scored direct from the corner, that's not necessarily the goalkeeper's fault, but was it a big Onana error? Is that what you're saying, RJ? Or is it just an assumption because it was from a corner? Bowen nips in. Bowen can play it forwards. Nedeljkovic, though, there gets his back into it. Elise trying to run down the right. There's 2 men on him. He shouldn't be able to get some space there, but he has. Elise for the solo goal. Gets deflected. Kone makes it 4. Let's say some lovely words to Michael Elise. That was all about Michael Elise. Yeah, this was poor from Onana. Oh dear. Oh dear. It is his fault. Might start taking an interest in competitive tiddlywinks. I mean, what happens though when your favourite tiddlywinker has a bad game? Surely it's even worse having to deal with tiddlywink disappointment. Now I've had ex-girlfriends who have in fact cited tiddlywink disappointment as the reason why they're breaking up with me. Don't worry, I slipped something into the players' porridge this morning. There we go. I moved to Conkers. Right, can we make it 5? Crosses in, McTominay with the header. Tiddlywinker sounds a bit it really does. It really does. I believe the BBC used to hire quite a lot of tiddlywinkers. This has been a dramatic game, and now United are pouring forwards, looking to make it 4-3. Surely Højlund is in behind. That's got to be 4-3. It is. No offside checks in this game either. This game is mental. And we have conceded 3 goals from less than 1 XG. Not that I'm labouring a point or anything. Is that a euphemism, Musterman? It is, isn't it? It most definitely is. Okay, let's go with that. But to the strikers, let's say you guys are playing well. Nope, they're going to throw their toys out the pram. this is where we do go to our more attacking. I want us to get a goal early in the second half. We're going to run at defence as well. So we're going to play at the tempo. We're going to try and then run at their unsettled defence with Elise and Akterkoglu. And there, we'll do that for 15 minutes or so. And then we'll look to rein it back in after that. Hopefully we haven't conceded though. 4-3 half-time, 4-3 full-time, knowing FM. Hopefully. Emmy is awful, lol. He was what we were at one point considering replacing him, and then we saw that he was still doing remarkably well from an XG prevented point of view. Mount, there's Powell, steps in. Now we do have a lack of options at right back. We can hopefully bring Mingaither on. He's not match fit. He's been out injured. Konza's obviously injured as well. So I am quite mindful that is where the chances were coming from this right-hand side. Oh my, this Man United scores a lot, unlike the in real life counterpart. They do. But we've scored a few, which has been quite nice. Emmy is awful. We've got that. To be fair, it's usually the same in real life. Yes, well, we had that. What was that crazy game last week that there was like 8 goals or something in the first half? The Southampton one, and then nothing in the second half. Nedeljkovic dispossessed. Now there's loads of space. Look, they've just got to get forward to Rashford. But McTominay was across to cover, does the space well, but United still break through the lines. Bowen inside to Fanange. Rashford is out wide. Rashford against the angle, and it's blocked by Nedeljkovic. Come on, guys. Like Verona Inter a couple of weeks ago, 5-0 half-time, 5-0 full-time, indeed. So, into Kone, surely. Yes, there is. Watkins is in behind. Watkins hits the post. Oh, we are losing this game. We are definitely losing this game. Digne gets it back from Akterkoglu. Watkins across to Duran. Duran's in so much space. Duran screws it wide. I don't want to make any changes. We're doing well. Still, double substitution by Man United. Gonna kind of stick with it. Potentially, Fernandes wins the ball back into Rashford. Rashford is causing us a lot of trouble. Plays it through the lines, and here's Kobbie Mainoo for 4-all. It's 4-all. It's 4-all. It's 4-all. So now we have to change it. And that's Mingaither coming on. From a corner, Elise plays it short, gets it back, sends the cross in. Kone gets the ball straight at Onana. Unfortunately. Are they above? They are above 1 XG. That's okay. Man United make some more changes. We're just holding with what we've got. 75th minute. Dalot could go into the book. Right, chances are starting to go now. We will take more expressive freedom off. We're going to start playing a little bit more direct. And the changes that are going to come, they're playing well, but Akterkoglu is coming off. For Girassi, going with an extra striker up front. Watkins will come outside and be inside forward. Kone is tiring as well, so that's going to be McGinn. Right, some fresh legs to run at the United defence. Can we get something out of these last few moments? Here's Powell on the free kick. Tomine. Heavy touch, robbed by Garnacho. Bruno Fernandes out to Rashford. We managed to get in. Mingaither makes a great challenge, but he's under pressure. They're not pressing intensely, but they are holding a high shape. Here's McGinn. Can he find Watkins? He can. Watkins, we've got a man over on the right. We play it eventually to Elise. Elise inside to McGinn. McGinn's shot was blocked. Was that the chance? Are we going to bottle a 4-3 lead? Hung them in. We are going to bottle we're going to bottle a 4-2 lead, in fact. Was it 4-1 even? It was 4-1. Elise to the far post. It's been gathered. And not just are we going to bottle a 4-1 lead, but we're going to once again do it in a game where the XG has been so much in our favour. McTominay plays it to McGinn. Here's Watkins. Heavy touch. And here's McGinn's chance to push into the space. McGinn on the outside. His shot is deflected and gathered by Onana. Tomine has to come off, though. He's on a yellow card. Elise is playing well, but we're going to bring Diaby on. He's going on to an attack duty. Inside forward. Let's crowd that space. Let's see. When Watkins drifts inside, he's getting opportunities, and if we can just push another one inside, that'd be nice. I smell a bottle, says Hung Them In. He does indeed. Watkins, there's another great save. It was offside though. The fuse has been lit. It's the 95th minute. We're playing it around in our own half. McGinn's giving it away. This is a bottle. Here we go. Bruno Fernandes plays it through the line, surely to Rashford. There's Rashford. Saved by Emi. He was offside as well anyway. That is... This is our experience. This is what happens. Oregbenham to Danilo. It's only like 30 seconds left. Digne tries to play it through. He can't get it there. Garnacho carries away. We've got them pouring forwards. Bentancur goes backwards. Here's Dalot. Chance to run forwards. Oregbenham steps in. Diaby plays it all the way back to Emi. And Pau Torres is going to play it out to Digne. Garnacho steals it off him. Back to Varane. This is surely the end of the game, is it not? Fernandes, Rashford is over. Bottle Villa is our club's name now. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hung Them In are full of bottles. Hung Them In, you know how to push my buttons. Yeah. So 4-4 goals conceded from 1.26 XG. I'm disappointed. We should have won that. At least, though, if we finish outside the top 4, it is my fault, so I don't have to blame the assistant manager there. And we played really well. Really, really good chances. So fire Emi into the sun, to be honest. Well, we can't have Victor Johansson in. What with his minus 1.49 goals conceded per 90. But Emi has had some bad games, that's for sure. We need a Vietnamese ancestor calling ritual man. Fair enough. We have redeemed a game, a missing 11. So we've got a break coming up in 5 minutes. We'll do that after that, if that's okay, RJ. And now we will play the EFK and we'll play the EFL Cup final after that. We haven't had an experience like this against Man City, so not even like semi-recently or anything. So this should be fine. Is it 8 days? We do have 8 days. We might have some players back, and then we might need to do a little bit of an assessment on who our best players are in terms of XG over performance, because we kind of need to really outperform our XG if we're going to concede quite in that manner. So is there a bottle emote coming? There isn't a bottle emote coming, Adam. You need a Vietnamese ancestor calling ritual. You said that our ancestors are quite good at turning bottles into wins. Well, there we have it. So RJ did say earlier, if you're neutral, it's a great game to watch. That, like, some of the moves were really nice. There were a couple of lovely exchanges from Man United. We created some lovely chances as well. And that's, are you not entertained, in the words of Ange? Obviously, famously, Ange was the first person to ever say that. So here we go. Any new injuries? We've gone through a week and everything's kind of okay there. We will speak with Emi about his form. You've got to be playing to a higher standard. Oh, pardon me. And let's see if he responds well there. So Duran's only scored 6 goals this season, despite playing a lot of games. He's underperforming his XG. We've got a similar issue, I think, with Omega. He scored 13, but he's underperforming his XG. Jurassi is underperforming his XG. So is Ollie Watkins our only player who's actually doing quite well in that regard? Actor Goglu is doing okay. Elise is under. Diaby is over, so in comes Diaby. We do get camera back for that game, though. That should be quite nice. McTominay's form is worse than Kones. Ngatha and Konza are back, which is marvellous. Konza's going to come in for Dookie, who's in bad form. Both Konza's in bad form as well. Ngatha comes in. Well, again, it's because we've had these really difficult run of games, so they're playing in games that they're more likely to get low ratings in. So I say bad form. Maybe I'm being a little harsh there. So Jurassic is like 6'2". He's okay in the air. He's got good work rate. So Jurassic Watkins strike partnership. Mega Duran on the bench, Elise on the bench, Ramsey on the bench, Manu Kone pushing forwards. That, I think, is what we're going with. We start balanced like we did in the last game. We'll start balanced. We did concede first in the last game, then reacted really well, and then it all fell apart. And again, against Man City, we played well to begin with. Second half, we fell apart. So that's the bit that we really need to improve on, is seeing games out from the looks of things. And Angicus Posticoglus Spursicus indeed. Herdifab, I googled how to be cleansed, and one of the answers was find a quiet place to sit and engage in mindfulness meditation. I interpreted it as crying in a corner. It is the same. It most definitely is the same. Right, the break's coming in 5 seconds, so I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. And we're back. So I've pressed this a lot to go back to some that we definitely haven't done before. We've got Southampton's 6-1 loss against Man City in 2018. I think it's very, very kind of the people at Missing 11 to pick one of Southampton's less awful defeats. Here we go. For those that haven't played along before, we basically guessed the lineup. Those numbers under the shirts, that's the length of a player's name. This player here, who's a 4 and a 6, that is a name that has a 4 to begin with, then a dash, and then 6. I think we know who that's going to be, right? That is going to clearly be, as Holy Fab has said, James Ward-Prowse. What year? 2018, Hank. So yeah, 4th of November, so it's the 2018-19 season. Won't be able to help on this one, I'm afraid. That's understandable. So we've got Ings and Mane suggested as the strike force. That does sound like it'd be reasonable. It's not, though. That's got to be Shane Long. And Potato has said Shane Long indeed. So is that going to be Mane on the left, though? It's not. That's going to be Ings. We've got McCarthy as the suggestion. That's got to be in goal. You're going for Alex McCarthy. Is it Alex McCarthy? Tatsugiri? I can't remember. Who are we looking at elsewise in the team? We've got Shane Long, Tales of the Tapes. We've got Højbjerg in midfield. Now, that's an 8, isn't it? There's an extra J in there. Højbjerg it is indeed. Boufal. Interesting. He's a right back, isn't he? Boufal, Sofiane Boufal. Maybe I'm wrong there. Do we have another 6? Is he a midfielder? He's not there. Cedric suggested. So not at right back. Welcome in, Flux, by the way. Lovely to see you there. Classy as the left central midfielder. That could well be indeed. It's not, though. It was a good shout, though. Bertrand at left back. It is Bertrand at left back. Lamina in midfield. That fits. That definitely fits. It is Mario Lamina. Klein. Klein as a 5. Klein at centre back, maybe? That is 5, isn't it, Klein? Yeah, so no, Klein not at right back. Redmond, perhaps on the left. It is Redmond, Tatsugiri. Going for Font at centre back. That would make sense. But it's not Font at centre back. It is somebody with a T and an E. Let's have a look, see if I've missed any. There's Yoshida. Yoshida is a 7, isn't he? We don't have a spot for Yoshida, unfortunately. Bednarek, the man who once scored someone a crazy amount of negative points in fantasy football because somebody triple captained him in a game that he scored own goals and got sent off. Jack Stevens at centre-back. That is an 8-letter name. And that would fit, wouldn't it? Stevens there. Nice work, Necrosis. And Tale of the Tapes gets there and there. Partnered by Wesley Hurt. Of course. Great guess there, Tails. So we're looking just for a right back. Something O. Something. One of the letters is A. So what are we thinking? I can't even think of this at all. Yeah, Wesley Hurt was at Southampton and then kind of found his level a little bit more after that. Cedric would be in as Suarez. He would indeed be in as Suarez. Well done, Adam. It is indeed. Suarez. Tales of the Tapes comes in with Suarez as well, indeed. Beautiful work, guys. Beautiful work. Right. Let's pop on over. We're here at the team selection page. I'm already feeling the nerves heading into a final. We have lost a final before in this competition. Is this our chance for revenge? We managed to win the Conference League second time of asking. Looks like Man City are being considered as the home team. I wonder if that will have any impact. Going with the same formation as last time. They're unbeaten in 7. We are going to say, play without pressure. I have faith. I trust you. Got this balanced approach to start. This is what we did last time. I miss the old Southampton teams like the 2010s with Ricky Lambert, Virgil van Dijk for a while. Indeed, they did have they were fun for a while. They were certainly fun. Right, Man City with an early chance. Possibly Rodrigo plays it to a Campos. Powell steps in, loses out. It falls all the way through to Haaland, and Martinez sticks out a big glove. Glove. I didn't realise Haaland missed a penalty today. Really bad times for him at the moment. Oh, I'm not looking forward to looking at my fantasy team once this ends. Lallana is also a legend indeed. And then Liverpool signed all their players. Very true. Pulled them apart, ripped them to shreds. And ultimately, that's why Liverpool should be made to feel guilty for their part in Southampton's downfall. Manolo Gabbiadini for half a season, indeed. So these early phases have been very Man City. I think we're going to pull the wingers back. Or is it going to be too late and we concede from this corner? Stones get it back out to Foden. Here's Ruben to Rodrigo. Gvardiol in space against the angle. Good save. Right. Pulling the wingers back. When you say old, I think of Letizia as old. I mean, do we have to like distinguish like classic and retro? Like need some rules for which decades we're talking about. Kone is on a yellow card. Girassi coming away, goes on the outside. Can he get the ball crossing? No, he has an awful touch. And here's a chance now for Man City to counter. And Haaland is in behind. And in seconds, Haaland skips cross. Haaland makes it 1-0. That was our chance. And Girassi just kind of stopped. Oh, no. I remember Letizia. We all remember Letizia. Graziano Pella, great player. Hero at Feyenoord. Bloody antique at this point. I'm 29, so unfortunately didn't watch Letizia. You young lad. I mean, the only way that you need to consume Letizia is from him as a player, because not as a human being. And Rodrigo has a shot. It's blocked. It still falls once again to Man City. Diaby steps in. Here's a chance for a counter-attack, but we know that they don't like to pass during counter-attacks. Girassi running the channel. Can he get the cross in, or is he just going to stand still again? No, this time he passes. And this time Man City come forward, but thankfully it goes out for a throw-in. Whippersnappers, indeed. I've heard he's a nonce. I don't know if that's the case. He's very much gone down the conspiracy hole. Along with people like Ricky Lambert, something in the water there in Southampton. Nimbler Haaland only exists in FM, he does, and we've capitalised on an error. There's Girassi. That is robbery on our behalf. Doesn't Letizier's daughter play pro? Is that Maya Letizia, the one at Man United? I know there's a Letizia at Man United. I don't know if she's related. Man City, though, can they restore the lead once again, or can we punish them? Last time out, we took the lead. We were the better team throughout the game, but Man City came back in the second half and won it 2-1. Can we turn it on its head? No, we can't. Diaby loses the ball. Here's Bernardo. Bernardo tracks 3 players to him, gets the ball out to Lewis. Lewis gets the cross in. Sucic at the far post heads it over. There we go. I know that one of Letizier's daughters also have like an OnlyFans. Foden standing over the free kick. We're into injury time. They win the first ball. Sucic once again winning the header. Is Sucic really good in the air? I didn't know that Sucic was quite so good in the air. Or he's just getting there for a bit of a mismatch. Luka Sucic is 6'1". He does win 52% of his headers. So I say it's all been Man City. It has all been Man City. But we did have a very good quality chance in there. So that counts for something, right? We have to be better in front of goal. Let's be honest. We aren't doing particularly well in that regard. So John McGinn comes in for Kone. Akhtar Koglu's not having a great time of things. We are going to go to our attacking setup now in the second half. We are going to take play out of defence off. We want to push the ball forwards. Let's not get caught with the ball in deep areas. Akterkoglu's not having a great game as it stands at the moment, so we might put Watkins back out wide again and bring on one of Omega or Duran. Are they going to score straight from the kickoff? Here's Lewis getting down that right hand side. We can't stop Lewis. We can't stop Lewis at all. He's ripped us apart in both the games we've played so far. Right, time to tell players to actually, maybe try and tackle him. We are now behind. Are we able to pull it back once again? Or are Man City going to pour forwards? Ruben on the ball's got space, finds Sucic. Sucic plays it into Rodrigo. Haaland can't quite get there. Mingueza plays it into Diaby. Got to go back safe inside to Konza. Fair play. We've got Digne over. Akterkoglu doesn't though play it forwards in front of him. Plays it to his feet. That kills the momentum a little, but Digne does great work. Sends the cross in. We don't attack it. It falls to Mingueza. Mingueza shoots. Pushed behind by Ederson. I have no idea what her OnlyFans is, and it's not the football playing daughter if she is a footballer. He is indeed correct. Daughter on OnlyFans, the football attaché isn't related. There we go. No idea why, but I kind of like this Wolves team, says RJ. Fair enough. Done some research, I see. I'm just aware I haven't done any research. I had to, it bugged me. Will Dyke consider a 4-4-2 diamond utter woke nonsense? Diamonds are definitely woke nonsense. Also is woke nonsense is us going 3-1 down quite deservedly. Man City deserve a 3-1 lead. But also, and I hate to say this, we've been robbed in so many games now that we deserve to FM someone. Right, Man City now very much in control. This second half has not gone to plan. Here's Akterkoglu. Has he going to pull one back? Saved by Ederson. And that is probably Akterkoglu's last contribution as we bring on Omega. And that means Watkins going out wide. Tackle harder off. Inside forward on. Drop this down to positive. We're pushing the tempo up. Focus down the right, of course. Woke nonsense in the 1960s. Exactly. Right, Gvardiol now. Now they're getting joy down our left. Here's Haaland. Haaland crosses. Acampus does that. I will hydrate. Thank you, Nick. They deserve to win. So it's okay. Omega, can he pull one back? He can. It's too little too late for sure. All the robberies are getting ridiculous. They deserve to win here. They deserve to win. Absolutely no thing. Wolves, Man United gave you a red card and you keep it at 1-0. 1-0 is a great result for Wolves, even against 10 men. Diaby's been booked. Watkins is on a yellow. Elise is going to come on. Luca Digne is coming off. So he's really tired, but Greg Taylor is still injured. So that's going to be Dookie on. Torres out at left back. Torres to be the man running down the left. Didn't England win the World Cup with a 4-4 diamond, also known as the Wingless Wonders? Back in such a simpler time. Haaland to make it 5-2. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not watching the rest of this game. I am worse than my assistant manager. I'm. There's no point in me actually taking over a game from now on in, is there? Okay, cool. There we go. We move on. We've still got the FA Cup. We've still got the Champions League to go for. And we still have league position to fight for. So Bournemouth is an easier game. We do hand that to there. It's an FA Cup game, in fact. So we're going to have our reserves in. Greg Taylor's still not quite there in terms of fitness. I'm sorry, actually, I shouldn't have done that. That is poor-spirited of me. I do apologise. Who can come in? How far away is Greg Taylor? He's going to be close to fit for the next game. So I want to rest Torres. Do we still have Christine, or was he sold off? Christine is out there. We don't have a young left back, really. Into the next game. We'll sort out the lineup once we get there. So 8 minutes of injury time in the Wolves game. I hope Wolves hang on. Sorry, United fans. Obviously, it would be great to see them kind of turn things around, make it really exciting towards the bottom of the table as well. Mark all those as red. Sometimes I wonder how they find those minutes. I reckon that there's like a wheel that they spin, and it's purely random. They pretend that there's a reason, but it's their way of introducing a little bit of chaos. Martinez made some big saves. I can't really blame him for any of the goals there. So Mingueza, Dookie, Arian B, Nedeljkovic on the left we're going with, so that Dina can have some rest. McGinn and McTominay, Elise, Ramsey, Omega, Duran, Jonsson, Smith, Taylor, Oregbanen, Pye and Wilson, Diaby, Lindstrom, Carter. So all of our reserves are on the bench. This one can be a chance for us to get some momentum back. Let's get some morale going. So we'll hand that over to our assistant manager. That's a 1-0 win, a narrow 1-0 win against Bournemouth. That will do nicely. And Mega with the goal to make the difference. Into the quarterfinals now of the FA Cup. And we play Bournemouth again. Like the double against United, we've got a double against Bournemouth here. So we move forward. What's the time, by the way? So we're on 9 hours. Now we've got 3 hours left. We're only coming to the end of February, so we've got March, April, May. This is a lot tighter in terms of the time as well. Mega wants a new contract, but we don't have the option to speak to him, so that's fine. In a season that he's underperformed his XG, maybe that's quite a bold move by him. So let's have a look there. Wolves win takes them out of the bottom 3. That would be amazing. The first games in the Qatar World Cup were funny on the matter. Oh yeah, with when the first time we really had that kind of situation was weird. That game as well that was finished early twice by accident. Ruben out, we're saying. I'm tired. Ruben out. I mean, it was never going to be fixed overnight, to be fair to him. I'm still not convinced that it's the right fit. I don't think that Ruben Amorim's a bad manager. I think Amorim is a really, really good manager. I just don't know if he's got the gravitas to deal with that situation quite now. It's a tough place to go and turn things around. So Camera is suspended. How often has he been suspended this season? I swear he's been suspended for every game. 13 yellow cards will do it. Yep. So 3 suspensions, 3 games suspended in the league, 1 in the in Europe. So that gives us McTominay, Kone. Diaby versus Elise is Elise. Actor Koglu. Our strike force is going to be Watkins and Omega. Omega gets his reward for scoring in the last game. Bench Konza, Arian B. Greg Taylor. McGinn, Ramsey, Diaby, Girassi, Duran. Right, make it 2-2. Paco Ayestaran, you will be our saviour. You will be our saviour. He is our saviour. Elise with a penalty. Akhtar Koglu with a goal as well. It's only 2 goals from 3.23 XG. But then, let's be fair, we would have conceded 4 goals from 3 shots and 0.14 XG against. So, man is working it. And then our next game is against Atlanta. It's an away game, first leg. Nedeljkovic on the bench. Kamara in. And Kai Pai. For those changes, Nedeljkovic has been okay this season in relief. He's reasonably fit as well. Winning his tackles. Not quite as good in the air, but that's okay. He wants to be a bit more attacking, but I'm fine with him. Camera comes in for he comes in for McTominay, but it's we swap them around that way. We stick with the attacking lineup otherwise. Every manager would do shit with this United, to be fair. That's the thing. It's such a cultural issue in the club. It's an owner issue, I'd say. Yes, I do think it is an owner issue. It's also a constant turnover issue. It's a set of expectations that permeates not just from the owners but from the fans because of the history, that kind of creates this environment that doesn't really allow for a long-term project to rebuild the team. There's this need for short-term success to buy you the time for a long-term rebound, and that kind of doesn't help. You're constantly in this weird kind of purgatory situation you've been in for the last 15 years. Right, work your magic, Paco Ayestaran. Who would you have chosen after Ten Hag? That's difficult. I mean, I wouldn't have been so. It's essentially what we're talking about there is in terms of you need that long-term view. If you need that long-term view, I'd be looking at someone who's going to basically... I'd happily go for a short-term appointment with a long-term view to it. By that, what I mean is bringing in someone like Moisey, someone who can just drill back to get, a second chance for him there, really scale things back simple, and oversee them stripping out the squad. And then you say, thank you, Moisey, for keeping us afloat during that period. And then you go for someone like Aaron with an actual blueprint in place, personally. Have we done the resty thing? We haven't done the resty thing. So there we go. We rest. A great win, 4-2 away against Atlanta. It's a 2-goal lead that we're going to take to the home leg, but that should be okay for us to move on. So we blew Atlanta out. We did indeed. It's the biggest club in the world. Going back to normal is hard. It is difficult. The Manchester clubs should combine into Manchester Purple. Now, City fans won't be happy, but they should combine to be actually Manchester United. So Manchester United. That's what we're going with. He's out for 2 days, so he's going to miss. It's an away game against Norwich. Let's out on the bench. Kerr Smith in. Mingay, the McTominay, Wilson. Actually, not Kerr Smith. Mingay's on the bench there. I think we keep on giving Nedeljkovic the run in the team. Omega comes out and Girassi comes in. McTominay should be on the bench here. Where does he fit in on the bench, though? I think we're seeing Konza or Mingay that out of the team. Konza is out of the lineup entirely. So we've got McGinn and McTominay on the bench. I think we give McGinn the minutes as well. I wouldn't have sacked Ten Hag during the season, to be fair, and waited until the summer. Well, I mean, I would have sacked Ten Hag last summer, to be honest. I'm sorry. Once again, it's Moisey. It's Moisey. That's all right. Tales of the tapes. JH, the Quez is in. He asks, who is this urban DJ in the top right corner? You see, you are the first person to mention that. Okay, these come on in the second half because my in-ear headphones battery only lasts about 6 hours. But yes, we've got the hat to hide just how tired my eyes look. Those bags be quite deep. And thankfully, the hat puts the shadow kind of across them quite nicely during the course of this. But yeah, we're going for the DJ look. Lovely to see you in, my dude. How are you doing? How has your Christmas period been? Outfiber says, yep, they should have sacked him last summer. FC United of Manchester, of course it should have been called FC United of Manchester. It's 2-0 now. Hwang scored at the end. True, but sacking during a season after they kept him seems a strange decision. It does. It does. At least Musterman can give us the wins, not like Manchester United. El Norby, don't say that. Hung Damin's going to have to talk about how I'm rubbish and it's actually all the assistant manager. And it is all the assistant manager. We hand over to him and that's lots of big wins once again. 2-0 against Bournemouth and 1-0 aren't great, but 4 goals in the last 2 games. And we look at this, so 1.93 XG, 1.4 against. We score 4 goals, we concede 0. We compare that to this game against Manchester United, where we generate... I'm bitter. We generate 3.2 XG and score 4 goals. We give up 1.26 XG and we concede 4 goals. I was so happy when FC United of Manchester promote to the playable leagues in FM. It was only for 1 season. It was indeed, unfortunately. Musterman's the ball roller. Assman just takes the heat. We'll go with that. I do like to roll balls. I'm not exactly sure what that would mean as a euphemism, but we'll go with it, right? And we'll ask no questions about what on earth that could actually mean. So back to full strength. If we go right, we're going to rotate a little bit for this game, not majorly. We're going to see Greg Taylor come back in to give Dina some rest. Bright and Ari and B should be back. He's going to come in to give Torres some rest. And we're going to look at giving Watkins some rest. So that's going to be John Duran in, Gerassi as the main striker. The RB in for Elise. No, we're going to make both of those midfielders. No, we're not. We save Kone and Camera are our midfield duo normally, so we're going to have them out. We've got a couple of changes there in defence. I think Nedeljkovic is now our starter at right back. Jacob Ramsey in as well. I think that squad should be good enough to protect that 2-0 lead. And then we can have as close to a full strength squad as possible for the FA Cup game against United. Out of context Musterman is fun. I need to add an out of context thing into the Discord for sure. I'm quite happy to... I have no shame in saying awful things. I gotta say it, very entertaining to watch, but what a weird concept to me to speedrun FM. It is a very... I've got to give a lot of credit to those guys that did it in the World Cup, and I don't know how they managed it. There's Dina. I mean, I have given myself more time than they have, but I do have the added thing of talking to chat, and we play the mini games and things like that, and I don't have an assistant manager. But yeah, to get, even though those things might make it a little bit slower for me, like to get through this in 9 hours in a pressured environment, those guys, amazing job, and they'd have to do like press conferences, and they had to do their little recaps as well. Really crazy stuff. So Nedeljkovic isn't registered, so it's going to be Mingueza in. So he might be our starter, but he's going to get the rest as well. Kai Pai, Regbonen in. Come on, Paco Ayestaran, do us proud. So isn't speedrunning just holidaying between transfer windows? I mean, that would be more of a speed run for sure, definitely. My last transfer window with Sivasspor was lasting 3 hours. Holy fab, that's how things go. I mean, tomorrow's stream, which is going to be the IFK Marianne one, that's probably going to be a 3-hour stream without pressing continue, because we've got to the end of the season, so it's all going to be just transfer planning, not even the window. We probably won't even get to the transfer window. It's just going to be looking through and planning and setting ourselves up, which is that's more my speed. I like to take things slow, which is kind of what makes something like this quite fun. It's a very, very alien way of playing, a completely different challenge. And I say that despite the fact that I've now got to the point where I don't want to ever actually play a game in this game because we just lose. But I'm still finding it fun. So Tales of the Tapes, I grew up as a family of United fans. I was one as a child, but once I grew a mind of my own, I chose Tottenham because I've always been insane. Do you have any link to Tottenham? Then Tales, was there a particular reason you went for them? RJ says, don't know, I take so much time looking at everything, manage my club. I couldn't play like that myself. Give it a try once. Give it a try. You never know. Oh, that confused me a little. That confused me quite a bit. Let's have a look here. One possibly decent option in here. We don't really need the new gens, but it's been progressively worse. We had a good intake, very good intake the first year, a decent intake the second year. It looks a little bit meh for the third year, but you can't really complain too much with that. So, let's unpick everyone, and let's do this. It is Emi, it's Nedeljkovic, it's Duki, Torres, Dina isn't fit, so it's Taylor, it's Manu Kone, it is Camera, Lisa is back in form now. Ramsey just scored 2 goals, so he can get his spot there. Duran. Watkins. No, it's Jurassi and Watkins. We're not. Do we swap them around? Let's swap them around. Neither Emega or Duran have scored recently. Duran's only got 6 goals this season, after scoring 24 last year. Konza on the bench. Arian B. McTominay, McGinn, Diaby, Aktoglu, Duran, Emega. Here we go. Come on, you can get us through. Paca Yesteran. Paca Yesteran, the true hero. And there he is, the true hero. It's a penalty. A 93rd minute equaliser for Manchester United. A 96th minute winner from Danilo Duki. And Ollie Watkins has gone down injured in the 51st minute. So let's see. Is this speed running? Maybe we go for that. Also, you detest rooting for the Giants. Big job at Marianne, if I recall. Need to nail this window. Yes, we're transitioning to a new system, and we're going to go. Well, I say big. We've got a transfer budget. That's crazy. We've got 150k to spend, but also looking as much as possible to strip the squad out, and start to rely on loans and trying to leverage that a little bit more aggressively. Yeah, can't offer high wages, so you had to take your time to improve the squad. It's actually the 3-5 loss against United at White Hart Lane, September 2001, that made me a Tottenham fan. This team had the gall to lose from being up 3-0 at half-time. I like them. Fair play. Fair play. Ramosa Zakanani. Indeed. Yes, let's go. Akko. Oh, yeah, 150k goalkeeper. That was right, yes. 150k goalkeeper. We need to spend it all on someone. Goalkeepers are clearly the bane of my life. So no Watkins, but was that 2 weeks he was out? Yeah, 2 weeks. It's gonna be Duran in. Rory Wilson on to the bench, and our next game is home against Brentford. So the question is, we're giving our assistant manager all the easy games. However, we threw away a game against Leicester. So like, I'm not claiming that I would win these easy games. He's obviously done quite well in the difficult games as well. But we've only got Arsenal left, and then we've got the like European games and the later cup games. Like if we can get to another final or two, we're certainly going to be playing those games. Do I take over a game just so that I remember what it feels like to win again? Literally, I think we've played one of the celebration songs just once today. We haven't used Thriller at any point. So mark all as red. Where are Brentford in the league? Brentford are in 15th. They've drawn their last 2 games against Man United and Bournemouth. Bournemouth, who are bottom of the league. So, have chat got any tips for your Germany 6th tier save with Göttingen? Like pace and strength players, nothing else matters according to Metallica. It's the worst. No staff, no players, all that. Custom database, fun. It was goals on stream. So that's not even a celebration song. Right at the beginning of the stream, we took over the Everton game and we won 2-0, and we got to play a little bit of Psycho Killer at the end of that. And we haven't won a game we've taken charge of since then. So do we look at this calendar? Brentford, Leicester, Brighton, Crystal Palace, West Ham, Nottingham Forest, Sheffield United, Arsenal. I'm taking over this. I'm taking over this game just because it's a chance to win. And I need that. I need that, guys, I'm afraid. And there's a big problem there because it's the Brentford game that broke me last time. We dominated the opening exchange of the Brentford game. We went 1-0 down. That was absolutely fine. Second half, we looked like we started strongly. Then we conceded a second. And that was the moment I broke. Right. So this is the team. Dina is back. So Dina can come straight in. That's our strength there. No, not that. I didn't mean to press that button. We have an international break coming up as well, so we don't need to rotate. Jurassi and Duran. Watkins will be back after that. Akhtar Koglu back in. Oh. So trialists, everyone. That is a good choice. The sound in that headset is definitely better than my old one. Get to hear, or is it? Because that means you hear my voice even more clearly, and I'm not sure that that's a good thing for anyone. FMG says we owe Brentford after what happened last time. Use that team talk. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. This is risky. Can I survive a defeat against another team? Against a team currently lingering down in like 15th or 16th. This is our chance to exact revenge. To point the finger. Let's do nothing else. Let's not say any other words. Let's touch nothing. My hands stay up here. Even if we go down, I'm not going to tweak. I'm just going to leave it as it is. I'm going to channel our Paco Esteran. It's all going to be good. From an Astro A10 to Razer Black Shark V2, still on the cheaper side, but it's clear. Does sound good. I love my Sony WH-1000X XM4. What have I got? I've got I know that these are a Corsair something, as Manu Kone scores, but was that offside? The referee blows his whistle. Is it offside? It's not offside. We take the lead. It's Kone. We don't have highlights at the moment because we don't. Let's make sure we've got the highlights on. Not missed penalties, disallowed offside goals, tight offsides, goal line technology. Brentford standing over a free kick. Santa Claus bought me a Sonos Ace yesterday. Oh, very nice. Very nice. My wallet bought me mine. So that's fair. Fair. Good save from Emmy from the free kick. Now Mbeumo's going to take the corner, swinging it in. Neo gets it clear. Actor Koglu gets to the second ball, and he comes away with it. Beats his man, but there's 4 of them there. Should have spotted the situation, played it in. Headed behind by Richarlison. Richarlison is at Brentford. Nedeljkovic creates space, shoots straight at Raya, unfortunately. Raya standing on the ball. We're not over with the highlight yet. He goes long. Howe wins the header. And Mbeumo pushes, wins the physical battle against Digne. Damsgaard manages to get the cross in. Martinez claims. So far, this highlight has been goalkeepers holding the ball. Out to Pau. To Digne. Dean is going to push it down the line for Actor Koglu. We're going to start calling him Kerem because that's much easier to say. It's a long ball forward from Powell. That's the kind of ball you love to see. And that's Jurassi to make it 2-0. A wonderful ball down the channels from Powell. John Duran is there. Duran is there. Crosses it low. Jurassi makes it 2-0. No tweaking. Not going to touch anything whatsoever. I'm not going to try and manage the situation. We are going to see this out. No touching is the secret. Hands well away from the mouse. Norgard into Damsgaard. Tries to play it down the line. Unfortunately not on the same line with one another. And Dean finds it. Kone. Duran to Kone. Elise. Can he get in behind? He goes for the header. Managing without managing. Indeed. No touchy. Right. Brentford now. Here's Richarlison. He's created some space for him. Richarlison shot though. Tipped around the post by Martinez. And Mbeumo to take the corner. Breno into the near post. Norgard is beaten. Bill managed to clear. Digne plays it inside to Pau. Camera just gently moving the ball around. Digne down the line. Kerem with a first time pass. Unfortunately, AS muscles John Duran off the ball. And nice play through the lines there. Collins sends it forwards. Digne's header. Here's Jensen. It's moved over that way. Tony. Richarlison onto Hickey. Nedeljkovic reads it well. Unfortunately, he can't get past. Richarlison does a great job recovering. Sends it out wide to the left. Kerem skips inside. Finds Kamara. Picks up again. Duran out to Nedeljkovic. Here's Elise. Can he get it past it? There is Jurassi. The flag is up though. The flag is up. And we've got FM Console is in. Welcome in FM Console. How are you doing, my man? Thank you very much for the redeems. I will hydrate. No, I won't. I will reach down so I can hydrate. Let's get another can of fizzy pop. It was offside. Although, did it come off Hickey? Was that a deliberate act by Hickey? Hickey made an active attempt to play the ball. I think that officials don't know the rules. That's what I'm going with. We can make this okay though, by. Can we get a third? Jurassi is in behind this time. No, flag stays down. No, it doesn't. Jurassi offside once more. He's been denied many times. Hope you're well, just popping in. Thank you. Lovely to see you, FM Console. I hope you and the family have had a wonderful time. Chug. I'm trying to keep my hands away from everything. We'll be back later. Lovely to hear. We've still got another 2 and a bit hours to go. As Jurassi makes it 3-0. Are you gonna take that one away from us, are you? Are you officials? Yes, let's see you try and deny that one. Denied him already twice. Corrupt bastards. As you can see, FM Console, I am definitely still sane. That's why I'm rocking back and forwards. And it's nice. We don't deserve to be 3-0 up. We've created a lot of chances, but only 1 XG. So this is This is I no longer have a right to complain about the way that XG has dealt a hand when I manage games, really. Damsgaard, though, plays it out to Hickey. Hickey going to get the cross, pulls it back to Richarlison. Richarlison's shot is saved by Martinez. Keeps it at 3-0. You don't have an official Fizzy Pop sponsor for the channel yet, no. Sadly not. In fact, I'm genuinely surprised. I'm quite happy to be candid about this. So, relatively early on, as Dina sends it in, John Duran scores. We know what that means. Girls on stream indeed. Yeah, so quite early on, well, in this year at least anyway. So I've had a few offers for like sponsorships and affiliates. As Mbuemo pulls one back. No, he doesn't. It hits the post. Ivan Toney is on hand. Stands there, doesn't take the ball though. Doesn't take the ball. And like I'm kind of very, very adverse to I'm not particularly keen in taking sponsorships from products that I know nothing about. And in terms of affiliates, I think it's a very predatory market. What affiliate marketing looks to do is they look to essentially advertise their product for less money than they would spend on advertising, and in return get a much more targeted and personalized approach. They essentially get an implied endorsement for less than they should be paying, and they then get the deal that essentially they turn that person to a member of staff without having to comply to employment law. So I'm not a fan of affiliates. However, after turning down the first handful of approaches, I'm now sad that I haven't been approached by anyone in like 8 months. I'm like, wait a second, actually no, make me feel important. I liked being asked even if I said no. So there's an ego there that I didn't realise existed. 3 substitutions at half time. We've said what the assistant manager reckons. So no Manscaped sponsor, no. Well, I mean, Manscaped would definitely be a bad suggestion, considering I clearly never shave. How could I ever say that honestly? So maybe in the art category. That is where girls on stream would be. Just chatting, quite possibly. I don't know if there are settings for the homepage that can stop it, but I am surprised at how aggressively the shall we call it the e-girl community appears to be pushed by Twitch. I thought it was the kind of thing that was popular without needing to be on the homepage all the time. But whenever I log in the morning, like that seems to be what all the recommendations are, despite having never watched them. So Diaby gets the turn, makes it. No, well blocked. Next month, Raid Shadow Legends sponsored stream. I bet Shadow Raid Legends was one. No, they were. So I don't think Shadow Raid Legends necessarily directly approach many creators. If I look at my stream elements, which does a lot of the bot stuff and those kind of parts of the thing, there is a section in stream elements where you got sponsorships that seem to be basically for anyone to say they'd sign up to, and you get all the deals there that way. I don't think they approach anyone. I think it's very much a case of creators see it and they see the terms and all the various things they need to do to get payout. And yeah, so you go in there and you can see these sponsorships, and it is Shadow Raid Legends. It's that Game of Thrones ones I see quite a bit as well. There's a couple of World of Warcraft ones that seem to pop up quite a bit. Fair dues, like great. It's a way to make money. It's engaging. That's cool. Norgard should made it 2-1, 4-2 even. So you don't want them, but they don't want you as outrageous. Exactly. Like can't you just play the game and make me feel loved? Twitch get a part of the sub, indeed, but they don't need to like advertise the e-girls. They'll get the attention anyway, right? like they're like, yeah, I suppose. I mean, it does make sense just to prioritize that way. Right, Ramsey or Omega to come on. Ramsey is going to be the change. So we said we're not going to do anything. We're not touching anything tactically. Even if this might go wrong. So in your account, you can set categories in the just chatting section. You can filter out like sexual, gambling, and such. So I have to actively, right, cool. So I couldn't find like a not safe for work thing or anything like that. Certainly, if I go into a stream that says that it's got swearing in it, it's still filtered, which is why I was surprised. What do you do in those streams? Like, just watch them in a pool? No idea. Absolutely no idea. Raid Shadow Legends works more on links, if I recall correctly. Yes, so, well, Raid Shadow or whatever we've got in offer, there's certainly, so there are payouts based on doing certain things on stream, so playing a certain amount of hours or achieving certain things in games so that your viewers can see those achievements. Diaby restores our lead. Can I move my hands soon? By the way, Libero Connoisseur, thank you very much for popping in, and for the follow. Yeah, but those links, that's the affiliate side of things. So if creators want to get paid, they've basically got to generate those sales, and that's being a salesman, but for free. Some FM games should be considered not safe for work. A lot of, I think, to be fair, all the games we've played tonight should be considered not safe for work. It's Jurassi's chance for a hat trick headed over. Yeah, you need to go to the just chatting section, and then you can apply those filters. There is no general not safe for work setting. That fair enough. Thank you very much. That seems very much like it's designed to discourage people from finding out how to do it. Bunch of horn dogs on there. But like, yeah, what are you doing? You just no, don't answer what you're doing. Yeah. The things we see. I only came back to Twitch for Musterman. I couldn't be asked with it. Oh, bless you, Tatsugiri. Now, I've obviously watched a lot of Twitch in the run up to doing this. Like I love, like from my perspective, I really love streaming. I really enjoy it. It's lovely to be chatting with you guys, and the engagement, the having people to talk to whilst playing FM is really, really cool. Before streaming, I didn't really get it. Like, especially if you're not involved in the chat side of things. And now that's probably a certain element of me feeling, not liking my own voice and stuff like that, is the idea of somebody watching and listening to me talk for a number of hours seems crazy to me. Yet I will quite happily pop into Tony Jameson's stream and quite happily sit there listening to him talk for hours upon hours and finding it very relaxing. But yeah, the whole idea seemed a bit crazy to me at first. I kind of get it now. I kind of get it. So a Musterman hot tub stream soon. Now, I've got some bad news for you. I don't have any space for a hot tub. I don't have a garden. I have a very, very small patio out back. I don't have a bath. I only have a shower. That's just not very practical. I mean, otherwise I'd be completely up for it. Purely just the logistics. I can't get my camera connected to the computer. I certainly don't want my computer near a shower, and then there'll be a screen in the way. Otherwise, definitely 100% that would be a thing that would happen. Let me just say there was an asterisk next to the number 100 in that 100%, just in case you hold that against me at a later point. Right, Leeds away will be the next. Oh, no. Return from holiday. I missed the opportunity. I might have missed the opportunity, but we haven't done this for a long time. So let's just imagine that the game has ended. Okay?
Cause this is real love, hug. No one's gonna save you from the beast of that spark. Cause this is real love, hug. You're fighting for your life against a killer.
I really need to have a ow at the end of that. I do, don't I? Right, yes, we've got that out of the system now. We can now leave it all to the assistant manager to do it competently. Right, so funny part, you get a warning for entering a stream with a lot of swearing, adult language, but for bathtubs, nope. Maybe I'm getting old, but I can't understand half the stuff folks were going on about in chat, like Kappa and other such words. I only sub here and only watch Second Yellow Card if I'm not busy. Make time for Musterman streams. Bless you. I don't understand the Kappa thing. I know that it's an emote now. I know that there's lol and what. I'm not necessarily sure what any of it means or the context behind it. So an inflatable hot tub next to the setup and a waterproof mat is all I need. Thank you, Adam. I did not expect that, says Akanina. No one expects the Villa Park. No one's going to save you from the beast about to spark. Let's not question the lyrical choices there. And you missed the opportunity for the Duran song. We had a Duran song at some point. Anyway, BMA 100, thank you very much for following as well. Just bear with me one moment because we do have a break coming up. So I'm going to see you guys in 3 minutes. Welcome back. So BMA, apologise for that, for the timing. Welcome in. Lovely to see you here. If you're comfortable, let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. Love to hear from you. No obligation whatsoever until. And great to see you in, Robbie, Joey. How you doing? How's your day been? I agree with Johnny. Like, Kappa has no riz. And that's actually part of the reason why I'm a little bit averse to a hot tub stream, is because you can't handle this yet. That's a thing that people say, right? Oh, I cringe just even saying that. I do apologise. I apologise most sincerely. Right, do the honours, Paco Ayestaran. You are my hero, Paco Ayestaran. You are my hero. You are indeed. Serhu Gerassi, yet again, putting them to the sword. 2 more goals for him. Luca Digne wraps it up after Mark Rocker pulled one back. That takes us above Man United, but we have played a game more than them. Man City 10 points ahead of us. That's probably too far to bridge. 7 games remaining is 21 points. So Liverpool 20 ahead of us, definitely beyond our reach. Go. I'm old as well. The cringe was visible. Yeah. You're lucky the I phase is long gone. What is the I? What is I? Arise, Sir Paco. We do need to knight Paco Ayestaran. I mean, what a career he's had as well. I mean, that time was he only at Liverpool for 3 years? Okay, I take that back. He was only at Liverpool for 3 years. He was manager of a team that no longer exists. Spent time in Israel. Spent time in Mexico. Very short stint with Valencia and then Las Palmas. I don't even know who that is. That's back in Mexico, back at Pachuca. And Tondela. And eventually he comes, joins Unai Emery. Now he is our saviour here. So, I do have bad news, and that bad news is that we are about to be knocked out of the Champions League. We have drawn Liverpool in the quarterfinals, so we'll let Ayestaran do his magic away from home. Then we will potentially, if we don't lose, we will leave him to the home leg. If we do lose, actually either way, we're definitely going to do the home leg. Let Paco get his Liverpool revenge. Exactly. So it was some weeb shit. Okay, yep, I can see there's some kind of thing coming up in my streamer bot. No idea what that is. No injuries on the way through there, which is nice. Does that mean we can stick with pretty much the same lineup? Nedeljkovic needs to stop playing for the under-21s because it means that he's not available. And he should be pretty much our starter now. Gaither and Kai on the bench. Watkins is back from injury, but we're going to keep Gerassi in the starting lineup. Everything there, so it's unchanged for this. Do we go to the more defensive formation? That's going to be the question. Let's see here. Attack or defend? I mean, defend is still positive mentality. I'm going to take play out of defense on there. It's still shorter and higher tempo, still being expressive, still everything else. So it's just a slightly lower mentality and the winger's back. Let's go a little bit more defensive. See if we can stay within the tie for the home match. Come on, Paco. So, quick question. What is better for you monetary-wise? A Twitch sub or a Prime sub? Good to know for next month. So I believe a Twitch sub is better. I don't really understand the Prime subs, but I think that it said last month I had $20 worth of Prime subs and I received $2 from it, which is much lower than the 50-50 split that you're meant to get with a normal Twitch sub, but I could be completely wrong there. But like, Prime subs are amazing still, even if that is accurate and there isn't some weird accounting going on. Like, I appreciate it all. It's very, very, very kind. So BMA 100 supports Man United and Dortmund as well. Your local team is Hauka in Iceland. And you're playing kind of alongside second yellow card. And your team is Siroki Brijeg in Bosnia. Exciting. Holofab, I went from Struga to Sivasspor, so I'm playing along as well. So you're doing it with the second yellow card. Tatsugiri is 1985 old. 1985 old is the best type of old, to be honest. Nothing personal against you there, Hollyfab, but 1985 was when the greatest people were born. And there's no bias in there whatsoever. Are you a vampire or something? Yep, this is my first team started on the 24th. Awesome. Another 1983 from RJ. You're not that old, Tatsugiri. We're the young'uns in here. And the youngest, Johnny Trotter's in the 83 club. Chris Norton Walker, who's occasionally in, is in the 83 club. FM Lama and Crudmo are in the 1980 club. Jesus, Mr. Bezos. I don't understand how any of it works. Prime is Bezos giving money to Bezos. Yes, that's the thing that's quite crazy. Oh my, so we've got a 1988, we've got a 2003, and yes, Hungdamin, we were cooked by Liverpool. At least we can go into the second leg. We weren't just cooked by Liverpool, we were destroyed late in the game. They scored, we equalised, and then Liverpool went crazy. So they were clearly lulling us into a false sense of security. At least, as I say, at least with the second leg now, we can go into that with absolutely zero pressure. The likelihood of us scoring 4 goals against Liverpool, even in a home game, is pretty much zero. Delkovic there, he comes in. Our next game is home against Leicester. Kone is knackered, so in comes McTominay. Elise is knackered, so in will come that. And then Watkins comes back into the starting lineup. And we'll go with the Watkins-Jurassi. In fact, Manu Kone drops out entirely. Elise drops out entirely as well. And that will be for opening. Give them some well-deserved rest. And Torres drops to the bench. We head forwards to the Leicester game. So it looks like Champions League isn't on the cards, I'm afraid. So for me, yep, 1988, a baby. From a creator's perspective, a Twitch Prime sub works the same as a regular sub, with a typical creator receiving 50% of that subscription's value, according to Google. Yeah, so I've got my lovely dashboard thing. It tells me the value of the subs and then what I receive in my payout. So with the payouts, with what I got from regular subs, regular subs and gift subs, it broke down to 50% with Twitch ones. With the Prime ones, so Prime has a different value depending on the country. All subs have a different value depending on the country that they come from. But its combined value from Prime was like £22, and what was received was £2 something. Now there's 50%, and that 50% also is subject to fees. Those processing fees in total, allegedly for everything altogether, was $5. So I don't understand the maths behind it. Maybe there's a weird thing with cutoff. Who knows? Retirement home here. We're not retirement home. We are veterans of the FM scene. We are wizened sages, something like that. 1-0 to Leicester at Leicester. Oh, it's against Liverpool though, right? You know what that's going to happen. Liverpool are a really bad team in the beginning of the game. Then they concede, and then they still somehow win 3-1, right? Can't rise up today, sore back, maybe next week. That's fair. For RJ, it's the knees. Processing fees of 150%. And that's the thing, is because, like, Bezos owns both of them. Like, what is he processing? Right. Ayestaran can get his prove your worth, Ayestaran. That was just a blip. That was an inconvenient. That wasn't a true reflection. It wasn't. See, Scott McSauce comes through. Late goal from McAteer saves us having to pay out a clean sheet bonus as well. Lovely stuff. And here we come into the home game. Again, we're going to give Kamara 2 days rest. So back to the usual. Back in, Nedeljkovic will stay. Kerem's not been in great form, so Ramsey can get his chance. No, we need to attack like crazy, don't we? So we're going to go to our attacking one, play out our defences off. Tempo really high indeed. Going to really try and condense everything. I'm going to take, because we're going attacking and we're doing higher, we don't need to be more expressive. Still doing that bit there. We're going to push heavily, and we're going with loads and loads of strikers. Ooh, pardon me. So that means Watkins is the player playing off the left as an inside forward. And maybe Kamara comes out. So Elise's back in. Kone's still back in. Ponza back in there. Yeah, Diaby keeps his spot though. And we're going to turn it around. We're somehow going to turn around the 5-1 deficit. Processing his next billion, understandable. He's processing that plastic waifu he's marrying this year, quite possibly. I know about Salah, but there's also Trent and Van Dijk contracts ending. There are indeed. He's obviously Trent has been linked with Real Madrid quite heavily over the last year and a half. I haven't heard much about where Van Dijk would be off to if he doesn't get a contract. I don't know if anyone's heard. Are there any rumours? Like Van Dijk to Italy would be nice. I feel like that's the place for defenders coming towards the end of their career for extending it, right? Trent as the perfect Carvajal replacement, absolutely. I mean, look at what a squad that would be. Kone is out. Duran is considered a major contender for the English Players Young Player of the Year. So no Kone means Pai on the bench. Although we're going attacking, we are going to ask Camera to play more defensive, just to give us a little bit of a cover. We will trust in Paco. Paco knows what he's talking about. And here we go. Just a 4-goal deficit to overturn. We can do this. So Van Dijk wants to extend his contract according to Dutch media today. Well, I mean, from what I can tell, I assume that Trent and Salah would like to extend their contracts as well. Whether it happens, though, is another matter. Only rumour so far for Van Dijk is Al Nassr, but I'm sure some big teams would love to get him. You would imagine that he'd still be good enough at least to stay at a top level. Sure, like the money that you could get though, obviously would be very appealing, I'm sure. So good save from Alisson early on in the exchange. We would benefit from picking up an early goal if we possibly could. Maybe get some momentum going. And the only problem with this approach is there isn't really a much more attacking way we can push forwards from there if we need to chase. Digne's free kick grazes the top of the net. So we don't have prevent short distribution, but there was our high. Maybe we should add prevent short distribution as an extra way to apply pressure. Diaby plays it into Girassi. Girassi unfortunately loses out the ball, but Pau steps in. Watkins going to run down the side. Come on, Watkins, send a lovely ball in. Or do that. Digne's now got it. Digne, come on, Digne. Oh, my lad. He's a central defender. 33 is still young. Exactly. And especially, as I say, if he ends up in somewhere like Spain or Italy where the pace is a little bit low, where the climate is a little bit warmer, and so the pace of football tends to be a little bit slower, you think he'd do quite well for quite a few years yet. Let's be fair. Three shots in the opening 30 minutes is probably not going to be enough for us to score 4 goals over the course of a game, even if we could. Jota switches play. Diaby steps in. Brahim picks it up. Diaby again. McTominay back to Nedeljkovic. Danilo down the line to Diaby. Back to Danilo. Back to Martinez. Here's Pau. Come on, look at Duran. You can't get to him now, right now. There was an opportunity to play it earlier. Kamara to Nedeljkovic. Fortunately, the pass is loose and Darwin has a chance to come away with it. Robertson in acres of space. Robertson pushes forwards, crosses it. There's Diego Jota. Good night, Aston Villa. You'd like to see him in Juve if he doesn't sign a new contract in Liverpool. I think that would be a lovely, lovely fit. So there, we dillied, we dallied. We didn't play with that high tempo, pushing the ball forwards that we liked. That's punishment. That's what we deserve. Nickname, could picture him playing for Juve next year as well. Indeed. So Virgil has a chance here out wide, plays it back to Gertruda. Would we like to try and tackle? No, we wouldn't. Darwin, the facilitator, finds Wirtz to Jota. That's a second. I did say it was good night. Champions League is out of our hands now. Hung them in. Champions League was out of our hands well before this tie happened. It's Villa over. Villa over? Not sure I get that one. I doubt Italian teams could afford his wages. That is very true. We almost had them. Close games, indeed. There we go. What's going on? One of the worst halves. So the only thing that can really make this more attacking is that. We can go all out attack, but that doesn't tend to do much. Just onto standard there. Ollie Watkins isn't making much of an inroad from the left. He did have a couple of moments and didn't release the ball when he could have done. But it's hard to be too critical, let's be fair. Can we, restore some pride at least? Jurassi, that's clearly a foul by Van Dijk. Send him off. So BMA suggests lowering tempo by 1. So that's kind of like our normal approach. So let's put it, trying to be as polite as possible. It will make fuck all difference. We're going to lose. We've lost to Liverpool every game. They destroy us with consistency. I don't have an answer for the Rosa system. Going back to what we normally do is just going to see us lose like we did in the first leg 5-1. Diego Jota shoots. We've lost this game. It's all good. Adam is off. Early night for me. I was up at 4 a.m. Catch you later. Have a good rest of the stream. Lovely to have you in, my dude. Congratulations once again on the massive news. It's been lovely to have you in. Take it easy. Jurassi, that's a penalty. That's clearly a penalty. I mean, it wasn't clearly a penalty, but I'm going for it anyway. And that's what we need. One last... Right, apply pressure, mate. Let them make a mistake. We're going to win 8-7. Nedeljkovic gathers, plays it inside to camera. Can't quite find his way to Jurassi. And Wirtz now, can he play it through the lines? There's a player over, it's Robertson. Robertson through to Darwin. Darwin to put it away. He doesn't. So not a great game by any stretch of the imagination. Alisson with a free kick plays it to Virgil. This is our very high press, as we can see. At least Watkins is running after him. That's nice. At least we've pushed them all the way back to Alisson. Alisson plays it forwards and Nedeljkovic gets in. Head tennis going on, and now Jurassi is in behind. Great save from Becker. We needed to convert those chances. We let Alisson. Alisson made some very good saves early on. it would have been a tall ask for us to do anything anyway. But those big moments are the ones that are the difference between a juggernaut like Liverpool about to win the league second year running, and the also-rans of Aston Villa. Alexander-Arnold, McAllister, Brahim's shot is blocked. McAllister should have taken the shot there, most definitely. Jacob Ramsey to come on. Who else can we get some fitness into their legs? That's going to be Mingueza. Let's spare Luca Digne now as well. This is pretty much now about maybe just getting some fitness into players that have been injured for a bit. Girassi out for Omega. Elise's fine. Actogoglo's fine. McGinn's fine. Konza's fine. So yeah, we'll go with that. So one of your players is offended because an opposition player is physically stronger. Like, what the hell? RJ, does he speak Swedish? No, he's Spanish. So yes, that's an in joke. I'm afraid, Holofab. As RJ's explained, we had a player complain and be unhappy and want to leave us in our Mariehamn save because he failed to learn Swedish. We sent him on a Swedish course. He couldn't learn it, and that therefore was our fault. Which is always quite funny. So I always find trap outside powerful in FM. Kind of helps the defensive midfielders a bit. So Hung Min, what I find is when you are looking to trap, you want to trap where you have the defensive strengths. In a 4-2-4 with wingers, your wingers are too far away and you're isolating your wing backs where they can be easily overloaded. I don't know if you've noticed, like in the Man City game, when Man City would get wide, they'd be able to get lots of chances because we can't handle that without the support coming from the wingers that are too high up. So that's why we've had quite a bit of success last season, at least, with trapping inside, because that's where the strength of our defensive unit is, the double defensive midfielders, the two defenders. But when we started this season, our instructions weren't working particularly well, so we took them off, and that saw a turnaround in the results, which is why we no longer have trap inside on, and why we no longer have any specific opposition instructions. So since they have so many players inside, wouldn't it be a good idea to trap outside instead of inside? So, as again, exactly that. No, it's a really bad idea. Yes, against Liverpool's thing, you kind of want to. We want a different formation. We should have a setup specifically to deal with the way that Liverpool overload that central area. And actually, the best approach is probably going with a 4-2-2 box ourselves, because it's a very, very difficult thing to do. The best way to defend against this realistically is to go with a back three, something like this, so that you've got players here man marking and following the runners, and you've got a spare man back here. Because what happens is when the central areas are overloaded, if the player gets past a man, the players struggle to recognise the handovers. So instead of a defender coming over and picking up against that front four, it's what we saw with the Dortmund save that was out there, and we kind of talked a little bit about how those overloads, just by formation rather than by movement or anything, completely and utterly screws defenders. So yes, we could have done something very, very different tactically. The way this setup has been, though, that would take quite a lot of consideration. So we'd have to actually be thinking a lot about what we're doing, and it's a bit too late in the day, if you know what I mean. Marco Rosa wasn't at Liverpool to begin with. Like a 2-1 defeat at home, I'm kind of fine with. So yes, there are ways to counter it. We are not actively doing them, but getting through 3 seasons in 12 hours each day, unfortunately, there are some compromises with the approach we're taking. Does that kind of cover it? Thank you, Johnny. I will take that as the shut up command. So you haven't seen the Mariham save. So we're back with that tomorrow evening, Holofab. It's going to be a transfer planning a save because we're at the end of the second season. So we've just finished 7th. A bit of a disappointing season overall. We're out of Europe, but we were in Europe the previous season, which meant that we've now got a little bit of money to work with for the first time, which should be quite fun. There we go. I mean, I can't be too miffed at that. They created some good chances. Both teams scored around their XG. We created more, but not of as good quality. Against a team who are much better than us, yeah, we'll do that. Unlucky. We gave it our best shot. Salute, still on the tactics breakdown after 34 hours. Like, it's... I get it. I get the desire to like backseat as well, and it is welcome. But yeah, like having to explain that there are constraints in the way that we're doing things, and that like there may be some good ideas there. Like trapping outside would be fine if we're playing a system that works for it. But designing a system specifically is quite impractical given the circumstances. Hydrate hidden ability unlocked. It is. It's needed. I might add a second hydrate one, which is a little bit more explicit, just called "Shut Up, Jeff." Thank you, Nick. I'll take the hint. Thank you very much for the follow as well, Blazer Taz. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. So Nickname says, honestly deserved a draw. Wasted those last few chances over the right wing. Like, that's been the season, to be fair. We have definitely wasted chances. As actually, it's probably leveled out because we seem to be quite good when we're on. When Paco does the deed, we score quite well. So it does balance out over the course of the season. Home game against Norwich. It's a neutral venue. Is this the semi-final? So FA Cup semi-final. It is indeed. So we can rotate a little bit here. That's going to see Torres get a bit of a rest. It's going to see Konza come in for Dookie. I mean, Gaither in for Nedeljkovic. Greg Taylor. We're going for a full change, I think. McGinn. Who's our other defender? It's McTominay. There he is. McTominay. Elise. Ramsey to get the start. He hasn't started for a while. Watkins back up front. And Mega on. 1, 2, 3. Let's get Torres out of there. Let's not have him have to play any minutes even as a substitute. Kai Pai can be there as a substitute. We'll give Jurassi a proper rest. Yeah, that should be okay. Liverpool still crazy numbers at plus 13 expected points. It's such an effective approach. Absolutely incredible stuff. They're on target for over 100 points. I can't remember. Was it just 90 something last year? 91 points. They scored 108 goals. This season, they're not that far off it. They're still very, very close to 3 goals a game. And their defence, again, they've only conceded 21 goals all season. It really is an impressive team. A really, really impressive team currently. So I'm enjoying the tactical insight. Just amazed you have the energy at this stage. I genuinely... So like last night, we didn't quite make it to 10:30. I think I stopped at 10:25. And I was thinking, okay, I've really got the energy all the way through. This is absolutely fine. And at about 10:24, it just like hit. Just like completely hit. And I was like, okay, yep, we're ending. So I expect that might happen at some point tonight. So here we go. We hand this over to our assistant manager, who is a lot better than us. So Holofab, I love a tactical breakdown and an Excel sheet, to be fair. That's good. We're in the right place. Chat guessed the score. 3.88 XG for me, 0.75 against. You have lost 3-1. The bonk, as they say in cycling, when the energy just goes to zero. Indeed, indeed. A double for Omega coming in there. Absolutely put them to the sword. So that does mean we have an FA Cup final that we'll play. Who are we going to be playing against? That's the question. Unknown at this point. It's either Man City or Liverpool. Of course, it's either Man City or Liverpool. We could have a clean sweep of disappointment this season. So away game against Brighton, a mid-table Brighton, pretty decent side. 2-2, but close. I guess the right number of goals. And in fairness, there was 4.63 XG created in the game, 4 goals scored. Nothing to complain about, right? Yeah, such a predictable set of circumstances. Ramsey is now out injured just for 1 to 3 days. He misses the game against Brighton. And this is where we go full strength. Nedeljkovic, I'm not going to knock Nedeljkovic down for struggling in games against very good opposition. Dookie, Torres, Camara. So McGinn's been pretty decent. I think McGinn keeps his place in the starting lineup. No, McTominay does. McGinn on the bench. I like my subs to be in the right order. And it gets, as we try and change through these things really quickly, it confuses me a little. So, Aktoglu there. Watkins and Omega. Watkins' form is a little bit on the down. So let's bring in Jurassi for the start. And there we go. This is going to be Johansson, Konza, Wright, Taylor, McGinn, Diaby, Watkins, Duran, Regbanen, Johansson should be dropped. That is a perfectly reasonable statement there. And here we go. Come on, Paco. So clean sweep of disappointment is a good band name. It is indeed. That might be what we have to call ourselves here going forward. There we go. That we've robbed them. They deserve to win that game. 2-2 is okay though. That keeps us 4 points ahead of Arsenal. We could be facing the last game of the season away at Arsenal, being the difference between top 4 Champions League or not. Good, exciting possibility there. I forgot to rest. Home game against Crystal Palace. So what are we doing in terms of situation? We've got 2 hours. Home against Palace, away against Forest, away against Sheffield United, home against West Ham. FA Cup final, away against Arsenal. Right, so I think even if it means that it all goes pear-shaped from here, we are playing the remaining games. I liked your videos, create your own to begin with, so continue with the tactics breakdown, please. Marvellous, shall do. I try to have those elements in the Moneyball clinics, but I think that the recreation series are going to be the home for those kind of things, because that gives us an opportunity to explore a little bit more behind the philosophy of things as well. Which, let's face it, I am clearly an ideas person more than I am a results person. Playoff for the 4th place trophy, exactly. Could be a fitting end to everything. Right, so these guys are okay. Jacob Ramsey is back, so he can come in there. Are we going with John Duran is in decent form? I forgot to change the tactic for the last one. That's why we drew. That was why we drew. Another mistake there. Ramsey straight back in. Yeah, Ramsey straight back in. No. Right, we keep Watkins up front. We give Jurassi alongside him. Seems crazy to like drop Watkins when he's got 27 goals this season. Same with Moussa Diaby, to be fair. Like, Moussa Diaby in. Let's go with that. They've got AEK legend Levi Garcia up front. Let's stick with whatever Esteran would have done. Let's try not to touch anything. Realistic approach is best, to me at least. I think that's, for me, like, okay, so I know I've said this before. The beauty of FM is that you can play it in so many ways. It's not quite a sandbox, but it's not too far off. And for me, that means I can enjoy, you know, exploring those ideas, seeing how things in real life can work, watching, you know, working out the puzzle of how to implement those things that, you know, might not necessarily be easy to do in game. So I'm glad other people enjoy it. That's ultimately the thing. Certainly, I find that more engaging and enjoyable than just going with, you know, what works. Although that said, you know, if we score here using something that works like that, then clearly that's far more fun than realistic. And that's why we're here, exactly. If you're willing to play in the editor, it can be close to a full sandbox. Indeed. Like, I would love... So it will never happen, and I completely understand why it would never happen. But wouldn't it be cool to have, like, a proper way of being able to access and manipulate the match engine yourself as well? Being able to change some of those variables under the surface so that you could see like crazy different things going on. Right, Powell finds Digne. Digne pushes it down the line, stays in. Ramsey runs away from his man. Doesn't know what direction Ramsey is running in, but he manages to get it through to Jurassi. Nedeljkovic, can he get the cross in? He can. Ramsey can't get the header there. But here's Diaby, blocked. Correa clears the lines. Camera's on it though. Can we send it back in again? Digne can. Gahey gets it clear. And Hughes is able to carry. And that will go out for a throw-in. An exciting few chances there. Jurassi with the free kick. Nedeljkovic can't get there, but Diaby plays it across. Watkins makes it 2-0. That was easy. Easy as pie. Now, I don't know how easy pie is. Like, I know, like, making a pie is relatively easy. Like pastry isn't particularly complicated. Like, if you're doing a fruit pie, stewing the fruits and then putting it in and then baking it, not necessarily that complicated. But I wouldn't call it easy. That's a lot of work and effort. Like, there were definitely easier things. Especially in a food context. Like, instead of just having pie, why not just eat the sugar straight? Eat the fruit straight. Pie is only easy for the first few decimal places, exactly. I mean, I would argue that pi is one of the most difficult numbers that ever exist because, like, it doesn't end. Nobody's solved pi yet. You know, they've got a long way down. Munoz sends it in. Whilst I will stop talking rubbish. I know only 6 of them. I think I might know 4. 3.1417? I should ask Kai Pi about pi. I should. And Jurassi gets in behind, hits the bar. Good moment, I guess. Good moment. That is a... You have access to the Shut Up Jeff mode. 3.141591. That does sound right. Actually, I think I know 10. I believe it contains the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 0. Not in that order, obviously. Right, touching nothing. We're 2-0 up. The dangerous 2-0 scoreline. Not touching anything. It's 22 divided by 7. Change my mind. Is that actually what pi is? Is it meant to be 22 divided by 7, or is it just that a seventh is roughly 14%, which would bring you to 3.14? I didn't know that. No, like, that's a genuine question. I don't know what it is that specifically pi is. Right, Dina to Diaby, Diaby inside to Ramsey. It is to 2 decimals. So what is 1/7 to a 3rd decimal? I can't work that out in my head right now. Ramsey, there we go, sends it into Jurassic. Good save from Henderson. Good save from Henderson. They've bought off Mitchell for McCallum. We send the cross in. Henderson claims. Jacob Ramsey is looking tired, as is McTominay. So that will be Aktürkoğlu on. That will be John McGinn on. Right, we tell Aktürkoğlu we expect him to perform. And we tell McGinn that we want him to see it through. So yeah, what is 1/7 past those decimals? Because yeah, like a seventh is 14% or 0.14. I don't know much further than that. Because obviously 22 divided by 7 is 21 divided by 7, which is 3, plus the 1/7, which is what Aspects... Sorry, so I should explain. When Aspect said it's 22 divided by 7, changed my mind. That was Aspect over on YouTube. I was reading out his comment, and that's why I'm trying to work out. So 0.142857. Fair enough. Yeah, Aspect. Maybe I can't change your mind, but the math checks out that it's not 22 divided by 7. Right, into the last 15 minutes. The not changing anything approach seems to be doing okay. Greg Taylor's going to come on. Jurassic is going to be replaced by Duran. Let's... right. We're going to try the same thing again. We'll say... make sure. And to Duran, we'll say... I want to see more of the same. Still no reaction, sadly. Yep, so Holy Fab has done exactly the same. 22 divided by 7 equals 31428, so it's not the same. Hackvad asks, why do you play FM? What makes it fun for you? So that's something we've just been discussing, Hackvad. So I like the fact that you can explore ideas, look at things that happen in real football, and see how you might go about approaching them. Is that going to be... I think that might be offside, unfortunately. Yeah, kind of, you're going through the ideas, you're seeing applications. Then obviously there's the element of being able to manage games and think about tactics and signing the players, like playing with players, going through the what ifs. And occasionally seeing your team win. That sometimes helps things. So what about you, Hackvad? Do you play FM? What is it that makes it fun for you? Holofab says too tired for maths. That's understandable. Sorry for turning this into a mathematics stream. I'm disappointed that nobody's we've gone down the mathematic routes and not through pie recipes. What a goal from Gakpo. Is it 1-1 or have Liverpool turned it round now? Diaby to make it 4. Unfortunately not. Quick maths. Or am I too memey now? Oh, there's I'm aware of that one. I'm aware of that one. I'm not. I'm old. I didn't really get it from a humour point of view. I've been told that Michael Dapper is a great comedian. I'm just like, I don't get it. But yeah. I'll go for pie recipes next time. Pie recipes are the way forward. The last change is going to be... let's give Nedeljkovic a little bit of a rest. having faith is get a good response. Edward, that should have been a consolation. Edward, why dare you? You've made me have to pay out now. And we're going to have to pay out a clean sheet bonus because of your profligacy, sir. And this is the last 15 seconds, so surely this is the full-time whistle coming up. Are we on extended? Yeah, we are. So Powell's pushing down the wing, and there we go, full-time whistle. An easy 3-0. Girassi, that's his 10th goal for the club since signing in January. And that means... What does that mean? I think that means...
Aston Villa, Villa Park, FM World Cup. Can we win the league?
No, 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 no. Right, Arsenal won, unfortunately, so the gap between us is still 4 points. We're 2 points behind Manchester United in third, further 7 points adrift of Man City. Diaby picked up an injury some point between the last highlight, the last actual highlight and the full-time whistle. Just 3 days, though. Then we've got a week until the Nottingham Forest game. Let's get some rest in there. We've got a week, let's give them 2 days off. Head forward, we can do this. So I'll go for pie recipes. I do like an apple pie though. You can't go wrong with an apple pie. Nickname 123321. Anything you change about the match engine if I had the power to? So from my perspective, I would like to see much better defensive shapes. A lot of players get pulled out of position far too easily. The recoveries, especially like things with set pieces, the ability to step out and reassume your position is very, very frustrating to see, not modelled particularly well. The main thing I'd like to see, and it's kind of not that directly the match engine, it's more the knock-on effect, is to see a much greater expansion of the stats that are available to you. I'd love to be able to drill into various places and ways that moves break down, so you don't have to watch all the games. You can start to see patterns emerge. You've got a fabulous feature, which is in the chalkboard. If we pop into a game, here we go into analytical data. We'll pop to a shot here. We show linked events. We can see kind of like the chains that happened. So that one, we won the ball, played it to Girassi, and scored. This one's exactly the same. It's no build up there. It's winning the ball off the opposition and scoring straight away. Do we have a more involved move? Not really. I mean, because we're playing like high tempo counter attacking, you're not going to see lovely long build up moves. Yeah, like so doing all this is something that you have to go through manually, and that's great when you're looking at shots, but if I'm wanting to diagnose what's going on without watching a full game, this is how many times we lose possession in the game. 288 changes of possession with both teams. And going through that would take you forever. Being able to start to categorize them, so taking the stats from it, working out exactly how that was lost, and being able to see those patterns. Is it long passing chains, short passing chains? Is it a lot of chaos in the middle where possession is changing a lot? So that's essentially what I'd most like to see. Our ability to analyze what's going on in the games expanded upon. Polyfab says United on 69 points now. Nice. So Aspect asks, is a 3-1-3-1-2 formation sensible? Like with one libero, DLP, Mazzala. So Holofab, are you asking? Let me just clear out the team here. For sorry, 3, 1. 3-1-2 313 313 12. So you mentioned a Mazzala deep lying playmaker. So are you saying a deep lying playmaker here? Mazzala's on both sides? Because if you're asking if that's sensible, no, clearly it's not sensible. If it works and you can have fun with it, who cares if it's sensible or not? Or if you're talking about doing something funky where, like, so that's the deep lying playmaker. You've got, like, you've got a Mazzala on one side, you've got wing back, and you've got defensive midfielder or something. Potentially that makes sense. But yeah, if you're asking for 3-1-3-2 with Mazzala, sounds a bit confusing to me. Because you can only have Mazzalas in these spots. So yeah, like Johnny said, was wide midfielders as part of the midfield, perhaps in the 3-1-3-1-2. That's what I thought was originally going to be suggested, but Aspect did say with libero, deep lying playmaker, and Mazzala. So like a real-time heat map, pass map on the touchline tablet then. So that's possible. That's one of the features that we have on the Mustermann skin. No, I mean more for after games or being in your inbox or in your data hub is basically having it broken down. Don't make us do the analysis. Sure, it's great that we can do the analysis ourselves if we want to. We could go through it in a lot of details. You've got a little bit of information in the data hub back to your last few games. But being able to request what you're specifically looking at would make a huge difference, and being able to summarize and break down. Change the amount of woodwork shots happen, says Holy. Yeah, that's fair. I wasn't the one asking. I think it was someone on YouTube. Indeed, it was. I thought you might say the stats. SI needs to improve the ones that are there first, perhaps. Very fair. Very, very fair. Johnny Trotter, yeah. Hungderman, a question for lower league saves veterans in the chat. Does a big squat matter that much? So Aspect says no, the three midfield is midfielder right and midfielder left, and a Mazzala in one side and DLP on the other in the DM. Okay, so your 3-1-3-2 you're saying is like that. I mean, it's still crazy and mad. Yeah, still crazy and mad, but that's like we were saying in response to Hackfad's question earlier on, is that like if it's working for you and you're having fun, doesn't matter if it's mad. Mad is fine. Right, we're about to head into the next break, and we are coming into the last hour and a half. So why don't we play a round of Missing 11? We've basically got 3 minutes until the next break, right? So let's play a round of Missing 11 first. Thank you for redeeming, RJ. Man United 94. Let's do that. Man United 94 FA Cup final against Chelsea. So that should take a few minutes, and then we go into the break, we come back, and we rush through the last few games. So Hackvad likes the stories the game makes. Fabulous stuff. So can't see stream. Very thank you. FM suggestion: when you are in game, your data analyst could give you suggestions in the tablet in game based on what's happening stats wise, similar to what the assistant manager does. Yes, 100%. I also want the level of data analysis that you have to be related to what you've got at the club. I don't want to be able to know everything if I don't have any analyst or only have one analyst. So we're going with Giggs. We're going with Hughes up front. We are going with York. No, we don't have York at this point. He was definitely still at Villa. We go with Irwin at left back. Neville might be a bit too early for Neville. He's a 7-letterer as well. Cantona. Beckham. Unfortunately, he's a 7-letter name. We don't have a spot for Beckham. Ince in midfield, you would imagine. Absolutely. Irwin left back. Hughes. Kanchelskis at the right wing. There we go. Pallister in defence. Pallister. Paul Ince. We've got Paul Ince. We've got Paul Parker at right back. We do indeed have a Paul Parker. We don't have a Butt. Do we have a Bruce in defence? We should have a good old Brucey bonus there. And then who's the last midfielder? A 5-letter midfielder. We're going for Keane. Roy Keane. Nice and easy. How about that? Can we get these all one guesses? We can indeed get these all as one guesses. Beautiful, beautiful work there, guys. And that's brought us exactly up to time. So I will see you guys in 3 minutes, where we will return for the Who Are You, redeemed by Flux. See you one moment. And welcome back. So, we've got a round of Who Are You? Flux, as you redeemed it, you get the first guess. I can't remember if you were in when we were doing this yesterday. So we've stopped playing with the photo because it was a little bit too easy. So you get to guess basically a random player and we'll work from the clues there. those that haven't played this before, please feel free to get involved. It's going to give us some ideas about, we will guess, and then it will tell us if we got the nationality right, the league right, the team, the position, the age, and the shirt, and then we can guess from there. Herb on Rhine, still not finished. We're not indeed, but we're coming down to the final stretch. We've got a handful of games remaining, and we've got just the league left to worry about. So we do have, so Flux has guessed Cody Gakpo, and he is a Dutch player in the Premier League, not a forward, not at Liverpool, older than 25, lower shirt number than number 18. So it's not Van Dijk. Van Dijk is at Liverpool, so it can't be Van Dijk. De Ligt. How old is De Ligt? Let's go with Matches De Ligt now. He is there. He's not a Man United, but we are looking for a defender. De Ligt, unfortunately, was 25. So still looking for older. We're looking for above shirt number 4. Holofabs is true. I'm getting tired. That's understandable. Holofab has gone for Van Hecke. Surely Van Hecke is older younger. I would have guessed. Bakayoko. Bakayoko's not in the Premier League. Frimpong's not in the Premier League either. Van der Ven's been mentioned. Veltman's been mentioned. Joel Veltman, I think, might be old. Am I wrong with Van Hecke? I'm going with Veltman. If it's not Veltman, we'll go with Van Hecke because I feel bad for passing it over. So it's not at Brighton either. Van Hecke is a lot older. He's 32. The shirt number was too high there, unfortunately. Sven Botman, Nathan Ake are great guesses. Right, Nathan Ake was the guest that comes in. Don't call yourself dumb, Holofab. Not at all. Nathan Ake. It looks like it's Nathan Ake. Marvellous there, hung them in. Yeah, if we had that photo, we would have definitely got it straight away as well, I imagine. Beautiful, beautiful work. So nice. I have Liverpool on in the background, so I'll look with one eye. Or is it because of the Jack Daniels? I mean, that's pretty impressive to be able to focus on anything with a Jack Daniels. Fair play to you. It is better. This game is a lot better without the picture. I agree completely. So let's pop back into the game. We are just about to play Nottingham Forest away from home. We have, so just to catch you up, Heaven Ryan, there were 4 games left in the league. And we've got an FA Cup final to play. So we've got 5 games. We've got an hour and a half to get through them. So we should be on track. Should being the key word. In comes Nedeljkovic, Duki, Torres, Digne. Camera's back and in decent health. That's McTominay. The Elise Diaby battle. Currently, Diaby is in more form, so he can start. Ramsey is in better form than Aktoglu. No, we're giving Aktoglu's in bad form because he played all the difficult games. Watkins and Gerassi. That's a strike force that seems to be working okay at the moment. Ponzo on the bench. Ari Mabin. McGinn. Lise, Ramsey, Mega, Duran, Rugbanen or Taylor. Taylor on the bench there. We will always follow the advice of the legend that is Paco Ayestaran. So it was instant with the picture indeed. So Stam as a guess would have been good. We should have done that. Don't you see double after a while because of the Jack? That's true. Yes, Gakpo scored. Did he score twice? Yes. Okay, so yeah, seeing the double. Is the game still going? It's only 9 o'clock. Jones has made it 2-1. See, this is what I said. Liverpool concede and then somehow turn it around regardless of what's happened. Yes, 2-1. Or Herven might. Is it not 4-1 now? You've seen Gakpo and Jones score twice. So the early exchanges have very much been in Nottingham Forest's favour. 75% possession right now. Let's have a look at where that possession is. I assume a lot of it is there on Dominguez. So I'm going to stop things there. Let's put some pressure on Dominguez. That's there we go. Maybe see if we can stop them having quite as much of the ball. We send it out to Dina. Dina, is he going to ping it in? No, he's going to get tackled. Kalajic now, the man mountain that is Sasha Kalajic. How unfortunate it was, that injury. Real shame. Really derailed his career quite a bit there. Irakovic plays it all the way back to Turner. There's some good chasing from Mings. Let's see if we can force the turnover. We can. Dina plays it to Gerasi. Play it inside to Aktoglu. He has indeed. Kerem outside to Nedeljkovic. Nedeljkovic just swings a boot at it. But it hasn't quite gone. That was a penalty, ref. A clear penalty. Disgraceful. No, I'm okay. Is it offside? Was it offside? Please be offside. 1-1. Get it back to 1-1. Dina with the corner. Sends it into the far post. Gerasi gets there. That's wild. Wild and over. Only 30% possession. Crazy. Kerem with the corner. Swings it in. Powell with a wild header as well. He's on. Boo. Boo. Oh my word. What's going on? I know we're not playing a possession game ourselves particularly, but that's crazy stats. Balumi to Niakate. Irakovic takes aim. No one can shoot right now, according to VAR. So it's tight then. Neither the lines drawn. Turner with a save. Like, we've done okay considering how little of the ball we've had. Let's have a look. We did spot that a lot was going there. We now got the ball a lot in their defenders. Gruder is getting it in quite advanced places, even if there was a gap there. For us, we've barely seen the ball, so that's no surprise that we've got a very useless pass map to work there. So let's look at those touches. Yeah, Dominguez with 39, 35 each for them, but they're getting them to the players ahead as well. Not like completely stagnant. Who is Forest's manager? It's Russell Martin. There we go. It's Russell Martin. That makes sense. Lots of the ball. Nothing else much going on there. So I'm disappointed with the possession situation. Gonna stop him from tackling harder, but we are going to press there. We are going to start trying to press on the centre backs as well. And this is where we're looking to push them inside. So we are going to do our standard pressing stuff here now. DRB, not really fully, a little bit more tired than everyone else. So second half kicks off. Can we muster something? Watkins takes an extra touch than necessary, loses the ball. Now Dean is being booked. His free kick is blocked. Harder off. VAR always helps Liverpool, hence why they get the most benefits out of other Premier League clubs, says Lacquer09. I mean, like, surely with offside, it's a pretty objective decision. Holofab switching back to the tablet. Time to watch the last bit while in bed. I'll stay until the end. Bless you, Holofab. Like, don't force it though, man. Don't force it. It's been a long day. And sleep is so good. Sleep is the best part of every day. Like, Gruder into Kalajic. Kalajic with the turn. Can't quite get away. We managed to tackle. Dean is touched very heavy. McTominay's in though. Gerasi just stands there with the ball. Dean steps in. This is bad football. Bad football from both teams. McTominay now. Look at... didn't go for the thing, but Tominay does it. Tominay takes it himself. 1-0. 1-0. There we go. What an awful passage of play. Dina plays it. Now, look at that. That was when the pass comes through there. Unfortunately, Diaby had to check his one, but McTominay was able to carry on. Yes, McTom. Sleep is an underrated superpower. It really is. Right, we send it long now to Kerem. Can Kerem get a cross in? He can, but it's low and there's no one attacking the near post. They clear their lines. But we make it out to Diaby. McTominay looking for a second. Great block from Niakate. We are going to need to make these changes. Diaby is looking tired. Dean is on a yellow. Kerem's on a yellow. Dean is cross. McTominay can get to second ball. He can't. Nedeljkovic gathers. Some pretty encouraging stuff. It's now become the set-piece game. Dean is swinging it into the far post. Powell can't get there this time. Here's Scarles. Who on earth is Scarles? Scarles is a big boy as well. This is a lot of big players for Nottingham Forest. Kalajic to Martson. Gruder. Can't get past McTominay. Danilo into Kamara. Kamara sends the ball over the top. Watkins is in behind. Watkins from the angle. Good save. Good save. Is the all-black suit shirt with long black jacket the new mandatory manager attire? I see them all like that now. It's a classic, isn't it? It is a classic. Kamara into McTominay. Let's get a second, lads. Let's get a second. West Ham prospect Ollie Scarles. I've generally never heard of him at all. As McTominay forces another save out of Turner. Right, Kerem standing over it. Whips it into the far post. Turner claims. Let's spare poor old Moussa Diaby looking tired. On comes Elise. On comes Greg Taylor as well. And on comes Jacob Ramsey. We can now tackle hard on these guys once more. Let's get in them. Let's be aggressive. Let's say that I want them to make an impact. Greg Taylor likes that idea. Right, Forest are making some changes. I know I should learn my lesson and not react, but we want to make sure we're doing this stuff with the pressing, because otherwise they have a lot of ball, and that's probably our best chance to kind of contain them a bit. So we've got the possession up to 42%, which is grand. Nice throw down the line for Gruder. Gruder's going to play it inside to Suarez. Suarez, lovely from Suarez. Beautiful, like dropped his shoulder, shifted in, got the cross in. Now we can certainly feel pretty upset that after all those chances that we're now drawing. But Suarez here sells his man to create the space. Yates' shot deflects into the path of Halloumi, and Halloumi has an open goal. Unfortunate. A very Villa goal to concede. Right, so the changes remaining. Our tired players are here, but we're going big. We're going big. Two big players up front. Go out there, see if you can score the winning goal. Let's fire them up in the last few moments. So Musterman, did you ever make a save to win the Premier League or other leagues with your own youth players? Not for many years, but yeah, back in probably like around 2012, 2013 was the last time I probably did a youth only save. Lengley to get the cross. Balumi, we can't make the tackle stick. We can this time though. Kamara sends it down the wing to nobody. Irakovic can keep the pressure on. Taylor steps in. Ramsey to Duran, back to Ramsey. Ramsey inside. Here's Kamara. Here's Taylor. Back to Kamara. Kamara feeds Omega. Omega shoots straight at the keeper, but he was offside anyway. I'd rather see a bit of other colours, to be honest. It's not a burial. I mean, it's just safe, isn't it? It's safe. Teddy Bridgewater coming out of retirement and joining the Lions. Is there an issue with Goff? Or is it just an insurance policy? Unfortunate, says Hollyfab. I mean, unfortunate, yes. Yes, I think that's the politest way we can do it. Here's Ramsey. There's 7 minutes of injury time. John Duran manages to spurn another chance. So which colour mode do I use for my skin, asks B. Keaton. It depends on the situation. So right now I'm using the colour scheme called Pongo, which is claret and blue. Pongo Waring was a former Villa player, and obviously we're playing as Villa. I will change it depending on the club that I'm managing at any given time. Ramsey's here. Can he get that good header on it? He can't. So yeah, I will change depending on the circumstance. I don't stick with one. When I play offline, I use light mode because right, where I'm down in the living room, I've got lots of sunlight. And Mega, we're back in business, lads. We're back in business. This is the stuff we've been used to seeing. So I usually play with light mode. I've got a lot of natural light coming through this window here. So generally speaking, light mode is much easier on my eyes. Whereas, like we've got good lighting in here. There we go. That's the kind of results we're used to when we manage. That was a sitter. It really was. I think he's just a backup to Goff. Thank God for that. I remember non-EU players would never sign new contracts and were free all the time. The good old days, back from 97, 98. So my first one was Championship Manager Italia, but I didn't own the game. I used to go round to mates to watch it. 0304 though. 0304 is my jam. That was the one that I spent far too many hours on. So give those guys a rest. What does that do for the table? Arsenal are now 2 points behind us. We're now 2 points off Man United. So Arsenal won, United draw. Had we won, we would have gone, depending on the scoreline, we would have gone at least level with Man United. An opportunity missed, sadly. Right, Nunez, what an annoying player. Daka, poof. So, does that mean that they've equalised? Has Nunez missed a chance and they've now just equalised? Or is it just some general frustration at Nunez? Champs 0102 was my favourite for Holfab, a classic as well. Like who were your favourite players? Who are the players that you've got the greatest memories of? Like for me in 0102, it was like all the fake players. There was a great Greek goal scorer. I think it's like called Alexandropoulos, who wasn't real, but was like 20s and everything, like goal scoring machine. Right, Diaby is now out for a little bit, so Elise comes in. K Pi there. Manu Kone is back from injury. So in fact, Kone comes in there. An away game. Let's just give Nedeljkovic a little bit of a rest. Let's run that there. Aktoglu didn't have a great time of it either. So those will be the changes coming into this game. Like Delivio, Batistuta, amazing. I was 0102 the first after only text. So 0304 was the first one with dots. I think 0102 was the last one that was only text. Jota Ramos 29, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely evening. If you feel comfortable chatting, let us know who you support. Let us know who you're playing with as FM. I'd love to hear from you. There's no obligation to do so whatsoever. Emmanuel Elisa Daby. There's a name I haven't thought about for a while. In Championship Manager 4, indeed. So Holofab says it's the last with only text. Antonis Skalidis and the Super Greeks and Champs 102. I'd love to know the story behind why there were so many amazing Greeks in 0102. Were they preempting the 2004 Euros? They knew that there was something special happening with Greece. They just didn't know enough about the details. Right, into the game against Sheffield United. Can we get ourselves back onto a winning track? They've got Victor Lindelof. They've got Jonathan Rowe. Got Cameron Archer. We'll go with what the manager says. We'll try not to touch things. We'll let the game play out as normal. It's 0304 that I spent a lot of hours on. I loved 0304. Played with Leon. Will always remember it. A mention there for Serge Makofo. Speaking of Greeks, Dionysis Chiotsis was a fabulous purchase at goalkeeper. Absolutely. Wasn't Sigalko in 0102 as well? Quite possibly. I don't remember. I think Sigalko was also in 0304. but I don't remember him being that great in it. So Jota is a Porto supporter. So you're Portuguese. Welcome in, my man. Currently in a save in Brazil with Vasco da Gama, trying to win the Libertadores and then jump ship to Europe, rescuing Vasco da Gama, getting them back to where they belong. Camera with a chance, goes over. Hope you're having a good evening yourself, sir. We are indeed. We're coming up to, well, we've just gone past the 11-hour mark. We're coming into the last bit here. Oh my word, great goalkeeping. Great goalkeeping. Johnny Truck, there's a load of shenanigans in 0102. Toe Madeira, other fakes like the Super Greeks that were super players. Juninho, the free kick taker. Juninho Pernambucano. What a player. The last time I did a Leon save, I made my manager, Juninho Pernambucano. It's always fun. Duran robs it off Bogle. Bogle robs it off Duran. He-Chan, the man of the moment from earlier. Blaster goes forwards. Can Blaster get it in to Norrington Davis? Here's He-Chan. It's a great block. It was offside anyway. I think that wasn't a block and it actually hit Archer, the shot. Juninho was so good. I played with Leon because of him. A fine choice. Konza's header. That goes over. So we're not as much concerned about the possession. We've got most of the possession this time. But we're still not able to make it count. Sheffield United now play it down the line. Powell gathers. Back to Martinez. Dookie plays it into McTominay. McTominay can play it to Duran, and he does. He does. Now, Dean has stopped his run, unfortunately. Could have broken down that space, but he didn't. Camera across to Konza. Konza to Watkins. McTominay. Elise to get the cross in. That's a foul. That's a penalty. They said it's harsh, though. That was clearly a penalty. He got all the player, none of the ball. Right. I will properly hydrate. And it is a penalty. We sold our penalty taker, didn't we? We sold Zaniolo. So who's going to take it? We have a tendency to miss penalties in games that we've played. But here's John Duran. Fires it low and hard. Gerbic guessed the right way, but couldn't get anything on it. Goal number 9. The players are unhappy with my feedback. Overwhelmed by the feedback. Hank took a break to watch some videos about tornadoes. How are things going? I think it's been so-so. We're in a battle for the top 4. We currently hold 4th spot, 2 points behind Man United, 2 points ahead of Arsenal. We're into the last 3 games now. We've got this game, a game against West Ham at home, and a game against Arsenal away end of the season. We were knocked out of the Champions League by Liverpool. 7-2 on aggregate. We lost the Carabao Cup final 5-2 against Man City. And we have an FA Cup final to come. So not the greatest, not the worst. I am now playing out these last few games. We will play them all, even if the results aren't necessarily that good when I manage. So we'll see how things go. Tough matchups, to be honest. They have been. The Liverpool, we left that to our assistant manager in the away leg. They won 5-1, scoring 4 of the goals in the last 10 minutes. McTominay. Oh, McTominay. Now, did that take a little deflection, or was that just incredible? We lost 5-1 with them scoring 4 in the last 10 minutes. So for the second leg, we kind of knew we were out at that point. John Duran, the penalty taker specialist. There you are, El Norby. Indeed. What a finish from McTominay. And Gakpo scored, so I'm guessing that means it's 3-1 now. Playing with a B team against Liverpool away, not a good choice, but it's for the League Cup. It's the decisions you've got to make when you're in that situation, isn't it? Like, do you risk your starters? And Watkins makes it 3-0. Not even a suggestion offside. Marvellous. And that is goal number 30 for Ollie Watkins. That's 30 goals in each of the last 2 seasons for him. And to think that when we started, we considered the possibility of selling Watkins after the first season. Thank God we didn't do that. Maybe offside, though, for Gakpo. Fair enough. Does that mean he's scored? If it counts, if it's onside, does that mean he's now scored 4 goals? Right. So Dina, we need to bring off. Obviously, we need to tell the players not to be complacent. Dina lacks belief, but that's okay because he's injured, and Greg Taylor is coming on. And into the second half. Let's not touch anything. Salah or Nunes offside. Right. Is it one of those? Did they touch it in build-up, or is it an interfering with play one? Another VAR check. VAR need to get involved. You know, they've made the journey themselves. They should have a moment to enjoy in the thing. They take forever. They do. But this is it. Like, imagine you had to travel. It's the day after Christmas. You've had to travel all the way to take part in this football match, and you've not been involved. You need to savour your moments. You need to make it last as long as possible. It's been at least 5 minutes with these 2 checks. It's hard to draw lines. You know, like you need to find one reference line, then a second reference line to find the vanishing point. Then you need to draw a third line, and then you need to draw down from that line. You know, that's like at least like 30 seconds work if you know what you're doing and you're vaguely competent. Right, Pow into Taylor, camera back to Pow. Plays it across. Okay, can we go down the right this time? Here's McTominay. He loses out the ball. Norrington Davis now with a chance to counter. Uses to counter, instead goes backwards. Here's Brun Larsen. Player out wide to Bogle, who's in space. Plays it down the line. Taylor gathers. All the way back to the keeper. Especially if you had some jacks. Yes, very true. They need to call the ref, tell him they don't know. Quite possibly. Watkins in behind. Watkins to make it 4. They are... Oh, so that was his 30th goal. He wasn't on 30 yet, but they think that one was offside. Here comes the VAR review. VAR awards it. The ref checks and says he doesn't know either. Ramsey into Duran. Duran through the lines. That was nicely timed. Watkins now has 30 goals for the season. It's been disallowed. Oh, poor Gakpo. Poor Gakpo. Yeah, not even a doubt about the offside. I was confident all along. See now, FM sorts its VAR in about 6 seconds. Exactly how you do it. VAR checks too fast. I'm okay. I know that people hate VAR, but I would quite like it as an option, not mandatory. But I would like to have some of that drama added with VAR. I would like to see the replays happening, and like the VAR sometimes maybe could actually take not really long, not like it does in real life. Elise can't quite get in behind. I'd like that drama. I also, though, I want to see substitutes. I know it's not an important thing, but like both for when we make substitutes and the opposition do. So did I buy Van Bommel? We didn't. We bought Keramak Turkoglu instead. And he started off okay. He's had a little bit of a blip in recent weeks. It does remind me, let's make some changes. And that is going to be Kerem on the right. Let's bring Gerassi on Jacob Ramsey. Let's play him as an inside forward. Let's bring Omega on for John Duran. I didn't play the Duran song when he scored. That's very bad of me. You're thinking of the NFL with all the replays in action while awaiting the ref. Like we see on broadcast, we see like the lines being drawn. Well, sometimes actually, only sometimes. But yeah, I just want some of that drama. That's all. You can see what the ref should see. That's what we want. That's what we want. Especially when they go to the monitor. I want that zoomed in. I want to see, like, maybe we don't see the replay properly. We see the replay over the ref's shoulder. That's why I hate American football. It's so slow. I see I find that a lot of the time, whenever they get reviews involved, they're so quick by comparison. The ass ref throwing his flag in the field. Oh, isn't that fun? I find that fun as well. Like, you've got all these men, they're like 300 pounds. They're built like brick shit houses. And when they do something wrong, a man in a zebra costume very camply throws a little yellow flag. It's hilarious. Right, Omega, down the left. Can he get the ball back in? He can. His camera takes aim. I think it might have taken a little nick off Watkins on the way through. Unfortunately, sails harmlessly wide. Kerem with a free kick. Hits the netting, but is unfortunately off target. And McTominay is going to make way. We're going to see the return of Kone from injury. Trust you to make the difference. Can we get a fifth? A fifth would be nice. In rugby, the ref talks into the stadium to explain the decisions. That's like such a great thing. Same with NFL. I love the communication aspect. Let's have some clarity. Let's be nice and transparent. We don't need to be opaque on these kind of things. Archer, can't quite make it in. Kone now plays it out wide. Man over. He should have gone to Taylor, overlapping on the left. Hindsight is 2020 and all that. At Turkoglu, finds space on the right. Swing it in, boy. Swing it in. Jarassi heads it down. Kamara can't quite get enough power on it. Straight at Gerbich. When you put it that way, zebra costumes, it is. The players in rugby also address the ref politely and call him sir. They do. Respect. And Holy Fab says as well, rugby, you don't talk back to the referee. I would love to see that happen in football. I would like to see them have a no talking back rule. It result in a red card. I'd like to see the first weekend of the Premier League where all the games get abandoned because there aren't enough players on the pitch. Genuinely would be hilarious. Omega is through. Come on, this has got to be 5-0. Omega misses a sitter. We are really bad at shooting in that very, very specific situation there. Babica with a corner. Can they get a late consolation? Can they save us some money on clean sheet bonus? Sends it into the far post. Egan gets there. Ooh, that was close. That was close. But as close as it might be, it does mean we've won another game. A good performance. 4 goals from 3.55 XG. We didn't concede from 1.22. And that means...
This is Villa.
I mean, it's not Villa Park in real life.
Save you from the beast and that is spark. This is Villa Park. You're fighting for your life against a killer. Villa.
Oh. Boom. It's not quite Numa, but it'll do. A nice win, lads. That gives us 3 points. We're still only 2 points ahead of Arsenal. We're 1 point ahead of United, who have a game in hand. Still very, very tight there. Lucadina is out just for a couple of days. We can put these guys. It's a midweek game for us against West Ham. And then we've got the cup final before the final game of the season. So camera, it'll be John McGinn in. Camera's gonna be rested for that one. We can bring Nedeljkovic back in as well, and we will bring Turkoglu back in. Diaby's not going to be back in time for that one. Greg Taylor is going to have to come in for Lucadina. Should be good stuff. West Ham are on the verge. So West Ham were relegated in the first season, came back up after the second season. They're currently just 1 point ahead of the relegation zone. Still waiting for Szoboszlai to get subbed in. Surely Szoboszlai having a little bit of time away from the first team might be good. He's in though. He's in now. Keep him on the bench. Humble him a little. Musterman a bit slower than this morning. It is a little bit slower. That's understandable, I think. I think getting to this point, we're now at 11 hours 22 minutes. Granted, this I start the stream 15 minutes beforehand, so actually we've got an hour still to go. But yeah, naturally gonna slow down a little bit. What a pass from Trent. Is that an assist or was it just a nice pass? So Duran was doing really well, creative capacity there. Let's head in there. Can we consign our claret and blue friends to a little bit of misery? They are being managed by Abelardo. They're going with a defense of Kurt Zuma and Edson Alvarez. Kurt Zuma at right back. Agard and Alvarez in the middle, it looks like. It is Kurt Zuma, the right back. An attacking right back as well, from the looks of things. Interesting decisions there. May as well just call it here. A nice pass, almost an assist. Fair enough. 2 minutes. Szoboszlai. Tatsukiri, it is weird. Very, very weird. But hey, who am I to judge the joys of Abelardo? Elise with the free kick. Elise with a lovely free kick as well. Beautiful. We have scored some very good goals this season. Absolutely no way of stopping that one. And he missed the next match. It's a lethargic looking West Ham. Does appear to be that way. But in real life though, West Ham are in great form. I mean, how many points are they off the European places after the allegedly, well, I say allegedly bad start. It was a bad start. Right, McGinn, can we punish them even further? Back to Nedeljkovic. Nedeljkovic turns to find some space, shoots from distance. Areola turns it over. Areola was a fun name to say. 6 points off Europe, that's crazy. Powell with a header at the far post. Like, I really, really hope that the league stays this tight all the way through the season. It'd be really, really nice to have like jeopardy right until the end. Especially as it looks like Liverpool are unstoppable and the league's going to be wrapped up. So if everything else can be exciting. Aktoglu, fortunately it's a little bit short, but we get it again. Danilo into McTominay. McSauce isn't going to do something special right there. That's a shame. Taylor's picked up a yellow card. So let's not get sent off. Here's a corner routine. Kerem's shot is blocked by Beto. Areola must be finding it a little bit nippy at this time of year. Indeed. Love a competitive league. Absolutely, Eddie Bingo. By the way, Abelardo is in the Barca defender. I assume so. United in a relegation scrap. It's what we all like to see, let's face it. They'll be fine. Or they'll panic and they'll sign another player that they don't need. They'll find another defensive midfielder who's 43 years old and decide that he's the solution. Right, lovely crossfield pass to Taylor. He comes inside to McTominay. Aktoglu's got a chance to go down the outside. Here he does. Facing up against Zuma. His cross finds Watkins. Pushed behind. 3-1. Salah. Boo. Boo. And also, just to be clear on the Szoboszlai thing, I really, really like Szoboszlai. Like, he was amazing at Red Bull. Really fun. That patch he had where he couldn't stop scoring as well. Great stuff. But he's just looked off the pace for a while now. Kind of just want him to have a bit of a rest. Time away from the first team. Like, get himself back into form. Goal, says Hervon Ryan. United bidding 100 million for Modric then. Love to see it. Could you imagine a Modric, Casemiro, Eriksen midfield? So I'm not a Liverpool fan. I am not a Liverpool fan, I'm afraid. But again, as I said, I want the leagues to be competitive. So I don't, even if it's nice to have a team that isn't Man City running away with it, I want it to be tight at the top. I want everything to be kind of exciting and dicey. As West Ham equalise. Thomas Souček, a greatly timed run, thumping header. Liverpool should have got slots sooner, might have won more Premier Leagues, quite possibly. Come on, let's get back into the lead. Aktoglu, here's McGinn. McGinn takes aim, hits the post. Nedeljkovic gathers. Are we able to get a chance here? Duran beaten in the air. Is that a corner? It's a corner. Wheelchairs allowed? Oh, right, for the old midfielders. Yes. They get it clear. Souček winning his headers. We need to deliver. We might need to go to the near post. Because if Souček is at the area we're aiming, and he's such a Such a beast in the air. He'll definitely miss the next match because of a yellow card suspension. Well, I suppose that's one way to get a rest, isn't it? There we go, Duran. Oh, Duran. He's not been that good this season as poor Duran. He's not even in double figures. He's played a lot of games ever since we changed his name, but he has created some chances for us. Aktoglu crosses to the far post. Elise with his second goal of the game. Boom, that's what we needed. So Scrum Master on YouTube asks, what does Pep and City need to do to bounce back? Genuinely asking this to get perspective from fans of opposite teams. You need to retool your defence. That's my opinion. My biggest one from the games that I've seen, my biggest issue is that when Kyle Walker plays, the rest of the team don't feel confident passing to him. That forces you to build up down the left-hand side, which isolates your right winger. The only way your right winger is going to get the ball is if you play it down the left and then switch play. But because defences know that you're trying to avoid Kyle Walker, they then can focus on keeping you caged in over on the left-hand side. They're kind of almost baiting you to play it to Walker, and they're not falling for the attempts to kind of joke around and switch it. That's a 2-all. Oh, this is a game. This is a game for sure. A frustrating game, but a game nonetheless. So I think that it's not just Kyle Walker either. But there are real issues with the build-up to start off with. And because you're then struggling, once you get forwards, you're really pushing forwards. Obviously, you need to replace Rodri. Your lack of pace and transition is painful to see. But it's not happening that much more frequently than it was in previous seasons. It's more when you recover. So it's the lack of pace and getting back to then defend. You'd see Rodri would make loads of great last-ditch tackles. His positioning would be excellent, and you miss that. Elise, it's gone all the way across. Here's Beto now. Can't quite get there ahead of Powell. McTominay into Taylor. Taylor down the line. Aktoglu back to Taylor. McTominay. Out to Elise. He's on a hat-trick. And that's a penalty. Was it a penalty? I'm not sure. It was a penalty. That one looked like it might. I feel like this one might be overturned. They need Rodri or rethink the tactic with him. At Man City, they should disband the club and start again at tier 9. FC City of Manchester. Right. John Duran. There we go. That we didn't do it last time.
Goals on stream.
What a game this is. Thanks a lot for answering. Great perspective. Yes, Rodri is a great miss. But yeah, it's like you've shown in the past that whilst your form does dip when Rodri is out, you've had some kind of plan for it. And the fact that you seem to be quite off the pace without it. Kovacic just can't cover the space. Here we go then. So into the second half. I'm happy with that. Greg Taylor is booked. So back comes Lucadinha. We can do this. Indeed. Duran indeed. Welcome back in FM Console. How are you doing? Thank you for the redeems. Now I am so we've only got 2 games left to go. But what I am going to do is probably try and... No, we can fit them in. Sneaking online before I get shouted at by the missus. I'll stay quiet then. No one will know. Has Duran missed any penalties for you? Not whilst on in games we've played, I don't think. Right, Ward-Prowse looking to find some space. Alves, lovely ball into Souček. Souček finds Paqueta. Nedeljkovic makes the save. Kudus with the follow-up. Can't quite there. We're definitely losing on counter-attacks and defence trying offside trap. This is not happening at all. It is tough. Yeah, so from a time perspective, I think we should be all right. But we might be going very, very tight now. We've got 45 minutes left. Just 2 games to play after this one. But they are big games. As Kerem shot is blocked. Good block from... Is that Ritsu Doan? That's an interesting signing. Elise plays it short. And great interception from Kudus. Great foul from McGinn as well. A deserved yellow card. And these players are now coming off because they're on bookings. The changes we're going to see are Ramsey, and the return of Kone. Then I was right to suggest him to take penalties. You were indeed. I mean, we haven't actually actively put him on it. We've left it. We just actively took players off instead. He's now there by default. Ward-Prowse sends it in. We get it clear this time. Keta though, back to Alvarez on the edge of the box. Forced back to Doan. Souček plays it in. Paqueta, shots blocked. Right, come on guys, let's focus. They've started to have some chances. I think they've had 5 shots in the second half. None of them on target. But after playing very well in the first half, we've been a little bit flat. Kone takes aim. Nothing quite going there. Plus 9 minutes. Thanks, VAR. And then you'll have a VAR check in those 9 minutes to make it plus 15 minutes. Next change. McTominay's looking tired. No, we want to save McTominay for the next game. We bring on Girassi then. Oh, they've had a chance. It may go on for Duran. Make the difference. Digne with the throw in into Ramsey. Digne back to Ramsey. Ramsey gets it to McTominay. McTominay shoots from the angle. 4-2. Surely that wraps it up. Please wrap that up. Yep, 9 minutes added time, says El Norby as well. Is there maybe a route back? Maybe Liverpool can throw it away, make it a little bit more exciting for the season. Right. Digne plays it forwards, and that's a loose pass. Here's Souček. Souček has played really well. We should probably be putting a bit more pressure on him. Bungard drops deep, finds Emerson. Emerson, though, can't find the route down the line. Here's Paqueta. Back to Agerd. Across to Alvarez. Look at the man over. Could have sent the ball over. Slow to see it. Beto, though, gets there. Plays it through the lines. Bungard straight at Martinez. Drop that tempo. Actually, playing out of defence is fine. We haven't had too much to worry about in terms of from their press. Here's Watkins. In behind. Could have been. Sends it to Girassi. His cross. And that goes behind for a corner. Right, Digne plays it short to Ramsey. I'm sure we're playing a lot more short corners. I think it's meant to be an even split between short corners. One short corner is a third, and we've got 2 other corner routines which are to the back post. Does feel like we send in a lot more short corners though than a third at least. McTominay's picked up a yellow card. He only just came on, and he's taken a bit of a knock. Something for us to be mindful of, but the game's surely over now. Digne down the line to Ramsey. Ramsey to McTominay. Come on, ref, blow the whistle. The game is over. The game is over. We've got a free kick. Maybe it's not over. Digne is good from this range. Come on, Digne. Or is he going to blow? He's going to blow full time. Yep, there we go. So will you try this not World Cup format ever again? El Norby asks. It might certainly be something to revisit at some point. Probably not for a little while. Because I think you can tell the energy's kind of dropped a little bit in the last 10 minutes or so. It is quite intense. But yeah, this has been fun. Definitely would be worth trying something again. Maybe we could do it like the actual World Cup, and so have something involving multiple people as well. Would be quite fun. Holy Fab says it's too intense for me. Indeed. Maybe because your short corners routine produced more highlights, possibly. Tatsugiri says dominated. It was nervy for a while, though. I mean, it feels a little... So, West Ham were rubbish in that first half. Yet, somehow it was really, really tight. West Ham were really quite good in the second half, and yet scored nothing. FM's a funny old game. A funny old game. So, let's head on over and play a round of Missing 11. Boom. Here we go. So these are ones we've already done. I'm basically going to click this quite a lot until we find until I know we've gone past stuff we've done already, and then find a team that maybe we haven't done at all at any point. How about Croatia's loss against Portugal in Euro 2016? That seems like something we can go for. Yeah, let's do that. So Croatia 2016. In fact, what I do is just, so I know it gets asked, Croatia 2016 Euros. Pop that in the chat there. So we've got the guesses coming in. Modric. Would Modric have been in the team? You've got to expect that Modric was there. He wasn't. He is. Oh, is he at the other side? Of course, of course. We've got Cerna at right back. Everyone's favourite right back in FM for years and years and years. Mandzukic up front. You would expect. It is indeed Mandzukic. Was Gvardiol? Had Gvardiol broken through by 2016? Well, it's an 8-letter name, so no, he wasn't. No, he hasn't. Subasic. Subasic is not at the left-hand side. Was he playing at left back? He wasn't, but it is an Esic. Mandzukic. We've got Mandzukic. We've got Perisic. Perisic playing in the advanced position still at that point. He was indeed. Korluka, potentially. Korluka. It is Korluka. Fabulous guess there. Rakitic. Rakitic behind the striker. It is even Rakitic. Perisic, we've got there. Goalkeeper. Who's the goalkeeper? Subasic, Korluka. We've gone for those there. So we're looking for centre-back, left-back, defensive midfielder, attacking midfielder, right winger, goalkeeper. So we've got Korluka. Son of a bitch. We're going for son of a bitch. So that's a 9. We don't even have a 9. I would have put it in. The guy with his blonde hair. Are you thinking of Domagoj Vida? It is Domagoj Vida. Ikonair gets in there with that. I mean, Subasic was the goalkeeper. Oh, right. Apologies. He was indeed. He was indeed. Well done, Flux. I do apologise. Brozovic on the right, surely. Brozovic, it was indeed. I've seen. Okay, I saw Tatsugiri say goalkeeper. I missed you saying goalkeeper Subasic. I do apologise. Brozovic. So left back and defensive midfielder. Kovacic is 7 letters. Are we going for Kovacic at left back? He's not going to be in the defensive midfielder bit, unfortunately. Bidet. Of course. So, left back, we've got a player whose name begins with the letter S. Ends in itch. No surprise there. Ikonair says thank you to Zeep. Unfortunately, I think Zeep is gone now for the day. Yes, what an absolute gentleman. Came out with the 25, said, hello, I've been lurking, I'm off now. And then, big gift, bless him. So, Strinic has been suggested. It is Strinic. Strinic, not Simonic. Fabulous stuff there. Now, I'm going to save Who Are You for after the ad break, because the ads are literally about to come up. And then we do that, and then we've got to fit 2 games in half an hour. Or technically, we failed. So, we're running the ads. I'll see you guys in a few moments. And we're back. So, great guess with it's even Strinic, right? I recognise the name. I wouldn't have been able to remember that he was a fullback at all. A phenomenal guess there. We do have sorry, I've just seen Johnny's message. I love how one of the break cards is saying bored of me yet and suggesting other streamers as we come to 35 and a half hours into this epic quest. I mean, it's appropriate. It's appropriate. You should be bored of me by now. We've got a round of Who Are You? Now, FM Console, I know you said you're trying to squeeze us in a little bit here. So if you are still about, you get to make the first guess. Essentially, just any footballer you want to guess off who's currently playing. That will then give us clues as to the nation, the league, the team, whether we're right on any of them, and we can whittle it down from there. So I have a feeling that we're not going to finish by 10:30 because we're probably going to have the games on quite a bit of highlights as they're quite important. So we'll keep on going to the end. We did say, so I did say on the first day that if we're not done by 10, we holiday through to the end of the season, but we can't end this on a holiday. We can't end this on a holiday. So we keep on going until whatever point we need to keep on going. And Crodmo is in. If there isn't a better reason to keep on going than the arrival of Crodmo. How are you doing, sir? So I'm guessing that consoles had to nip off. So I'll go with your suggestion, RJ. Weston McKennie. Is it Weston McKennie? It's not, but it is a midfielder in Serie A who's older than 26 and has a high shirt number. Granted, a lot of players in Italy have crazy high numbers, so that doesn't necessarily narrow it down. Crodmo in indeed. Hashtag Crodmo in. So we have Crodmo, it all went tits up and it's your fault it is. I broke down, my man. Right, I'm off again. Thank you so much for dropping in, Herb on Win. It's lovely, Ryan. I'm just getting it wrong all the time. It's lovely to have you in. It's really, really appreciated. Have a lovely, lovely night's sleep. So Barella being the next guess. How old is Barella? I feel like Barella is younger than 26, but let's do it anyway. I'm probably wrong. He's older than 26. You're right. He was 27. It is an Inter midfielder who wears a shirt number under 23 and is older than 27. And so Flux has said Brozovic. I feel like it's going to be Brozovic or Kalinoglu. And El Norby has said Kalinoglu. Brozovic, not. There's no Brozovic, so let's go for Kalinoglu. It is Kalinoglu. There we see. It had to be as soon as the Turkish flag came up green. Marvellous work, El Norby. Crodmo asks, don't sound too well. Are you okay, dude? I'm fine. I'm a little tired. My voice is obviously going to get a little bit hoarse by this point in the stream. But yeah, we're doing all right. And there is Johnny Trotter in with the hydrate. Well done indeed, El Norby and Crodmo. Even this website is trolling with the Inter players. It does seem that way. Right, let's head on over. Stream main. I should see a vet about that little horse. I most definitely should. So our game against Man City is in 4 days. Now I say that we shouldn't end on a holiday. There is the possibility that we get to the last game of the season. There is nothing to play for. Away game against Arsenal. There's also the possibility that we're really in the fight there. There's very, very little space in between us. Watkins apparently is wanted by Newcastle. Why would he want to join Newcastle, though? Why would anyone want to join Newcastle when you could play for the mighty Villa? The mighty, mighty Villa. So Arsenal's game is on at the same time. We currently have a 5-point gap, but we've played one more game than them. If they don't win, that's a 4-point gap and we're guaranteed top 4, which would be marvellous. Right, so the last cup final we played against Man City did not go very well. The last cup final against Man City we played, Pau Torres was not fit enough to play. So let's not go with Ari and B in. Do we have Luca Digne back? We do. He came on obviously in the second half. Camera comes back in. That means McTominay in the more advanced position. Manu Kone still not quite there yet. Nedeljkovic has been all right. Watkins has been great. Girassi. Duran's missed some big chances, but he's scored penalties. We're doing it. We're bringing Girassi into the starting lineup. He's been unfortunate to be on the bench for the last few games. We're going the defensive one though. Moussa Diaby is back as well. We're getting players back just in time for the big games. But where does he? I swear I brought Luca Digne into the starting lineup. There we go. Pau Torres drops out for this game. Crazy decision. Here we go. Blue Neary, not Inter indeed. Hey all, hope we're good. Musterman, IRL, not a good day for Villa. It wasn't at all, Rich, unfortunately. It's not been a good day for Villa on stream either, sadly. But not awful. Not awful. I'm going to sleep now. I need to work tomorrow. Oh, thank you very much for being along, El Norby. Sorry you've got to pop to work tomorrow. Have a lovely night's sleep. Thank you for streaming during the ordinary weekdays. Absolutely no problem at all. RJ says only 3 players of top 5 leagues have scored 15 goals and delivered 15 assists in 2024. Can you name them? No. Let's see how chat can do with that. Surely chat will be able to do that. I'm guessing one of them is Salah because they've talked about him reaching 10 and 10 already this season. Yeah. There we go. We're more defensive. Going to ask Kamara to play as an anchor. We're not playing out of defence. Let's do this. Let's get revenge for every single game that we've lost against Man City. So no, people are just saying no. Oh wait, we've had a guess for Kane, a guess for DeMarco. Is one of them Everton? Vert, that sounds like a good guess. Ollie Watkins registered a lot of assists early on. Well, that was in the early part of 2023-24. But let's go with Ollie Watkins. That's my guess. Go win that trophy. Go win that trophy indeed. Do we? Haaland has a question mark on him. Let's tackle Haaland hard. Let's put pressure on. Let's trigger the press there. Now, this like against Liverpool, we should have a system where we can kind of look to trap them outside. We can perhaps actually, now that we've got these guys a little bit further back, look to see if we can push them outside. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Sapama and Lookman, fabulous guesses there. Sapama is a yes. Rafinha's been guessed. There's a Chelsea player and an Atalanta player. Is it a shock redemption story for Gianluca Scamacca? Right, Kamara sends it in. Kerem. Oh, shoots wide. Great chance. Great chance. Corner to Man City. They've had a couple of corners I've seen up in the commentary. No, but remember where you're from. So it's a Belgian player. 15 goals and assists in top leagues. So a Belgian player at Atlanta. We know it's going to be Teketelaere, but is there another troll answer we can give? Alvarez to Yankutu, crosses it in. Sucic can't get there, but João Cancelo sends it back in. McTominay gets it clear. Come on, let's be a turnover. Let's be a disgraceful, undeserved counter-attacking goal. Matt Nunes has beaten them. Oh, Martinez pushes it over. Teketelaere half a second too slow indeed. So Lukaku has been suggested as the third. Another Belgian connection potentially. Alvarez. This is all one long highlight, it feels like. Girassi though, there we go. Just play it calm. Let's just get through, get out of the pressure. And Aktegoglu out to McTominay. Look at me, he's over. Elise has got to score from here. That's another great chance we've missed. Both of our wingers missing big chances early on. Alvarez with the free kick. It's in the 10th minute. Martinez with a great save. And he even held it. He held it. Gerassi, Edison with the header. Kerem, do something magical. Here's Dina. Dina's created some space, tries to get it back. There's Kerem and it's saved by Edison. Saved by Edison. Us with the corner now. Kerem plays it in. Danilo is the target. Danilo gets there. Another save. He really improved in the Atlanta tactic. Kettler was always a good player, just never quite fit in Milan, which is a shame. Belic to Nunes, back to Stones. Stones back to Nunes. Nunes' touch has been really good. He's managed to take it away from players every time we've seen him on the ball. Couto into Nunes to Bob. Bob feeds Alvarez, but that's good defending from Konza. Sucic back to Nunes, back out to Couto. This does feel ironic for it being Ancelotti rather than great chance. Very lucky there. Ancelotti rather than Pep. But their build-up play feels like Pep Man City here. A lot of good circulation, moving the ball, switching play quite nicely. Right, Nedeljkovic, he's going on a run. Where's he going on a run to? Nowhere. Back all the way to the keeper. And he receives it back again, pass it inside, or down the line to Elise. Anyone going to pass it inside? There we go. Kamara, back to Konza, back out to Nedeljkovic. Got to play it there to Elise, he feeds Watkins. Watkins created space, nice little touch there. Back to McTominay, shot blocked. Haaland gets the header. So far it's Palmer and Ketelaer's correct answers, and Salah. And Salah, Mustermann got it right away. Beautiful. Hold up, run it back. Man City player went turbo mode from right back into midfield. Do you know what minute it was? I wasn't paying attention. Sucic's shot. I'm sorry I missed that. But like, if we keep on going back, I don't know where we're going back to. I was too slow to react. Sorry, Okaner. Yeah, but literally, the highlight ended and a new one came in is what I mean. So I don't like. Isabel Chaplin blows for a penalty. Who is Isabel Chaplin? You'll clip it. Perfect. Thank you. Bum indeed. This has been how a lot of games against Man City have gone. We've had early chances. We've missed some very, very big early chances. Man City, though, have deserved it in the last 10-15 minutes. Fair play to them. Haaland with the penalty. Let's go for some encouragement now. I need Pickford in goal if it's versus Haaland. Martinez is doing pretty well. I mean, one shot, one goal from 1.72 XG. They've had some good chances. Now, that was not a good chance. That was a wasteful shot. And this means we're going to have to push forward and attack at some point. 13:18 on the match clock. Cool. We will go back to that in a moment. Bob, no one's closing down Oscar Bob. That's the kind of thing that breaks a man. Like, he's not even running fast. 3 defenders. Just as I praised Martinez for denying chances, that goal wasn't Martinez's fault in any respect, though. Go and win that trophy. What a weird thing to say in that situation. So we've got to go attacking now. That's going to leave us quite open on the break. And this is going to be another final defeat to Man City. Is it going to be as bad as the last one? Is it going to be as bad as the 5-2? That's the big question. So we'll give the same team a little bit of time. They played quite well in that first half, or at least to begin with. Missed some big chances. Kerem showing some fight. Elise is looking tired. Dina with the cross. Konza into the side netting. Villa is cursed today. They are indeed. Musterman.exe has stopped working. Hey, look, I haven't lost. I haven't gone crazy this time, at least. Oh, sorry, we meant to go back to the moment in 13:18 as Watkins turns. It's blocked. Right. So here we're looking for their right back going crazy. I'm guessing up at the top of the screen. Just goes for a run there. Oh, was it just the left back running quickly? Right, cool. Okay, yeah. There we go. Back to live. Come on, let's get a goal. Let's get a goal. So let's not go nuts. I couldn't save against Man City. No faith in me. No faith in me, Crudmo. Understandable. He sprints back, then sprints into midfield. Yeah, did catch that there. Redeemed hydrate. Dina with the cross. Jurassic, can he win the header? He can't. Watkins goes for it. He's got to run back to cover. Now plays it across to Nedeljkovic. Out wide, Elise's got loads of space. Can he skip inside? There we go to... When it was offside. But, oh. We're not going to be able to finish our dinner tonight from the looks of things. Right, Elise. Like, I don't know why Elise's on a poor rating. He's been quite good, I thought. Kerem's missed some big chances, so that's going to see us bring on John Duran. Watkins in that position. John Duran as the pressing forward. Tomine's tiring as well. Manu Kone on his return from injury. I'm really impressed how you managed your voice compared to the usual. It's crazy, isn't it? Really, really crazy. After this loss, it's time for a beer or whiskey. There is no way that I am touching alcohol.